The heavens bestowed 9 meteorites upon the world, resulting in the mutation of all beings on Blue Star into monstrous entities. The impact of the meteorites tore through the fabric of space, unleashing otherworldly creatures from the rifts in time and space, which began to invade Blue Star. Humanity, stripped of its dominion, faced a brutal slaughter. All conventional weaponry lost its deterrent effect. Influenced by the meteorites, humans discovered the ability to cultivate their powers, allowing formidable warriors to stand toe-to-toe with the monstrous invaders. After decades of sacrifice and suffering endured by countless individuals, humanity finally attained a fleeting respite. At his high school graduation ceremony, the young man Ye Tian awakened an unparalleled talent, the master of 10,000 weapons, yet he declined all invitations from prestigious academies and resolutely enlisted in the military. Upon joining the army, he forged numerous friendships and gradually honed his skills, accumulating military achievements. Through countless trials of life and death, he steadily grew and awakened further. Years later, when the Emperor of Beasts launched a full-scale assault, a figure encircled by myriad divine weapons materialized before him. Chapter 1. The Day of Awakening. Blue Star. In the Jiangbei district of East China, Fengsheng No. 6 High School. The early summer sun scorched the vast playground, the air thick with heat and tension. Over 3,000 graduating seniors stood in neat formation, each uniform drenched with varying shades of sweat. A conspicuous red banner adorned the podium, the 38th Talent Awakening Ceremony. Ye Tian stood at the front of Class 1, spine straight as an arrow. His slender fingers absent-mindedly caressed the metallic buttons of his uniform. His gaze remained fixed on the 10 gleaming talent stones at the center of the playground. The hushed whispers of his classmates buzzed around him like a swarm of bees. Rumor had it that this year, the military had come early to recruit. Those with A-level talents could directly enter the Dragon 2 Special Forces. A bespectacled boy in the back adjusted his slipping glasses. A girl with a ponytail suddenly lowered her voice. "Did you see that student from Class 2? It is said that his father is." Before she could finish her sentence, her companion tugged at her sleeve. Several girls stole glances at the stoic young man, leaning against the phoenix tree, their cheeks tinged with a suspicious blush. Ye Tian remained oblivious to the gossip. He stared at the calluses crisscrossing his palms, marks left from 3 years of rigorous training. Talent level? Merely a ticket to entry. True strength is forged in the crucible of battle. Thus, Ye Tian's initial goal was to enlist. Fellow classmates. The principal's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, startling the white doves perched on the eaves. The elderly man, his hair grizzled, had specifically donned a tie in the colors of the Dragon Kingdom's flag today. The microphone buzzed as he struck it. Remember, 82 years ago, on the night the beast descended, countless awakened warriors built a steel wall with their flesh and blood. We must inherit their will and wage a bloody war against the beasts. The sunlight suddenly intensified. As Ye Tian squinted, he glimpsed the lightning rod atop the teaching building reflecting star-like brilliance. Behind the principal, a massive holographic projection displayed scenes from the border battlefield, where a blood-soaked figure tore apart the throat of a level 4 beast with bare hands amidst the wreckage of burning mechas. Yet the beasts were too numerous, and this figure ultimately fell in battle against them. Countless similar images stirred the eyes of all spectators with a hint of moisture. Despite having seen many documentaries of the sort, they could not help but shed tears. It was their burdensome march that had paved the way for the tranquility of the present. Let the awakening commence. Step forward in order of your student numbers. As the stern command of the director echoed, the crowd surged like a cascade of toppled dominoes. The first boy approached the talent stone, but collapsed to the ground the instant he touched it. An untalented individual. Duan Mengfei, D-level metal system. When this outcome was announced, the girl with the bow sighed in relief. Her trembling fingers coalesced into a miniature shield resembling tiny golden specks. Zhang F-level talent, water system. Shu He, untalented. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Even an F-level talent could elicit a smile from its bearer. For possessing talent meant the possibility of cultivation, the opportunity to grow stronger through one's own efforts. Those without talent could only lead the mundane lives of ordinary people. Suddenly, a chilling aura swept over the assembly. Ye Tian whirled around to see frost flowers crystallizing around the 3rd talent stone. The girl who always sat quietly in the corner of the classroom, Tang Rushua, had her long hair floating as if in a breeze, ice crystals refracting a rainbow on her eyelashes. Tang Rushua, S-level talent, ice system. As these golden characters materialized above the talent stone, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Students gasped collectively, some incredulously rubbing their eyes. How? Is this even possible? A bespectacled boy adjusted his frame. Our school hasn't seen an S-level talent in a decade. Ah, truly worthy of the goddess Tang. A girl in the back remarked with a hint of envy. She had overshadowed them since enrollment, and now even in talent. However, Tang Rushua paid no heed to their discussions. She glided forward with graceful steps, her skirt creating delicate ripples as if she were enveloped in an ethereal frost. Sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft halo around her silvery hair. Ye Tian. She paused before a handsome young man, her icy visage suddenly blossoming into a smile, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming upon a mountain peak. I have awakened my S-level talent, and it is a formidable ice system. Impressive, isn't it? A chorus of gasps echoed around her. Who would have thought that the normally distant school bell would smile at an ordinary student? Ye Tian helplessly rubbed his nose, warmth flickering in his eyes beneath his tousled black hair. Well, you are indeed remarkable. If my talent falls short, I may need to rely on your protection. Tang Rushua let out a soft chuckle, her ice blue eyes reflecting the figure of Ye Tian. Rest assured, knowing your stomach is delicate, I'll feed you soft rice. She deliberately lowered her voice, yet several nearby classmates, eavesdropping, caught her words, which instantly provoked a chorus of lamentations. Next, Ye Tian. With the host teacher's call, the entire hall fell silent once more. Ye Tian took a deep breath, feeling a slight perspiration forming in his palms. The moment he placed his hand upon the talent stone, a peculiar warmth surged through his fingertips and into his body. Boom! A blinding golden light erupted suddenly, akin to the sun exploding indoors. The principal abruptly stood from his seat, his reading glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. This radiance. The golden glow persisted for a full 30 seconds before gradually dissipating. When the words Gold S-Class materialized, the crowd did not erupt in the anticipated uproar. Everyone was rendered speechless, still in shock from the previous spectacle. Only the principal trembled, feverishly recording notes with shaking hands. As someone to know, he understood better than anyone. The upper limit of this testing stone was S-Class, and to elicit such an extraordinary phenomenon from it, one could only surmise. He contemplated. It's settled. One Tang Rushua is already S-Class, and now there's another who may surpass it. It is said that above S-Class lies SS and SSS levels. Yet such individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers. Once they appear, they are destined to become the pillars of humanity in the future. Human success relies on one talent and 99 effort, yet often this one is crucial. Countless individuals remain stagnant due to this elusive one. Principal Feng Zhuyun promptly reported the incident, requesting that Ye Tian be taken for an authentic talent assessment. Should the results reveal an exceptionally high talent, otherworldly beasts and races would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Hence, the talent testing stone could only reveal up to S-Class. As for higher levels, one must venture to the core of the human race, and testing can only be conducted with the approval of the upper echelons. Meanwhile, Ye Tian felt his consciousness being drawn into a peculiar realm. Countless weapons danced and spiraled within this golden expanse, the thrumming of blades and spears converging into a majestic voice that resonated in his ears. Master of 10,000 weapons, you shall finally see the light of day. Chapter 2. Master of all weapons. Ye Tian gazed intently at the enigmatic realm before him, where an invisible force seemed to isolate the surroundings, creating a self-contained microcosm. Countless weapons floated within, including blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Each weapon radiated a faint luminescence, swirling around a central orb of light like stars in a celestial dance. This orb, crystalline and resplendent, was adorned with intricate, arcane runes that shifted with fluid grace. Sometimes darting like fish, other times coiling like chains, exuding a suffocating aura of power. Master of all weapons? Ye Tian murmured, his voice echoing in the vast expanse. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him, as if these weapons were bowing in reverence, awaiting his command. Indeed, esteemed master of all weapons, your awakening has been long anticipated. The orb emitted a gentle glow, its voice resonating like an ancient echo, imbued with both age and reverence. It was then that Ye Tian noticed the runes on the orb's surface were not static. They continuously morphed, forming various patterns of ancient script. He reached out, longing to touch the runes, but a sharp pain surged through him just before contact, compelling him to retract his hand. What is the master of all weapons? And who are you? Ye Tian suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and asked in a low voice. The orb's light flickered faintly, as if deliberating. The master of all weapons wields dominion over all arms of the world, whether forged from mundane iron or crafted as divine artifacts. All shall bow before you. 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, under your command, can unleash a power that defies comprehension. You are the sovereign of warfare, the emperor of weaponry. As the orb's voice softened, it continued, I am the spirit of all weapons, the manifestation of your innate potential, your most formidable weapon. I shall evolve alongside your growth until I am fully awakened. Ye Tian's heart raced. He had never fathomed possessing such an extraordinary gift. Yet, a more pressing question loomed in his mind. What level of talent did being the master of all weapons entail? The space suddenly plunged into an eerie silence. The spirit of all weapons flickered in brightness, and after a prolonged pause, it finally intoned. Supreme level. Supreme level? Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What could that possibly mean? The spirit of all weapons began to rotate, casting a luminous projection in the air, according to the ranking of talents on your planet. F. E. D. C. B. A. S. SS. SSS. Divine level, and then the supreme level. Ye Tian felt as though struck by lightning, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. He recalled his father's words, stating that those with S-level talents were exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a century within the entire base city. And now, he stood as a being beyond the divine level. A surge of warmth flooded his heart, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He finally glimpsed hope, the hope of avenging his grandfather. The hope of eradicating the monstrous beasts. Spirit of all weapons, Ye Tian took a deep breath. From now on, I shall call you Wanling. You say you can transform into my weapon? To obey my master's will, the orb glided gently toward Ye Tian, and upon making contact with his palm, it erupted into a dazzling white light. When the brilliance subsided, a silver-white spear materialized in Ye Tian's grasp. The spear felt cold, yet it resonated with a sense of kinship deep within his veins. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Was this merely a first-tier weapon? The voice of Wanling echoed in his mind. Master, I shall evolve as your strength increases. For now, please begin to comprehend the profundity of your talent. Ye Tian settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes in concentration. Within the vast ocean of consciousness, he perceived countless spectral weapons, though most were indistinct. With only a few at the periphery barely discernible, he attempted to summon one of the short swords, only to find his mental energy swiftly drained by more than half. There is no need to rush, my master, Wanling gently reminded him. You are still too weak. After each breakthrough, I will assist you in unlocking new abilities. Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. I understand. Wanling then withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Always at your service, my master. Wanling transformed back into a luminous orb, circling around Ye Tian. As Ye Tian's awareness returned to the present, he clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented power coursing through him, a resolute smile gracing his lips. Monstrous beasts, await your doom. When Ye Tian opened his eyes, shimmering golden specks danced upon the lashes of a nearby girl. Tang Rushua leaned closer, her face mere inches away, the faint fragrance of gardenia wafting from her hair. Her slender fingers playfully fluttered before his eyes, stirring a gentle breeze. Have you lost your senses? Did your awakening of S-level talent leave you so exhilarated that you fainted? Tang Rushua tilted her head, mischief glimmering in her eyes. Ye Tian inhaled deeply, flexing his somewhat numbed fingers. Residual energy waves lingered around the awakening platform, and he could feel the extraordinary power within him flowing steadily. He was indeed astonished by his own talent. I must admit, he murmured, his gaze inadvertently drifting to his palm, where faint golden patterns still lingered. Tang Rushua smiled radiantly, her expression resembling a snow lotus blooming unexpectedly in winter, captivating the attention of several boys who had been discreetly observing her. You really need to work on your composure, be a bit steadier like me. She feigned maturity, patting Ye Tian's shoulder, her fingertips warming slightly from the contact with his solid muscles beneath his uniform. Ye Tian chose not to acknowledge her reddening ears, merely smiling in amusement. The Tang Rushua before him bore no resemblance to the aloof goddess. She seemed more like a playful neighbor girl. He lowered his gaze, concealing the shock within his eyes. His astonishment was not merely at the ordinary S-level talent. What he had awakened was the legendary supreme-level talent of the master of all weapons. The awakening ceremony continued. Yet the atmosphere gradually cooled with the emergence of successive F and E-level talents. Occasionally, a D-level glow would elicit a minor stir. Haha, I have awakened a B-level talent. It's time to soar. A familiar, quacking voice suddenly erupted. Ye Tian turned to see Yu Ingjun, his rotund figure dancing exuberantly. As the talent stone before him glimmered with earthy yellow light, coalescing into the silhouette of an ancient shield. The chubby boy's face was flushed with excitement, beads of sweat gleaming on his forehead under the sunlight. Tian Gu, Tian Gu. Yu Ingjun barreled over like a cannonball, his body jiggling with glee, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath his feet. From now on, you attack, and I will defend. Together, we are an unstoppable duo. Ye Tian deftly sidestepped the oncoming embrace, watching as Yu Ingjun flailed on the ground like a turtle unable to right itself. When Yu Ingjun finally stood, his uniform was dusted with grime, and he pouted in mock grievance. Tian Gu, you've forgotten about your little brother now that you have a sister-in-law. Tang Rushua's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, yet she subtly shifted a half-step closer to Ye Tian. Ye Tian chuckled, flicking Yu Ingjun's forehead. Well done, fatty. Your Earth-type defensive talent complements mine perfectly. He feigned a stern expression, but two grown men hugging like that. What sort of image is that? My preference lies with beautiful young ladies. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Rushua stepped on his foot. Chapter 3. I want to join the army. As Ye Tian and Tang Ruxue engaged in their playful banter, Yu Yingjun had long grown accustomed to their antics. He discreetly turned away, a resigned smile gracing his chubby face as he unconsciously fiddled with the cuff of his school uniform. The playground occasionally reverberated with the jubilant cheers of successful awakenings, accompanied by a dazzling display of colorful energy radiating through the crowd. After today, it was likely that everyone would embark on their own distinct paths. Yu Yingjun gazed into the distance at a classmate testing their fire affinity, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. The individual's palm was exuding scorching flames, causing the testing apparatus to glow an intense red. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian retracted the playful smile he had shared with Tang Ruxue and nodded solemnly. He instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through his veins. Tang Ruxue gently leaned against his shoulder, the faint scent of jasmine wafting from her hair, tantalizing Ye Tian's senses. After today, fate would propel them towards divergent destinies. Some would revert to ordinary lives. Others would enter prestigious institutions for systematic training, while some would confront the brutal battleground, risking their lives against ferocious beasts. The protracted awakening ceremony had finally drawn to a close. Yet, no one departed. The air was thick with a palpable tension and anticipation. Ye Tian could sense countless fervent gazes directed towards them. Representatives from various elite universities and the military were already on edge, awaiting the principal's command. Principal Feng Zhuyun ascended the podium with measured steps. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated through the loudspeakers, reaching every corner of the playground. Children, after today, your lives will encounter their first watershed moment. His gaze swept across each youthful visage in the audience. Some had awakened astonishing talents, while others remained ordinary. But remember, there is more than one path in life. At this juncture, the principal paused deliberately, his eyes lingering on Ye Tian for a moment. To those who have awakened their talents, you currently comprehend only your levels and attributes. Yet the true essence of your gifts must be unveiled through specialized instruments in universities or the military, and continuously discovered through growth. He raised his right hand, and a crystalline ice blossom materialized in his palm. 20 years ago, I believed myself to be merely an ordinary ice affinity awakener. The ice blossom refracted a spectrum of colors in the sunset, eliciting a chorus of gasps. The principal smiled as he tossed it into the air, transforming it into countless shimmering specks that dissipated into the atmosphere. Finally, I wish you all a splendid future. He turned a gesture towards the admissions representatives behind him, signifying that the stage was now theirs. As his words faded, a refined man clad in a deep blue suit eagerly approached Ye Tian. Ye Tian, I am Chen Tianhai, an instructor from Jing University. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking rapidly. With your talent, Jing University is the optimal choice. We not only offer top-tier faculty, but are also willing to provide you with an additional enlightenment elixir and an A-grade martial technique. The mention of the enlightenment elixir prompted a collective intake of breath from those nearby. Even the typically composed Tang Ruxue widened her eyes in astonishment. This rare elixir, capable of significantly enhancing mental fortitude and expanding meridians, was usually reserved for military elites who had achieved great feats. Is that all? A booming voice interrupted the collective awe. A representative from Manhwaudiobook University pushed through the crowd, his fiery red tie fluttering like a dancing flame. On top of that, we will add 1,000 credits. You must understand, in our Manhwaudiobook University exchange system, 1,000 credits is sufficient to purchase half a set of S-grade equipment. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Just as both sides were embroiled in contention, a composed female voice interjected, "Stand aside." The representative from Hucking University approached gracefully, clad in a well-tailored white suit, her hair meticulously styled in a bun. We at Hucking can promise Ye Tian entry into the Heavenly Thunder secret realm. She added significantly, that is a cultivation sanctuary coveted even by the military. This statement served to douse the crowd with cold water. The expressions of the representatives from Jing University and Manhwaudiobook University transformed into ones of displeasure. They lacked the authority to make such promises regarding this strategic resource. Ye Tian noted the Manhwaudiobook representative subconsciously touching a scar on his left arm, a remnant of a beast attack. Amidst all the expectant gazes, Ye Tian turned towards the military representative in the corner. The officer, named Liang Guowen, stood erect, his olive-green uniform adorned with 3 gleaming medals. Since the commencement of the awakening ceremony, he had maintained a soldier-esque silence, yet Ye Tian could sense his piercing gaze never straying from him. "Greetings, Ye Tian." Liang Guowen's voice was somewhat hoarse, a testament to the toll of battle. "I am Liang Guowen, under General Sheng Wanwan." He took a step forward, the crisp sound of his military boots echoing against the ground. "If you choose the military, I assure you a recommendation into the Dragon Fong Special Training Group. The resources offered by the Academy are no less than ours." The hall erupted with a chorus of derisive sounds. One instructor even scoffed dismissively. "Is that the best you can offer? The Dragon Fong Group is indeed formidable, but with Ye Tian's talent, he would thrive regardless of the group he joins." Yet, Ye Tian's heart raced. He recalled his father's words, True warriors are forged in the crucible of blood and fire. It felt as though the innate talent of the Lord of all weapons within him resonated with this choice, as countless weapon phantoms shimmered within his mind's eye. I choose to enlist. The declaration detonated within the hall like an explosive charge. Tang Rushue abruptly grasped Ye Tian's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Liang Guan appeared momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his bronzed features. He had merely been going through the motions, without even retrieving the recruitment manual. Ye Tian, are you certain? Liang Guowen's voice tightened. You must understand the perils of the front lines. Only by facing the beasts on the battlefield can one become a true powerhouse, Ye Tian interjected, his voice resolute as tempered steel. If I cannot confront danger now, how can I protect those who matter in the future? Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden halo upon his profile. Tang Rushue's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet she stood tall with pride. Yu Ingjun suddenly pushed forward, his cherubic face bearing an unprecedented seriousness. Sir, my Earth affinity is rated B. Can I join the military alongside Tiange? Liang Guan's expression shifted from shock to elation. He clapped Yu Ingjun's shoulder vigorously, nearly toppling the little chubby fellow. Of course, you are most welcome. Earth defenders are highly sought after on the battlefield. Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun exchanged a knowing smile, their camaraderie woven into that glance. Yet, within the eyes of the two young men burned a fervor more intense than the setting sun. Chapter 4. Some things must be done by someone. Sunlight bathed the training ground, enveloping the figures of the three in a golden glow. Tang Rushue observed Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her slender fingers brushed past the loose strands of hair by her ear, about to speak. Then before she could finish, Ye Tian interjected, his voice low and resolute. Shui, you should consider Hucking or Jing University. Tang Rushue's heart jolted. She knew Ye Tian too well. In his deep, ink-like eyes lay a concern for her safety. She instinctively tightened her grip on her skirt, her knuckles whitening. Just as she was about to retort, Ye Tian continued, be good, listen to me. He gently tucked her loose hair behind her ear. The warmth of his fingertips sent a rush of heat through Tang Rushue's heart. My talent will flourish best in the military. As for you, he paused momentarily, his gaze intense. With your S-grade talent, it is imperative that you grow safely during your university years, so you may better assist me in the future. Tang Rushue pressed her slightly pale lips together, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her face. She understood Ye Tian's earnest intentions. Huqing and Jing University, being inland, boasted the highest safety, while Magic City University was perilously close to dangerous waters. This stubborn youth was resolute in leaving the most perilous battlefield to himself, while ensuring her safety in a more secure location. I promise you. She finally lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. I will strive to become powerful as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, she grasped Ye Tian's wrist with surprising strength. But you must promise me as well. You must return alive. You must live. I will always wait for you. Ye Tian felt the warmth radiating from her grip and nodded solemnly. I will. This is our pact. Ahem. Yu Ingjun exaggeratedly cleared his throat, elongating his tone. I know your bond is unbreakable. But could you perhaps consider that there is a gaggle of single souls here feasting on dog food? Only then did the two realize that the entire training ground's attention was riveted upon them. Tang Rushue's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, while Ye Tian, unperturbed, smiled and tightened his grip on her delicate hand. The subsequent recruitment event was vibrant and lively. Representatives from various universities vied to offer enticing conditions, all eager to recruit this rare S-grade talent. Ultimately, Tang Rushue chose Jing University, much to the delight of their admissions officer. Although they could not enroll Ye Tian, securing an S-grade genius was an unexpected boon. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Some opted to enlist in the military, others chose to pursue further studies at ordinary universities, while some less fortunate students quietly departed. Most moving were those young individuals without awakened talents. They resolutely approached the enlistment office, vowing to defend their homeland with their very lives. You have 3 days to bid farewell. Liang Guowen's deep voice resonated in Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun's ears. 3 days hence, I will take you to the special training base, after which the true battlefield awaits. Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun exchanged knowing glances and nodded in tacit agreement. On their way home, the setting sun elongated their shadows dramatically, pushing open the familiar courtyard gate. The aroma of food enveloped them. Aunt Ling was wiping the dining table, while little Duo, with her twin ponytails, stood on tiptoe, assisting with the arrangement of dishes. Upon hearing the door open, Duo joyfully flitted into Ye Tian's embrace. Brother, how did the awakening go today? Was it super impressive? She asked, her rosy face tilted upwards, eyes brimming with anticipation. Ye Tian ruffled her hair, a hint of tenderness gleaming in his eyes. Yes, a truly remarkable talent. Just being back is good enough. Aunt Ling set down her cloth, smiling gently. I made your favorite braised pork. This home exuded warmth. Though Ye Tian was not Aunt Ling's biological son, he had lived here since the age of 13. His parents were both awakened and had been on the front lines for years. thus entrusting him to the care of their best friend. Aunt Ling's husband had perished 3 years prior during the beast tide, leaving her and her daughter to rely on one another. Brother, hurry and tell me. Duoer tugged at his sleeve, shaking him. Is it B grade or higher? A grade? Ye Tian winked mysteriously. It's S grade. Wow. Duoer dramatically covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. Then you will definitely become someone as formidable as the saint. Suddenly, she clenched her small fists and softly declared, then you can avenge Duoer's father. Aunt Ling's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She turned her face away to wipe her eyes, thinking to herself, how could she not be the child of those two? Duoer, Aunt Ling. Ye Tian knelt down to meet Duoer's sparkling gaze, his voice resolute as iron. When I grow strong, I will eradicate all the beasts on Huangshan Ridge. Aunt Ling gently stroked his hair. Silly boy, I only wish for your safety. Her fingers trembled slightly. There were many soldiers, including Duoer's father. I know. Ye Tian held Aunt Ling's calloused hand, but some things must be done. He recalled his parents. Initially, he may have felt resentment. Why could other children grow up with their parents by their side, while he could not? However, he gradually understood that his parents fought for the Dragon Country. His father was right in his letters. Without the steadfastness of border soldiers, how could the bustling sounds of market vendors arise? To safeguard countless homes, someone must willingly serve as the kindling in the shadows. Grandfather, you must have thought so too, right? That general who heroically sacrificed himself to shield the retreat of the populace was indeed a hero of the Dragon Country, embodying the true glory of a soldier. Which university will you attend, brother? Puqing, Jing University, or Magic City? Ye Tian took a deep breath. I choose to enlist. The air instantly thickened. Aunt Ling's complexion turned ashen, and Duoer's smile froze on her face. No. Duoer suddenly clung to his leg. Enlisting is too dangerous. Daddy. Aunt Ling fought back tears, her lips trembling as she attempted to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she could only let out a heavy sigh. You've always had your own opinions. I only beg of you to return alive. Ye Tian nodded solemnly. Since arriving at this small courtyard at 13, Ling Rongqi had cared for him as if he were her own son. He remembered those rainy nights when she would sit by his bedside with steaming ginger soup. Each time he was injured, it was her weathered hands that gently tended to his wounds. From that moment, Ye Tian vowed that once he had the ability, he would avenge both Duoer and Aunt Ling. He embraced Duoer, feeling the tremors of her small frame. I promise you both. Moreover, he recalled his grandfather, his voice ringing with conviction, I will become a great general. Chapter 5, Farewell. Hearing the boy's resolute words, Ling Rongqi found herself momentarily transported back to several years prior, when she had seen a similarly upright figure. Back then, her husband stood at their doorstep, turning to smile as he said he would return. The images from her memory overlapped with the boy before her, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she quickly wiped them away. Brother, you can do it. Duoer urged, her confidence unwavering. She tiptoed and pressed a talisman of safety into Ye Tian's hand. It was something she had carried since childhood, hoping it would protect her brother as well. Ye Tian felt a warmth in his heart as he gently tousled his sister's soft hair. Yes, it's a promise. Duoer must also study hard. I will return to check your homework. He could feel his sister's little hand gripping his clothing tightly, like a frightened animal afraid of being abandoned. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. Ye Tian intentionally adopted a cheerful tone. I won't be leaving for 3 days, so I'll spend this time with you both. All right. Duoer immediately brightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother is taking me to the amusement park, but... She mischievously winked. I must also find time to accompany Sister Rushua. After all, she is my future sister-in-law, haha. Ling Rongqi couldn't help but chuckle, while Ye Tian's face flushed bright red. He inwardly muttered, even this little girl has noticed? Have I been that obvious? Returning to the matter at hand, Ling Rongqi repressed her smile, a shadow of concern settling between her brows. Surely, the girl Su Shui would not enlist, would she? She has gone to Jing University. I will find time to visit her, and bid her a proper farewell before my departure. As he uttered the last few words, Ye Tian's voice dwindled to a whisper, as though a lump of cotton had lodged itself in his throat. Despite his overwhelming reluctance, he could not allow the girl he cherished to venture into the treacherous battlefield. Enough, Ling Rongqi gently patted his shoulder, her tone both tender and resolute. It's not as if we can't meet again. Make sure to say a proper goodbye before you leave. Remember, a brief separation paves the way for a more joyous reunion. Ye Tian nodded earnestly, warmth surging within his chest. Though his parents often roamed afar, Aunt Ling treated him as her own, and he was fortunate to have his quirky sister Duoer. Even more so, he had encountered Su Shui, and deep within, he silently vowed to grow stronger, to protect this precious happiness he had found. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yu family villa, a fierce argument erupted. What? Have you lost your mind? Enlisting? Yu Dahai's roar reverberated, causing the crystal chandelier to tremble. He abruptly stood, the solid wooden coffee table jolted from its position. Shen Qing hurriedly grasped her husband's arm, turning to their son with tear-filled eyes. Ingjun, I understand your patriotic fervor, but you must at least wait until you graduate from university. How can your father and I feel at ease with you on the front lines? Yu Ingjun stubbornly held his head high, his 200-pound frame resembling an immovable mountain. Dad, Mom, I'm no longer a child. How can I become stronger without experiencing life and death trials? If one day the beasts truly reach our doorstep, am I to hide behind you both? His voice quivered as he spoke, recalling all the times they had protected him. This time, let me be the one to protect you. Yu Dahai and Shin Qing exchanged glances, each seeing the flicker of doubt in the other's eyes. When had this pampered boy grown into a steadfast man? With a thud, Yu Ingjun knelt, his forehead pressed against the floor. Mom and Dad, for 18 years. You have indulged me. Can you grant me this one last wish? His voice was muffled yet resolute. Eventually, the couple, with reddened eyes, nodded in agreement, with the sole condition that he remain at home for the next 3 days. In the days that followed, Ye Tian dedicated his time to the two important girls in his life. On the first day, he took Ling Duoer to the amusement park, where the little girl laughed joyfully atop a carousel like a merry lark. The subsequent 2 days were entirely devoted to Tang Rushua. They indulged in the simple joys of being an ordinary couple, sharing a cotton candy along Fengqing's old street, secretly entwining their fingers in the back row of a cinema, watching the sunrise together in the morning, and leaning against the riverbank at dusk, waiting for the sun to set. Swear, there is something I need to tell you. On the third day, as the last rays of sunlight descended, Ye Tian suddenly halted. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest, his palms damp with sweat. Tang Rushua looked up at him, puzzled. He retrieved a small blue velvet box from his pocket, inside which lay a simple silver ring, engraved with their initials. Though we have long understood each other's feelings, Ye Tian's voice trembled. I still wish to formally ask, Tang Rushua, will you be my girlfriend? In an instant, her eyes widened, tears welling up. This oblivious boy had finally come to his senses. She snatched the ring and slipped it onto her finger. And before Ye Tian could react, she rose on her toes and kissed him. The moonlight bathed the embracing lovers in a silvery glow. Ye Tian held her tightly, pledging in his heart, to protect this moment of happiness, he would fearlessly face any trials ahead. On the day of departure, everyone stood in neat rows before Liangguan, the morning breeze brushing against youthful faces. It seemed they were ready. Liangguan's gaze swept across the dozens of fresh-faced students like a hawk surveying its domain. In addition to the 2 specially recruited top students, over 20 others had signed their names on the enrollment forms, either drawn by their awakened abilities or a pure yearning for military life. All stood in silence, their spines straightened. Then, let us depart. Liangguan's voice sliced through the air with clarity and precision. As he turned, the sound of his camouflage combat boots echoed against the concrete. The massive rotor blades of the transport helicopter began to whirl, stirring up dust along the runway. Outside the helipad, parents crowded behind the caution line. A mother suddenly broke free from her husband's grasp, rushing to the front and calling her son's childhood name at the top of her lungs. The call boy tightened his jaw but did not turn back, his fingers gripping the strap of his backpack turning pale. More parents silently wiped away tears, gazing at these children about to head to the front lines, momentarily seeing their little ones taking their first steps. Students who had chosen ordinary universities also came to bid farewell. Former rivals from the training ground and classmates who had once jostled for the last portion of braised meat in the cafeteria now looked up, watching as the helicopter slowly ascended. Some raised their phones to capture the moment, only to find their lenses blurred. Was it the fierce gusts from the rotor blades? Or were their eyes simply too misty? Tang Rushua stood at the edge of the crowd, her upturned face appearing especially pale in the morning light. Even as the helicopter became a mere speck in the sky, she stubbornly continued to gaze in that direction. Miss, Ye Tian has already left. You should return home now. A middle-aged man, maintaining a respectful distance, gently reminded her. The family head and madam have been waiting for you in Kyoto for quite some time. The speaker's physique was as imposing as a javelin, his muscular build beneath his suit indicating he was no ordinary bodyguard. I understand, Uncle Qing. Tang Rushua lowered her gaze. When she lifted her eyes again, all traces of emotion had frozen into ice, transforming her back into the lofty heiress of the Tang family. She gathered her wind-tossed hair and turned toward the black sedan parked at the roadside, her heels clicking a detached rhythm against the marble floor. Chapter 6. The Initial Battle. The Terror of the Lord of 10,000 Soldiers. After a day of jarring flight aboard the helicopter, Ye Tian and his companions finally arrived at the Jiangbei Military District Training Base, nestled amidst towering mountains. The imposing watchtowers and rows of barracks appeared particularly solemn in the twilight. Liangguan led the group through the heavily guarded checkpoints, arriving at a gray building. This is the reporting hall. He pushed the door open, revealing dozens of new recruits queuing to complete their paperwork, their conversations and footsteps echoing in the spacious room. Suddenly, a burly man strode in. With thick brows and large eyes, his bronze face bore a faint scar, the contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his uniform. Sergeant Liang. His booming voice rang out like thunder as he stood at attention, executing the salute with precision. Liangguan nodded slightly. Hongbin, these youngsters are now in your care. He extracted a stack of documents from his briefcase. This contains their profiles, especially keep an eye on this one named Ye Tian. As Hongbin received the files, his pupils constricted upon reading the first page. S-class. He gasped internally. As a veteran with a decade of service, he fully understood the implications of such a rating. Throughout the illustrious history of the Zhongbei army, the number of warriors possessing S-level talents has scarcely exceeded a mere handful. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, though the throbbing veins at his temples betrayed his inner excitement. After swiftly perusing the documents, a glimmer of determination sparked in Hongbin's eyes. Rest assured, Captain Liang Qian, I will train them to become the finest soldiers. Once Liang Guowen departed, Hongbin turned to face the group of young recruits. Standing tall, his voice resonated like a bell. Greetings, I am your instructor, Hongbin, a centurion of the 7th Legion of the Zhongbei army, with a cultivation level of the 3rd realm of wanfaging. A sharp gaze swept across each face. Here, there are no prodigies, only soldiers. Are you prepared to embrace the rigors of hellish training? We are ready. They responded in unison. Traversing the lengthy corridor, they arrived at a training ground as expansive as a football field. The ground was adorned with specially designed shock-absorbing materials, and the surrounding walls were bedecked with an array of weaponry, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen under the overhead lights. Today, we will first test your combat instincts. Hongbin removed his jacket, revealing arms etched with scars. I will not utilize my cultivation. You may select any weapon you desire. Remember, on the battlefield, it is often not the strongest who survive, but those who can adapt to the chaos of combat. Ye Tian, is it? Step forward. When Hongbin's finger unexpectedly pointed at him, Ye Tian felt a rush of adrenaline surge through his veins. He approached the weapon rack, his fingers gliding over a row of long spears, ultimately grasping a sleek, blackened Xian iron spear. At the moment of contact, an extraordinary sensation washed over him. It felt as though the spear had become an extension of his very being, each intricate pattern on its shaft vividly perceptible. Wanling, what is happening? He exclaimed inwardly. A melodic voice resonated in his mind. Master, this is the initial manifestation of the innate talent of the sovereign of all arms. When you wield any weapon, you can instantaneously comprehend its essence as naturally as breathing. As your cultivation advances, this perception will intensify. A tempest of emotions surged within Ye Tian. In the martial realm, the understanding of essence is a coveted state sought after by countless warriors. Even those of the wanfaging level may not achieve it. Yet, as he grasped the spear, a multitude of spear techniques spontaneously emerged in his mind, as if they were second nature. Quite impressive, Hongbin remarked, arms crossed, a smirk gracing his lips. Here's the deal. If you can inflict a wound upon me, you may choose whether to attend future training sessions. A collective gasp echoed from the onlookers. The new recruits exchanged glances. This proposition was undeniably enticing, yet the sight of their seasoned instructor's battle-hardened physique left them feeling it was a mere fantasy. Please instruct us. Instructor. Ye Tian inhaled deeply, allowing the spear tip to dip slightly as he assumed his stance. In the next moment, a flash of cold light erupted in the training ground. Ye Tian's thrust was as swift as lightning, the spear tip slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Hongbin's pupils constricted in an instant as his martial instincts kicked in, causing him to sidestep just in time. The spear grazed his camouflage uniform, leaving a faint tear in its wake. So fast, alarm bells rang in Hongbin's mind as his right fist shot forth like a cannonball towards Ye Tian's chest. Logically, a full-force strike from Ye Tian would leave him no time to defend, yet to his astonishment, the spear seemed to possess a life of its own. Rotating back towards him and striking his wrist with a resounding thud, Hongbin hastily shifted to block, only to feel an icy chill coursing through his veins as it surged towards his heart. He staggered back 3 steps, his expression grave as he shook off the tingling sensation in his arm. The onlooking recruits widened their eyes in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes, questioning their perception. The seemingly frail youth had actually forced back the renowned close combat instructor, Hongbin. The ensuing battle utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Ye Tian wielded the spear with an effortless grace, each movement harmonizing perfectly with the weapon. Hongbin's relentless barrage of attacks was deftly neutralized, the spear darting like a serpent and sweeping like a dragon, delivering fierce counterattacks amid defensive maneuvers. 20 minutes later, Hongbin's camouflage uniform was reduced to tatters, a long crimson line marring his right arm. He raised a hand to signal a pause, gazing at the slightly panting Ye Tian with a mixture of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Well done, I admit I underestimated you. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he suddenly broke into a grin. You have one. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally provide you with special training. Shall we? Escort them to their quarters and hand them the daily manuals. I do not wish for anyone to claim my soldiers lack discipline. Instructor Han's booming voice echoed across the training ground. The young soldier, Xiao Li, who had been called upon, jogged out of line and waved to the new recruits. Follow me. The group followed him through the dust-laden training grounds toward their accommodation. Yu Ingjun hurried to catch up with Ye Tian, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Brother Tian, you were incredible. You actually wounded the instructor. He lowered his voice intentionally, but his elation was unmistakable. The surrounding comrades leaned in closer, their eager gazes fixated on Ye Tian, feeling the warmth of their admiration. Ye Tian shook his head lightly. That was under the circumstance of the instructor not using his cultivation, and he did not voice the advantage he held in grasping the essence of the spear. Here we are. Just as they were conversing, Xiao Li's voice rang out. 4 to a room, assigned by number. This is your military manual. He retrieved a neatly bound stack of booklets from his bag and solemnly distributed one to each person. Be sure to read every regulation carefully. The recruits accepted the manuals and made their way to their respective dormitories. Upon opening the iron door of room 207, they were greeted by a simple layout of bunk beds on either side and a desk in the center. Ye Tian placed his manual beside his pillow, gazing out the window at the scenery, feeling a fire igniting within his chest. His military journey had truly begun at this moment. Chapter 7. Refining the body to the 8th level. After Ye Tian and the others departed, Hongbin hurriedly made his way to Liang Guowen's office, his military boots echoing urgently against the bluestone corridor. With a resounding crash, he swung open the heavy oak door, causing the frame to tremble and rattling the military maps hung on the walls. What on earth is the hurry? Liang Guowen, engrossed in reviewing documents, was startled by the sudden noise, causing his pen to scratch a long line across the paper, the ink bleeding like blood on the operational plan. He lifted his gaze, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with sharpness, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes taut with anger. How many times must I remind you to knock first? Get out. Knock again before entering. But Captain, this is urgent. Hongbin's dark face glistened with a thin sheen of sweat. Liang Guowen had already risen, his fingers pounding heavily on the desk, causing the water in the teacup to ripple. Rules are rules. Out. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, a pressure characteristic of one accustomed to power. Hongbin gritted his teeth and retreated, inhaling deeply outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 rhythmic knocks resounded. Enter. Liang Guowen's voice from within had regained its calm, though a trace of lingering irritation remained. Discipline is paramount for us soldiers. Speak, what is so urgent? Hongbin regarded the commander's feigned civility with disdain, mentally cursing the old fox for his pretenses. Standing tall, he reported, Captain Liang. There is an issue with Ye Tian. This morning during training, he unleashed the entirety of his gun intent without a trace of spiritual energy. As he uttered the final words, his voice unconsciously lowered, as if wary of being overheard by anyone outside the window. Liang Guowen's fingers abruptly halted their motion, causing his pen to clatter onto the documents. He suddenly lifted his head, his pupils behind the lenses constricting to the size of pinpricks. What did you say? Gun intent. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet, vaulting over the desk, sending papers scattering like snowflakes. Grasping Hongbin by the collar, he demanded, Are you certain you didn't see incorrectly? His breath grew heavy. Absolutely. My blade intent was merely a step away from breaking through. Yet the moment I made contact with his gun intent, I felt as though I had shattered my own bottleneck. Liang Guowen released his grip and began pacing the office. Suddenly, he turned, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He lowered his voice, his Adam's apple bobbing. Remember, this matter is known only to you and me. Shadows of clouds drifted past half of his face, rendering his expression ever shifting. This lad is truly a once-in-a-century genius. Among the roommates in the dormitory, introductions were made. And the other 2 were Miao Tian, a C-rank fire elementalist, and He Feiyun, a C-rank wind elementalist. The following morning, a resounding military horn shattered the dawn, prompting the new recruits to rapidly assemble, rubbing their sleepy eyes. As military uniforms were distributed, each individual delicately caressed the pristine camouflage fabric, as if touching a brand new future. When the gilded book entitled Fundamental Cultivation Techniques arrived in his hands, Ye Tian felt a subtle tremor in his fingertips. Wanling emitted a derisive snort in his mind, seemingly expressing disdain. The subsequent days unfolded as if fast-forwarded. Each dawn, Instructor Hongbin's hoarse shout would resound punctually. You little rascals, today's morning exercises begin. His training methods were straightforward and brutal. Running 20 kilometers with a 50-kilogram load was merely an appetizer, followed by various strenuous physical training sessions that left everyone drenched in sweat. As the sun set, the training ground would be strewn with exhausted new recruits lying in disarray. Yet, the night was when the real challenge began. After lights out, a faint glow would illuminate the 4 beds, as everyone exerted themselves in their pursuit of strength. On this night, 3 months later, the moonlight streamed through the iron bars, casting mottled shadows on the concrete floor. Yu Ingjun suddenly leaped from his bed, his excess flesh jiggling like jelly. Tian Go, Tian Go. I've broken through to the 5th level of body refinement. He excitedly waved his short, stout arms. Miao Tian and He Feiyun exchanged glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. Miao Tian's fingertips danced with a flickering flame. We're still only at the 3rd level. Your speed is astonishing. Just as he finished speaking, the flame extinguished with a soft puff, mirroring their current mood. Ye Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by a faint golden aura. When he opened his eyes and declared he had reached the 8th level of body refinement, the air in the dormitory seemed to solidify. Yu Ingjuan's mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit an entire fist. He Fei Yun's control over the air currents suddenly faltered, sending socks hung on a line swirling about. Ye Tian comforted. The instructor once said, what determines height is never the starting point, but rather, how long one can persist. Miao Tian interjected, his fingertips reigniting with flames. This time brighter than before. He Fei Yun nodded thoughtfully, a gentle breeze lifting the scattered socks and neatly returning them to their place. As the roommates resumed their cultivation, Ye Tian silently activated the 10,000 weapons technique, feeling the resonance of myriad weapons within him. The 10,000 weapons technique was directly bestowed upon Ye Tian by Wanling when he acquired the fundamental cultivation techniques. Wanling had explicitly told him that he possessed a cultivation method suited for the master of myriad weapons, deeming the fundamental techniques as utterly inferior and unworthy of his time. What else could Ye Tian do? To possess a superior cultivation method and not practice it would be sheer folly. A technique that harmonized with the innate talent of the master of myriad weapons could not possibly be subpar. Consequently, the outcome was that Ye Tian's prowess surged at an astonishing rate, leaving everyone else in the dust. The following day marked the new recruit competition, where the victor would not only gain resources and rewards, but also the privilege of selecting team members first. Yu Ingjun exclaimed excitedly. Every ability user possesses their unique powers. To better cooperate on the battlefield, they typically form 7-member teams. This not only allows for complementary strengths, but also fosters a sense of unity among the soldiers. Tiangu, if you come in first, you must choose us. We each have different attributes. The wind element can boost fire, while fire can combine with earth to create tremendous offensive power, Miao Tian stated. Isn't that obvious? We train together every day. Who could rival our synergy? Exactly. Tiangu will definitely pick us. The other two chimed in. Rest assured, during this time, I've contemplated extensively what my team needs. Coincidentally, you all fit perfectly into my plans. Ye Tian's magnetic voice resonated. Haha, splendid. To fight alongside Tiangu, we shall continue our training with even greater vigor. After saying this, the three resumed their cultivation. Ye Tian relished this atmosphere, where everyone encouraged each other to progress, each harboring a resolute determination to grow stronger. The new recruit competition? How exhilarating! As anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 8. The new recruit competition commences. The next day, the martial arts arena was bustling with over 100 new recruits, each demonstrating an air of vitality and standing tall. Those lacking talent could only watch enviously from the sidelines. With everyone present, you must surely understand how crucial today's competition is. This is not merely about determining the right to choose teammates, but also concerns resources and even spots for training at the Dragon Tooth base, Liang Guowen stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone grew immensely serious. The Dragon Tooth organization could be deemed a national treasure, with its official members being formidable experts in the Void Realm. The surrounding members are all talents of their respective domains. Even if one cannot join Dragon Tooth, merely having trained at the base provides immense benefits. Now, let me explain the rules. At this point, a tall woman stepped forward. Here, there are 128 individuals. You will face off in pairs, with the victors advancing and the defeated eliminated. To prevent anyone from facing a strong opponent and being eliminated early, after the top 8 are determined, all may individually challenge those in the top 8. If victorious, they will take their place. The names of the defeated will shift backward until they drop out of the top 10. However, each person only has one opportunity to challenge. After determining the top 10, the ranking matches will commence, with the top 10 having the privilege of selecting teammates first. If there are no objections, we shall begin the drawing. After the woman finished speaking, individuals began drawing lots in succession. There are a total of 8 battle platforms. So each lot has 2 sides, one indicating the platform number and the other the order of appearance. Ye Tian drew his lot, observing the number inscribed, Platform 4. First to battle. Yu Ingjun, Miao Tian, and He Fei Yun were on different platforms, and the 4 exchanged glances before heading to their respective arenas. Ye Tian ascended the battle platform, facing an opponent who stood a towering height of nearly 2 meters, strikingly handsome, with violet eyes. Upon seeing Ye Tian, his expression soured. He was Tsang Hai, a B-rank lightning elementalist whose cultivation level matched Yu Ingjun's at the 5th level of body refinement. With such talent and cultivation, he should have had every opportunity to break into the top 10, yet he found himself facing Ye Tian right from the start. He had already prepared for the resurrection match. Despite the uncertainty surrounding Ye Tian's cultivation level, he is universally acknowledged as the premier fighter in the new recruits camp. To this day, none have managed to best him in combat. Ye Tian, I am aware that I am no match for you. So I shall only employ a single strike to gauge our disparity, said Song Hai, his gaze fixed intently on the composed figure before him. He understood all too well the outcome of this contest, yet his pride compelled him to witness firsthand the chasm separating the genius from the ordinary. Ye Tian inclined his head slightly. Come forth, he replied, his voice as tranquil as a still lake. Song Hai let out a roar, retrieving a pair of dark purple battle gauntlets from his waist. The runes inscribed upon the gauntlets illuminated one by one under the stimulation of spiritual energy, emitting a sharp crackling sound. Purple lightning, akin to a living creature, coiled around his arms, filling the air with a faint scent of scorching heat. He stomped the ground fiercely, causing the blue stone floor to crack like a spider's web, and transformed into a streak of purple light hurtling towards Ye Tian. In that instant, all of his strength at the 5th level of body refinement erupted forth. The purple lightning coalesced in the air, forming a fearsome thunder dragon that roared as it sought to devour its target. The spectators held their breath in unison. Yet, Ye Tian remained utterly unmoved, standing steadfast amidst the tempest of lightning. Is this a sign of disdain towards me? Song Hai's eyes flashed with anger, and the speed of the thunder dragon surged. In the blink of an eye, his fist was mere inches from Ye Tian's face. Just as everyone believed Ye Tian would pay for his arrogance, that fist, shrouded in destructive lightning, suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. With a casual motion, Ye Tian raised his left hand, his long fingers deftly grasping Song Hai's wrist. A crisp crack echoed as his right hand positioned the spear against Song Hai's throat. The arena fell into a profound silence. Ye Tian had triumphed over Song Hai with a single move. I concede. You are formidable, and I am duly impressed, Song Hai remarked. I appreciate your courtesy. Ye Tian replied, releasing his hold and gracefully retracting the spear behind him. It was only then that Song Hai felt the delayed, searing pain in his restrained wrist, the seemingly casual grip having rendered his right hand temporarily numb. A fervent discussion erupted among the onlookers, though brief. This battle made a singular truth abundantly clear. The young man standing in the center of the arena had transcended their realm. As Ye Tian descended from the combat stage, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that the initial battles on the other 7 platforms raged on with fervor. The sounds of metal clashing and elemental explosions resonated, filling the air with subtle fluctuations of energy. He casually selected a vantage point, arms crossed, and his piercing gaze swept across each combat arena. I must carefully observe everyone. Ye Tian silently mused, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his arm. He needed to identify the most suitable members to join his team, a matter critical not only for the forthcoming competitions, but also for their survival in future trials. On the 4th platform, the second round of competitors had already taken the stage. Ye Tian's attention drifted among the various arenas, discreetly assessing their strengths. Most competitors ranged from the 3rd to the 5th level of body refinement. He muttered to himself before his pupils suddenly contracted. Ye Tian involuntarily sighed, leaning forward slightly. He had spotted a girl clad in a light green military uniform, gracefully stepping onto the stage. Wei, the rumored A-grade with element talent. Even more astonishing was the revelation that her strength had already reached the 6th level of body refinement, a rarity among newcomers. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, dancing with the breeze, while vibrant green energy swirled around her delicate fingers. Ye Tian observed her furrowed brow during the fight, clearly troubled by the lack of offensive techniques. Indeed, would element talents excel in healing, but they possess few viable attack skills before reaching the realm of myriad laws, relying solely on weapons and their formidable restorative abilities to navigate combat. Ye Tian's focus remained unwavering as he watched the unfolding battle. Wang Nuowei's opponent was a water element fighter, whose streams of water formed whirlpools around her, yet they failed to truly ensnare her. The girl nimbly maneuvered through the currents, sometimes retaliating with fine whips, and at other times using her opponent's strength against them. After a protracted struggle, she finally seized the opportunity to force her adversary out of bounds with her vines. Ye Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. He had long contemplated inviting this girl to join his team. An exceptional wood element talent could, at times, surpass the contributions of all other members, especially during perilous explorations of secret realms, where powerful healing abilities could determine the survival of the entire team. As he pondered this, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Before him, on the 3rd platform, Yu Yingjun was slowly stepping onto the stage. Chapter 9, Individual Battles. Yu Yingjun's opponent, Qin Tong, was a beast element talent, capable of transforming parts of her body into that of an eagle. She was petite, with playful twin ponytails and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. However, at this moment, the enormous eagle wings unfurling from her back and the sharp talons exuded an aura of danger. The match begins. The referee's voice echoed across the arena. Yu Yingjun scratched his head, a perplexed expression crossing his cherubic face. He fixated on Qin Tong, his heart racing uncontrollably. This is just too adorable, he thought to himself, completely forgetting that this was a serious competition. Qin Tong, keenly aware of the chubby boy's fervent gaze, scrunched her petite nose in annoyance. You fatso, if you keep staring, I'll pluck your eyes out. Raising her sharp talons, she sliced through the air, leaving trails of cold light. It was only then that Yu Yingjun realized he had lost his composure. He quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Miss Qin Tong, How about you just forfeit? You're far too lovely for me to harm you. He took an involuntary step forward, his eyes morphing into heart shapes. Disgusting. Qin Tong retreated a half step. Her cheeks flushed with anger. Why don't you forfeit? Go to hell. As soon as her words fell, she soared into the air. Her speed so swift that it left behind an afterimage. Her sharp talons aimed directly at Yu Ingjuan's face, producing a piercing sound as they sliced through the air. Bang! A heavy earthen shield materialized instantly before Yu Ingjuan, absorbing the blow with steadfast resolve. Tiny fragments of earth splattered from the shield's surface, yet it remained unyielding. Miss Qin Tong, you cannot breach my defenses, Yu Ingjuan remarked, peering out from behind the shield. I am an intermediate earth element warrior, while you are merely at the 3rd level of body refinement. Shut up. Qin Tong executed an elegant turn in midair, her wings stirring up a whirlwind as she dove down once more. Her attacks fell like a torrential storm, her talons shrieking against the shield. Yu Ingjuan stood firm, unwavering, continuously adjusting the angle of his earth shield. Each block was executed with impeccable precision, the earthy energy swirling around him, revealing his profound cultivation. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves. This chubby boy's defense is astonishing. That little girl cannot break through it all. After 15 minutes, Qin Tong's onslaught visibly slowed. Her wing beats grew labored, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. After her last attack was blocked, she stumbled to the ground, her chest heaving violently. Surrendering. Qin Tong bit her lip, her eyes slightly reddening. Unwilling to concede, she glared at Yu Ingjuan, but her strength had been completely depleted, and even her legs trembled slightly. Yu Ingjuan hurriedly withdrew the earthen shield, eager to assist her. Miss Qin Tong, are you all right? Get away. Qin Tong shrugged off his hand and staggered toward the edge of the arena. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Observing the girl's defiant figure, Yu Ingjuan rubbed his nose, his expression a mixture of sympathy and helplessness. He glanced at his palm and murmured, why must such a lovely girl possess such a fiery temper? At the sidelines, Ye Tian watched the plump boy with a resigned shake of his head. Has Ingjuan found himself enamored with a girl? He has practically a love-struck puppy. He then redirected his thoughts, contemplating the ideal attributes for their final team member. He remained entangled in the dilemma of team configuration. Songhai was formidable and possessed lightning attributes, which Ye Tian regarded highly, considering him for inclusion in their team. If they could recruit a water attribute member, their elemental compatibility would enhance significantly. Yet he was also reminded of Qin Tong's wings, which could sustain short-distance flight. A remarkable asset for reconnaissance. After all, prior to achieving the Void Realm, none possessed the ability to fly, making this advantage exceedingly crucial. As he thought about reaching the Void Realm, a bitter smile unconsciously crept across Ye Tian's lips. Please, if one has sufficient military prowess in the Void Realm. They are already commanding a legion, no longer needing a team. Sigh, why must it be limited to 7 members? If only it could be 8, he muttered. His voice laced with resignation. Yet he did not press the issue, as perhaps even an invitation would be declined. Let us take it one step at a time. On the other side, Miao Tian and He Feiyun ascended their respective platforms. He Feiyun stood upon the azure stone stage, a gentle breeze ruffling the corners of his garments, a confident smile gracing his lips. The wood attribute contestant opposite him had just assumed a defensive stance when He Feiyun's figure flickered, transforming into a fleeting azure shadow. Swiftly circling behind his opponent, 3 azure wind blades accurately severed the vines conjured by the wood attribute fighter. Before the opponent could react, he was expelled from the edge of the arena by a fierce whirlwind, prompting the referee to announce the result. He Feiyun nonchalantly dusted off his sleeves, reflecting that the first round had indeed gone as anticipated. In stark contrast, Miao Tian faced a different scenario. He furrowed his brow at the blue-robed youth before him, who was enveloped in a faint mist of water, clearly a master of the water attribute at the 4th tier. Clenching his fists, Miao Tian inhaled deeply, channeling his fire attribute's spiritual energy, the intense flames dancing upon his knuckles. With a fierce shout, he charged forward. However, his opponent merely sneered, flicking his fingers to conjure an instant water curtain. The collision of fire and water produced a sizzling sound, enveloping the area in a thick white mist. As the mist dissipated, Miao Tian found himself cornered at the edge of the arena, drenched and in disarray. The audience murmured in disbelief. What dreadful luck! A fire attribute against a water attribute, and he is at a disadvantage by a tier. How can he fight? After the referee announced the result, Miao Tian lowered his head and hurried off the stage, his fists clenched in pain. It must be said that luck plays a significant role in competitions. A fortunate draw against an opponent you can easily counter leads to a swift victory in the first round. Conversely, unfortunate draws, like Songhai encountering Ye Tian in the first round, could spell disaster. Boom. The gavel sounded, and the referee announced, the second round of matches begins. History repeated itself astonishingly, as Ye Tian drew the first match again. With a resigned smile, he wondered who his opponent would be, hoping it wouldn't be another contender with the potential for the top 10. Ye Tian, please take the stage. Chapter 10, The Chaotic Battle. Ye Tian stepped onto the stage, where Zhao Yan had already taken his position, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The match begins. The referee's whistle cut through the air. I concede. Zhao Yan's voice was crisp and decisive, stirring a wave of astonished murmurs throughout the expansive arena. However, calm soon returned. After all, this was a strategic choice against Ye Tian. Zhao Yan slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists. He understood better than anyone that, although the fire attribute held a natural advantage over the metal attribute, Ye Tian's unfathomable strength had long transcended the bounds of elemental countering. Rather than emerge battered and bruised only to face inevitable defeat, it was wiser to conserve his strength for a shot at the top 10. He performed a respectful bow to Ye Tian, his eyes reflecting both awe and relief. Ye Tian nodded slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. This was the second opponent today to concede voluntarily. As he flexed his wrist, he felt the pent-up energy of his metal attribute yearning for release. As he descended from the stage, the audience erupted into a chorus of regretful sighs. Other platforms showcased spectacular duels, the sparks of abilities colliding in a dazzling display. Yet the area where Ye Tian stood felt as though it were under a silent spell. The contenders about to face him exchanged glances, their faces etched with the awkwardness of indecision. The subsequent matches unfolded without suspense. Ye Tian's opponents rarely completed a single full technique before being driven to the edge of the arena by his relentless golden energy. Some attempted to resist, but turned pale upon contact with that overwhelming force. Many chose to engage in mere symbolic exchanges before conceding. Throughout this process, Ye Tian maintained a demeanor as calm as still water, though a flicker of helplessness occasionally betrayed his true emotions. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged on other platforms. Ye Tian's wind attribute agility ensured his success in combat, yet he ultimately faced a formidable fire attribute adversary in the fourth round. Exhausted from the struggle, his battle robe had been scorched and torn. Wuxianovel's performance was equally remarkable. His mastery of earth attribute defenses was akin to an impenetrable fortress. Yet in the finals, he found himself pitted against Wang Nuowei. After a grueling half hour, his right arm bore the bruises from being ensnared by vines. The list of the top 8 finally emerged. Ye Tian stood in the contestant rest area, gazing at his friends, battle-worn yet smiling, He Feiyun and Yu Ingjun. For the first time, he felt that victory did not bring joy but an inexplicable solitude. In the distance, workers were repairing the ravaged ground of other arenas, while his own platform remained pristine, not a scratch to be found. Ye Tian, 8th tier metal attribute, S-class. Long Shuang, 5th tier metal attribute, B-class. Xiaoping, 6th tier earth attribute, B-class. Du Zimo, 5th tier fire attribute, B-class. Tian Sheng, 6th tier dark attribute, A-class. Guan Ping, 5th tier water attribute, B-class. Hui Jiayan, 5th tier water attribute, C-class. Wang Nuowei, 6th tier wood attribute, A-class. As the results of the top 8 illuminated the large screen, the entire training ground erupted in a fervor. All eyes were fixed upon them with a blend of envy and awe, particularly on the tall figure standing at the forefront, Ye Tian, a prodigy of S-class talent. He stood there nonchalantly, yet he resembled a drawn sword, radiating an undeniable brilliance. How could anyone compare to his mastery at the 8th level of body refinement? Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Several competitors who had also made it to the top 8 exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of resignation. Instructor Liang Guowen stood on the platform, his fingers unconsciously stroking the score sheet, a private, wry smile playing on his lips. Ye Tian was, without a doubt, a disruptor of balance, an anomaly that had no place in the ranks of new recruits. Yet, he was undeniably a fresh soldier, just having enlisted. Ye Tian, seemingly oblivious to the gazes around him, surveyed the other 7 qualifiers, his eyes eventually resting on a girl with a high ponytail, Hui Jian, a water element warrior of C-class aptitude who had astonishingly achieved the 5th level of body refinement. This was nearly inconceivable to the average person, considering there were several B-class experts at the 5th level on her battle platform. Intriguing. A faint smile tugged at Ye Tian's lips as he envisioned the immense effort this girl must have exerted. She was not particularly beautiful, yet the tenacity etched on her brow and the keen instincts she exhibited in battle left a lasting impression. Sunlight glinted off the beads of sweat at her temples, refracting a crystalline glow. If she could maintain such performance, Ye Tian mused internally. His team required individuals like her, those whose talents may not be the pinnacle, but whose willpower and combat skills were formidable. Hui Jiayan seemed to sense his gaze and turned her head, their eyes briefly locking in the air. She paused for a moment before breaking into an honest smile, devoid of flattery, brimming only with pure fighting spirit. A wave of admiration erupted from the audience. Someone quipped sourly, with Ye Tian's prowess, he could simply claim the rewards. Why must he diminish the confidence of us ordinary folks? Yet, his companion promptly retorted, what do you know? He treats every battle with utmost seriousness ahem. The top 8 have emerged. As for the final 2, Liang Guowen paused deliberately, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. The arena fell into a hushed silence. all eyes fixated on the slight upturn of the commandant's lips, a sense of foreboding washing over the crowd. All those who had been eliminated erupted into chaos, while the remaining 118 participants engaged in a collective melee. With the last two standing securing their places in the top 10, Liangguowen's voice rose suddenly, his right hand sweeping through the air, stirring a gust of wind. However, he intentionally elongated his tone, observing the instant tension etched on the faces below, nodding in satisfaction. I must remind you, after this melee, there will still be opportunities to challenge for a top 10 spot. Therefore, everyone, conserve your strength for the ensuing challenges. Even if one fortuitously becomes one of the last two, should they lose in subsequent challenges, they will still fall out of the top 10. The arena erupted in an uproar. Gasps of disbelief echoed, some unable to restrain their indignation, while others displayed expressions of uncertainty as they began to strategize. This rule was utterly insane. First, they had to fight their way through over 100 competitors, only to face incessant challenges thereafter. This was not merely a competition. It was a dual trial of luck and strength. On the fringes of the crowd, a few lean trainees gathered quietly, their eyes glinting with calculation. "Old Joe, let us stand back to back," one whispered, gesturing defensively at his waist. Nearby, a burly man snorted disdainfully, the veins on his muscular arms bulging, clearly resolved to rely on brute strength for victory. In stark contrast, Ye Tian and the other 7 who had secured their places in the top 10 appeared remarkably at ease. Everyone, enter the arena. Chapter 11, The Last Two. The previously orderly array of trainees began to move, the sound of footsteps mingling with the sharp clang of weapons. Some swallowed nervously, others eagerly flexed their wrists, while many discreetly observed potential allies and adversaries. The competition area encompassed the circle, and both the stage and the ground below were open for battle. Liangguowen's voice thundered from the platform. "As soon as you are thrown outside the circle, you lose your qualification. The competition begins now." No sooner had his final word lingered in the air than a dull thud resonated through the arena. A tall, slender trainee had struck like lightning, executing a shoulder throw that sent his bewildered opponent hurtling over the white line. The latter had no time to utter a sound of surprise before he lay on his back outside the circle, his face a mask of disbelief. This moment was akin to igniting a powder keg, and the entire training ground erupted into chaos. Shouts of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and cries of pain echoed in a cacophony. Some formed temporary alliances, defending back-to-back, while others preyed on isolated targets. Some even feigned injury, only to spring up and attack when others passed. Amidst the swirling dust, figures occasionally soared out of the white line like disconnected kites, crashing heavily onto the ground outside. Ye Tian squinted, observing the intensifying melee with a playful smile tugging at his lips. This was indeed interesting. At that moment, the vast training ground resembled a colossal meat grinder, with everyone exerting every ounce of their strength. All participants were in constant motion, their eyes sharp as hawks, seeking offensive opportunities while remaining vigilant against sudden ambushes. Beads of sweat trickled down their cheeks, yet none dared to divert their attention to wipe them away. No one knew when an attack might suddenly come their way. This taut atmosphere kept every muscle in a state of heightened alert. A few who were close friends began to form small defensive circles back-to-back, understanding that teamwork would increase their chances of survival. This unspoken rule of survival was clear to all. Yu Ingjun, Miao Tian, and He Feiyun had long since united. Having trained together daily, they had forged a deep bond. Now, the three stood back-to-back in a triangular formation, each acutely aware of the other's taut muscles and steady heartbeat. Yu Ingjun's earth manipulation formed a sturdy barrier around them. Miao Tian's hands danced with crimson flames, while He Feiyun continuously adjusted his breathing, ready to unleash his wind-based powers at any moment. Fire nourishes earth. Miao Tian's fiery energy surged into Yu Ingjun's defenses, causing the earthen barrier to shimmer with a faint red glow, exponentially enhancing its resilience. Wind aided fire. He Feiyun skillfully directed the airflow, transforming Miao Tian's flames into serpentine fire trails that etched searing arcs in the air. The trio's coordination was seamless, resembling a flawless combat machine. Though they did not actively eliminate many opponents, their impregnable defense repelled all who dared to challenge them. Several audacious challengers, after failing to breach their defenses, wisely opted to retreat. After all, in a protracted battle, exhausting too much stamina would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. The three synchronized their breathing rhythms, seizing every brief moment of respite to recover their strength. Maintain formation, conserve energy, Yu Ingjun reminded softly, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the light of the earth energy. Miao Tian nodded subtly, the flames dancing rhythmically in the palm of his hand, obediently responding to his command like a living entity. He Feiyun squinted, attuned to the subtle shifts in the air currents around him, ever ready to alter the wind's direction. On the stands, Ye Tian slightly inclined his head, his gaze unwaveringly following the exquisite coordination of the trio. Each of them occupied the most fitting position, contributing optimally to their collective endeavor. Such synergy is not cultivated overnight. Even the usually stern Liang Guan couldn't help but exclaim, "These three youngsters are truly remarkable. Individually they may not shine the brightest, but together they are in exquisite harmony." It seems this selection competition is poised to deliver numerous surprises. As time elapsed, the cacophony of battle on the arena gradually dwindled. More and more participants were eliminated, and the once crowded space began to open up. Those who remained were all formidable experts, their eyes glimmering with vigilance and combat spirit. Among them, a few possessed strength that even surpassed some of the top 8 above. It was merely misfortune that kept them ensnared in this ruthless elimination round. The most striking figures were undoubtedly Song Hai and Zhao Yan, their garments tattered yet their momentum undiminished, their eyes ignited with an indomitable flame. Song Hai murmured quietly to himself, a tone of resignation and frustration evident in his voice, if it weren't for encountering that monster Ye Tian at the outset. Beside him, Zhao Yan shared a similarly pained expression, evoking a sense of envy akin to why must there be such disparity? At that moment, Zhao Yan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing like lightning towards the not-so-distant Yu Yingjun. He strode forward and stated solemnly, "Chubby, how about we join forces? Let the 5 of us form an alliance. And once the field is cleared, we can compete amongst ourselves." Though his voice was calm, it carried an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. Yu Yingjun, who was wiping the sweat from his brow, brightened at the suggestion. "All right," he responded eagerly. The 5 swiftly gathered, forming an indomitable battle array. Song Hai's purple lightning strikes were unparalleled, Zhao Yan's flames surged with ferocity, and Yu Yingjun's unassailable earth-based defenses, coupled with the coordination of the other 2, created a formidable killing machine that swept all before it. Opponents faltered and fell back, some even unable to react before being cast out of the arena. The battle swiftly turned overwhelmingly in their favor, the 5 exhibiting seamless cooperation, adeptly balancing offense and defense, each strike precise and ruthless. When the final adversary fell, silence enveloped the arena, leaving only the 5 of them, breathless, standing at the center, exchanging complex glances. Amidst the joy of victory lingered a tense anticipation for the next round of competition. "All right, let us begin." Song Hai's deep voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Tian, Fei Yun, you 2 step down. I will handle this battle myself." Yu Yingjun's voice was resolute and powerful. Miao Tian and Fei Yun exchanged puzzled looks, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected decision. At this juncture, their trio held an absolute advantage. Even a combined effort from Song Hai and Zhao Yan might not sway them. Zhao Yan's fire attacks were nearly ineffective against Yu Yingjun's earth-based prowess, while Song Hai's lightning strikes met with minimal impact against the earthen defenses. Yu Yingjun stood tall, eyes ablaze, fists slightly clenched at his sides. "Very well," Fei Yun sighed, patting Yu Yingjun's shoulder. "Be careful." His tone bore a hint of concern, but more so, it conveyed respect. In the center of the arena, only the 3 remained, the air thick with tension. The distant crowd of spectators fell silent, as if even their breaths had softened. Yu Yingjun inhaled deeply, aware that this decision was fraught with risk. Yet it was this very form of honorable combat that would allow him to truly prove himself. The battle was on the brink of ignition. Yu Yingjun launched the first attack, stomping his foot fiercely, causing the ground to erupt and a wall of earth to surge towards the 2 opponents. As dust swirled, Song Hai swiftly retreated, but the lightning strike against the earthen wall only produced a wisp of smoke. Zhao Yan's fireball collided with the wall, paradoxically reinforcing its solidity. Ultimately, after approximately 15 minutes of intense confrontation, Song Hai succumbed to the overwhelming disadvantage of elemental conflict. Beads of sweat dotted Yu Yingjun's forehead, yet his gaze remained bright. He turned to glance at his 2 companions on the sidelines, offering a weary but fulfilled smile. Zhao Yan approached, extending his hand, a splendid battle. His voice resonated with genuine admiration. Yu Yingjun grasped that hand, feeling the warmth radiating from it. In that moment, he realized his choice had been just. Not only had he won the match, but he had also earned the respect of his opponent. Thus, the top 10 were finally unveiled. Chapter 12, The Strength of He Jian. Upon the announcement of the top 10 contestants, the atmosphere in the arena erupted with excitement. The audience buzzed with chatter, while the competitors either fidgeted with nerves or brimming enthusiasm. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Half an hour later, the challenge matches commenced, granting everyone an opportunity to contest for a place in the top 10. However, once a contestant was challenged, they could not be challenged again in the subsequent round. The resounding voice of the chief referee echoed through the arena. Upon hearing this rule, the crowd nodded in agreement. The arrangement was indeed reasonable, ensuring fairness while avoiding the exhaustion of a wheel battle. Several of the more formidable contestants began to whisper among themselves, strategizing their challenges. Though theoretically, anyone could initiate a challenge, it was evident to all discerning eyes that only those at the 4th or 5th levels of body refinement stood a chance. Contestants of lesser strength, despite their reluctance, could only concede defeat, for in the face of absolute power disparity, bravado would only lead to humiliation. He Jian stood at the center of the crowd, acutely aware of the scorching gazes directed her way. As the contestant with the lowest talent rating of C among the top 10, she recognized that she was about to become the target of scrutiny. Nevertheless, her expression remained as serene as water, as if everything around her was of no concern. This girl on the stands, Ye Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, noting how Huijiyun maintained a steady rhythm in her breathing despite the pressure. Her composure under such circumstances was indeed impressive. The challenge matches are commencing. All those wishing to challenge the top 10, step forward. The announcement pulled everyone's attention back to the arena. Before the words had fully left the referee's lips, over 20 figures emerged from the crowd, most of them possessing strength above the 4th level of body refinement, their faces etched with determination. The drawing of lots quickly concluded, and everyone received their order of appearance. All right, let the challenges begin. The first contestant, choose your opponent. All eyes focused on the first figure stepping forth from the sidelines, Songhai. This unfortunate fellow had faced off against the favored champion Ye Tian in the first round, and had subsequently been defeated by his nemesis Yu Ingjun in the elimination round, earning the title of the most infamous unfortunate soul of the day. Yet at this moment, a fierce flame of defiance burned in Songhai's eyes. He strode boldly to the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the top 10 seats before finally resting on Huijiyun. I challenge Huijiyun. His declaration sent ripples of excitement through the arena, a choice that surprised no one. Huijiyun, endowed with water affinity, was perfectly countered by Songhai's thunderous abilities. Compounded by her relatively modest talent rating, she indeed presented the most ideal target for a challenge. Rising gracefully, she ascended the arena with a lightness akin to a gentle breeze, each step seemingly measured with precision. As she positioned herself opposite Songhai, her tranquil eyes, as still as a placid lake, finally rippled with a hint of emotion. Please be kind to me, she uttered softly, her voice clear enough to resonate across the entire venue. Songhai assumed a fighting stance, an aura of violet electricity crackling around him. His gaze locked onto Huijiyun's eyes, yet he found only an abyss of calmness staring back at him. This unusual composure stirred an inexplicable unease within him. But with the arrow knocked, victory was imperative. Songhai's assault came crashing down like a tempest, his focus unwavering on Huijiyun. He conjured a massive purple thunder dragon, bellowing as it lunged toward her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Huijiyun's form glided aside with the grace of flowing water. The formidable bolt grazing the hem of her garment. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Subsequent attacks from Songhai were deftly evaded by Huijiyun, employing similar tactics. Is your only strategy to evade? Or can you not attack at all? Songhai panted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The relentless barrage had already drained much of his stamina, the violet lightning surrounding him dimming gradually. On the platform, Liang Guowen's gaze flickered with admiration. Clever. Given the inherent disadvantage of water against thunder, her choice of a war of attrition is astute. The instructors beside him nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on the composed young woman in the arena. Listening to Songhai's furious outbursts, Huijiyun's serene eyes betrayed no sign of disturbance. She slowly raised her right hand, her slender fingers brushing against the seemingly decorative blue belt at her waist. Since you are so eager, shall we begin? Her voice remained gentle, yet it sent a chill through all present. Songhai's pupils constricted as he realized that Huijiyun's breathing had remained utterly unperturbed throughout. Her footfalls precise to the millimeter. This revelation caused a cold sweat to bead on his back. With a resonant chime, a clear sword cry echoed through the venue. Huijiyun flicked her wrist, transforming the blue belt into a gleaming soft sword. The audience gasped in astonishment, none having anticipated that this seemingly delicate water user was a master of swordsmanship. Indeed, my talent may only be rated at sea level, Huijiyun declared. The sword's tip aimed directly at Songhai's throat, but what of it? Talent does not encompass all. Before she finished her words, her figure vanished from sight. Songhai perceived a blur, a streak of blue light speeding toward him, its velocity eclipsing his earlier thunderous charge. The fierce sword energy sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as he hastily raised his electrically charged gauntlet to block. Clash! The metallic sound of their collision, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, enveloped him instantly. Songhai's eyes widened in disbelief as frost spread rapidly across his gauntlet, an even more terrifying chill seemingly invading his very veins. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards, his legs giving way beneath him as he knelt on the ground. What is this? On the platform, Hongbin sprang to his feet, staring intently at the sword-wielding girl. Sword intent? This girl has actually comprehended sword intent. Liang Guowen was equally astonished, but quickly regained his composure. No, it's still lacking a thread. This is merely the embryonic form of sword intent. Yet it is already astonishing. To brush against the threshold of sword intent before the age of 18, this girl is a rare talent in the art of the sword. In the arena, Huijiyun sheathed her sword, the soft blade reverting to a blue ribbon cascading down her waist. She regarded the kneeling Songhai and gently inquired, "Shall we continue?" Though reluctant, Songhai was a man capable of accepting defeat. He recognized how vastly he fell short of this young woman in both combat skills and temperament. "I concede, wholeheartedly." Your position in the top 10 is well-deserved. As Zhang Hai's words echoed, the judge announced the result. Ye Tian had successfully defended her title. At that moment, everyone, including the top 10 contenders, finally grasped the terrifying potential of this girl with a mere sea-level water affinity. Chapter 13. Let us all join in. Following this battle, the entire martial arts arena fell into a brief silence. The air seemed to still carry the lingering resonance of Ye Tian's fierce sword intent, causing all spectators to feel a slight sting on their skin. In the stands, several instructors exchanged approving glances, while the contestants silently swallowed their apprehension. It appeared that this sword-wielding girl was not an opponent they could contend with at their current level. It seemed that this year's championship battle would unfold between Ye Tian and Ye Tian. A warrior clad in green murmured in awe. His companion sighed in resignation. Without Ye Tian, Ye Tian might have already secured victory. As murmurs around the arena gradually subsided, the elder judge cleared his throat. The challenge continues. His voice, amplified by the formation, resonated throughout the venue. Although the shock from the previous battle lingered, the competition must progress. However, all eyes discreetly averted from the three figures at the forefront. Ye Tian, Ye Tian, and Tian Sheng, standing like insurmountable mountains. I challenged Guan Ping. A young man clad in a pale green robe stepped forward from the crowd. Taking a deep breath, he gathered emerald-hued spiritual energy in his hands. His gaze locked onto the blue-clad Guan Ping. According to the principle of elemental interactions, wood indeed held an advantage over water, but boom. Within 10 exchanges, the wood element youth was sent tumbling off the stage by a water vortex. Guan Ping shook his head gently. Elemental advantage is merely fundamental. The true disparity in strength cannot be bridged so easily. His voice was soft yet enough to calm the eager contenders present. Subsequent challenges became cautious and restrained. A fire element warrior hesitated before ultimately choosing Yu Yingjun. The two exchanged blows on the platform, yet the standings within the top 10 remained unchanged. However, in the concluding match, Du Zimo was defeated by a water element warrior named Lan Xiong, who also possessed the 5th level of body refinement. On the arena, Du Zimo's punches cut through the air like blades, each strike accompanied by a sound of slicing wind. Yet he could not penetrate the seemingly fragile, yet dense water curtain defense of Lan Xiong. Lan Xiong's moves flowed as seamlessly as water, glistening with a pale blue hue under the sunlight, as if she had melded into the vapor of water suspended in the air. Indeed, the adage of water countering fire held true. Du Zimo, wiping the sweat from his brow, realized his garments were already drenched. In the face of equal cultivation, the water element clearly held the advantage. The water curtain not only nullified his assaults, but also rapidly depleted his fire energy. Ultimately, Du Zimo regretfully exited the arena, but not without bowing respectfully to Lan Xiong, who returned the gesture with a slight nod. At that moment, Liang Guowen stepped onto the central platform. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the 10 victors. Very well, it appears no one else wishes to challenge. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for securing a place in the top 10. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every listener. Next, you will pair off for battles. Each participant must compete against all others, and you will be ranked according to the number of victories. He paused momentarily. It is important to note that if two individuals achieve the same number of wins, their ranking will be determined by their head-to-head outcomes. As Liang Guowen's words hung in the air, the eyes of all the qualifiers brightened with anticipation. This was the true spectacle, the clash among the top 10 masters, where each match would be a fierce contest. Due to time constraints, the battles among the top 10 would be postponed until tomorrow. Liang Guowen raised his hand to beckon for silence, assuring everyone that they would gather to witness the matches of the top 10. At this announcement, a chorus of disappointed sighs erupted from the audience. Someone couldn't help but grumble. Why must we wait until tomorrow? Immediately, another person chimed in. Exactly. The battles of the top 10 are bound to be enlightening. Each fight offers invaluable lessons. Yet, many began to calculate, with 10 participants each competing in 9 matches. That totals 45 battles, which indeed cannot be completed today. Captain Liang, instructors, I have a request I hope you will grant. Ye Tian suddenly interjected, his voice, though not loud, echoed throughout the training ground. The previously boisterous area fell silent. Liang Guowen raised an eyebrow. What request do you have? Speak. Ye Tian took a deep breath. I wish for my team to be allowed to select an additional member. In exchange, I am willing to increase the difficulty of my tasks. His voice was resolute, stirring a murmur of intrigue among the onlookers. Oh, Liang Guowen's eyes glinted with interest. You seek to make an exception for an extra member? How do you intend to escalate the difficulty? Although he had his suspicions, he maintained an air of calm. At that moment, Ye Tian flipped his right hand, and a flash of silver light appeared. The spear, crafted from the essence of myriad beings, materialized in his grasp. Its tip glinting with a chilling radiance, intricate patterns on the shaft shimmering subtly in the setting sun. This sudden turn of events left everyone present breathless. Several young trainees instinctively took half a step back. Ye Tian's gaze swept over the 9 elite trainees standing at the edge of the arena. a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He pointed his spear toward the 9 of them. Let all 9 of you come at me together. His voice rang like a blade drawn from its sheath. If I defeat you all, my team shall gain an additional slot. At these words, the training ground erupted into a frenzy. The audience buzzed with excitement, their discussions rising like a tidal wave. Some gasped in disbelief, others whispered among themselves, while a majority fixed their wide-eyed stares on the tall figure on stage. Among the instructors, several seasoned mentors straightened in unison. The remaining 9 from the top 10 exhibited varied expressions. Yu Ingjun flashed his characteristic roguish grin. Brother Tian is as audacious as ever. Wang Noe dug her nails into her palm, her knuckles turning white. She had never been so openly disdained. Xiaoping's forehead throbbed with veins, his usual warm smile vanishing. Tian Sheng narrowed his eyes, his energy circulating ominously, causing his robes to sway without wind. As these 3, all cultivators at the 6th stage of body refinement, felt not only the sting of humiliation but also the seething anger of being publicly challenged. Only Hua Jiayun remained serene, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Her gaze was calm, as tranquil as a deep pool, showing no signs of disturbance in her breath. However, a closer inspection would reveal that her grip on the sword had tightened slightly. Ha! Liang Guan's booming laughter erupted, resonating through the air. You're bold, boy. I like that. Since you wish to fight, I shall grant you the opportunity to take on all 9. Let us see if your prowess matches your bravado. 9 figures sprang onto the stage from various directions, and the cacophony of the audience fell abruptly silent, everyone holding their breath. Chapter 14. The Emergence of the Lord of 10,000 Weapons. At this moment, 10 figures stood upon the battle stage. Ye Tian standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The fierce aura of the 9 opponents did not even stir a ripple in his composure. Do you look down on us? Tian Sheng growled darkly. Tian Sheng possessed an A-grade dark affinity talent, formidable and peculiar, and was also at the 6th stage of body refinement. Although he had known Ye Tian to be exceptionally powerful, the notion of Ye Tian challenging 9 opponents ignited a sense of humiliation within him. Not at all. I am merely offering all of you a chance to win. Ye Tian replied. I also wish to gauge the extent of my own strength. By the way, a friendly reminder. During our duel, do not employ weapons, lest you find yourselves defeated even more swiftly. At this, confusion rippled through the group. Long Shuang spoke up incredulously. Are you mad, or are we? Are you afraid to let us use our weapons? At this moment, the rest shared the same sentiment. Was Ye Tian truly afraid? If so, why not simply engage in a fair duel instead of taking on 9? Little did they know that Ye Tian's talent, the Lord of 10,000 Weapons, granted him dominion over all arms. Once his ability was activated, all weapons would pale in comparison, and he would wield control over them. In that scenario, they would all fall victim to their own weapons. Not at all. I am simply offering a genuine warning. I hold no contempt for any of you. But if you use weapons, you will indeed lose more swiftly, Ye Tian reiterated, his words only inciting further ire among the defiant youths. Yet, at that moment, Hua Jiayun seemed to sense something, her expression growing more solemn. However, she would never relinquish her sword. Begin, with the referee's command. The protective barriers surrounding the battle stage flared to life. The 9 figures surged toward the center like arrows released from bows, blades flashing as they engulfed Ye Tian. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers, none noticing the faint smile of resignation that graced Ye Tian's lips. Boom. The very heavens seemed to tremble as, in the instant the assailants drew near, a suffocating pressure erupted forth. Ye Tian's aura, now at the 8th stage of body refinement, descended like a torrential flood. The spear, born from the essence of myriad beings, began to radiate a deep azure light. With a casual block, the spear's tip traced an intricate arc. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and an intangible field of energy expanded outward from him. All weapons appeared ensnared in a quagmire, their movements halted midair, emitting a dissonant hum. How is this possible? Why does it feel like my sword is beyond my control? Long Shuang's pupils constricted as he desperately attempted to retract his long blade, only to find it trembling slightly, as if it had developed a will of its own. Resisting his command, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, dripping onto the ground along his taut jawline. Hua Jiayun's typically serene expression finally revealed shock. Her slender fingers gripped the sword hilt tightly. As a genius who had grasped the rudiments of sword intent, her strike was imbued with all her spiritual energy, sharp enough to rend the air. Yet now, her sword felt as though it were bound by invisible shackles, even the tip drooping slightly, quivering with a mournful resonance. She felt her blood surge within her chest, tumultuous waves of confusion crashing within. What manner of power is this that can suppress my sword intent? I warned you. If you employ weapons, you will fall all the faster. Ye Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk. With a gentle sweep of the all-spirit spear in his hand, an overwhelming force surged forth like a tidal wave, sending everyone hurtling uncontrollably into the air. As Hua Jiayun stumbled backward and barely managed to regain her footing, she noticed her sword trembling violently in her grasp. A wave of terror washed over her, for in that fleeting moment, she distinctly sensed an unprecedented emotion emanating from the blade. It was the primal essence of fear, akin to the shudder of an ant before a dragon. Long Shuang's blade slipped from his grip, embedding itself in the ground while continuing to vibrate, emitting a mournful hum. He stared incredulously at his weapon, which now seemed almost alive, curving slightly towards Ye Tian as if bowing in deference. Only Yu Yingjun, Tian Sheng, and Zhao Yin, who were unarmed, appeared somewhat composed. Though they too were pushed back, they did not experience that bone-deep dread. Once Tian Sheng steadied himself, he gazed at the imposing figure at the center of the arena. A flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Is this truly the extent of his power? The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the intermittent hum of trembling weapons. In that moment, every weapon in the vicinity seemed to regard Ye Tian as a monarch. Though they were mere mortal weapons, they exhibited a consciousness akin to that of spiritual arms, yet this consciousness was solely steeped in fear and trepidation. However, it was evident that the individuals present were not mere novices. They quickly regained their composure, for this had merely been a test. Zhao Yan, reinforce Xiaoping and Yu Yingjun's earth escape with your fire. You all need to block Ye Tian's assault. Wang Nuowei's voice rang out, clear and resolute in the ears of the assembled. Her slender fingers swiftly formed seals, a gentle green energy swirling about her fingertips. Guanping, delay Ye Tian's attack. Tian Sheng, utilize your talents to disrupt his line of sight. The rest of you, seize the opportunity to strike. I will provide healing when necessary. Everyone understood that facing an opponent like Ye Tian alone was akin to striking a stone with an egg. This was not a moment for bravado. Wang Nuo's voice lowered further, emphasizing that only through unity could they grasp a sliver of hope. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth, flames swirling in his palm. He was accustomed to pride, yet he had to concede that Wang Nuo's judgment was entirely correct. With a sharp exhalation, the intense fire element flowed like water into the earthen wall erected by the two before him. The orange-red flames danced across the brown surface of the earth escape, amplifying its defensive capabilities manifold. On the sidelines, Liang Guowen and Hong Bin exchanged glances. This girl is rather intriguing. She understands the principles of the 5 elements. Hong Bin remarked. Fire nourishes earth, indeed enhancing defense. Yet, she lacks finesse. Liang Guowen narrowed his eyes, contemplating that if she were to use her wood energy to catalyze Zhao Yan's fire element, the potency would increase by at least 30%. In the center of the training ground, Ye Tian wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Upon witnessing the earthen wall gleam with a metallic sheen under the influence of fire, a flicker of appreciation crossed his eyes. A commendable tactical collaboration, he mused, but regrettably, Wang Nuo's strategy remains incomplete, neglecting my mastery over all weapons. Ye Tian's thoughts aligned with Liang Guowen's. Let the games begin. Suddenly, Ye Tian spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, penetrating the ears of all present. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. Wang Nuo's pupils constricted. Beware. He is coming. Xiaoping, behind the earth wall, felt an immense force crashing towards him, the sturdy defense fracturing like spider webs in an instant. He gritted his teeth, sensing Zhao Yan's flames desperately attempting to mend the breaches, albeit with minimal success. Guanping, Wang Nuo cried out sharply. A curtain of water swiftly materialized before the earthen wall, successfully reducing the impact of Ye Tian's assault upon contact. Simultaneously, a strange light flickered in Tian Cheng's eyes. Ye Tian felt his vision dim, as if shrouded in shadows. Now, at Wang Nuo's command, several figures lunged towards Ye Tian from various angles. Fireballs, water arrows, and wind blades wove together into a dense web of attacks, completely enveloping the figure in the center. Chapter 15, the first contest. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the young man at the center of the arena. Ye Tian remained standing with his hands behind his back, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming combined assault, not retreating a single step. Hua Jiyun's sword sheath was slick with perspiration in her palm, while Wang Nuo's fingertips still bore the remnants of her wood energy. The hearts of the 9 individuals raced with intensity, their pallid faces reflecting the weight of despair. The previous strike had consolidated the absolute skills of everyone present, intertwining the 5 elemental energies, yet failing to even stir the ripples of Ye Tian's protective aura. An impressive strategy. Ye Tian suddenly chuckled lightly. He casually brushed away non-existent dust from his sleeve, acknowledging their understanding of the interdependence of the 5 elements. Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of a flowing galaxy, but alas, the ground beneath them erupted in a web of cracks. The onlookers barely registered the movement, as Ye Tian appeared at the heart of the formation like a specter. With a mere flick of his finger, he touched Wang Nuo's forehead, shattering the protective barrier encircling her in a cascade of glimmering motes. In the face of absolute strength, with a mere flick of his sleeve, Hua Jiyun's sword edge was effortlessly pinched between his fingers, rendering all efforts futile. The sound of the sword's lament pierced the stillness of the air. Jian bit her tongue to summon her true energy, only to witness her painstakingly refined sword wailing in despair within his grasp. In that moment, she comprehended the insurmountable chasm that separated them from this individual. What other trump cards do you possess? Ye Tian released his grip on the sword's edge. Although the 9 were on the brink of exhaustion, they instinctively formed a circular formation. Suddenly, Ye Tian's foot sank. As he looked down, he saw shadows creeping up. A glow with a brownish hue, as dozens of emerald vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his boots like serpents. Now, Jian's sword gleamed with blinding silver light, her form transforming into a comet as she aimed for Ye Tian's throat. Her companions surged forth simultaneously, fireballs and water arrows intertwining in the air to form a yin-yang diagram. Ye Tian finally displayed surprise, noting that their eyes no longer reflected an obsession with victory or defeat, but rather a pure yearning for the pinnacle of martial arts. At that moment, the training ground was engulfed in swirling winds and dust, Ye Tian's garments billowing as he wielded the all-spirit spear, transforming it into a silver arc that effortlessly dispelled the incoming onslaught. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the girl wielding the azure blade. Although Jian's sword techniques appeared somewhat juvenile, they subtly revealed the embryonic essence of sword intent, piquing his interest. With a resounding chime, Ye Tian deftly twirled his wrist, piercing through the final assault before thrusting forward. The spear's tip had yet to reach its target, but the fierce intent surged forth like crashing waves, enveloping the entire arena. He intentionally suppressed the full extent of the master of all weapons ability, allowing the spear's might to remain at a mere 70% of its potential. Jian's pupils constricted, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her sword until they turned pale. Having practiced swordsmanship since the age of 16, she had touched upon the threshold of sword intent, regarded by her family as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Hu clan. They had overlooked her C-class talent in favor of nurturing her potential. Yet, at this moment, facing the overwhelming sword intent before her, she grasped the true meaning of an insurmountable divide. Her father's words had proven true. A hint of iron rust seeped between her teeth, and she realized she had bitten her lip. Indeed, there exist geniuses who transcend the bounds of reason. Yet, the defiant spark in the girl's eyes remained unextinguished, instead growing ever brighter amidst despair, daring to surge against the tide of gunfire. At the moment when 2 realms of intent collided, Ye Tian's deep voice pierced through the turbulent air. The essence of intent is not sought externally. It is as natural as extending one's fingers. When your sword becomes your breath, each thrust resonates with the rhythm of your heartbeat. These few words struck like thunder, cleaving through chaos. Countless vivid scenes flashed through Jian's mind. The morning frost where she swung her sword a myriad of times, the moonlit nights dancing with the shadows of bamboo. Those moments of epiphany that always fell just short of realization. All fragments suddenly fell into perfect alignment. Clang! The sword in her hand erupted with resplendent brilliance, and the newly awakened sword intent swept through the arena like the melting snows of early spring. At that moment, all the instructors, including Liang Guowen, rose to their feet. She had grasped the essence of sword intent at such a young age. The exchange between Ye Tian and her had not escaped Liang Guowen's keen ears. While he marveled at Jian's talent for the sword, his admiration for Ye Tian deepened. "Thank you," Jian said, slightly bowing, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. Ye Tian's guidance had peeled away the fog, allowing her to directly comprehend the quintessence of sword intent, and the flow of spiritual power within her body became significantly smoother. "You were merely a step away. It was only a matter of time before you mastered it." Ye Tian smiled faintly, his gaze drifting beyond the crowd to meet Liang Guowen's eyes, the two sharing a moment of understanding. He took a deep breath, turned to face everyone, his voice steady and powerful. "Unleash your utmost strength. For the next assault, I shall wield my full power." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged around him, the pressure of his 8th layer of body refinement expanding like a tidal wave, the very air seeming to solidify. On the observation platform, Liang Guowen's expression sharpened. He spoke in a low voice to Hong Bin beside him. "Be ready to assist at any moment. Ye Tian is serious now." His gaze remained fixed on Ye Tian, a mix of anticipation and tension brewing within him. What kind of power could this youth, hailed as this year's greatest genius, unleash? Ye Tian gently closed his eyes, the ability of the master of 10,000 weapons quietly activating, a faint golden aura shimmering around him, as if countless weapon phantoms flickered behind him. He slowly raised the spear in his hand, and the surrounding air seemed to rip apart, emitting a subtle humming sound. The expressions of the 9 opponents shifted dramatically. Under this pressure, they sensed the looming specter of death. "Quick, everyone, defend!" Wang Nuo shouted urgently. "Channel your spiritual power into Yu Engjun and Xiao Ping's Earth Escape technique, and block with all your might." As her words echoed, the 9 swiftly formed a formation, a barrier of earthy spiritual power coalescing before them. A heavy earthen wall rising from the ground, attempting to thwart Ye Tian's assault. However, a smirk curled at Ye Tian's lips, his fighting spirit surging. He knew well that this strike would be unstoppable. He needed them to witness his talent and potential. Only then could he acquire more resources and strive further in the future. Break! Ye Tian uttered, his spear lunging forth like a dragon, propelled by all his strength. Where the spear tip passed, the air was torn asunder, releasing a sharp whistle. The defense erected by the nine crumbled before the force of his strike. The earthen wall shattering in an instant, and even Huo Jiyun's recently perfected sword intent was effortlessly dismantled by this power. Just as the spear's might was about to engulf them all, Hongbin's figure abruptly appeared before Ye Tian. He clasped his hands together, and the earthy spiritual power shield unfolded in an instant, bracing against Ye Tian's thrust. Boom! The two forces collided violently, a minuscule crack appearing on the shield. Hongbin's heart raced. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual power to repair it. After a moment of stalemate, Ye Tian's assault was finally diffused. The arena fell into a hushed silence. All were left in awe by this spectacle. Hongbin, a master of the Myriad realms, had allowed cracks to form in his defense against Ye Tian, who was merely at the 8th layer of body refinement. On the observation platform, Liang Guowen slowly rose, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Ye Tian, then announced in a resonant voice, "This battle goes to Ye Tian." Chapter 16. For the flickering lights of 10,000 families. As Liang Guowen's sonorous voice echoed across the training grounds, the final outcome of this grand competition was revealed. The waning rays of the setting sun bathed the arena, where Ye Tian stood at the center. Not only had he single-handedly defeated the remaining 9 prodigies, but in his final strike, he had caused even the instructor's protective barrier to show signs of cracking. Ye Tian claimed first place in this competition, with the 2nd to 10th ranking matches commencing the following day. As Liang Guowen concluded, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Among the audience, many students remained entranced by the visual feast they had just witnessed, discussing Ye Tian's fluid techniques and unfathomable strength in small groups. Yu Ingjun squeezed through the throng, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. He rushed to Ye Tian's side, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Brother Tian, I knew it. You're truly my idol." Ye Tian, touched by his enthusiasm, allowed a smile to grace his lips. He patted his sturdy back. "Tomorrow, it will be your turn. With your strength, you can challenge the top 5. At that moment, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Huo Jiyun approached gracefully, halting before Ye Tian. Her hands folded in front of her as she bowed earnestly. "Thank you." Her voice, though soft, resonated with sincerity. Ye Tian's smile faded, and he replied solemnly, "No need for thanks. We are all the hope of humanity's future. It is only by having strong allies fighting alongside us that we can confidently face the beasts." He cast a knowing glance at Huo Jiyun, who immediately understood, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. Other participants began to gather around as well. Guan Ping scratched his head, laughing heartily. "Ye Tian, today I am truly convinced. But be careful. Next time, I will definitely force you to go all out." The fair-skinned Wang Nui also smiled. "It seems we all need to double our efforts." The group exchanged words in a warm and lively atmosphere. As night deepened and the stars began to embellish the sky, when the crowd began to disperse, Huo Jiyun turned to leave, her skirt trailing an elegant arc through the air. Ye Tian suddenly called out, "Wait." Huo Jiyun paused, turning back in puzzlement. Ye Tian's gaze softened. Sometimes, experiencing life more and engaging in activities that ordinary girls partake in may broaden your heart and be beneficial to your intent. Life is not solely about cultivation. His words fell like a droplet into a tranquil lake, and Huo Jiyun pondered thoughtfully, nodding slightly before vanishing from Ye Tian's sight. Just as Ye Tian and his companions prepared to return to their dormitory, Liang Guowen's towering figure unexpectedly appeared around the corner of the training ground. His shoulder adorned with the insignia of 1,000 captains, gleaming with a dim golden hue in the dusk. "Ye Tian, come with me." Liang Guowen's voice was deep and compelling, and after speaking, he turned and strode purposefully toward the administrative building. Yu Ingjun exchanged glances with the others, whispering, "It seems this is good news." Miao Tian made a gesture of encouragement, and the 3 of them moved in unison toward the dormitory. After passing through 2 security checkpoints requiring identity verification, Ye Tian followed Liang Guowen to the commander's office on the 3rd floor. "I have consented to your request. You may select one more person." Liang Guowen turned around, the wrinkles on his face appearing particularly pronounced against the backlight. "But I also have a condition." "Please, go ahead." After 3 months of close companionship, he had discerned that this stern commander genuinely had his best interests at heart. Liang Guowen inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing. "I require your solemn promise that, unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, you must retain at least one trump card. If danger truly arises." His voice suddenly escalated. "Survival must be your foremost principle." Outside, the wind fell silent, and Ye Tian felt a surge of fervor rise within him. Without hesitation, he stood and declared, "That is impossible." He noticed Liang Guowen's brow twitch, yet he continued resolutely. "Firstly, I am a soldier. My duty forbids me from abandoning the populace. Secondly, as the soon-to-be captain of a newly formed squad, I shall never forsake any comrade. Here, his tone softened. However, I can assure you that I will do everything within my power to safeguard myself. Liang Guan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling his own self from 20 years past, standing in this very office, responding in a manner strikingly similar to this young man before him. A wave of nostalgia surged within him, prompting him to straighten his slightly hunched back. Very well, let it be so. Liang Guan's voice was somewhat hoarse. Remember, you are the hope of our people's future. Your survival could save millions. He stepped forward, firmly patting Ye Tian on the shoulder. As for any further assistance you require, I shall do my utmost. That is all I can say. Take care of yourself. Ye Tian felt the weight of expectation in that pat, a profound encouragement from an elder. He nodded solemnly, and as he turned, he caught a glimpse of a yellowed old photograph on Liang Guan's desk, depicting a younger Liang Guan alongside several comrades. The corridor lights flickered on, and Ye Tian hastened toward the dormitory area. Meanwhile, in the office, Liang Guan swiftly activated the encrypted terminal, his fingers dancing over the virtual keyboard. He summoned the highest level of encryption and dispatched a document marked as top secret. The flickering progress bar on the screen mirrored the flames of determination in his deep-set eyes. Brother Tian, you're finally back. As Ye Tian pushed open the dormitory door, Miao Tian lunged forward, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Congratulations on winning. From now on, we'll be relying on you. Ye Tian, both amused and exasperated, pushed him away. Two grown men embracing like this is absurd. He surveyed the dormitory, aware that tomorrow held a handsome competition. Approaching his bunk, he began to organize his equipment, stating, I will review everything. Ultimately, I retained the right to prioritize my selection of teammates. His actions abruptly halted, and he turned to face the trio, his expression growing exceedingly grave. After forming the squad, we shall confront the true beasts. The room fell into an immediate hush, the only sound being the chirping of insects outside. Ye Tian's gaze swept over each face. This is not merely an exercise. It is a genuine struggle for survival. Are you all mentally prepared? The three exchanged knowing smiles. We have awaited this moment for far too long. Finally, we can vanquish those wretched beasts. This is the very purpose of our enlistment. We would not hesitate, even if it costs us our lives. If I do not slay the beasts, then the families behind us will face increased peril. For the sake of our loved ones, I have always been ready. Listening to their responses, Ye Tian felt a stirring within. Indeed, as soldiers, they must fight for the countless lives illuminated by distant lights. Chapter 17, The General Ye Wuxia. The night was as dark as ink, with stars scattered across the pitch-black sky, yet failing to illuminate the steel fortress of the military headquarters. In an office situated at its center, Ye Wuxia was bent over reviewing frontline reports. The stars on his shoulders gleamed with a cold light under the illumination, while the array of medals on his chest silently narrated the illustrious achievements of this formidable general. He was among the most powerful generals of the human race, and rumors swirled that he was on the cusp of taking an unprecedented step, an undeniable pillar for both humanity and the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the stillness of the night. The sound, neither too soft nor too loud, carried the rhythmic cadence characteristic of military personnel. Enter. Ye Wuxia replied without lifting his gaze, his voice steady as a bell. The door creaked open gently, and a faint scent of jasmine wafted in with the night breeze. Yi Ying strode in, her military boots striking the floor with crisp clarity. Today, she had styled her long hair into a neat bun, accentuating her exquisitely angular face with an air of determination. Father, Yi Ying said softly, her eyes sparkling with the tender affection a daughter holds for her father. She placed the documents she carried delicately on the desk, positioning them as if handling a precious artifact. Only then did Ye Wuxia set down his pen, raising his gaze as the creases around his eyes softened. Looking at his daughter, his demeanor transformed into one of warmth. Inger, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there some urgent military matter? Yi Ying bit her lip, inhaling deeply, her voice involuntarily dropping a notch. Father, we received classified reports from Feng City and the Jiangbei base regarding Xiao Tian. She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. Ye Wuxia's expression abruptly froze. He stood, his broad hand unconsciously clenching and unclenching. What has happened to that rascal? Is he in trouble? He inquired gravely, his voice taut. No, it is good news. Yi Ying quickly shook her head, a proud smile curling her lips. Xiao Tian has awakened an S-class talent, requiring a high-level detector to ascertain his exact capabilities. Moreover, she deliberately elongated her tone. He has enlisted in the military. What? Ye Wuxia slammed his hand down on the table in disbelief. That brat enlists, and doesn't he even inform me of such a significant matter? His voice, low and gravelly, bore the weight of self-reproach, tinged with a hint of resentment. Yi Ying stepped closer, her slender fingers gently resting on her father's tense arm. Father, please do not overthink it, she said, her voice soft yet resolute. Xiao Tian may simply wish to prove himself. You know he has always shied away from living in your shadow. Furthermore, she hesitated for a moment, That incident cannot truly be blamed on you. Once he has experienced military life for some time, he will surely comprehend your burdens. Ye Wujie turned away, his eyes shimmering with a complex mix of emotions. He reached out, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair, an endearing gesture that transported Ying back to her childhood. Continue. What else about Xiao Tian? Regarding his abilities, Yi Ying's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a rare treasure. According to the report, he can manipulate the enemy's weapons, and even. She inhaled deeply. When attacked by the enemy's weaponry, those weapons will suddenly turn against them. Furthermore, he has already grasped the essence of firearms. What? Ye Wujie's pupils dilated, his expression shifting from shock to gravity in an instant. He hastened back to his desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, producing a rapid staccato. That is impossible unless. He abruptly lifted his head, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. Immediately seal off this information. Keep it under wraps for as long as possible. Dispatch personnel to protect him covertly, but do not alert him. Additionally, his tone suddenly turned stern. Investigate all his movements and contacts from the past few years thoroughly. Ying nodded solemnly, standing at attention. Yes. And what about mother? At the mention of his wife, Ye Wujie's resolute countenance softened. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Let us discuss that after her research reaches a conclusion. Recently, her new weapon development has entered a crucial phase, and she is likely to be completely unreachable. As he spoke, he retrieved a family portrait from the drawer. In the photograph, a woman donned a white lab coat, her gentle smile unable to conceal the resolute determination in her eyes. After Ying departed, the office fell into a hushed silence once more. Ye Wujie approached the floor-to-ceiling window, his hand instinctively resting upon the pocket watch at his chest, which concealed a weathered photograph. A young Ye Tian beamed brightly at the camera. Little Tian, he murmured, his voice barely audible, a rare flicker of vulnerability breaking through his steadfast demeanor. I am truly sorry for the years we've missed in your growth. It is only natural that you harbor resentment towards us, but, his fists clenched unconsciously, one day, you will understand that some responsibilities weigh heavier than familial ties. Outside, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the fallen leaves from the ground, much like the unspoken guilt and longing that lingered in the heart of this iron-willed general. Silently drifting into the night. The following day, after Ye Tian's astonishing performance of single-handedly defeating 9 opponents, the matches in Zhongbei's military competition appeared rather unremarkable. Under Ye Tian's guidance, Ye successfully grasped the essence of swordsmanship, her abilities now transformed beyond recognition. No one could match her prowess. Even Tian Cheng struggled to withstand 3 of Huijian's strikes, rendering her the undisputed strongest contestant aside from Ye Tian. Yu Ingjun stood at the foot of the arena, sweat dripping from his hair, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. Despite giving his all, he ultimately fell short, regrettably securing 6th place. He took a deep breath, gazing up at the scoreboard, a faint smile of acceptance gracing his lips. For him, the mere act of becoming stronger sufficed. Ranks were merely markers along the path of growth. Spectators murmured quietly among themselves about the recent fierce confrontations. It must be noted that aside from Ye Tian and Huijian, the other competitors were indeed on par with one another. Each battle was akin to a needle's point against a wheat stalk, where victory often hung by a thread. The defeated contenders gritted their teeth in frustration, silently vowing to challenge again once they had strengthened. At the judges' table, several evaluators engaged in hushed conversation. Ye Tian held a commanding lead. While Huijian's performance was equally impeccable, her graceful yet lethal techniques concealed beneath an air of elegance. Tian Cheng, with his solid fundamentals and remarkable perseverance, rightfully claimed 3rd place. Ultimately, the rankings emerged from the series of battles. 1st, Ye Tian. 2nd, Huijian. 3rd, Tian Cheng. 4th, Xiaoping. 5th, Wang Nuowei. 6th, Yu Ingjun. 7th, Long Xuan. 8th, Guanping. 9th, Lan Xiong. 10th, Zhao Yan. With the intense competition concluded, the top 10 were called to form teams. Possessing the privilege of selecting their teammates first, let the selection commence. Liang Guowen's voice resonated across the stage. Chapter 18, The Establishment of the God-Slaying Squad. As soon as he finished speaking, the training ground fell into utter silence, all eyes fixated on Ye Tian. Those whose names were called would receive a chance to alter their destinies. Ye Tian's long fingers lightly tapped his arm, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. With each name he announced, a wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the arena. Yu Ingjun, Huijian, Miao Tian, He Feiyun, Song Hai, Wang Nuwei, Qintong. Each syllable struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the listeners. Qintong, standing at the back, nearly collapsed upon hearing her name. She clutched her garment tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. The unremarkable sea-level beast affinity talent had, at this moment, become the key to her fate. She felt the envious glances of those around her, her eyes subtly glistening with tears. If those called have no objections, please stand behind Ye Tian. Instructor Liang Guowen's voice echoed throughout the training ground. Yu Ingjun was the first to leap from the ranks, the burly youth bounding to Ye Tian's side with fervent excitement. Ye Tian and He Feiyun swiftly followed suit. Ji-yun approached with measured steps, the scene from yesterday when Ye Tian instructed her still vivid in her mind. In her gaze directed at Ye Tian, there was not only awe but also a newfound determination. Ji-yun, known for her calm demeanor since childhood, found herself repeatedly astonished by Ye Tian, igniting a profound interest in him. She eagerly anticipated how much she could improve while fighting alongside him. Qin Tong jogged to the back of the line, her face flushed, yet her posture remained resolute. A murmur arose among the onlookers. Ye Tian's selection is truly impeccable. The compatibility of the team is remarkable. That little girl's flight ability is indeed rare. Listening to the murmurs, Qin Tong felt a twinge of pride. This was her advantage. Have you all decided on a team name? Instructor Liang's inquiry caused the seven to collectively hold their breath. All gazes turned towards Ye Tian, who, feeling the weight of their attention, spoke softly yet firmly, God-slaying. Our goal is to one day vanquish those so-called divine beasts among the aberrations. The term resonated like thunder in everyone's hearts. Qin Tong instinctively reached for the short blade at her waist. Images of her father being pierced through the chest by a divine beast's claw flashing through her mind. Though Ye Tian's voice was soft, each word carried immense gravity. Everyone understood what divine beasts represented. Countless individuals had lost loved ones and friends, even their homelands, to these so-called divine entities. The eyes of the seven gleamed with aspiration. If they could truly slay a divine beast one day, how glorious that would be. Godslaying, a splendid name. A sharp glimmer flickered in Liang Guowen's eyes. He regarded the small squad of 8 young individuals before him, their straightened postures resembling 8 unsheathed swords. He believed that if given time, these youths would undoubtedly conquer the so-called divine beasts lurking at the borders. Voices began to rise on the playground as the new recruits clustered in small groups. Some fervently vied for team members, others quietly deliberated tactics for future battles against the aberrations, while yet others silently polished their newly issued weapons. As the final team completed its formation, the 18 squad stood apart, akin to 18 arrows poised to be released. Liang Guowen, standing on the platform, gazed down at this assembly of youths, their average age barely 20. The grand competition for the new recruits had concluded, and he spoke with a booming voice, each word striking like a hammer upon all present. Your 3 months of training come to an end here. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each youthful face. Now, it is time to face the battlefield. Are you ready? Ready. The resounding roar shattered the heavens. Over 100 pairs of eyes ignited with fervent battle intent. Young faces flushed with excitement, and the veins on their clenched fists bulging. They had waited 3 months. No, they had waited 18 long years for this moment. Liang Guowen's vision blurred slightly. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to see himself standing in the same position 2 decades ago. Most of the comrades who had stood beside him then now lay in eternal slumber beneath the frozen earth at the borders. He silently wished for better fortune for these young ones. Forgive me, children, he murmured, his voice barely audible. It is our generation that has failed, sending you young ones to the battlefield. This group of children, who should have been savoring their prime years, were instead compelled to undertake the most perilous of tasks at the height of their youth. Liang Guowen stood at the forefront of the formation, slicing through the stagnant air with a slow, heavy tone. Everyone has. Go back and rest well. In 3 days, we shall march to the front lines. Cherish these final 3 days of peaceful existence, for perhaps in just a few days, some among you may fall forever upon that battlefield. The young soldiers in the ranks instinctively straightened their spines. Some unconsciously clenched their fists. As Liang Guowen's words settled, a solemn weight enveloped everyone's hearts. They had gleaned the brutalities of the battlefield from countless documentaries. Each time they witnessed the valiant fall of heroes, an involuntary shudder would ripple through them, and their hatred for the monstrous beasts ran deep in their bones. They were acutely aware that the true battlefield was far more merciless than any film could portray, and they had steeled themselves for the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. Brother Tian, do you think we can return alive from the battlefield? As they were dismissed, Yu Yingjun suddenly grasped Ye Tian's sleeve. The usually jovial, round-faced boy's voice trembled imperceptibly. Ye Tian turned around and noticed the quivering of his companion's lashes. What's wrong? Are you afraid? He deliberately nudged him with his elbow. Yes, I am afraid. You know I've always been the most timid, he confessed, but then abruptly looked up, a strange light sparking in his eyes. However, for my parents, I find a newfound courage. If I am to be slain by those beasts one day, I would rather perish before them. I wish to protect them. Ye Tian and He Feiyun, walking alongside, halted, and the 4 of them fell into a contemplative silence. Ye Tian firmly patted Yu Yingjun's shoulder, feeling the taut muscles beneath the fabric. Fear not, he said, his voice tempered like forged steel. We will surely survive. He gestured towards the blood-red sunset on the horizon. In the future, we shall drive the beasts from our homeland, and even annihilate them. The gazes of the 4 young men met in midair, igniting a shared flame of determination. All right, return and rest. Starting tomorrow, let us spend the next 3 days honing our synergy with our fellow comrades. for soon we shall entrust our backs to one another. Together, we will carve our legacy upon the battlefield. As they listened to Ye Tian's words, the group nodded and began to make their way back to the dormitory. 3 months of intensive training were nearing their culmination. Beasts, we come to vanquish you. Chapter 19, The Cruel Battlefield. 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. And soon, under the guidance of their instructors, they stepped into the inferno known as the battlefield. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, nearly suffocating. Severed limbs and shattered innards lay scattered everywhere, and blood pooled into rivers, reflecting a blinding crimson under the sun. It silently bore witness to the madness and carnage that had transpired here. The scene before them was merely the aftermath of skirmishes between low-tier beasts and humanity. What horrors awaited on the grander battlefield? The answer was self-evident. The cruelty there would far surpass this. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Hongbin surveyed the crowd. His voice is unyielding as iron. This is the battlefield against the beasts. Comparatively, this is still mild. If you cannot endure, you might as well leave. There was no hint of compassion in his tone, only an oppressive urgency that urged them onward. At his words, the expressions of everyone momentarily froze, only to ignite with resolute determination. Had they not endured countless days and nights of hardship for this very moment? To stand upon the true battlefield, safeguarding their home and fellow citizens. At that moment, an officer briskly approached Hongbin and saluted sharply. He then turned to the ordinary soldiers and commanded, "Ordinary soldiers, follow me." With his command, a large contingent of regular soldiers quickly assembled, marching away with a synchronized yet slightly heavy gait. Ultimately, only Ye Tian and over 100 warriors remained, watching the departing troops with mixed emotions. They understood that those ordinary folk would likely serve as mere cannon fodder. Yet, even so, many gallantly rushed to the front lines. For the sake of family, for their fellow countrymen, even in fear, they chose to face death with unwavering resolve. "Are you the new cohort of warrior soldiers? Quite impressive, follow me." A robust voice suddenly resounded, and the crowd looked up to see a burly man striding towards them. His military uniform was impeccably tailored, adorned with a badge denoting his rank. Each step radiated a predatory aura, reminiscent of a coiled tiger ready to pounce. "I am Wang Hu, the Sergeant Under Major General Shengwan I, with a strength level of 9th tier, avoid treading." Wang Hu introduced himself succinctly, then continued. "During this period, you will be under my command. Liang Guan must have already briefed you on the battlefield protocols, correct?" Pausing, Wang Hu's expression grew grave. "I regret to inform you that the current situation is exceedingly dire. The beasts are launching a new wave of attacks, and our forces are insufficient. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford you the luxury of adaptation and acclimatization. War may erupt at any moment." As he spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed his gaze. These recruits were still too inexperienced. They deserved more time for training, yet they were being thrust directly into the uncertainties of battle. "There is no need for apologies. As soldiers, we have long been prepared." Tian Sheng was the first to step forward, his voice steady and powerful. "Indeed, Sergeant Wang. Please assign us our tasks directly." Wang Noe followed closely, her tone resolute. "Yes, Sergeant Wang, we are ready for sacrifice." However, after a moment's hesitation, Guan Ping voiced his deepest concern. "But if we should tragically fall in battle, will the nation take care of our families?" Wang Hu nodded solemnly, assuring them, "Rest assured. If you sacrifice yourselves, the nation will ensure your families are well taken care of." Hearing this, the group felt a slight easing of their anxieties. However, the subsequent briefing on their tasks caused their nerves to tighten once more. "The current situation is extremely critical," Wang Hu continued. "The outer defensive line is being held by our higher-ranking officers against the formidable beasts, but due to the enemy's overwhelming numbers, we cannot completely eliminate every overlooked threat. Therefore, your mission will be to eliminate these stray beasts." Upon hearing this, everyone understood. The powerful beasts would be engaged by the commanders, but due to their sheer volume, some lesser beasts would inevitably breach the defenses. Their responsibility was to deal with these stray threats. However, you are new recruits. The task of clearing these overlooked beasts typically falls to those who have served for some time. Moreover, some cunning higher-tier beasts may also infiltrate to launch sneak attacks. Thus, it is impossible for you to confront high-risk areas directly. Wang Hu paused, his tone growing more serious. "You will be dealing with the beasts that remain after a secondary screening. Although they are relatively weaker, there may still be second or even third-tier beasts among them. Exercise extreme caution." At this point, the entire assembly fell into a brief silence. Even though they were merely tasked with clearing the beasts that had undergone secondary screening, the danger remained formidable. It is crucial to understand that the majority of these individuals are primarily at the body refinement stage, akin to the level of a first-tier beast. Perhaps a prodigy like Ye Tian possesses the capability to challenge second-tier beasts, but should they encounter a third-tier beast, it would be tantamount to facing a being of the soul entrapment realm. If such a creature were to invade their territory, it would result in a one-sided massacre. As this thought crossed their minds, each person's breath quickened. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting both tension and resolute determination. This was their inaugural battle. A pivotal struggle concerning life and death. Regardless of the treacherous path ahead, they had no option for retreat. They could only forge ahead against the odds. Issue the order. Commander. Ye Tian's steady voice resonated through the air. At this moment, he felt his blood surging like molten lava, raging through his veins. The innate talent of the Lord of 10,000 Weapons could only gradually break free from its shackles on the battlefield, fostering rapid growth and unlocking latent abilities. It was only amidst the smoke and carnage of war that the Lord of 10,000 Weapons could unleash his true power, causing the very heavens to tremble. Just moments ago, as his gaze fell upon the mountain of corpses and the rivers of blood, an indescribable sensation surged within him. It was as if he were being summoned by some mysterious force, awakening something deep within. Subsequently, the ethereal figure of 10,000 spirits within his consciousness trembled slightly, conveying a message. This was another innate ability of the Lord of 10,000 Weapons, Battlefield Sovereign. Any soldier commanded by him on the battlefield would be infused with a powerful source of strength, enabling them to unleash double their prior combat prowess. Moreover, their fighting spirit would be inexhaustible, akin to an everlasting flame. Within his consciousness, 10,000 spirits could not help but quiver, prepared to transform into an extraordinarily sharp spear. Ready to fight alongside Ye Tian. Very well, your task is quite straightforward. Wang Hu's voice rang out once more, each word striking the soldiers' hearts like a resounding hammer. You will intercept the second-tier beasts, having already undergone screening alongside ordinary soldiers. He paused, gesturing toward the towering, yet seemingly fragile city wall behind them. Beyond this wall lies safety. If you fail, the beasts will breach it, and should their numbers be sufficient, they could threaten the lives of those behind. His words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through each heart. The fervor within everyone ignited, their grips tightening around their weapons. Only one thought echoed in their minds. They must not allow a single beast to penetrate their defenses, for behind them lay their families. Familiar faces flashed before their eyes, the gentle smiles of the elderly, the innocent gazes of children, the tender looks of their parents, each memory unfurling like a vivid tapestry, fueling their resolve to hold their ground and fight to the death. Chapter 20. The Beast Siege. At that moment, a resonant bell tolled, mingling with the chaotic roars of beasts outside. The sound pierced through each individual's eardrum, striking deep within their souls, sending shivers down their spines. The tide of beasts was upon them. Young soldiers, ready your weapons and prepare to slay the enemy. Wang Hu addressed, all with solemnity. His voice was loud and unwavering, each syllable akin to the beating of war drums, echoing through the air. Standing tall and resolute, his demeanor exuded an undeniable authority. Yes, came the unified response, as they readied their weapons and moved toward the city gates, determined to confront the beasts outside. The soldiers marched in synchronized, powerful strides, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Their faces bore the marks of determination, though a tinge of anxiety and fear lurked beneath the surface, momentarily suppressed by their yearning for victory and the resolve to protect their homeland. Once we step outside, do your utmost to stay in formation. In the face of the beast tide, the strength of an individual is feeble, easily overwhelmed. We must exercise caution. I do not wish to see any of you sacrifice yourselves. Ye Tian spoke earnestly to the group. He was acutely aware of the brutality of this battle and did not want to witness the loss of a single comrade. Nods of agreement filled the air, their gazes fixed upon the approaching tide of beasts, solemnity etched on their faces. They understood that many who had enlisted alongside them would likely fall upon this battlefield. The beast tide surged forth like a black ocean, roiling toward the city walls, with the silhouettes of various beasts flickering within, some colossal as mountains, others small and agile, yet all radiating a chilling aura. You are the new recruits of this cohort. How unfortunate to face beasts right upon your arrival. A voice interjected, revealing itself as Zhang Jun, currently at the Soul Entrapment Realm. Stand back a little, you will only need to deal with the lower-tier beasts. However, do remain vigilant. There are numerous second- and third-tier beasts, and some may slip through. His words conveyed a sense of care for the new recruits. Standing at the forefront of the formation, exuding a presence far superior to theirs. Though the newcomers felt somewhat stifled, they had no choice. Their cultivation levels were lacking. Even clearing a first-tier beast posed a danger. They gripped their weapons tightly, palms slick with sweat, their eyes reflecting a blend of trepidation about the impending battle and an ardent desire to survive. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, each breath becoming increasingly labored. As the beast tide drew closer, the earth itself trembled, and all held their breath, their gazes fixated on a massive creature ahead. It was a black tiger, towering over 30 meters, its fur as dark as the night sky, emanating an eerie sheen. With each step, the ground buckled slightly beneath its weight. Its eyes glowed a blood red, radiating boundless ferocity and malice, as if all living beings were mere ants beneath its paws. Following closely were 4 more beasts, each exuding a terrifying presence. A flame lion, over 20 meters tall, was engulfed in raging fire, distorting the air around it into wavering ripples. A 3-headed purple wolf growled, its 6 eyes glinting with a chilling light, its drool corroding the ground beneath. A colossal black widow spider scuttled forth, its 8 legs adorned with fearsome barbs, intricate runes faintly visible on its abdomen. Lastly, a pure white rhinoceros stood composed, its horn gleaming with an icy radiance, as if capable of piercing steel at any moment. Those were the Nirvana realm dark evil tiger, the void-treading flame lion, 3 hellhounds, the black widow spider, and the white jade rhinoceros. It seemed this battle would be arduous. Zhang Jun's voice rang out from the ranks, tinged with unease and apprehension, his palms slick with sweat. They had anticipated the presence of Nirvana realm beasts, especially with a marquis commanding the battle. No one could have foreseen that, in addition to the cataclysmic dark evil tiger, there were also 4 formidable exotic beasts that had crossed into the void realm. In the city, there were only 3 centurions, Wang Hu, Liang Guowen, and Lin Su. At this moment, their expressions were grim to a terrifying degree, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Faced with such an imposing lineup, even seasoned veterans felt a suffocating dread. The presence of an additional 5th-tier exotic beast signified that the enemy not only had a numerical advantage, but also an overwhelming qualitative superiority. If not managed properly, these soldiers might not even have the chance to flee, facing complete annihilation. Lu Wanhu, the additional 5th-tier beast, was tantamount to a being of the void realm. If it could not be contained, the consequences for our rear forces would be catastrophic. Lin Su furrowed his brows tightly and hastened to the side of a man in the forefront, whispering urgently, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. He understood all too well that, given their current strength, even a moment's carelessness could lead to total destruction of the army. The man referred to as Lu Wanhu was none other than Lu Yunsheng, one of Major General Shang Wan's most capable generals. He had fought for decades, enduring countless battles, ultimately achieving the honor of being titled Wanhu of Nirvana. Yet, at this moment, this battle-hardened warrior exhibited an uncommon gravity. He stood at the edge of the city wall, his gaze piercing as it surveyed the distant tide of beasts, swiftly weighing various tactical options in his mind. We must find a way to delay them, otherwise, a single 5th-tier demon beast could obliterate our rear forces. Lu Yunsheng's voice was low yet resolute, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. His fingers instinctively brushed against the sword at his waist. He knew that the situation before them was more dire than anticipated, and that their current troop strength could not withstand a direct confrontation. The sky in the distance gradually darkened, ominous clouds rolled as distant thunder echoed, as if the heavens themselves trembled in anticipation of the impending battle. Lu Yunsheng inhaled deeply, slowly turning to face the soldiers behind him. His gaze swept across the faces of each individual, young and old, anxious and resolute. Each countenance spoke of a singular conviction: to protect their homeland, to never retreat. Brothers, today's battle pertains to our very existence. We must not yield. Lu Yunsheng raised his sword high, his voice ringing with fervor, for our families, for this land. Let us fight with all our might. As his words echoed, an earth-shattering roar of battle cries erupted from the crowd, instantly elevating their morale. Despite the terrifying might of the enemy, these ordinary soldiers chose to stand firm, constructing a line of defense with their flesh and blood. Meanwhile, in the distance, the dark, evil tiger seemed to sense the commotion. It slowly lifted its head, its roar piercing the skies, as if heralding the official commencement of war. Chapter 21, Brutality. Lu Yunsheng led the 3 centurions directly against the horde of exotic beasts led by the dark, evil tiger. At this moment, all centurions, commanders, and squad leaders were directing their subordinates to combat the beasts. Ye Tian's Godslayer and all the new squads were engaged in battle with the exotic beasts. It was only when battling these beasts that the true terror of their ferocity was felt. The brutality of the beasts could only be truly appreciated when one was in the fray, especially during the beast tide. The lower-tier beasts were driven solely by the instinct to attack, devoid of any other thought, leading them to charge recklessly toward the city walls even when under attack. Ordinary soldiers fired their guns relentlessly, while martial artists weaved through the beasts, striking them down. Though there were many powerful exotic beasts, a greater number were low-tier beasts, their sheer volume akin to a locust swarm. Ye Tian's figure moved like a dragon among the beasts, and with each beast he felt a surge of power being absorbed. He could not help but inquire, "Wanling, what is happening?" "Master, the Lord of 10,000 Weapons can restore stamina and absorb a fragment of the exotic beast's energy through slaying them, converting it into personal cultivation." Hearing Wanling's words, Ye Tian's eyes brightened. This meant that as long as he continued to slay exotic beasts, he would possess near-infinite stamina and could also enhance his cultivation, akin to leveling up in a game. Wanling confirmed, "Indeed, Master. The Lord of 10,000 Weapons is the master of the battlefield. Growing through slaughter is your destiny." Ye Tian was exhilarated. He understood that the Lord of 10,000 Weapons possessed numerous innate abilities, but he never anticipated such a game-changing advantage. If this continued, he could ascend directly to the rank of Emperor. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Tian quickly regained his composure, for he was on the battlefield. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and launched an attack to his left. It was a second-tier exotic wolf, its front claws colliding with Ye Tian's strike. The appearance of a second-tier beast made everyone tighten their grips on their weapons, for now that a second-tier beast had emerged, would a third tier follow? Each individual was engaged in their own battle, and if there were too many beasts, higher-tier ones could easily overwhelm the lower-tier fighters. Ye Tian focused on the imposing second-tier giant wolf before him. Its fur was as dark as the night, and its crimson eyes locked onto him, as if poised to leap and tear apart its prey at any moment. The giant wolf let out a low growl and leaped forward. Its sharp claws aimed directly at Ye Tian's face. However, Ye Tian exhibited no fear. With a flick of his long spear, the tip erupted with a fierce glint. As the giant wolf's swift assault approached, he deftly sidestepped, his footwork flowing like water, and with a twist of his wrist, he thrust the spear with immense force. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the spear tip penetrated the giant wolf's defenses and drove straight into its skull. The wolf barely had time to emit a cry before it collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this scene, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding spectators. A martial artist at the 8th level of body refinement could actually slay a second-tier exotic beast with ease? Such an achievement was unprecedented. Even those who prided themselves as geniuses could not help but cast admiring glances toward Ye Tian. They understood that such prowess was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. And Ye Tian's performance undoubtedly affirmed his exceptional nature. Yet, at this moment, Ye Tian had no time to bask in the crowd's admiration. He felt his internal energy rapidly rejuvenating, and even more delightfully, his cultivation had quietly broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. This sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, invigorating every cell within him. His gaze swept fervently across the throng of exotic beasts. Those menacing figures no longer appeared as fearsome foes, but rather as mere experience points. Each beast he felled became a stepping stone toward a higher realm. A powerful yearning surged within him. If he continued this slaughter, perhaps he would soon break through to the foundation establishment stage. With this thought, Ye Tian hesitated not a moment longer, gripping his spear tightly as he surged toward the horde of beasts once more. His movements were swift and decisive. Each thrust of his spear accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, each strike precise and lethal. Under his relentless assault, the exotic beasts fell one after another. Blood stained the earth, yet Ye Tian remained unfazed, growing ever more emboldened. Not far away, Wuxianovel witnessed all of this, and the fire within his chest was ignited. He clenched his fists, yearning to leap into the fray and fight alongside Ye Tian. Yet, reason cautioned him that he was still far from being worthy. Although he could be considered a standout within the team, the chasm between him and Ye Tian remained vast. Should he rashly abandon his squad to act alone, he would likely prove more of a hindrance than a help, possibly even meeting a gruesome end at the hands of the beasts. Wuxianovel took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within his heart. He understood that everyone had their own responsibilities, particularly in such a collaborative endeavor. Ye Tian's prowess allowed him to face formidable foes alone, but for the others, mindless imitation would only spell disaster. Meanwhile, Ye Tian continued to maneuver through the battlefield with unparalleled agility. His silhouette was akin to a gust of wind, weaving effortlessly among the throngs of beasts. Each strike he delivered eliciting a chorus of wails. In his relentless struggle, every blow radiated a chilling brilliance and an indomitable spirit, causing the surrounding beasts to crumple under his onslaught. His valor inspired the soldiers, igniting the once timid new recruits with fervor as they silently vied to prove themselves. The likes of Tian Sheng, Guanping, and Long Shuang, geniuses who had risen through the ranks of the training camp, seized this opportunity to showcase their talents. They unleashed their unique skills, toppling fierce beasts with their fierce assaults. However, not everyone could shine like these prodigies. Many warriors, possessing only the 3rd or 4th tier of physical cultivation, appeared woefully fragile amidst the brutal clash. Some barely raised their weapons in retaliation before being effortlessly reduced to mere pulp by the charging beasts, blood splattering in all directions. Others were swallowed whole by the beasts' razor-toothed maws before they even had a chance to resist. The air was filled with the cacophony of anguished cries, echoing across the battlefield. "Ah, no, don't eat me." A young soldier fell to his knees, his eyes brimming with despair and terror. He futilely shielded himself with his hands. Yet in the next heartbeat, he vanished into the maw of a beast. "A phone, wake up. Didn't we promise to become generals together? Open your eyes and look at me." A man cradled his blood-soaked comrade, tears blurring his vision. He shook his unconscious friend repeatedly, his voice trembling and hoarse. "Ah, beasts. I'll fight you to the end. Mom and Dad, your son has become a hero." Another new recruit charged at the beasts, fully aware that his life was nearing its end, yet resolutely choosing to make one last stand. However, those destined to be devoured received no help, and the deceased would not be resurrected. The beasts showed no mercy, leaving no time for sorrow. Even those who fought valiantly against the beasts ultimately became mere meals for them. The battle against these creatures was merciless, with everyone preoccupied with their own survival, often unable to guarantee their existence for even the next moment. On the precipice of life and death, each individual resembled a solitary vessel tossed about in a storm, poised to capsize upon this blood-soaked land. Chapter 22. Breaking through to Foundation establishment in the advanced battlefield, Lu Yunxing found himself evenly matched against the dark evil tiger. The creature was massive, exuding an intense aura of darkness. Each swipe of its claws sent forth a fierce gale, as though it could rend space itself. Lu Yunxing, in contrast, was agile, wielding a long sword that shimmered with radiant light, each clash against the dark evil tiger resounding with a thunderous echo. Meanwhile, the three centurions faced a daunting struggle against four fifth-tier beasts. Each centurion was a seasoned warrior. Yet the relentless assault from the four fifth-tier beasts left them scarred and bloodied, their garments stained with crimson. One centurion bore a deep gash across his face, blood trickling down his cheek. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain, his gaze locked resolutely on the beast before him. Clearly, if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Yet, they had no better options, only hoping that Lu Yunxing could swiftly vanquish the dark evil tiger and lend them aid. The dark evil tiger, belonging to a noble bloodline among beasts, was notoriously difficult to combat. Although Lu Yunxing's combat prowess was extraordinary, with each strike bearing immense power, the dark evil tiger's formidable defenses consistently thwarted his attacks, prolonging the battle. While engaged in combat, the three centurions also observed the mid-level and low-level battlefields, both of which were rife with carnage, with many already having fallen. Soldiers in the mid-level battlefield fought desperately against the beasts, and amidst the flashing blades, more and more lay defeated, blood staining the earth. The low-level battlefield was even more chaotic, ordinary soldiers facing the ferocity of the beasts with little means to fight back, their cries echoing through the air. Yet, Liang Guowen caught sight of the low-tier battlefield. A figure wielding a spear darted through the fray, leaving a trail of slain beasts in his wake. The figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, the spear in his grasp akin to a dragon, each thrust striking true at the beast's vital spots. His eyes burned with determination and resolve, as if no force could halt his advance. If only you had been born a few years earlier, if only you had reached the fifth tier, you could have likely handled those four fifth-tier beasts alone. Liang Guowen lamented. It won't be long. I shall soon break through to Foundation establishment, Ye Tian murmured to himself. Boom. Just as Ye Tian had slain countless beasts, he finally shattered the bottleneck of Foundation establishment, stepping into that realm. Feeling this surge of power, Ye Tian sensed he was several times stronger than before. At that moment, many squads exhibited signs of fatigue, with more individuals beginning to cluster together for support. The depletion of stamina forced everyone to huddle together. While this provided better resistance, the risk was evident. A single third-tier beast could easily decimate them. Now, they could only pray that no third-tier beasts would approach. The air was thick with tension and fear. At that moment, Hu Jian's face was also marred with blood. Crimson liquid trickled down her cheek, mingling with sweat, rendering her appearance particularly disheveled. Yu Yingjun, with his corpulent frame, maintained a soil-based defensive barrier, its glow flickering under his control, as though it might collapse at any moment. Miao Tian, He Feiyun, Song Hai, and Qin Tong also felt their energy waning. Their breaths became labored and heavy, each gasp seeming to consume the last vestiges of their strength. Suddenly, a second-tier beast lunged forth, launching a fierce attack on the squad. The creature was live, its eyes gleaming with a savage light, charging forward with overwhelming momentum. Hu Jiayun summoned every ounce of her strength to slash with her sword, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Bang! Hu Jiayun was violently thrown back, her body crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Although she had mastered sword intent and possessed formidable combat strength, the gap in cultivation ultimately proved insurmountable. Merely surviving against a second-tier beast was a notable feat. She struggled to rise, only to find her bones aching as if they might shatter, a pain unbearable. Just when everyone thought it was all over, a spear flashed before them. The spear, like a bolt of lightning, traced a graceful arc through the air, followed by the anguished roar of the beast. It had been impaled by that very spear. The body of the aberrant beast convulsed incessantly, blood gushing from its wounds and staining the surrounding earth a deep crimson. Shortly thereafter, a young man swiftly appeared beside the creature's carcass, drawing forth a long spear. His movements were fluid and unencumbered, exhibiting no trace of hesitation. He stood tall, his gaze reflecting an unwavering determination and audacity. Tiangu, Yu Yingjun exclaimed with palpable excitement, his voice brimming with joy and hope. The members of the squad looked at Ye Tian with fervor, astonished that their captain had effortlessly vanquished a second-tier beast. A wave of pride surged within their hearts, rekindling their desire to survive, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness. However, at that moment, Ye Tian had no time to respond. He fixed his gaze ahead, where 5 towering second-tier beasts loomed ominously. These creatures were massive, their muscles rippling, each step causing the ground to tremble. Their eyes were locked onto Ye Tian and his squad, emitting low, menacing growls, as if poised to charge and rend them asunder. Ye Tian gripped his spear tightly, charging fearlessly towards them. The second-tier beasts, in his hands, were no more formidable than first-tier monsters, utterly powerless to retaliate. The 5 beasts roared as they lunged at Ye Tian, their claws glinting dangerously, fangs brimming with lethal intent. Yet, their onslaught felt like childish play before Ye Tian. His movements were like lightning, the spear dancing in his grasp, summoning fierce gusts of wind. Every strike was impeccably precise, targeting the beast's vital points. In a mere moment, the 5 ferocious creatures fell one by one. You are simply incredible, Ye Tian. A second-tier beast, enough to annihilate us, yet you dispatched 5 with such ease. Came a voice of astonishment from afar. Tian Cheng, Guan Ping, Long Shuang, and 4 others approached quickly, though their gear bore signs of wear. It did little to diminish their gallant appearance. Their squad was named the Victory Squad, managing to survive through exquisite teamwork. Initially, upon hearing the sounds of fierce battle, they had anticipated a grueling confrontation. Instead, by the time they arrived, everything had concluded. You all did well too. Let us compare which squad has slain more beasts. Yu Ingjun chuckled, his tone laced with playful banter. Of course, our captain's kills don't count. Otherwise you might not even match a fraction of our score, haha. Just as the group relaxed their guard, Ye Tian's expression suddenly shifted. Fall back, he thundered, his voice resonating like thunder in their ears. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, akin to an arrow released from its bow. In that instant, he concentrated all his strength at the spear's tip, imbuing it with intent, unleashing his most potent combat prowess. In the next moment, a deafening roar reverberated, causing everyone to wince in pain. They turned to see a towering flame-striped zebra, standing 7 to 8 meters high, colliding with Ye Tian. The zebra was engulfed in searing red flames, scorching the earth beneath its hooves into charred blackness. Were it not for Ye Tian's swift reflexes, they would likely have perished beneath the beast's fury. A chill crept into their hearts as they realized the gravity of the situation. A third-tier flame-striped zebra, Wang Nuowei gasped, her voice trembling, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Chapter 23. The body moves of its own accord. Gazing at the third-tier flame-striped zebra, despair filled the hearts of the onlookers. How are we supposed to fight this? We can barely handle a second-tier beast, let alone a powerful third-tier one. A sense of helplessness enveloped everyone present as they watched Ye Tian confront the flame-striped zebra. They understood the chasm between themselves and Ye Tian. A disparity not solely of strength, but also of the courage and responsibility one exhibits in the face of formidable foes. Surprisingly, Ye Tian withstood the zebra's attack, wielding his spear to barely fend off the impact of the blazing beast. Yet, he too felt the strain. The significant difference in their ranks was not easily bridged. His body was jolted back by the zebra's force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Stop dawdling. Don't become a burden to brother Ye Tian. We have our own tasks to accomplish. Guan Ping's voice resonated, breaking the trance of the stunned crowd. His words acted as a clarion call, awakening them to the realization that they were not entirely useless. With newfound clarity, they rallied, launching an assault against the first-tier beasts. Armed with their weapons, they charged toward the lesser creatures. Ye Tian, however, wore a grave expression, acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by the flame-striped zebra. The disparity in their ranks was daunting, compounded by the zebra's elemental advantage, amplifying his pressure. Each clash with the beast felt like a dance on the edge of a knife, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. The air around them grew unbearably hot due to the zebra's presence, beads of sweat cascading down Ye Tian's forehead, yet he dared not falter. The silver lining was that he could still hold his ground against the flame-striped zebra. If he could just endure until reinforcements from third-tier warriors arrived, he might escape this perilous predicament. Yet, reality often proves merciless. At the moment Ye Tian collided with the flame-striped zebra once more, a third-tier burrowing beast lunged at him, its claws sharp as blades. Once a beast reaches the third tier, it begins to develop a semblance of intelligence, albeit rudimentary. Witnessing Ye Tian's slaughter of the lower-tier beasts, it understood that this human must be eliminated forthwith. With Ye Tian preoccupied, the creature seized its opportunity. Watch out. The squad members noticed the burrowing beast's advance and desperately attempted to intercept it. However, their physical assaults were ineffective against a third-tier creature. At this critical juncture, Guan Ping, positioned closest to Ye Tian, swung his arms vigorously. The surrounding air became damp, water elements swirling from his palms like ethereal ribbons, swiftly forming a translucent barrier in a bid to slow the burrowing beast's relentless charge. However, this beast was no ordinary creature. It emitted a low growl, its powerful limbs propelling it forward, tearing through the water barrier with brute force. Nevertheless, this maneuver afforded Guan Ping a precious moment. Clenching his jaw, he sprinted towards Ye Tian with all his might. The flame-striped zebra, noticing the burrowing beast's movement, intensified its assault on Ye Tian. Finally, a few third-tier warriors in the distance became aware of the unfolding chaos. Their expressions shifted, and without hesitation, they raced toward Ye Tian's location, eager to lend their aid. Yet it was all too late. The distance was too great, and the burrowing beast's claws were already closing in on Ye Tian's back, the air slicing with a sharp whistling sound. In the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared, placing itself squarely in front of the burrowing beast. A dull thud shattered the silence as Ye Tian's eyes widened, the unmistakable sound of flesh being pierced ringing in his ears. The members of the two teams, Exorcism and Victory, stood frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Before them, Guanping shielded Ye Tian with his own flesh and blood, his arms raised protectively in front of him. The sharp claws of the mountain beast pierced through his chest without hindrance, crimson blood dripping from the claw tips and staining the ground beneath. A look of anguish etched itself upon Guanping's face as the claws not only penetrated his arms, but mercilessly tore through his body, sending splatters of blood flying. His body trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained unwavering. He turned to glance at Ye Tian, a faint smile struggling to break through the pain, whispering, "Run." At that moment, Ye Tian's pupils constricted. He could hardly fathom that Guanping, whom he had scarcely interacted with, would selflessly sacrifice himself for him. The scene before him was so profoundly shocking that it seemed to freeze his thoughts, even his breath becoming labored. "Guanping!" Tiansheng shouted in rage, his voice laced with an unmistakable sorrow. Guanping and Tiansheng shared a dormitory. Tiansheng, born into a prominent family, had lived a life of privilege, his proud demeanor often setting him apart from those around him. In contrast, Guanping hailed from an ordinary family, but had never shown any distance or obsequiousness towards Tiansheng, treating everyone with genuine sincerity. Even in the face of Tiansheng's initial indifference, he never faltered. This candidness and persistence eventually broke down Tiansheng's defenses, leading to a blossoming friendship. They trained together, dined together, and shared countless conversations, becoming true companions. Tiansheng had even resolved that after this mission, he would leverage his connections to ensure Guanping's family would live a life free from worry. However, at this moment, witnessing his dear friend Guanping impaled by the mountain beast's claws shattered Tiansheng. A piercing pain gripped his chest, as if something had seized hold of his heart. His mind was a tumultuous storm, all those unfulfilled promises and future plans now mere vapor. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. All the members of both teams stood helplessly, their eyes wide as they bore witness to the unfolding tragedy. Their fists were tightly clenched, filled with frustration and regret. If only they could have moved faster, if only someone could have shielded Guanping from that strike. Yet there were no ifs. At that moment, the long-awaited third-tier martial artists finally arrived. One swiftly unleashed a fierce sword aura that drove the fiery zebra back several meters, while another lunged at the mountain beast, delivering a thunderous punch against its resilient shell. Seizing the opportunity, everyone rushed toward Guanping's position. Ye Tian, closest to Guanping, instinctively dashed forward, cradling the faltering figure of his friend. He felt Guanping's body trembling, blood gushing from the wound, staining his hands crimson. "Guanping, why? Why?" Ye Tian's voice was choked with emotion, each word forced from his throat. Guanping lifted his gaze, struggling to open his increasingly blurred eyes. Meeting Ye Tian's reddened gaze, he managed a feeble smile, murmuring, "I don't know. My body just acted on its own." These understated words struck Ye Tian's heart like a dagger. Unable to contain the tears welling in his eyes, they cascaded down his cheeks. Soon, the teams of Exorcism and Victory gathered around. Tiansheng knelt slowly, his trembling hand pressing against Guanping's wound in a desperate attempt to staunch the relentless flow of blood. His movements were careful, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, the trembling of his hands silently conveying his sorrow and agony. Chapter 24. If only. "Captain, it's futile. I'm sorry. I can't bear to see you rise to greatness." Guanping's weak voice echoed like the final lament of a dying bird. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips quivering, each breath seemingly draining the last of his strength. "Stop talking nonsense," Tiansheng roared, his voice a mix of anguish and despair. "Didn't you say you wanted to build a big house for your family, to provide a good life for your parents? To find a suitable match for your sister? Were those just empty words?" Tears streamed down Tiansheng's cheeks, dripping onto Guanping's blood-stained clothing. Grinding his teeth, he continued to shout, "I promise you. I swear I'll build 10 houses for your family. I'll arrange the easiest and most lucrative jobs for your parents. Your sister will marry the most outstanding and responsible man. I guarantee your family will live better than anyone else, never needing to worry about life again." At this point, Tiansheng's voice grew hoarse as he leaned closer, grasping Guanping's shoulders tightly, as if that could tether him to this world. "You still have to see me become strong, to witness my rise to power. When I become a general, you will be my closest aide. Only you can stand by my side." With a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "Stay alive, do you hear me?" In that moment, The young master from a prestigious family finally understood the words his father had once imparted to him. The pain of losing a comrade was far more excruciating than any defeat. That sense of helplessness and regret washed over him like a tidal wave, leaving him gasping for air. At the same time, Ye Tian, cradling Guanping, was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, a cacophony of feelings. Had it not been for Guanping, it would have been him who had been pierced by the mountain beast's claws. Guanping had traded his life for his survival. And this truth weighed heavily upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Guanping's gaze gradually faded, though a faint, imperceptible smile graced his lips. He raised a trembling hand, the effort to lift it seeming to drain him of what little strength he had left. He shakily produced a slightly yellowed photograph from his pocket, softly saying, "This is my family, my parents, and my sister." The image depicted a warm and beautiful scene. Two kind middle-aged individuals seated on chairs, smiles of simplicity gracing their faces. Guanping stood behind them, tall and radiant, one hand resting on his sister's shoulder. The young girl had a playful tilt to her head, her bright eyes radiating innocence and happiness. Her name was Xian. Guanping's voice grew fainter, fragmented as he spoke. She has always loved to laugh, adores flowers, and dreams of one day owning her own flower shop. On the back of the photograph was their address. Captain, Ye Tian, you are the most exceptional talents I have ever seen. In the future, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Please fulfill my unaccomplished dreams, and if it is possible, kindly look after my family, will you? Guanping's voice grew weaker, his breaths becoming more frantic. His lips trembled, his pallor ghostly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Ye Tian and Tian Sheng, filled with a plea. Images of his family flooded his mind, their gentle smiles, the playful countenance of his sister. He was acutely aware that he was the pillar of his family. Should he falter, they would inevitably face untold hardships. Tian Sheng, hailing from an illustrious lineage, exuded an innate authority and grace in every gesture. The formidable influence of his vast family loomed like a towering tree, capable of providing shelter to many. Ye Tian's talent was unparalleled, marking him as a future figure of military prowess, destined to command armies. The mere thought of securing their protection filled Guanping's eyes with a glimmer of hope, envisioning a life of comfort for his family. Very well, I promise you, Ye Tian and Tian Sheng declared almost in unison. Upon hearing their assurances, Guanping finally felt the tension in his body dissipate, the last remnants of worry fading from his countenance. Mom and Dad, if only I could accompany you into old age. Xian, if only I could witness your growth in marriage. If only I could spend more time with you all. Farewell, my dearest family. He let the photo slip from his fingers, descending slowly, a gesture imbued with the weight of relief and exhaustion, akin to a long-bent branch finally regaining its form. The onlookers felt their hearts skip a beat, as the atmosphere thickened with palpable tension. Ye Tian tightened his grip on Wanling's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from her palm. Yet, this warmth could not quell the raging inferno of fury within him. His anger roiled like a volcano on the brink of eruption, surging within his chest. I'm sorry. Just as Ye Tian uttered those words, Tian Sheng abruptly seized him by the collar, his eyes blazing with indignation. What are you apologizing for? It was a beast that took his life. Did Guanping save you just to hear your apology? Ye Tian, do not make me lose respect for you. A man should slay more beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and charged into the throng of beasts. His dark talons became a scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the monstrosities. The cries of the beasts echoed in anguish as blood spattered across the battlefield, painting a scene of utter carnage. Ye Tian picked up the slightly crumpled photograph from Guanping's hand, the figures within seemingly gazing back at him in silent contemplation. With utmost care, he tucked the photo into his pocket, each movement revealing his deep reverence for it. His resolve began to harden. Zhu Shun, maintain our original formation and continue the hunt for the beasts. Ye Tian's voice resonated across the battlefield, imbued with undeniable authority. The members of the Zhu squad, upon receiving the command, straightened with renewed determination. Yes, they replied in unison, before plunging back into the fray. With keen eyes, Ye Tian began to assess the battlefield. The prevailing disadvantage stemmed from a lack of high-level combat power. If they could eliminate the dark evil tiger or the 4 5th-tier beasts, the tide of battle could be turned. Ye Tian's mind raced with calculations. However, he was currently only at the foundational level, equating to the strength of a 2nd-tier beast. Wanling, is there any hidden card within my talent that could inflict harm on 5th or 6th-tier beasts? As a being of supreme talent, he must possess some trump card. Although it seemed unrealistic for a 2nd-tier fighter to affect the high-level battle, in this dire moment, he clung to a glimmer of hope. His voice was tinged with urgency and trepidation. Yes, Wanling responded. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's pupils dilated in astonishment, and excitement surged within him. An indescribable exhilaration and anticipation washed over him, making his breath quicken as if he glimpsed a ray of hope amidst despair. Chapter 25. I am willing. What method? Ye Tian inquired, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable anticipation. Wan Ling spoke slowly. The master of all weapons possesses a capability known as battle will, which can absorb the combat intent of subordinates and consolidate it within oneself, thus transcending limits. However, she shifted her tone to a grave one. This ability can only be initially utilized at the soul entrance stage and extensively at the true self stage. You have yet to master it. But I can assist you in activating this ability prematurely. Ye Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Then please unlock it for me quickly. Wait until I finish speaking. Although I can forcibly activate this ability for you, it comes at a cost. In addition to drawing on the battle will of your soldiers, it will also extract a portion of their life force. Upon hearing this, the joy on Ye Tian's face gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of hesitation and unease. He furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting to the soldiers engaged in fierce combat in the distance, complicating his emotions further. He found himself ensnared in a profound conflict. Furthermore, the longer you fight, the greater their life force will be consumed. Additionally, since you have not yet reached the soul entrance stage, while the battle will not harm the master of all weapons body, your consciousness and soul will endure tremendous strain. Should your mind break or prove incapable of bearing it, it could lead to total brain failure, resulting in death. Ye Tian fell silent. He had been prepared to bear a certain cost himself. But if it meant depleting the life force of all his soldiers, that was an exorbitant price. Moreover, they were to contend with 5th or even 6th tier beasts. Engaging beyond the 4th tier would surely entail terrifying life force consumption. Wan Ling, is there a way for everyone to hear my voice? Ye Tian asked. Master, when you activate the battle will, you can directly allow all to hear your voice within their hearts, Wan Ling explained. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Tian spoke slowly. Wan Ling, activate the battle will ability. Very well, Wan Ling replied without hesitation. In an instant, a mysterious and potent force surged into Ye Tian's body like a tidal wave. This power bore an ancient and solemn aura. As if it were a call from the battlefields of antiquity, Ye Tian felt his perception amplify exponentially. The emotions, states, and essences of each soldier around him vividly reflected in his mind, as if a vast web of life unfolded before him. Taking a deep breath, Ye Tian's gaze resolutely swept over the soldiers fiercely battling the beasts. Everyone, I am Ye Tian, this generation's newcomer. Aside from a few, you are all my seniors, and I require your assistance. His voice, deep yet authoritative, resonated above the clamor of the battlefield, echoing like a thunderclap in each heart. A ripple of confusion swept through the minds of nearly all present. Who was this Ye Tian? Why did his voice penetrate their consciousness directly? What did he want them to do? Sensing their doubt, Ye Tian paused momentarily before continuing. I possess a unique ability. As long as you heed my commands at this moment, I can gather the battle will of everyone and enhance it within myself. With this power, I will momentarily wield the strength of the Nirvana stage. As he spoke, a complex expression flickered across Ye Tian's face, an amalgamation of frustration at his own insufficient strength and guilt for potentially imposing a heavy toll on these soldiers. Yet, his tone grew weighty. Due to my current frailty, your sacrifices extend beyond mere combat will. They also entail the relinquishment of a portion of your vitality, essentially your lifespan. As for the specifics, I cannot foresee. Ye Tian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. His heart brimmed with helplessness and guilt. If only he could grow stronger, there would be no need for these venerable warriors to make such profound sacrifices. Yet, the situation was dire, leaving no alternative. I recognize that this request is exorbitant, but I implore you to assist me, if you are willing. Before Ye Tian's words could fully dissipate, he was abruptly interrupted by a resounding tide of responses. I am willing. The first voice to rise was hoarse, yet imbued with unwavering determination. It belonged to a weathered veteran, whose eyes ignited with indomitable fire. Following suit, I am willing. I am willing, echoed in a crescendo of voices. Initially from a mere dozen to swiftly swell into hundreds, then thousands, culminating in a unified roar from tens of thousands. The battlefield seemed engulfed by this earth-shattering clamor. Reverberating with the two words, I am willing. In this moment, every soul unanimously acknowledged Ye Tian as their leader. Waves of fervent combat spirit surged forth, like a flood unleashed from a dam, flowing unceasingly into Ye Tian's being. Each individual could distinctly sense a warm, vibrant essence flowing from their bodies, recognizing it as their own life force. Yet, there was not a hint of fear in their eyes, nor an ounce of regret in their hearts. If, as Ye Tian claimed, this could endow him with the strength to contend with 6th-tier beasts, then what was the cost of their lives? At this critical juncture between life and death, every person cast aside their own mortality, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for victory and unconditional trust in Ye Tian. Ye Tian acutely sensed this overwhelming combat spirit, interwoven with boundless vitality, crashing against his soul like a surging tide. A profound sense of responsibility surged within him. He understood that only by vanquishing the dark malevolent tiger, the source of the greatest peril, could he repay the trust and unreserved sacrifices of those around him. This singular belief became his driving force. Ye Tian's aura escalated like a fountain, soaring higher and higher. Foundations were laid, souls were entered, myriad laws were comprehended, and the void was traversed. Each breakthrough opened the door to a new realm. Power surged and amalgamated wildly within him. Boom. In that moment, Ye Tian's strength ascended to the nirvana realm. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The nirvana realm corresponded to the 6th tier of beasts, meaning Ye Tian now possessed the ability to confront the dark malevolent tiger head-on. With unwavering focus, Ye Tian locked his gaze on the distant dark malevolent tiger. Gripping the spear forged from myriad spirits, its essence swirling around him. Suddenly, he lunged forward, propelling himself toward the beast, the ground fracturing beneath his feet. Dust billowing into the air. At that moment, Ye Tian's spear shot forth like a dragon, and all witnesses beheld a silver streak racing toward the dark malevolent tiger. Chapter 26. Fierce Battle with the Dark Malevolent Tiger. On the 6th tier battlefield, Lu Yunsheng was covered in blood. Horrific claw marks revealing the damage inflicted by the dark malevolent tiger. The wounds still pulsated with dark light, a testament to the beast's terrifying power eroding his body. In contrast, the dark malevolent tiger bore several sword wounds, yet compared to its robust physique, those injuries were trivial. However, at that moment, the dark malevolent tiger sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Turning, it beheld a silver figure charging toward it, seemingly flanked by a legion of shadows. Its fur bristled in alarm. In a frantic movement, it raised its right paw to defend itself, everything transpiring in the blink of an eye. Roar! The dark malevolent tiger emitted a pained roar as a silver spear pierced through its right front paw, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This attack ignited its fury, and it thrashed wildly, attempting to break free, but Ye Tian clung firmly to the spear's haft, enduring its struggle. The rapidity of events left all spectators momentarily stunned. The cacophony of the battlefield seemed to freeze in that fleeting instant, with only the echo of the dark malevolent tiger's roar resonating through the air, reverberating painfully against eardrums. In the distance, soldiers widened their eyes, witnessing this astonishing scene. The fearsome dark malevolent tiger was being subdued by a mere youth. Lu Wanhas. I will hold the dark malevolent tiger. You go and slay those 5th-tier beasts. If we eliminate the enemy's high-tier combatants, victory will be ours. Ye Tian called to Lu Yunsheng, his voice resolute and commanding. Even in the face of such peril, he remained calm and composed, ready to counter any retaliation from the dark malevolent tiger. Lu Yunsheng paused momentarily, swiftly surveying the battlefield, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Though he yearned to vanquish the dark malevolent tiger first, he understood that even with Ye Tian's support, thoroughly defeating such a formidable foe in a short time was nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the 4 5th-tier beasts needed urgent attention, otherwise, the entire defensive line would collapse. All right. Lu Yunsheng decisively nodded, without a hint of hesitation. He tightened his grip on his heavy sword, his gaze resolute as iron. Ye Tian, take care of yourself. Hold on. With that, he turned and charged deeper into the battlefield, his target clear. The 4 5th-tier beasts engaged in battle with 3 captains. He knew this was a pivotal step to turn the tide of the conflict. If he could successfully slay these high-tier beasts, it would not only weaken the enemy's core strength, but also liberate the 3 captains to focus on the lower-tier beasts, thus establishing comprehensive dominance. After watching Lu Yunsheng depart, Ye Tian concentrated all his attention on the dark malevolent tiger before him. The tiger's deep-set eyes burned with fury, clearly enraged by the presence of this human. Its nostrils flared, exhaling 2 jets of scorching breath, as if the surrounding air itself was tainted with ferocity and murderous intent. Its massive form arched slightly, muscles tensed, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. It attempted to fling Ye Tian away, its powerful tail sweeping with a howling wind, capable of reducing a boulder to dust. Yet, Ye Tian remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. With a deft thrust of his spear, he precisely struck at the joint of the dark malevolent tiger's front paw. Accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking, half of the tiger's paw was brutally severed. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. The dark malevolent tiger let out a heart-rending howl, its voice deafening. In a frenzy of agony, it propelled itself into the air, lunging toward Ye Tian. Its gaping maw opened wide, fangs glinting ominously. A foul stench assailing Ye Tian as if it intended to devour him whole. The dark evil tiger, colossal in stature, would undoubtedly spell doom for any ordinary person facing its onslaught. Yet, would Ye Tian resign himself to such a fate? With a nimble flick of his toes against the ground, he evaded the dark evil tiger's lethal strike with ghostly swiftness and seized the opportunity to thrust his spear fiercely from the side. The spear tip cleaved through the air, conjuring a fierce gale, and plunged mercilessly into the creature's flank. Roar, roar, roar. The dark evil tiger unleashed a series of enraged roars, each resonating with defiance and fury. Though its movements had slowed due to its injuries, it struggled to retaliate. However, At that moment, bolstered by the fervor of the onlookers, Ye Tian seemed to be on the verge of transcending the third level of his spear intent. This enhancement exponentially amplified his offensive power, rendering him significantly stronger than Lu Yunxing just moments ago. The crowd held their breath, their faces etched with astonishment and elation. They had never anticipated that Ye Tian could exhibit such astonishing prowess in this dire situation. It was well known that the dark evil tiger was a terror in the Jiangbei region, yet here it was, utterly subdued by a mere youth. This remarkable display ignited a fervor within them, and some even began to cheer in hushed tones. Turning to another battlefield, Lu Yunsheng, having recently joined the fray, had already achieved significant victories. The once formidable line of 4 fifth-tier beasts had dwindled to 3. Among them, the most troublesome hellhounds lay defeated at his feet, their 3 grotesque heads rolling away, their massive forms now motionless upon the ground. As a Nirvana realm warrior, Lu Yunsheng found dispatching these 5th-tier beasts as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yet, his gaze did not linger on his own triumphs. Instead, it was fixated on Ye Tian, who was locked in combat with the dark evil tiger. He marveled inwardly, acknowledging the youth's boundless potential, capable of temporarily suppressing the beast. If he were to lend his assistance, perhaps they could eradicate this menace once and for all. With that thought, he resolutely set his sights on the nearby black widow spider. The spider, sensing impending peril, swiftly maneuvered its 8 slender legs to create distance. But Lu Yunsheng would not grant it a moment's respite. In a flash, he surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, his sword gleaming with a chilling radiance, aimed straight at the spider's vital points. He understood the urgency. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly and rush to aid Ye Tian. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was still embroiled in a fierce struggle against the dark evil tiger. The air around them seemed to tear apart with the intensity of their clash. Although he had gained the upper hand, the dark evil tiger, a pinnacle 6th-tier beast, possessed an astonishing vitality. Its massive tail swept through the air with a piercing whistle, carving deep furrows into the ground. In a sudden movement, Ye Tian deftly evaded the dark evil tiger's furious strike. Acutely aware that the beast was losing its sanity due to successive defeats, resorting to frenzied and indiscriminate attacks, the surrounding spectators bore witness to this spectacle, their faces alight with surprise, as if they glimpsed the dawn of victory. Could they truly win? Such thoughts spread among the crowd. The members of the god-slaying team gazed at Ye Tian, who appeared as if descended from the heavens, filled with pride and admiration. After all, he was their captain. At that moment, each member's heart swelled with an overwhelming sense of pride. Even the ever-composed Huojiayun displayed a hint of admiration. It was undeniable that such an extraordinary man could not help but evoke affection. Tian Sheng watched Ye Tian, who was showcasing his prowess, with a heart full of satisfaction. He murmured softly, "Ye Tian, you truly surpass me in every way. I wholeheartedly acknowledge your strength. Thank you for not disappointing Guan Ping's expectations. I will strive to make you my benchmark." This young man was remarkable, far too formidable. Some could not contain their awe. Indeed, is the dark evil tiger, which has plagued Jiangbei for so long, finally meeting its demise today. Another voice echoed with anticipation. "Go on, draw more of our vitality. Let us vanquish this dark evil tiger." Others shouted, hoping Ye Tian would harness more of his life force to grow stronger and expedite the beast's end. The resentment towards the dark evil tiger ran deep, having claimed countless lives of loved ones and comrades in its wake. The desire to see it slain was so profound that they would not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives for the chance. Ye Tian took a deep breath, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the dark evil tiger. The beast was now drenched in blood, its wounds deep enough to reveal bone, flesh and sinew grotesquely exposed, with gory holes marking its entire body. Each wound spoke of the immense damage inflicted by Ye Tian's relentless assault. Despite its mountain-like bulk, each step it took sent tremors through the earth. Under its shadow, Ye Tian appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet, in that moment, the tiger's eyes reflected an unmistakable fear. It understood that its demise was imminent. With an anguished and thunderous roar erupting from its throat, the dark evil tiger issued a command, summoning all its minions to assault Ye Tian. Realizing it was powerless to confront Ye Tian alone, it sought refuge in sheer numbers. The torrent of beasts would surely overwhelm any formidable opponent, for no matter how powerful one might be, they remained but a solitary figure. The battle, which had been fiercely contested, suddenly shifted. The human warriors, who had been fervently attacking, found the surrounding beasts abruptly turning tail, fleeing en masse in a singular direction. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving them bewildered. Just as confusion reigned, Lu Yunfei snapped back to reality. His voice boomed like thunder, "This is bad. The dark evil tiger is rallying all the beasts to besiege Ye Tian. Quick, stop them. The dark evil tiger is at its last gasp. We must not allow it to receive reinforcements." Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action, gritting their teeth and charging forward to impede the advance of the beasts. Yet, the creatures paid no heed to their presence. Even when pierced by blades or engulfed in flames, They pressed onward without hesitation, not a single one looking back. This near-mechanical obedience exemplified the dominion of high-tier beasts. Lower-tier beasts executed commands without reservation, even at the cost of their lives. Brothers, even if we fall here today, we must hold them back. With our flesh and blood, we shall buy time for Ye Tian. Liang Guowen bellowed, his voice hoarse yet resolute. As he brandished his weapon and charged into the throng of beasts, fighting alongside Lin Su and Wang Hu. The trio moved with impeccable coordination, their strikes fierce and unyielding. Each blow infused with the intensity of their unwavering resolve, systematically vanquishing the monstrous beasts that dared to oppose them. Meanwhile, Lu Yunsheng had completely seized control of the remaining 3 fifth-tier beasts, leveraging his extraordinary prowess to maintain the upper hand. This allowed Liang Guowen, Lin Su, and Wang Hu to extricate themselves and rally the other survivors to join in this life-and-death struggle against the encroaching tide of beasts. In each of their eyes burned an indomitable fighting spirit. Even when faced with the overwhelming onslaught of the monstrous horde, there was no hint of retreat. They understood that if they could merely delay for a moment, Ye Tian would have the opportunity to decisively defeat the dark sinister tiger, thereby turning the tide of the entire battle. Ye Tian observed everyone fighting desperately for time. Each silhouette danced amidst the swarm of beasts, their blood staining the earth crimson. A wave of indescribable sorrow and fury surged within him. He recalled Guan Ping, who had unhesitatingly shielded him from a fatal blow in a moment of crisis. As if it were happening before his very eyes. The scene now bore a haunting resemblance. Once again, life and death hung in the balance. With countless individuals sacrificing themselves for the greater good, Ye Tian knew clearly that he must swiftly eliminate the dark sinister tiger. Even a moment's delay could spell the difference between life and death for many vibrant souls on this land. The fallen soldiers of the Zhongbei army, their sacrifices must not be in vain. Every second they had purchased with their lives was a gift to enable him to fulfill his ultimate mission. All hopes rested upon him to slay the dark sinister tiger. This was not merely pivotal to the outcome of the beast tide, but also an opportunity for revenge for all the sacrifices made by the Zhongbei army. He had to kill the dark sinister tiger. He gently closed his eyes, shutting out the clamor of the outside world, allowing his breath to become steady and profound. Then, with a sudden burst, he opened his eyes, a terrifying aura radiating outward, causing the beasts to tremble in response. The combined might of his triple spear intent and the command of countless soldiers surged forth, consolidating all his combat power. Ye Tian gathered his strongest strike. All his abilities and hidden cards were channeled into this one shot. The dark sinister tiger, sensing this overwhelming energy, bristled with fear. Every hair standing on end as it emitted a low growl, laced with trepidation, before abruptly turning to flee. With a powerful push against the ground, its massive form launched into the air like an arrow, desperate to escape this perilous domain. Ye Tian merely regarded its actions with a cold gaze, a smirk of derision curling upon his lips. How could you possibly escape? He murmured, his tone indifferent yet suffused with an oppressive weight. You have slain too many of my brethren. Now, it is time to pay for their lives. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished from sight, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. The onlookers beheld a colossal silver spear hurtling towards the dark sinister tiger. Ye Tian's speed surpassed that of the beast by an unfathomable margin, and in a mere instant, he closed the distance. With a thunderous thrust, he drove the spear through the tiger's skull, blood erupting forth as its immense body crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Chapter 28, The Fleeing Beasts. At the moment the dark sinister tiger fell with a thunderous crash, the entire battlefield seemed to be suspended in time. Both man and beast were momentarily frozen, as if time itself had crystallized in that instant. All eyes turned toward the young man standing amidst the chaos. Despite his tattered attire, he stood tall, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and strength. His figure resembled that of a war god descending from the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld him. The gazes of the crowd brimmed with admiration, intermingled with disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that in their lifetimes they would witness the demise of the legendary dark sinister tiger, even though Ye Tian had just displayed astonishing combat prowess. Subduing the dark sinister tiger with a storm of attacks, a lingering doubt remained within many hearts. Could such a seemingly youthful individual truly vanquish that fabled beast? However, as the enormous body of the dark sinister tiger trembled before succumbing to silence, all skepticism was shattered by the stark reality. It was dead, utterly and completely dead. In that moment, the air seemed to grow thin, and everyone held their breath. Is this real? Lin Su's voice trembled, as if afraid to shatter the fragile stillness. His eyes were wide as he stared at the fallen dark sinister tiger, his lips quivering as he finally managed to utter those words. Yes, it is real. Liang Guowen replied slowly, his voice hoarse and low, laced with complex emotions. The dark sinister tiger, which has plagued the Zhongbei region for years, is finally dead. Upon finishing this proclamation, he involuntarily inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumult within his heart. Having previously faced the threat posed by the dark sinister tiger, he understood better than anyone the terror this beast embodied. Yet now, it lay defeated, slain by a young man's hand. This is simply extraordinary, Wang Hu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his tone brimming with awe. Who is this man? Such ferocity, he is nothing short of a monster. He turned to Liang Guowen, suddenly realizing something, and smacked his thigh in excitement. Wait a moment, isn't this the young man you brought to my camp before? Good heavens, he is one of my subordinates. At this revelation, laughter erupted around them. The soldiers could no longer contain their exhilaration, bursting forth in cheers. Some raised their weapons high, vociferously praising Ye Tian's bravery, while others knelt in silent prayer, honoring the fallen comrades who had perished at the hands of the dark sinister tiger. Tears of joy streamed down the faces of some, intermingling with laughter, creating a tapestry of emotions that filled the battlefield with a poignant yet invigorating atmosphere. Not far away, Lu Yunxing observed the scene with a complex expression. He had initially believed he would need to deal with the white jade rhinoceros before providing support to Ye Tian, even preparing himself for the worst. However, upon witnessing Ye Tian single-handedly slay the dark sinister tiger, his astonishment nearly caused him to forget about dispatching the final fifth-tier beast. He muttered to himself, "This young fellow is simply defying the heavens." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the other side. The white jade rhinoceros, which should have been as smooth and hard as jade, was now stained with blood, its body marred by ghastly wounds, struggling to move as it gasped for breath, awaiting its fate. In stark contrast to the human's elation, the beasts were engulfed in despair. Their king had fallen. The invincible ruler who had led them in battle against humanity now lay defeated. Blood oozed from beneath its massive form, staining the earth a deep crimson. Bereft of their king's protection, the beasts floundered like rudderless ships. Moreover, 3 of the 4 commanders beneath the king had perished, leaving only the ailing white jade rhinoceros. And fear seeped into the hearts of all the beasts. When the dark sinister tiger had commanded the horde to unleash the beast tide, the lower-tier beasts had acted without thought. They had charged forward like automatons, knowing only to attack and trample everything that stood in their way. However, the scene that unfolded before them, now liberated in thought, filled them with dread. The aberrant beasts began their frantic flight, their disordered figures a picture of despair. Many of these creatures emitted whimpers of fear. "Everyone, drive the aberrant beasts from our homeland. Slay as many as we can," Lu Yunxing proclaimed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell above the battlefield. The soldiers, invigorated by his words, ignited with flames of rage and hope in their eyes. They raised a deafening chorus of roars that soared into the heavens. Ye Tian, standing firm in the air, gazed down upon this spectacle, a flicker of relief shining in his eyes. He turned his gaze toward the spot where Guanping had fallen. "Guanping, do you see? We have triumphed." With that, he dissipated the terrifying aura enveloping him, allowing his battle intent to fade. Yet, in that very moment of release, a severe wave of dizziness washed over Ye Tian, swiftly followed by an indescribable agony in his head. Despite being at the Foundation establishment stage, he had forcefully activated his battle intent ability, which, while not physically harmful to the master of 10,000 soldiers, risked overwhelming his mental faculties. Abruptly, his consciousness dimmed, and he plummeted from the sky. Since earlier, there had been a watchful eye on Ye Tian's every move. Just as the crowd held their breath in anticipation, someone keenly noticed Ye Tian's unusual state. A startled cry pierced the silence. "Not good. Quickly, catch him." The urgency in that voice shattered the stillness around them. Lu Yunxing reacted with remarkable swiftness, almost instantaneously. He appeared beside Ye Tian like a wraith, extending his arms to catch him securely. After all, Ye Tian was the hero of this conflict. With indomitable courage and extraordinary prowess, he had slain the dark, evil tiger. This feat not only secured the Jiangbei district, but also saved countless lives in attendance. Such a pivotal figure could not be allowed to come to harm. Lu Yunxing looked down at the unconscious Ye Tian. A blend of relief and admiration reflected in his eyes. "Medical personnel and wood element warriors, come quickly." His voice rang out clearly and urgently amidst the clamorous crowd. Upon hearing his call, dozens rushed to his side. The wood element warriors gently placed their hands upon Ye Tian's wrist and chest, closing their eyes in concentration. They sought to probe Ye Tian's condition through their connection with the wood element. Fortunately, it was discovered that Ye Tian had not sustained any serious injuries. He had merely fainted from an excessive drain of spiritual energy during his earlier exertions. This news swept through the crowd like a gentle spring breeze, finally easing their taut nerves. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They understood that Ye Tian was an invaluable talent within humanity's ranks. His formidable strength in battle and unfathomable potential had raised great expectations among them. The prospect of him suffering lasting consequences from this fight, which might jeopardize his future cultivation, was a terrifying thought. Hence, the revelation of his safety allowed the weight in their hearts to finally dissipate, transforming the atmosphere from one of tense oppression to jubilant ease. Chapter 29, The Aftermath Conference. Following the slaying of the dark evil tiger and the four supreme leaders among the aberrant beasts, the remaining creatures scattered like disoriented flies, fleeing in all directions. They charged madly, some colliding with the rocks, others trampling one another, the once orderly formation now utterly dismantled, while everyone yearned to capture every last beast. Such a feat was evidently unattainable. The sheer number of aberrant creatures was overwhelming. Even with double the current manpower, they could not eliminate them all. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as the majority of the aberrant beasts escaped, despite brandishing their weapons and unleashing furious shouts in an attempt to halt the retreat. Their efforts bore little fruit. As the aberrant beasts disappeared from sight, a booming voice erupted. "We have triumphed." Ha ha. A burly man with a thick beard laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a bell. "Splendid. I'm still alive. Let the worthless beasts come back." A diminutive youth shook his fist toward the fleeing aberrant beasts, vocally exorcising his pent-up fear and frustration. "Brother, did you see? We won. We won." A soldier exclaimed, excitedly shaking the shoulder of his comrade, tears glistening in his eyes. The battlefield was alive with voices, each filled with exhilaration. Cheers erupted in waves, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Tian Sheng, witnessing the victory, felt a tear escape his eye. He slowly closed his eyes, the image of Guanping surfacing in his mind. "Guanping, do you see? We have triumphed." His voice trembled with emotion. Beside him, Zhu Shun and the others were similarly moved, finally grasping the battlefield's brutal reality. The joy of victory was overshadowed by the heartache of lost comrades. They supported one another, dragging their weary bodies as they began to retreat. The casualties were less than 10%, yet nearly half of the aberrant beasts had been slain, a staggering number. The battlefield was strewn with the corpses of hundreds of thousands of aberrant creatures, and the task of clearing the remains would be time-consuming. The ground was soaked in blood, the air thick with the metallic scent of carnage. Aberrant beast flesh was a valuable resource. When prepared as sustenance, it could bolster the health of ordinary people, while warriors could extract a modicum of spiritual energy from it. Additionally, some aberrant beasts bore beast cores, which could be transformed into spirit stones, excellent for enhancing cultivation. Under the guidance of the three centurions, the troops organized the battlefield with precision. Some were tasked with transporting the bodies, others with collecting spoils, and still others with tending to the injured comrades. Meanwhile, Lu Yunsheng carried Ye Tian back to the rest area. After thorough examinations by the medical staff and numerous wood element warriors confirmed that Ye Tian was in stable condition, Lu Yunsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He issued a few solemn instructions, ensuring that several individuals would watch over Ye Tian carefully before striding toward the conference room. Though the battle had concluded, the matters at hand were far from resolved. As one of the commanders of this operation, Lu Yunsheng understood the critical importance of the forthcoming meeting. Not only him, but several centurions and captains were required to attend this debriefing, to collaboratively draft the battle report and relay it to the higher-ups. The slaying of the dark evil tiger represented a glorious victory, and Ye Tian's performance therein was nothing short of astonishing. The sheer ferocity of his combat prowess and his extraordinary tactics were indelibly etched in his mind. If the higher-ups were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. There was no doubt that Ye Tian would be awarded substantial military honors and accolades. However, more crucially, the higher echelons would likely take notice of this young man, offering him greater resources and opportunities for development. Yet, with such recognition came peril. The aberrant beasts would not easily overlook this looming threat. Those traitors lurking in the shadows will undoubtedly set their sights on Ye Tian, and may even conspire to orchestrate an assassination attempt against him. Moreover, with the demise of the dark evil tiger, will the higher echelons of the beast realm dispatch even more formidable beasts? Might they send a seventh-tier beast? Contemplating this, Lu Yunsheng's expression grew increasingly grave. Shortly thereafter, he pushed open the door to the conference room. Taking his seat beside the main position, Lu Yunsheng's gaze methodically swept across each individual present. These were seasoned veterans, having braved countless trials of life and death, their faces bearing the marks of fatigue, yet their eyes remained sharp as blades. He took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions swirling within, and began to speak slowly. "Very well, let us commence. What are your thoughts regarding this battle?" Liang Guowen was the first to rise, straightening his back. In this conflict, Ye Tian has played an instrumental role, single-handedly turning the tide of the entire situation. I propose we report the truth to the higher-ups and advocate for Ye Tian's commendation. If his capabilities meet the requisite standards, he should be appointed as a centurion directly. His words resonated with conviction, and his gaze toward the assembly was filled with hope and affirmation. Ye Tian was a prodigy nurtured by Liang Guowen himself, someone he had recognized as exceptional from the very beginning, and thus he was determined to elevate him. However, Lin Su frowned, hesitating slightly as he remarked, "A centurion requires the attainment of the 10,000 laws realm. What level of cultivation does Ye Tian possess? Wouldn't this be too hasty?" His voice bore a hint of concern. Such nonsense about being hasty. Wang Hu slammed the table with force, producing a thunderous sound. His eyes widened with indignation, his countenance reflecting defiance. With such strength and capability, he is destined to become a general. What is a mere centurion in comparison? Moreover, he has not only slain the dark evil tiger, but has also almost secured the Jiangbei district. Such military merit, if his strength permits, could easily lead him to the rank of a marquis. But the tall tree attracts the wind. Being too ostentatious may endanger Ye Tian's safety, Lin Su countered. Steadfast in his conservative stance, adhering to the belief that survival equates to victory, he wished for Ye Tian to remain discreet. Lu Yunxing raised his hand to quell the debate. His expression revealed no overt emotion, merely stating, enough. I will make the decision regarding Ye Tian. What I seek is your insight on this battle. In essence, he was inquiring about the potential repercussions of the dark evil tiger's demise, and whether they had any speculations or thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing Lu Yunxing's words, the room fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, Liang Guowen spoke gravely. With the death of the dark evil tiger, the higher-tier beasts will undoubtedly send new, formidable ones. This is beyond dispute. However, it will likely be no more than a 6th-tier beast. If 7th-tier beasts were to arrive, it would necessitate a brigadier general to fend them off, thus expanding the battlefield considerably. His brow furrowed, as though he could already envision a future fraught with even harsher combat scenarios. That is unlikely. Lin Su shook his head, speaking with conviction. If they intended to send 7th-tier beasts, they would have done so long ago, and would not have allowed a single dark evil tiger to linger in the Jiangbei district for decades. Just as Lu Yunxing and the others were engaged in intense discussion, Ye Tian finally stirred from his slumber on the bed in the lounge. Chapter 30. The 9 Great Talents. Ye Tian opened his eyes, his consciousness struggling to emerge from the depths of chaos. The instant a ray of light pierced his vision, an unbearable pain surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He could not help but gasp, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, dampening the strands of hair at his temples. Instinctively, his hand shot up to press against his forehead. Are you all right? A gentle yet slightly urgent voice inquired. The personnel assigned by Lu Yunxing to guard Ye Tian stood by the bed, their gaze filled with concern as they observed him. Upon noticing Ye Tian's awakening, yet still bearing an expression of pain, they grew even more anxious, asking, should I call for a doctor? No need. Ye Tian managed to force a smile, albeit weakly. His voice was low and hoarse. It's nothing. Just the exhaustion from the previous battle. A bit of rest will suffice. After uttering these words, he gradually closed his eyes once more. Seeing this, the caretaker let out a slight sigh of relief. Although Ye Tian appeared pale, his breathing was steady, and there were no other evident signs of distress, suggesting that he was indeed merely fatigued. Thus, the individual stepped back and continued to silently watch over him, refraining from intruding upon his recuperation. However, just as the world outside was lulled into a sense of calm, a tempest brewed within the depths of Ye Tian's consciousness. Wan Ling, is this a side effect? What is the current situation? Ye Tian called out within his mind. Master, you forcibly activated your combat talent earlier. While this surge of combat intent remains vital, it has not inflicted any tangible harm to your body, but the mental strain has been considerable. Wan Ling paused, adopting a more serious tone. Fortunately, the duration was brief, resulting merely in a temporary fainting spell due to weakened consciousness. However, should you employ such prolonged exertion again, it may lead to permanent damage to your mental faculties. Listening to Wan Ling's words, Ye Tian remained silent for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have no regrets. His voice was resolute and powerful, each word seeming to erupt from the depths of his being. He would not hesitate, even if it meant facing a more severe cost. I cannot comprehend the human thought process, Master, but as your innate spirit, I shall remain eternally loyal to you. Your wishes and commands will be executed unconditionally, Wan Ling declared, its voice imbued with a sense of unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing Wan Ling's words, a wave of emotion washed over Ye Tian, and he softly replied, Thank you, Wan Ling. Wan Ling, hearing Ye Tian's gratitude, fell silent for a few seconds before slowly responding, You are my master. It is my duty to serve you. Ye Tian gently shook his head internally, his gaze reflecting a tinge of complexity. It seemed that while Wan Ling possessed its own thoughts, its core reasoning was perpetually centered around itself. Every action and thought revolved around its own essence, as if aside from matters concerning itself, nothing else could capture its attention. Just as Ye Tian was lost in contemplation of Wan Ling's unique existence, its voice once again shattered the tranquility. Master, however, you have inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune this time. The earlier overload of mental energy has significantly strengthened your mental faculties. Simultaneously, a vast reservoir of combat intent and vitality resides within your body. If you can refine this energy, your cultivation should exceed the 4th stage of foundation establishment. Ye Tian's eyes instantly lit up. This truly was a case of turning misfortune into fortune. However, it was precisely because he was the master of all weapons, endowed with a formidable physique, that he could withstand such violent energy. Had it been an ordinary person, this energy would have likely ruptured their meridians. Reflecting on the battle he had just endured, a fierce yearning surged within Ye Tian. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect those dear to him in this perilous world. This time it was Guan Ping. What about next time? The God-slaying squad? His brothers? Or perhaps Aunt Ling, Duo even Ru Shui, and his own family? Such occurrences must never repeat. Upon contemplating this, Ye Tian furrowed his brows and inquired of Wan Ling. Wan Ling, do you think that if I continuously slay the otherworldly beasts to ascend, it might adversely affect my foundation? Wan Ling appeared to have anticipated this question, responding without hesitation, Master, such an occurrence will not manifest in your case. The act of vanquishing otherworldly beasts is, in itself, a method of solidifying one's foundation. Practical combat is the finest avenue for enhancing and fortifying one's cultivation. Wan Ling continued. Your prowess in slaying these beasts is an innate talent befitting the master of 10,000 arms. Curious about the notion of talent, Ye Tian asked, by the way, Wan Ling, I have awakened many abilities thus far. Could you enlighten me on how many abilities I possess? I would like to be informed, lest I appear oblivious to myself. These talents seem to emerge at random. Sometimes they erupted unexpectedly in battle, while at other times they surfaced inadvertently. Although he had become proficient in employing certain abilities, an overarching sense of disorientation lingered. In response to Ye Tian's inquiry, Wan Ling replied, Of course, my master. The master of 10,000 arms possesses a total of 9 great talents. The first, mastery of weapons. You can intuitively grasp the use of all weapons, achieving a masterful understanding without formal instruction. The second, king of the battlefield. The soldiers you command will be imbued with fervor, enhancing their combat effectiveness by over 50%. Moreover, you can channel their battle spirit to bolster yourself, transcending your own limits, which are contingent upon the number of soldiers and your cultivation level. The third, supreme intent. You automatically comprehend all realms of intent, including sword intent, might intent, and fist intent, as well as the essence of various elemental skills. Even when analyzing martial techniques, your progress is remarkably swift, allowing you to master the quintessence effortlessly. The fourth, commanding generals. You can enlist subordinate leaders, including the 4 divine generals, the 8 heavenly generals, the 16 beast generals, the 36 heavenly stars, and the 72 earthly fiends. Those you sign can enhance their qualifications, allowing you to share their attributes, certain abilities, and a tenth of their cultivation as a permanent boon to yourself. The fifth, control of soldiers. You can resonate with countless soldiers, momentarily bestowing them with souls. Once fully awakened, all weapons within a certain range will heed your command. The sixth, infinite battle body. You can slay otherworldly beasts to enhance your cultivation and restore your stamina, with no upper limit. The seventh, immunity. You can be immune to all abnormal status attacks, excluding those you inflict upon yourself, such as the side effects from forcibly activating your battle spirit. The eighth, child of heaven. Your cultivation progresses rapidly and without bottlenecks. Upon hearing Wan Ling's elucidation, Ye Tian could not help but marvel. Is the master of 10,000 arms truly so extraordinary? Each of these abilities is exceptionally formidable. Having merely grasped a portion of them already feels overwhelmingly powerful. If I were to master them all, would I not then soar to greatness, effortlessly slaying divine beasts? Yet, something struck him. Wan Ling had only enumerated 8 abilities. Ye Tian promptly interjected, Wan Ling, you have only mentioned 8. What, pray tell, is the 9th ability? I do not know, Wan Ling replied succinctly, her tone devoid of any ripple of emotion. Unclear? How can that be? Are you not my innate spirit of talent? Ye Tian exclaimed incredulously. Wan Ling responded with an ethereal calm. The final talent of each master of 10,000 arms is unique, awakening in accordance with your life experiences and will. I cannot ascertain it. Upon hearing Wan Ling's explanation, a wave of curiosity surged within Ye Tian regarding his final ability. His mind was flooded with the myriad possibilities that those yet to be awakened powers could entail. However, he was acutely aware that these thoughts were still far from reach. At present, his strength was already sufficient to distinguish him among his peers, even allowing him to stand tall against the multitude. It was likely that only in a bustling place like the capital or in some deeply rooted, powerful cities could he find top-tier talents who could rival him. Wan Ling, when can I expect my abilities to awaken? Or rather, what realm must I attain? Ye Tian inquired, unable to suppress the anticipation in his voice. The talent of commanding generals was especially alluring. The ability to enlist numerous leaders and enhance their qualifications, while sharing their cultivation and special abilities, was nothing short of revolutionary. Should he manage to sign a formidable individual with S-grade or even higher qualifications, as that individual grew, they would not only become a pillar of protection, but he would also gain a terrifying amount of power through the shared cultivation. The more Ye Tian pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a future resplendent with glory. Hundreds of signed powerhouses would gather, each possessing formidable combat prowess, while he, as the core of it all, would become invincible through the accumulation of shared cultivation. What if he could sign a peerless powerhouse of the Emperor realm now? Not only could he further elevate their qualifications, causing their combat strength to surge, but he could directly share in their vast cultivation as well. With this thought, a fervent light flickered in Ye Tian's eyes. However, just as he was immersed in this beautiful reverie, Wan Ling's words fell like a bucket of cold water. Master, the awakening time and order of your talents are unpredictable. I cannot provide an answer. Upon hearing Wan Ling's statement, disappointment washed over Ye Tian. Indeed, he had been too greedy, yearning for shortcuts that ultimately proved futile. It seemed he must remain grounded, systematically slaying the otherworldly beasts, accumulating experience, and enhancing his cultivation. That was the true path to mastery. With this resolution, Ye Tian began to channel the spiritual energy within him, attuning himself to the battle intent absorbed from prior conflicts and the residual vitality coursing through his body. Though this energy was wild, it was the purest source of power. Once refined completely, his cultivation would surely ascend to new heights. The foundational stage, aptly named establishing the foundation, serves to hone one's roots and temper the energy center, preparing for the journey ahead. The significance of this realm is self-evident. It is akin to the foundation of a tall building. Only with a solid base can the structure rise high and stand firm. Ye Tian understood this principle well, so he resolved to utilize all the residual power to temper his body, sparing no corner from the 5 viscera to the energy center. While the advancement of cultivation was undoubtedly important, Ye Tian recognized that if his foundation were unstable, any breakthroughs would be akin to a house of cards, susceptible to collapse at any moment. Only by forging a foundation as steadfast as rock could he fearlessly surpass one barrier after another in his future cultivation pursuits. As time gradually passed, Ye Tian poured his heart and soul into the refining process. His body felt as if it were immersed in a colossal furnace, every inch of skin and every bone enduring the baptism of energy. Gradually, he realized that his body had been refined to the pinnacle of his current realm. However, to his surprise, there remained a considerable amount of energy yet to be consumed. This energy coursed through his meridians, seemingly awaiting his next command. Recalling Wan Ling's earlier mention of reaching the 4th level of establishing the foundation, Ye Tian's heart suddenly enlightened. It appeared that Wan Ling had already considered this aspect. Perhaps the surplus energy was meant to prepare for the forthcoming breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. He began to diligently refine this residual energy, striving to elevate his cultivation to the next level. Not far outside the lounge, the members of the God-slaying team, along with many other martial artists who had arrived with Ye Tian, anxiously awaited, their faces etched with concern. Particularly, the members of the God-slaying team had forged deep bonds with one another, and at this moment, their hearts were ablaze with urgency. Longing to rush into the lounge to check on Ye Tian's condition. Hello, may I inquire about Ye Tian's current state? Has he awakened? Yu Ingjun's voice, heavy with worry, shattered the surrounding silence. He gazed at the guard stationed at the entrance of the lounge, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I apologize, but Commander Liu has given strict instructions that Ye Tian must not be disturbed. He requires proper rest and recovery. I must ask you to return for now. The guard replied apologetically. He understood the concern these individuals held for Ye Tian, yet he dared not defy the commander's orders. Very well then, should he awaken, please have someone contact us, Yu Ingjun said helplessly, before turning to lead the others away. Following this battle, everyone had gained invaluable insights, particularly a profound transformation in their minds, along with a renewed understanding of the brutality of combat against the alien beasts. The fierce scenes of battle lingered vividly in their minds, the grotesque faces of the beasts, their sharp claws, and the harrowing cries of their comrades when wounded were all deeply etched in their memories. They had come to comprehend the significance of strength and learned how to maintain composure in the face of life and death. At that moment, they lingered little longer, each returning to their rigorous training. 2 hours later, Ye Tian finally refined the power within him, slowly opening his eyes, an aura of might radiating from him. The guard, sensing this newfound strength, exclaimed in astonishment, wow, this power, he has reached the 4th level of foundation establishment. This kid must be a freak. His mouth agape. Disbelief painted across his face. He stared at Ye Tian as if he were a monster. Another remarked, is this what genius looks like? Indeed, he is unlike us. But he is also utterly extraordinary. When I was his age, I was merely at the 5th, or perhaps even 4th level of body refinement. He has directly attained the 4th level of foundation establishment. There was a mix of envy towards Ye Tian and a hint of resignation regarding their own lack of talent. Alas, I hope more such geniuses emerge among our kind. It would provide us with a greater means of self-preservation against the alien beasts. Another side. If humanity had more talents like Ye Tian, perhaps one day we could truly counterattack the alien beasts. They all saw in Ye Tian a glimmer of hope for humanity's future. One day, under the guidance of such prodigies, humanity could resolve the threat posed by the alien beasts. Chapter 32. I wish to send him home. Ye Tian gradually sat up, noticing the numerous attendants surrounding him. He then spoke, thank you for your care. I have recovered. Is there anything else to address here? If not, may I return to my comrades? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, the attendants ceased their actions. One of the older attendants promptly replied, "Please wait a moment. Commander Liu is currently in a meeting. They may seek you out once it concludes. It has been over 2 hours, so it should be soon." Ye Tian nodded, rising from the bed. He first gently stretched his limbs, clenching his fists a few times, and then twisted his neck, producing faint cracking sounds. Feeling his current state, he sensed an ample reservoir of spiritual energy within him, as if brimming with inexhaustible strength, eager to seek out sparring partners. Before long, 4 figures appeared at the entrance. Ye Tian was engrossed in studying a compendium of alien beasts, which was filled with illustrations of various creatures alongside detailed annotations of their habits and weaknesses. He was so absorbed that his brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Upon seeing him reading intently, seemingly untroubled, the 4 at the door breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the lad was unharmed. "Kid, you're incredible. Who would have thought you could slay the dark evil tiger? You must be the child of destiny, haha." Wang Hu's teasing voice broke through. Hearing this, Ye Tian stood and smiled slightly, raising his gaze to Wang Hu with a hint of humility. He replied, "Captain Wang, you flatter me. I merely employed certain methods. Moreover, this victory was primarily due to the collective efforts of all the warriors. Otherwise, I would never have been able to unleash such power on my own. This triumph is not solely mine. It is the fruit of everyone's labor." His tone was resolute and compelling. Upon hearing this, admiration for Ye Tian only intensified in the eyes of the 4. They exchanged glances, their appreciation for Ye Tian deepening further. "There's no need for such modesty. Without you, how could everyone's strength have coalesced? Besides, you must have paid a certain price, correct?" Liu Yunxing's voice was deep and resonant. "Regardless, you saved the Zhongbei district and killed the dark evil tiger. That is a fact. We have already reported your merits to higher authorities, and appropriate rewards will follow." Ye Tian nodded, his expression calm. After a brief silence, he suddenly recalled something, lifting his gaze to Liu Yunxing, and stated firmly, "Commander Liu, I have a request. I hope you will grant it." Liu Yunxing raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest crossing his features as he looked at Ye Tian. "Speak. And within the bounds of my ability, I shall fulfill your request." At this moment, Ye Tian was a prized asset, having rendered great service to the Zhongbei district. Thus, any reasonable request would surely be met with utmost effort. "I have a friend named Guanping. Were it not for him, I would have perished long ago and would not have achieved the feat of slaying the dark evil tiger. I wish to exchange all my accolades to confer upon him the title of first-class merit, along with sufficient compensation for his family. Simultaneously, I hope to grant my God-slaying team and the Tianqing victory team a 3-day leave to visit Guanping's family. I wish to send him home." Ye Tian earnestly requested of Liu Yunxing, his tone sincere and resolute. The words spoken by Guanping before his sacrifice lingered in Ye Tian's heart, etched into his very soul. He felt it was his duty to personally escort Guanping home. Having sacrificed himself heroically to save Ye Tian, Guanping's family became akin to his own. He yearned to see the place where Guanping had grown up and to immerse himself in the atmosphere of his past life. Even if Guanping's parents and sister harbored resentment or reproached him, he felt he must bear it all. Upon hearing Ye Tian's request, Liu Yunxing showed no hesitation. His voice was steady and powerful. "I agree to your conditions. However, your accomplishments are your own. Merely the fact that Guanping saved your life is sufficient to elevate him to first-class merit. As for his parents and sister, we will also provide them with adequate compensation and ensure they receive special care." Ye Tian felt a warmth swell within him upon hearing this. He solemnly nodded, gratitude evident in his voice. "Thank you, Commander Liu." Liu Yunxing waved his hand, a subtle smile gracing his features. "There's no need for thanks. In comparison to your achievements, these are but trifles. Moreover, this is Guanping's own merit, not something you bestow upon him." Upon his conclusion, he added, "When you and your companions are ready to depart, be sure to register. Someone will be designated to escort you back to Wind City. Remember to return to the war zone in 3 days." Having said this, he gestured for Ye Tian to seek out his friends, who must surely be worried about him. Ye Tian nodded once more, then turned and stepped outside. With exceptional talent and a composed demeanor, he never wavered in the face of formidable foes. Coupled with deep camaraderie and gratitude towards his companions, this young man's future was boundless. Lin Su, standing nearby, could not help but murmur in admiration, as if he could already envision Ye Tian's illustrious achievements. The others nodded in agreement, viewing Ye Tian as the epitome of perfection, a genius whose talents, strength, and temperament were nothing short of extraordinary. They harbored no doubts that this young man was destined to carve out his own legendary narrative in the years to come. Liu Yunxing surveyed the group, initiating the arrangements for the upcoming tasks. "For the time being, let us all exert ourselves. Lin Su and Wang Hu, remain vigilant for any escaping beasts." His tone was grave. "Liang Guan, please ensure Ye Tian and the others return safely. Keep a close watch on them. No mishaps can occur." Clearly, Ye Tian's safety was of paramount importance to Liu Yunxing, who even dispatched a centurion to safeguard him. Liang Guan was more than willing to accept this task, as Ye Tian was someone he had brought along, and their rapport had always been strong. Thus, it was undoubtedly fitting for him to escort Ye Tian. Meanwhile, Ye Tian stood outside the camp of the God-slaying squad. Yu Ingjun and He Feiyun were seated on a patch of ground outside the tent, seemingly awaiting something. After their return, some had engaged in training while others tended to their injuries. However, they all took turns waiting outside for Ye Tian's return, eager to ensure their captain would see them upon his arrival. As soon as Yu Ingjun and He Feiyun caught sight of Ye Tian's silhouette against the setting sun, their faces broke into joyous expressions. "Brother Tian, it's Brother Tian returning. Feiyun, go notify everyone," Yu Ingjun exclaimed excitedly. With that, his portly figure rushed towards Ye Tian, moving swiftly despite his size. Ye Tian smiled at the sight of Yu Ingjun rushing towards him and embraced him warmly. "Brother, I have returned." Hearing those words, tears glistened in Yu Ingjun's eyes as he replied, "I knew you would be safe, Brother Tian. You are our captain." After releasing their embrace, they turned their gaze towards the tent, where He Feiyun, Hu Jieyun, Qin Tong, Wang Nowei, Song Hai, Miao Tian, and the entirety of the God-slaying squad had emerged, all wearing smiles. Chapter 33, Return to Wind City. The following day, the God-slaying and Victory squads boarded the vehicle heading towards Wind City. After Ye Tian's return the previous day, the members of the God-slaying squad could hardly contain their excitement. When Ye Tian expressed his intention to escort Guanping home, there was no hesitation. Everyone unanimously decided to accompany him. Subsequently, they contacted members of the Victory squad, who had fought alongside Guanping, and upon hearing the news, they readily agreed to join in the solemn task of returning their fallen comrade home. Guanping was a martyr. In accordance with regulations, his remains would be cremated and interred in the martyrs' cemetery. Thus, Ye Tian could only bring along all of Guanping's personal belongings, clothing, small trinkets, and items of sentimental value, carefully placing them in a finely crafted wooden box. Though modest in size, the box bore the weight of everyone's memories and respect for Guanping. Throughout the journey, the vehicle's interior was imbued with a profound silence, punctuated only by the low rumble of the engine. This silence was not oppressive but rather a deep, reflective sorrow. To alleviate the atmosphere, several jovial individuals broke the quiet, engaging in conversations about their families. Some spoke of the delectable cuisine from their hometowns, smiles of satisfaction gracing their lips, while others reminisced about their parents' nagging, their tones laced with a warm, resigned fondness. Such seemingly mundane exchanges gradually infused the vehicle with a sense of life. Although these 16 individuals were currently united under the Jiangbei military district, they hailed from vastly different backgrounds. Some were scions of affluent families from bustling metropolises, while others were born and bred in Jiangbei. The Jiangbei district comprised 4 cities: Wind City, Fire City, Smoke City, and Cloud City, each with its own unique charm. Guanping, coincidentally, was from Wind City, just like Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun, albeit attending different high schools. Despite their differing schools, the proximity between their locations was not significant. Surprisingly, Song Hai also hailed from Wind City. Both squads, newly formed and thrust directly into the battlefield, had yet to familiarize themselves with one another's family backgrounds or personal histories. During their conversations, they also discussed their motivations for joining the military. Some enlisted due to financial hardships at home, hoping to secure substantial aid for their families. Others sought to prove themselves to loved ones or those they admired. There were also individuals who, having become orphans due to the beasts, aimed to slay more of the creatures. Additionally, some simply wished to enhance their skills through combat with the beasts. Liang Guowen quietly observed the young people conversing, reminiscent of his early days with teammates who shared similar reasons for embarking on this path. Alas, few of them had survived. The distance from Jiangbei's war zone to Wind City was considerable. They departed in the morning and only arrived by afternoon. Upon reaching Wind City, the group decided to proceed directly to Guanping's home. As they traversed the streets, the buildings on either side appeared dilapidated and rudimentary, showing signs of wear from wind and rain. The vehicle navigated a narrow alley, the uneven road creating a jarring ride. The driver halted at an inconspicuous corner. As they gazed at the rundown house before them, a sense of unease settled in their hearts. It was an old, poorly maintained dwelling, with much of the plaster peeling away to reveal rough bricks beneath. One corner of the roof seemed to have partially collapsed, with crooked beams precariously supporting what remained, as if it could cave in entirely at any moment. A wave of unexplainable sorrow washed over everyone. They had initially believed Guanping's family, though modest, would not be in such disrepair. Guanping's home was indeed in a state of decay, verging on the hazardous. In front of the door sat a middle-aged couple, leaning against the wall on stools. The man wore a faded short-sleeved shirt with patched sleeves, while the woman had her hair disheveled and her complexion pale. Beside them was a small table adorned with a few coarse porcelain bowls and a pot of cool tea, appearing exceedingly simple. They seemed lost in thought, their faces etched with worry. The man occasionally sighed, while the woman remained in a fixed posture, her brow furrowed and the deep lines around her eyes revealing the hardships of time and the weight of life's burdens. This scene stirred feelings of compassion among those standing at the entrance, yet they felt helpless in their ability to change the situation. At that moment, a girl of about 13 or 14 emerged from the house, her eyes red, suggesting she had suffered some grievance. She moved a stool beside the middle-aged couple and sat down, gently sobbing. The young maiden was strikingly beautiful, her age similar to that of Ling Duor, which inevitably stirred memories of his younger sister within Ye Tian as he gazed upon her. The gathered crowd had all seen the photographs and recognized that these three individuals were indeed Guanping's parents and his sister. However, it soon became apparent to everyone that the atmosphere was decidedly amiss. From a distance, the three figures stood dejectedly beneath the dilapidated eaves, as if tormented by an invisible weight pressing down upon them. This peculiar state ignited a flicker of concern within Ye Tian and the others. Had they encountered some sort of trouble? Without lingering on the thought, Ye Tian took the lead and strode purposefully towards the trio, followed closely by the others, their steps resolute and unwavering. Regardless of the circumstances, they understood that they could not remain idle bystanders. Yet, as the three individuals caught sight of Ye Tian and his companions drawing near, their already taut expressions twisted into one of anger. The middle-aged man's visage darkened, his lips quivering slightly, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and fury. Instinctively, he took a step back. The middle-aged woman grasped the girl beside her, shielding her protectively behind her, her gaze rife with wariness and trepidation. "Why are you people here again?" The middle-aged man finally erupted, his voice rising sharply with long-suppressed ire. "I told you, we will not move. Even if it kills me, I shall remain." His shout reverberated like thunder in the still air, echoing in the ears of all present. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian and his companions stood momentarily frozen. Soon enough, however, they grasped the situation. It seemed that someone was attempting to forcibly evict them, to which they had resolutely refused. As this realization dawned, fists clenched involuntarily, a wave of nameless fury ignited within their hearts. Guanping had sacrificed himself on the battlefield to protect humanity, yet the response of his family indicated they had been grievously wronged. A notion that was utterly intolerable for those who had fought alongside him. Dressed in plain clothes, it was likely that the trio had misconstrued their intentions, viewing them as harbingers of trouble. Chapter 34, Is My Son Brave? Observing the somber expressions of the group, the three individuals recoiled instinctively, fear gripping them tighter. The little girl clung desperately to her father's garment, as if grasping a lifeline, swiftly retreating behind him. Her small head barely dared to emerge, revealing only a pair of terrified eyes that furtively scrutinized the unfamiliar gathering before her. Witnessing their distress, the hearts of Ye Tian and the others felt as though they had been tightly squeezed by an unseen force. It dawned upon them that their earlier demeanor had likely frightened the trio, and guilt washed over each individual like an overwhelming tide. Stepping forward from the crowd, Ye Tian was closely followed by his companions. He bent slightly, striving to soften his tone. "I apologize, sir, for alarming you, your wife, and this young lady. We are soldiers, comrades of Guanping." Upon hearing the word comrades, the tension in the three individuals visibly dissipated, their breaths easing. Guanping's father relaxed his guard slightly, while his mother quietly grasped her husband's sleeve, murmuring, "Ah, so you are friends of Xiaoping," her voice tinged with relief, yet laced with complex emotions. "Oh, I see, you are Xiaoping's comrades." Guanping's father finally spoke, his voice betraying a hint of uncontainable relief. "I thought it was those developers again, trying to force us to move." He shook his head, the mere mention of the matter filling him with indignation. "Let me tell you, they have gone too far. Not only do they want us to relocate, but the compensation they offer for moving is paltry. Forget about finding a place to rebuild. We can scarcely afford to rent elsewhere for any length of time." As he spoke, Guanping's father grew increasingly animated, as if he had found a confidant to unburden his woes, passionately recounting the injustices they had endured in recent times. His rough hands gestured emphatically, each word imbued with rage and helplessness. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice pierced through, interrupting Guanping's tale. "Where's my brother?" The girl raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Tian and the others. The girl, Guan Xian, was Guanping's younger sister, who had always been deeply attached to her brother. To her, Guanping was not merely family, he was her hero. Upon learning that these individuals knew her brother, her immediate instinct was to seek his familiar presence. She stood on her tiptoes, striving to peer over the towering figures before her in hopes of spotting a recognizable face. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not see her beloved brother. Upon hearing her words, Guanping's parents also reacted, their expressions shifting. "Yes, comrades, where's Xiaoping?" Guanping's father furrowed his brow, worry and unease etched across his features. "Why hasn't he returned with you?" Guanping's mother's voice trembled slightly, her hands instinctively clenching the fabric of her clothing. Both spoke almost in unison, as if their hearts were gripped by an unseen hand. A foreboding intuition surged within them, akin to shadows creeping through the darkness, swiftly enveloping their beings. At this, a heavy silence fell over the group. The air seemed to solidify in that moment, the oppressive atmosphere rendering it difficult to breathe. "Speak, where's my brother?" Guan Xian's voice quavered, tinged with desperation and the onset of tears. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her body swaying involuntarily, like a sapling buffeted by a storm. Turning to his companions, Ye Tian retrieved a box and approached the three with sorrowful resolve. Guanping sacrificed himself while combating the beast tide. Boom. The word struck the trio like a thunderclap. Guanping's mother closed her eyes, a heart-wrenching scream escaping her lips as her body slumped backward, unconscious. Guanping's father caught her just in time. His arms trembling, lips quivering as he murmured, "How could this be? How could this happen?" His voice was low and hoarse, saturated with unbearable grief and disbelief. Though they had prepared themselves for such news when Guanping enlisted, the reality was an unbearable weight that they struggled to accept. The anguish of losing a beloved child surged like a relentless tide, drowning them utterly. "No, you are lying. You are lying. My brother loves me dearly. How could he leave me? He promised he would watch over me on my wedding day." Guan Xian crumpled to the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Ye Tian, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, felt a profound sense of sorrow and guilt. "I am deeply sorry. Guanping sacrificed himself to save me. Here are his belongings and some of his clothing." His voice caught in his throat, his eyes reddened, filled with remorse and self-reproach. He extended the box, his hands trembling, as if the weight of it were 1,000 pounds. Upon opening the box and laying eyes upon Guanping's clothes and possessions, Guanping's father jolted, his hands shaking as he reverently cradled the neatly folded garments. He slowly traced his fingers over the peace amulet, its metallic surface worn to a soft sheen by the passage of time, a talisman his wife had placed around their son's neck before he departed for battle. Then, he spotted the family portrait nestled among the clothing. It depicted a scene brimming with laughter, the family's smiles radiating joy and hope. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks as he could no longer contain his emotions. The shoulders trembled violently, releasing a low and suppressed whimper from the throat. The onlookers felt as though a colossal stone pressed down upon their hearts, rendering them utterly despondent. "I am deeply sorry, uncle," Ye Tian finally uttered, his voice hoarse and feeble. In that moment, words appeared painfully inadequate. No matter what he said, they could not fill the void left by the family's loss of a beloved member. He could only bow deeply, expressing his profound remorse and sorrow through his actions. Guanping's father lifted his head, his face, etched with wrinkles, bearing the weight of time and anguish. His eyes were bloodshot, yet they radiated a resilience that could not be overlooked. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "Young man, the creature that took his life was a beast. I do not hold you accountable. I merely wish to ask you at this juncture." His voice faltered, and after a brief pause, he continued, "Was my son valiant in battle against the beast?" This question struck Ye Tian's heart like a heavy hammer. He was taken aback, astonished that this father, who had just endured the agony of losing a son, did not cast blame upon him, but instead inquired about his son's final act of bravery. Quan's father gazed intently at him, his eyes reflecting sorrow, reluctance, and an ineffable pride and expectation. He had anticipated this day from the moment Guanping chose to enlist. He understood the implications of that path, yet he had never imagined it would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving him utterly unprepared. Hearing those words, Ye Tian's eyes brimmed with tears. He clenched his jaw, striving to stifle the flow of grief, but ultimately he succumbed to it. As he looked upon this weary yet steadfast father, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He had expected to be met with anger, curses, or even vengeance. Yet the reality was starkly different. This father not only refrained from blaming him, but actively sought information regarding his son, deepening Ye Tian's feelings of guilt and admiration. Chapter 35, Fury. Guanping was extraordinarily brave, surpassing all others. It was through his efforts that we managed to vanquish the dark evil tiger that had plagued the Jiangbei region for decades. Ye Tian's voice resonated with a somber strength. The sixth-tier beast, the dark evil tiger, is dead. Without Guanping, we would not have triumphed. This is his medal of honor. He is a hero. Upon concluding, Ye Tian retrieved the medal he had collected from Lu Yunsheng on behalf of Guanping and solemnly presented it to Quan's father. The medal gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, yet it bore the weight of fervent emotion. It symbolized honor and served as a profound tribute to a young life lost. This medal had been crafted overnight by the troops at Lu Yunsheng's behest upon learning that Ye Tian and his companions were returning. Gazing at the medal inscribed with Guanping's name, adorned with the emblem of the Jiangbei military, Quan's father could no longer contain his tears. Trembling, he lifted the medal with quaking hands, his fingertips brushing over the familiar inscription as though he were caressing his son's visage. In that moment, pride and sorrow intertwined, rendering him nearly unable to stand. He was aware of the dark evil tiger, a creature deemed the greatest threat in Jiangbei. Its demise was a momentous victory. Good. Excellent. My son did not die in vain. His sacrifice was worthwhile, indeed. Quan's father murmured, his voice choked with emotion, dwindling to a faint sigh. His back stooped slightly. At this juncture, Tian Sheng stepped forward, asserting, "Rest assured, from now on, you and Auntie shall be our parents, and Quan Ping's sister shall be our sister. There was a resolute tone in Tian Sheng's voice, his gaze unwavering, as if to dispel the gloom that enveloped this family with his promise. Quan's father raised his head. Meeting Tian Sheng's earnest expression, his eyes glistening with tears, he nodded slowly, a faint smile struggling to emerge, yet it could not conceal the depths of his grief. Thank you all. However, today is indeed not a suitable time for hosting guests. We wish to be left alone. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian replied, Very well, uncle. Please take care of yourselves. With that, he turned to lead the others away. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Suddenly, dozens of thugs wielding knives emerged from the shadows, their imposing figures and fierce expressions instilling dread. Oh, still looking for someone? It won't do you any good. Today, the contract must be signed. You must vacate, or I will end you. The burly leader grinned menacingly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his tone rife with threats and impatience. Meanwhile, Quan's mother had regained consciousness. Blinking drowsily, she took in the scene before her and trembled. Her face as pale as a sheet. Having just witnessed her son's misfortune, she now faced these brutish individuals. Fear and helplessness surged within her like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she struggled to articulate her feelings, her voice reduced to faint sobs out of sheer terror. Quan Xin was equally frightened. Shaking uncontrollably, she clung tightly to her father's clothing, retreating behind him, her small face buried in his back. She lacked the courage to even glance at the thugs. Her body rigid as stone, her fingers gripping her father's hem as though it were her only source of security. Quan's father stood firm, striving to straighten his back, attempting to shield his wife and daughter from all danger. The atmosphere around them grew oppressively tense, thick with an almost suffocating dread. Noticing the absence of a response, the burly man snorted derisively and stepped forward, his polished shoes thudding ominously against the ground. He swung his knife, the blade slicing through the air with a low, ominous hum that sent chills down the spine. What? Still unwilling to sign? Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. His gaze swept across each individual, filled with disdain and contempt. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the tension reaching a boiling point. Ye Tian and the others were engulfed in turmoil. Quan Ping had enlisted to protect humanity, only to sacrifice himself, while his family now faced such indignity. The collective fury within them threatened to erupt. Ye Tian clenched his fists. Tian Sheng's eyes flickered with dark energy. Hui Jiayun had already positioned her hand on the hilt of her sword, and Yu Ingjun emanated a glowing aura. At that moment, all of them radiated a palpable surge of spiritual energy. They could not bear to witness their comrade's family being subjected to such cruelty. Should these thugs dare to make a move, they would not hesitate to strike down dozens of them. We will not leave, even if you kill us today. We will not go. If we leave, how will my son return home after 7 days? If you have the guts, kill me now. Quan's father's voice resonated with furious defiance. Oh, your son is dead, yet you still dare to act so brazenly? Do you think I fear you? With that, he brandished his knife and advanced towards the family. His patience had worn thin. The deadline imposed by his backers was imminent. And if he did not force this family to vacate, he would face dire consequences. He resolved to shed blood, believing that only then would they comply. As the brute approached them, preparing to strike, Ye Tian stepped in front of Quan's father. His gaze was frigid, akin to an ancient glacier, exuding a fearsome aura. Try to lay a finger on them. Ye Tian's voice was laced with an icy menace. Upon hearing this, the burly man felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he was emboldened by the presence of his numerous comrades. What can you do, kid, if you seek to stand out? Know this. Those who meddle in others' affairs often meet a swift demise. His voice resonated with an unmistakable threat. As the sinews on his robust arms bulged like writhing earthworms, and the flesh on his face quivered with each word, his gaze radiating malice and disdain. You young ones should leave at once. There are others behind them, reportedly connected to a powerful figure with significant influence. You could find yourselves entangled in peril, urged Guan Ping's father, his face etched with anxiety, his voice trembling slightly. The concern in his eyes reflected his profound awareness of the danger posed by those individuals, and he wished to shield the young ones from harm, despite being the one truly in jeopardy. Upon hearing Guan Ping's father's words, Ye Tian's fury intensified, his anger surging like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He turned to Guan Ping's father, his expression softened by reassurance, exuding a calming strength. Uncle, there is no need for worry. This will be resolved shortly, and you shall not have to fear again. His voice, though soft, was imbued with resolute conviction, akin to soothing balm falling upon Guan Ping's family, gradually easing their tense nerves and instilling a profound sense of security within them. Guan Ping's mother felt her eyes moisten, gazing at Ye Tian, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak, but swallowed her words instead. Chapter 36, The Hidden Force, the Infamily. You seek death. A furious voice erupted from behind Ye Tian, brimming with uncontrollable rage and murderous intent. A soft sound pierced the air, as if an invisible crack had formed, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. This hush was abruptly shattered by the gut-wrenching scream of the burly man, whose hand wielding the knife had been severed by Ye Tian, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. At that moment, Ye Tian's expression remained impassive, her gaze fixated upon the burly man as though he were a lifeless corpse. There was no trace of pity or fear in her eyes, only a chilling resolve and lethal intent. Ye Tian regarded the burly man and his entourage, speaking in a calm, yet commanding tone. Now, tell me, who sent you? His voice bore no emotion, reminiscent of a mundane inquiry, yet it emanated a bone-chilling aura. You dare to touch our boss? Brothers, charge! Shouted one of the lackeys. His voice laced with fury and malice, prompting a rush of bodies towards Ye Tian and Ye Tian. The members of the Zhushun and Shengtian teams could hardly contain themselves any longer. Witnessing the opposition's offensive, they decisively surged forward. On one side stood the street thugs, who often bullied the weak through sheer numbers and underhanded tactics. On the other, seasoned soldiers who had battled fierce beasts, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The disparity between the two factions was stark, particularly as Ye Tian and his companions were martial artists. In an instant, elements erupted, flames blazed in the air, lightning crackled through the crowd, and winds howled, swirling dust in their wake. They showed no mercy to the thugs. Ye Tian moved like lightning, each strike infused with formidable energy, sending the approaching thugs flying. Ye Tian resembled a fierce valkyrie, her weapon gleaming with a cold light, leaving no adversary unchallenged. The members of Zhushun and Shengtian displayed their prowess. Some unleashed powerful punches, while others executed rapid kicks. Within moments, all the thugs lay defeated, their anguished cries echoing amidst the chaos. At that moment, the leading burly man, once brimming with arrogance, now appeared utterly terrified. His eyes wide with dread, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his body succumbing to weakness from fear, leaving him utterly paralyzed. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know, he pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. Tian Sheng let out a cold snort, unhesitatingly placing his foot upon the man's severed arm. The burly man let out an agonizing scream, his face contorted in pain as if an invisible hand were mercilessly squeezing him. Where is that bravado of yours? Did you not intend to harm my uncle and aunt? Come on, if you dare, make a move. Tian Sheng's voice was as chilling as ice in the depths of winter, piercing and frigid. The man, now stripped of any courage, found himself utterly immobilized. His once menacing lackeys, who had appeared fierce moments before, now lay sprawled on the ground, some groaning in agony, others having lost consciousness. He felt the overwhelming aura of death emanating from these young warriors, an unmistakable testament to their experiences in life and death struggles, leaving him with no doubt that should he attempt any further misdeeds, they would not hesitate to extinguish his life. I shall ask you once more, who sent you? Ye Tian's voice, devoid of warmth, resounded again. The infamily, the burly man replied, his voice trembling with fear, nearly inaudible. He swallowed hard, striving to quell his rising panic, but the cold sweat pouring from him betrayed his terror. The infamily wishes to develop this area, and they sent us to intimidate and coerce the locals. This household is the last one left. Tomorrow is the deadline set by the infamily. He paused, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. The infamily is a prominent clan, reputed to have military connections, backed by a centurion. Even more powerful families must show them deference. I advise you not to oppose them. Upon finishing, he was soaked in sweat, his clothing clinging to him. The expressions of the onlookers darkened. The notion of military ties was alarming. Very well. Anger and vigilance flared within their gazes. They pondered whether the centurion was being manipulated or was complicit in corruption. If the latter were true, it would be imperative to root out such parasites, akin to malignant tumors nestled within the military's very core, for if left unchecked, they would bring disgrace upon the entire force and sow distrust among the populace. Meanwhile, the members of the Guan family stood frozen in shock, gazing at the pile of bodies strewn across the ground, several of which had already drawn their last breaths. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Young ones, you must leave. If you kill someone, there will be no turning back. The infamily has a centurion behind them, your superior. If he learns of this, it will implicate you, they stammered. Hearing these words of concern stirred a warmth within the hearts of the young warriors. While moved, their resolve to uncover the truth only solidified. They exchanged determined glances, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. They were now resolute in their commitment to safeguard the safety of this family. Since there were those who dared to lay hands upon the relatives of the fallen heroes, they would make an example of the thugs, ensuring that all understood the consequences of crossing the kin of martyrs. For this reason, they were unperturbed by the prospect of taking more lives, even if it meant shaking the very foundations of Wind City or the Zhongbei district. While others trembled in fear, they remained undaunted. Among them were several scions of esteemed families, any one of whom could easily outmatch the infamily. Furthermore, Tian Sheng hailed from a prestigious lineage in Kyoto. Even a mere branch of his family could effortlessly obliterate the infamily. Not to mention that Ye Tian was now a hero in Zhongbei district, should he desire it. Lu Yunsheng would stand firmly by his side. How could they fear a mere centurion? Contemplating this, a smirk of disdain crept upon their lips. Rest assured, uncle. The infamily is hardly a cause for concern. We shall take charge on your behalf. Do not be afraid. Ye Tian spoke gently, his voice akin to a soft spring breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake, imparting a sense of comforting strength. Tian Sheng approached Guan Xian, tenderly ruffling her hair. Do not fear. I am your brother's confidant, and from this day forth, I shall be your brother too. I will not allow anyone to bully you. Guan Xian lifted her gaze, her clear eyes shimmering with a hint of hope. She glanced at Tian Sheng and asked, will you protect me, along with my mom and dad? Her youthful voice carried an undercurrent of trust. Upon hearing her words, Tian Sheng smiled, akin to the warm sun dispelling the chill of winter. He affectionately tousled Guan Xian's hair again, evoking memories of her own brother, who had always expressed his affection in the same manner. Her heart fluttered, and her eyes grew moist. Of course, I will safeguard you all. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall retaliate tenfold, 100-fold, until no one dares to lay a finger on you. Tian Sheng's tone was resolute, each word resonating with unyielding conviction. Chapter 37, The Confrontation. Listening to Tian Sheng's unwavering declarations, tears streamed down Guan Xian's face with renewed vigor, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. She bit her lip, striving to suppress the sorrow within, yet her body trembled involuntarily. Tian Sheng, filled with compassion, embraced her, gently patting her back as one would soothe a frightened little bird. He understood that the loss of her brother, coupled with the recent tribulations, had deeply traumatized the young girl. She should have been reveling in the joys of learning at school, sharing dreams with friends, not suffocated by such overwhelming burdens. Uncle, why don't you and your family return inside to rest for a while? Tomorrow, everything will be all right. No one will force you any longer. Ye Tian assured Guan Ling, his voice steady and robust, akin to a balm for the anxious hearts of those present. He then grasped the large weapon and stepped outside. Everyone followed closely in his wake. The cautious Wang Noe discreetly retrieved her phone, her fingers flying across the screen as she sent a brief message to Liang Guan. Swiftly falling in line behind Ye Tian, Tian Sheng addressed Guan Xian, Sister, be good and stay with your parents. Let them rest for a bit. The older siblings will take care of avenging you, and we shall confront those wicked individuals. Guan Xian nodded obediently, raising her tear-streaked face and mustering a faint smile. She then moved to her parents' side, grasping their hands as though they were her last bastion of support. Tian Sheng jogged a few steps to catch up with Ye Tian and the others. They were united in their resolve to bolster this family. Their collective thought resonated, to convey to all that harming the family of a martyr, regardless of the stature of their clan, would incur a grave price. Guan Ling opened his mouth, a lump of emotion lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Tears once again fell unchecked, a tumult of feelings surging within him. His son had truly found a remarkable circle of friends. Wiping his tears, he gently took his wife and daughter's hands and retreated into the house. The inn residence stood in the heart of the city, a domain where affluence and authority intertwined. Towering skyscrapers surrounded it, their neon lights flickering incessantly. Yet the inn family enjoyed an exclusive tranquility and dignity. Their estate boasted grounds larger than that of an entire neighborhood, encircled by high walls adorned with ivy that swayed gently in the breeze, whispering tales of the inn family's storied past. The villas within symbolized the family's immense wealth. Suddenly, a resounding crash shattered the serenity, akin to thunder splitting the sky. It was the sound of the inn family's gate being forcefully kicked open. The security guards rushed forth, donned in uniform, batons at their sides, their faces a mixture of tension and fury. Spotting the figure Ye Tian held, they called out warily, "Who are you? And what is your purpose here?" Ye Tian stood resolute, his countenance austere, a glimmer of undeniable determination in his eyes. "Summon someone from the inn family who can speak on your behalf," he stated flatly, his voice slicing through the air like a sharpened blade. "Who do you think you are, demanding such a thing?" The guard's tone dripped with contempt, attempting to intimidate the unfamiliar figure before him. Bang! Before the guard could finish his retort, Tian Sheng delivered a punch that sent him flying. The guard's body arced through the air, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Tian Sheng furrowed his brow and turned to Ye Tian. "Let us not dawdle any longer. The commotion will draw attention, and soon someone will emerge." As a young master of a prominent family from Kyoto, Tian Sheng's patience had worn thin. It was remarkable that he had managed to hold back until now. Considering his previous disposition as a reckless heir who adhered to the principle of confronting anyone he deemed displeasing, Ye Tian, resigned, nodded in agreement, tacitly acknowledging Tian Sheng's sentiment. Drawing in a deep breath, he surveyed the gathering crowd, and soon everyone moved in unison, springing into action. Yet, their movements, though swift and decisive, were tempered, refraining from delivering fatal blows. The sounds of combat echoed through the air, the thudding of fists and the clash of palms creating a deep, resonant rhythm. This uproar drew forth the members of the inn family, who emerged from their abodes, faces etched with confusion and wariness. They formed a circle around the scene. Yet no one dared to intervene. Among the crowd, an elder stepped forth with measured grace. His hair and beard were entirely white, reminiscent of frost. Yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. His stature was commanding, each step imbued with an air of gravity, evoking a sense of reverence. Merely standing there, he projected an unshakable presence, akin to an immovable mountain. Ye Tian scrutinized the elder and found himself unable to discern his true strength. It was evident that the elder's prowess far surpassed his own, potentially reaching the realm of soul mastery. The elder furrowed his brow, his gaze cutting through the assembly like a blade. He then spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. "I am Manhwaedit. May I inquire who you are? When has my family offended you to the extent of inciting such chaos?" His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure, rendering the surrounding air almost palpable. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian did not flinch. Instead, he met the elder's gaze with unwavering resolve. "We have a comrade who sacrificed his life to protect humanity. Yet, your family has not only failed to show respect, but has also threatened and humiliated his family. Today, we have come to seek justice." Ye Tian's voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction, each word imbued with purpose as he steadfastly held the elder's gaze. The elderly man's countenance was exceedingly grim, as if he were strenuously suppressing his emotions. Ye Tian's recent words conveyed a myriad of information, making him acutely aware that the situation was far more intricate and troublesome than he had initially imagined. They were soldiers. The very nature of this identity instilled a sense of trepidation within the old man. Soldiers act with decisiveness and fortitude, employing ruthless methods that ordinary individuals dare not provoke lightly. Moreover, they might be entangled with even greater powers and backgrounds. Any rash action could lead to unimaginable consequences. What shocked him further was the audacity of the family to humiliate the family of a martyr. This was akin to playing with fire. A martyr sacrifices their life for the nation, and their family ought to be accorded respect and protection. Should anyone dare to offend them, it would be tantamount to violating the very foundations of societal morality and law. Such actions would not only invite official scrutiny, but could also incite public outrage, resulting in an irretrievable situation. He endeavored to calm himself and then spoke slowly. "I was not aware of this matter. May I have some time to investigate?" However, before Ye Tian and the others could respond, a middle-aged man standing nearby suddenly stepped forward, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he said, "Father, this matter is under Xiao Ming's purview." Although his tone was respectful, it bore an unmistakable trace of panic. This statement struck the old man like a thunderclap, causing his face to darken further. "What? That good-for-nothing brat again? Bring him to me at once. I will flay him alive." Upon receiving the order, the surrounding servants quickly lowered their heads and retreated, not daring to delay for even a moment. Meanwhile, Ye Tian and his companions remained silent, quietly observing the family's reaction. Their expressions were as tranquil as water, yet their gazes exuded an invisible pressure. Chapter 38. The Execution of Ming. At that moment, a young man was brought forth. He was clad in a well-tailored, expensive suit. He appeared spirited, yet his demeanor was tinged with an unmistakable frivolity and arrogance. This individual was named Ming, the heir of the family. In a bid to prove his capabilities, he had eagerly undertaken the task of developing that region. However, this seemingly illustrious young heir was, in reality, a hedonist with a penchant for extravagance. He had surreptitiously siphoned off substantial funds intended for relocation and compensation, leaving a pitifully small amount for the villagers who relied on that land for their livelihood. Initially, no one was willing to vacate their ancestral homes. Yet, as time passed, coercive measures followed suit. Some were threatened with the severance of their livelihoods, while others even received letters threatening the lives of their families. Under such immense pressure, the villagers could only pack their belongings in tears and depart. The situation for the Guan family was particularly dire. They were impoverished, barely subsisting on a few acres of arable land. To abandon their sole means of survival under such harsh conditions was nothing short of catastrophic. Thus, while other neighbors gradually relocated, they remained steadfast in their dilapidated abode. However, their persistence soon earned them even harsher treatment. Had it not been for Ye Tian and his companions arriving in a timely manner, the consequences would have been unthinkable. What has transpired? How did this project devolve into such chaos? What exactly have you been responsible for? The elderly man's piercing gaze bore into Ming, his voice low and frigid, devoid of any warmth. Clearly, his mood had deteriorated to an extreme. As the patriarch of the family, he was all too familiar with Ming's character. This brat had always been self-indulgent, and it was evident that he had embezzled a significant sum to satisfy his lavish lifestyle, resulting in compensation amounts that were woefully inadequate. Moreover, he had audaciously employed external forces to threaten ordinary citizens. Although such behavior was not uncommon in the family's history, today's target was the family of a martyr, crossing an unconquerable red line. In the face of the accusations, Ming feigned composure, yet internally, He was in a state of turmoil. He forced himself to speak. "Grandfather, please do not be angry. That family is merely ordinary villagers. I heard their son has gone to the front lines. I had given them a sufficient sum, yet they refused to move, deliberately stalling and making excuses. I had no choice but to seek a little persuasion." As he spoke, his eyes darted nervously, and his tone wavered, betraying the hypocrisy and cowardice within. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air, and Manhwaedit did not hesitate to strike, the force sending Ming crashing against the wall before crumpling to the ground. Ming clutched his stinging cheek, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. "Even now, you refuse to speak the truth? How could I have such a grandson as you?" And Manhwaedit's voice thundered, each word laden with long-suppressed disappointment and fury. His chest heaved violently, clearly pushed to his limit. At that moment, Ye Tian's icy voice cut through the tension like a chilling wind. "So, it was indeed you who orchestrated this, correct?" His tone bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, yet it intensified the already oppressive atmosphere in the room. His sharp gaze bore down on Ming, seeming to penetrate his very soul. Ming trembled, ultimately collapsing under the weight of his guilt. He scrambled toward Manhwaedit, his knees scraping against the floor as he cried out in desperation, "Grandfather, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I shall never dare again." However, Manhwaedit remained unmoved, kicking him back to the ground. "Silence!" Manhwaedit bellowed, then turned to Ye Tian, his expression complex, yet resolute. "I apologize. This child has been spoiled since childhood, resulting in his current state. We will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this incident, and that family will receive compensation." Ye Tian let out a cold chuckle, offering no response, merely standing there, awaiting a more definitive statement from the Yin family. The Yin family's tyranny over the years had long ceased to be a secret. They wielded their power and wealth to trample upon the interests of ordinary citizens. Yet this time, they had inadvertently kicked against an iron plate. "We will ensure that family receives ample compensation, and my grandson will also apologize." Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Tian thrust his spear into Ming's chest. "Why you dare?" Ming's words faltered as his head tilted, life extinguished. His eyes widened in disbelief that Ye Tian would actually dare to kill him. The ferocity of Ye Tian's actions took everyone by surprise. The atmosphere froze, as if the very air had ceased to flow. All gazes converged upon Ye Tian, a mixture of shock, fear, and incredulity etched upon their faces. Ye Tian had brazenly slain Ming before the eyes of all the Yin family members. His movements were decisive and swift, devoid of hesitation. Standing there, Ye Tian's expression was so calm it sent shivers down one's spine. Tian Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement and exhilaration. Hua Jiayun narrowed her eyes, a complex smile gracing her lips as she murmured softly, "He is truly one of a kind. I did not come here to negotiate. I came to kill." Ye Tian replied coolly, turning to face Manhwaedit. "This is the price for harming the families of martyrs. Do you have anything to say?" In that moment, Ye Tian radiated an undeniable aura of ferocity, his confidence reaching its zenith. Those who accompanied him felt exhilarated, inexplicably stirred by his audacity. Although they were uncertain of the dire consequences that might ensue, the sensation was intoxicating, akin to finding an outlet for long-suppressed emotions. It was evident that Ming was no paragon of virtue, having often bullied the weak and oppressed the vulnerable. This time, it was the family of Guanping. What might occur next? Ming's malevolence was like a malignant tumor lurking in the shadows, destined to spread and harm more if not excised promptly. Despite Guan Ling and his companions escaping unscathed this time, what if they had not arrived? The thought sent shivers of dread coursing through the onlookers, who had no doubt that the burly men would have acted against them. "How dare you kill him?" And Manhwaedit's incredulous voice trembled in the air. As his eyes blazed with fury, having harmed countless individuals through his bullying, he questioned, "What wrong have I committed in killing him? Especially after he attacked the family of a martyr?" Ye Tian met Manhwaedit's accusatory gaze with unwavering composure. The tension was palpable. The atmosphere around them nearly crystallized in ice. "You should be thankful they are unharmed. Young man, arrogance has its price." And Manhwaedit thundered, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. His eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of a wild beast roused to fury. "What price? The fault lies with your own family. If you wish to strike, then strike." Ye Tian responded fearlessly, his gaze clear and resolute as he stared down at Manhwaedit, exuding an undeniable certainty that seemed impervious to the latter's threats. "You seek death." And Manhwaedit could no longer contain his wrath. With a roar, he lunged at Ye Tian, his fist imbued with a trace of fire element spiritual energy. The force of his punch howled through the air, carrying a searing heat akin to a dragon's spitting flames. He believed he had shown enough restraint. But the public execution of his grandson had ignited a long-simmering anger within him, compelling him to exact a brutal retribution on this audacious youth. Yet, in the face of such a savage strike, Ye Tian remained unfazed. With a sharp cry, he summoned a spear of myriad spirits to shield himself, effortlessly neutralizing Manhwaedit's formidable punch. The collision produced a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves through the air and fracturing the ground beneath them. Your prowess in the Soul Incorporation realm is lacking, even with martial skills. This is the extent of your power, Ye Tian remarked with a faint smile. His tone laced with mockery, as he conveyed his disdain for Manhwaedit's abilities. As Manhwaedit stared in disbelief at the effortless manner in which his attack was thwarted, he realized the complexity of the situation was far beyond his expectations. For layers of foundation establishment, he muttered, his gaze re-evaluating Ye Tian. He suddenly perceived an unfathomable strength concealed within this young man. At that moment, Manhwaedit comprehended that perhaps the family had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. I received your punch. Now, allow me to return the favor with a strike of my own. Ye Tian's voice was frigid, akin to a blade piercing through the heart of winter. He unleashed his spear with a fierce momentum, driving Manhwaedit backwards several paces. The spear, like a poised dragon, traced a silver arc through the air, surging towards Manhwaedit with unrelenting intent. This strike was as swift as lightning and as thunderous as a storm. Manhwaedit's vision blurred. In the next instant, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped him. His hair stood on end, a chill creeping down his spine as if hunted by a ferocious beast. Panic coursed through him, and he thought, this is bad. However, before he could fully process his fear, the razor-sharp tip of the spear was nearly touching his nose. He knew he could not withstand the force behind this strike. His only option was to evade. Yet, when his gaze met Ye Tian's cold stare, a deeper terror gripped him. In a desperate attempt, Manhwaedit twisted his body with all his might to avoid a fatal blow. Yet, Ye Tian's speed was insurmountable. The spear seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing his every movement, leaving him no chance of escape. Ultimately, he narrowly missed having his chest pierced, but the spear struck through his shoulder with brutal force. A searing pain elicited a muffled groan from Manhwaedit as he stumbled back, blood cascading down the spear shaft and staining the ground. Nevertheless, Ye Tian showed no signs of mercy. His gaze remained icy, devoid of compassion. He had learned of the family's numerous transgressions during his journey. Their oppressive tactics and bullying were utterly appalling. The plight of Guanping's family was not an isolated incident. Many had suffered misfortune for crossing the family. Had he been an ordinary person, he likely wouldn't have even stood here. He would have been driven from the city or silenced altogether. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Tian tightened his grip on the spear and stepped forward, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Manhwaedit. Just then, a middle-aged man wielding a long knife leaped forth, barely intercepting Ye Tian's lethal assault. At the moment of impact, sparks flew, and the deafening clash of metal echoed through the air. However, despite successfully blocking the attack, the middle-aged man clearly struggled, trembling hands betraying the immense pressure he had endured. With beads of sweat forming on his brow. Stop. You have already killed Ming. The family head has shown you courtesy from the very beginning. Why resort to murder? An enraged young member of the family demanded, his eyes wide with indignation. Why resort to murder? A fine question, Ye Tian retorted with a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as ice, recalling that he had shown no mercy when he acted just moments ago. His voice was as frigid as frost, and the air seemed to thicken with his murderous intent, causing those around him to hold their breath in apprehension. At this juncture, Ye Tian found himself encircled by the family members, the situation reaching a boiling point. Those from the god-slaying and heaven-defying factions also advanced, preparing to engage. Observing this scene, Manhwaedit took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within his heart, his expression complex as he regarded Ye Tian. In a hushed tone, he declared, I share a friendship with Captain Chun. As for today's incident, the mastermind has already been slain by your hand, and we are prepared to offer reparations. Might you grant us an opportunity to make amends? His words bore sincerity, yet a hint of suppressed resentment lingered in his voice. Ye Tian gazed at the pleading Manhwaedit and replied, you ought to feel fortunate that your family remains unharmed. Otherwise, the entire clan would face annihilation. With that, he abruptly thrust his weapon into Manhwaedit's left arm, severing it cleanly. Manhwaedit, a man of considerable grit, managed to withstand the excruciating pain. Although the cold sweat beading on his forehead bore testament to his agony, the heads of the family personally came forth to apologize, assuring that the Guan family would be safe. Should any harm befall them, I shall demand the entire family to pay the price. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, the family fell into a heavy silence, their faces etched with dissatisfaction and frustration. They had contemplated resistance. Yet the formidable prowess of this young man instilled fear in their hearts, particularly when the head of the family had his arms severed. It felt as though an invisible mountain had been placed upon the clan, rendering them breathless. Manhwaedit's complexion turned as pale as parchment, yet he discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Though his left arm was rendered useless, at least the family was spared. Very well, rest assured. We shall extend our apologies. Manhwaedit finally spoke, his voice hoarse and subdued, tinged with repressed anger and helplessness. He understood that the only path forward was to submit and acknowledge their mistakes to avert a greater calamity. Chapter 40, The Return Home. Upon hearing the family's capitulation, the gathered crowd sheathed their weapons and exited the residence alongside Ye Tian. At that moment, Liang Guan rushed in, his heart ablaze with indignation upon receiving Wang Nuawe's report. An assault on the family of a martyr was a grave taboo. The mere mention of a captain's involvement intensified his fury. Captain Shun, upon learning of the matter, immediately distanced himself from it, thoroughly recounting every conversation he had with Manhwaedit. Once Liang Guowen confirmed the facts, he hastened to the scene, unafraid of any disruption by Ye Tian and his companions, yet concerned for their safety. However, upon witnessing the dire state of the infamily head, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ye Tian was indeed a prodigy capable of slaying the dark evil tiger, effortlessly surpassing levels of challenge. Is the matter resolved? Liang Guowen's voice shattered the brief silence. Ye Tian nodded affirmatively. He stepped forward, meticulously detailing the entire sequence of events, each nuance articulated with clarity and precision, leaving no room for ambiguity. After listening, Liang Guowen inclined his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent, you handled it most appropriately. This approach will both intimidate others and minimize casualties, achieving a commendable balance. Subsequently, Liang Guowen accompanied Ye Tian and his group to Guanping's home. The mistreatment of Guanping's family was the military's responsibility. It was only right for him to offer an apology. Meanwhile, the infamily trailed behind, their steps faltering, eyes filled with trepidation and resignation. There was no alternative. Ye Tian's overwhelming strength and the presence of a captain left them yearning for forgiveness from the Guan family. Otherwise, the clan would face utter ruin. Before witnesses, the entire family slightly bowed. This scene left the Guan family in a state of shock, as if time itself had frozen. They could hardly fathom that the illustrious family would bow an apology to an ordinary household such as theirs. Yet, as their gaze fell upon the elder at the forefront, their emotions swirled into a more complex tapestry. This elder was the leader of the family, known for his stern demeanor and untouchable status in the business realm. Yet now, blood seeped through the simple bandage on his left arm, trickling down his sleeve and marking the ground with faint traces. It was evident that he had suffered severe injuries, yet he persisted in coming personally to convey his apologies. Guan Ling clenched his fists, understanding that all of this stemmed from those young men. Otherwise, with the family's stature and influence, how could they possibly stoop so low? With this realization, a mix of gratitude and relief washed over him. At last, Manhwaedit stepped forward. In a low yet resolute voice, he proclaimed, "We are willing to make a commitment." He paused, his gaze sweeping across each individual present. "Should you wish to relocate, we can offer additional compensation. If you choose not to move, we shall forfeit this project entirely." Liang Guowen stood quietly to the side, observing everything with a nod of silent approval towards Manhwaedit's words. He then turned to the Guan family, his tone gentle yet imbued with authority. "Greetings. I am Liang Guowen, a captain in the military. I am aware of the situation, and the decision rests solely with you. I assure you that no one will coerce you any further." With Liang Guowen's declaration, Guanping's mother could no longer hold back her tears. They were not tears of grievance, but rather a profound emotional response to the scene unfolding before her. She had never anticipated such a satisfactory resolution to their plight. Ultimately, before the gaze of all, the family bowed deeply before Guanping's spirit tablet. Their movements were synchronized, and their demeanor was remarkably solemn. Ye Tian and his companions also bowed deeply to Guanping's spirit before departing from his home. During their farewell, Tian Sheng and Ye Tian acknowledged Guan Xian as their sister and exchanged contact information, with Tian Sheng even leaving a token that signified her as his sister. This matter had finally reached a harmonious conclusion, yet each individual was left with an indelible impression. Guan Xian approached the spirit tablet, clasped her hands together, and quietly murmured, "Brother, do you see? I now have two brothers." On the return journey, the group remained in a somber mood. Although today had culminated perfectly, similar events might still be unfolding unbeknownst to them. As long as the beast threat persisted, the families of soldiers would forever bear the risk of losing their loved ones. Liang Guowen observed the dejected expressions of the young people, his gaze sweeping across their faces as he spoke in a steady and powerful tone. "Your talents are remarkable. As you grow stronger, slaying even a single high-tier beast will save countless lives." His words resonated like a hammer, striking at the hearts of each listener. Those who had once hung their heads now lifted them, glimmers of hope igniting in their eyes. They understood that Liang Guowen spoke the truth. Their strength was not solely for their own benefit, but bore the hopes of many. Everyone nodded in agreement, their resolve to grow stronger solidified. Some clenched their fists, while others inhaled deeply, as if infusing this conviction into their very blood. The air thickened with an intangible fighting spirit, and the oppressive gloom began to dissipate. As time pressed on, Liang Guowen broke the brief silence, saying, "Those who reside in Wind City may return home to visit. Those who do not may accompany me to the reception area for some rest." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian, Yu Ingjun, and Song Hai, all of whom hailed from Wind City, felt a wave of relief and joy wash over them. Especially Ye Tian, who had not seen Aunt Ling and Duoer in quite some time, was filled with longing. He couldn't help but murmur softly, "I wonder how Aunt Ling has been lately. That girl Duoer must have been quite mischievous again." With this thought, a faint smile graced his lips, though his eyes betrayed a hint of tender concern. The Songhai family was not in the same direction as them. He bid farewell to Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun, striding purposefully in the opposite direction. The others remained behind, gazing at the departing figures of the three with envy. They too longed to return home, to reunite with loved ones and bask in a moment of warmth. However, this mission was to escort Guanping back, and their home was not in Fengcheng, forcing them to temporarily suppress their profound yearning. As the streetlights gradually illuminated, a cozy ambience enveloped the night. Ye Tian quickened his pace. No matter how perilous the outside world might be, returning to that familiar place would render everything simple and beautiful once more. Chapter 41. Warmth. Yu Ingjun stood at the doorstep, raising his hand to gently knock on the door, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet hallway. Who is it? Coming. A gentle and familiar female voice resonated from within, accompanied by hurried footsteps approaching. The moment the door swung open, Xinqing was taken aback to see her son standing outside, her mouth agape and tears welling up in her eyes. Your father, my son has returned. Her voice brimmed with surprise and excitement, as if she feared others would not hear her. Before long, Yu Dahai hastily emerged from the living room, his steps steady yet betraying an undeniable tension. As his gaze fell upon Yu Ingjun, his eyes, usually bloodshot from years of toil, brightened instantly, and an uncontrollable smile crept onto his lips. Xiaojun, it's truly you. He couldn't resist patting his son's shoulder, though the force was firm. It was filled with concern and pride. Dad, Mom, I missed you both and came back to see you, Yu Ingjun said, scratching his head, a bashful smile gracing his face. Xinqing, her eyes reddening, scrutinized her son, murmuring, You've lost weight. You really have. She reached out to touch Yu Ingjun's cheek, her fingertips grazing the slightly rough skin, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. Come in quickly. Mom has prepared delicious food for you. It'll be ready soon. I'll go saute a few more dishes. How could you have lost so much weight? Upon hearing this, Yu Dahai's lips twitched slightly. He scrutinized his son's visibly fuller contours, inwardly muttering, What do you mean lost weight? Although, after over 3 months of military training, Yu Ingjun was indeed sturdier than before. He was far from being termed thin. However, understanding his wife's sentiment at that moment, he refrained from correcting her, merely smiling and shaking his head. The family gathered around the dining table, laden with steaming dishes. There were Yu Ingjun's favorites, braised spare ribs, steamed fish, and Mother's special garlic broccoli. The air was rich with enticing aromas, whetting everyone's appetite. Yu Ingjun took a piece of meat and sighed contentedly. Nothing tastes as good as home-cooked meals. Between bites, he began recounting his experiences in the army, from the rigorous physical training upon entering the barracks to the fierce competition during the military district's grand competition, culminating in pushing his limits to reach new heights. Each word was imbued with pride and reflection. Yu Dahai nodded in agreement, occasionally interjecting with words of encouragement. Xinqing, her gaze fixed on her son, was keen to absorb every detail. Of course, Yu Ingjun did not elaborate on the beast's tide. He merely mentioned their ultimate victory and swiftly moved on. The brutality of that battle was too harrowing, and he did not wish to worry his parents. Nevertheless, Yu Dahai and his wife could still sense the concealed risks and hardships, yet they refrained from probing further, simply feeling proud of him. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The family, reunited after more than 3 months, had an abundance of words to share. Outside, the night deepened, while the interior glowed with warmth, immortalizing this scene into an everlasting tableau. Ye Tian returned to the home he had known for many years. It was a quaint little building, bearing the marks of time, with a garden filled with flowers and plants lovingly tended by Aunt Ling, exuding a comforting aura. Before he could even knock, the door was gently pulled open from within, revealing Ling Duo's vibrant face at the threshold. The instant she spotted Ye Tian, her eyes sparkled with delight, her joy blooming like the spring sun upon her face. Without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace, her voice bright and cheerful. Wow, brother. You're back. I've missed you so much. Her tone was imbued with dependence, as if the entire world had become a better place with Ye Tian's return. Upon hearing Duo's words, footsteps echoed from within, and Ling Rongqi emerged as well, dressed in a loose home sweater. She held a freshly washed cloth in her hand, evidently having been tidying up the dining table when she heard the commotion. Upon seeing Ye Tian standing at the door, her previously calm demeanor rippled with emotion. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her lips curled into an undeniable smile. Xiao Tian, what brings you back? Her voice was gentle, tinged with disbelief, as if fearing this was merely a figment of her imagination. Aunt Ling, I missed home, so I came back to visit. Ye Tian's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. He gazed at the woman who had treated him as her own, a complex array of feelings surging within him. Throughout the years, no matter where he found himself, he had always remembered this place that had bestowed warmth upon him. At that moment, Ling Rongqi had already hastened to his side, enveloping him in a tight embrace. It's good to have you back. If you're tired, you should rest at home. Those words made Ye Tian's throat constrict, nearly bringing him to tears. He turned his head, attempting to mask the tumult of emotions within. He inquired about what they had been doing, learning that they had just finished dinner and were about to go for a walk, serendipitously encountering him upon his return. Thus, the three settled in the living room to converse. Ye Tian began to share his experiences since joining the army, the hardships of training, the battles during the military district competition, and the profound camaraderie among comrades. His descriptions were vivid and authentic, captivating both Ling Rongqi and Ling Duo'er. Especially when he recounted his experience of slaying the dark evil tiger, Duo'er's eyes widened in admiration, while Rongqi anxiously covered her chest, shaking her head and sighing. That was too dangerous. You mustn't take such risks in the future. However, as the conversation continued, Ye Tian's gaze gradually dimmed. He recalled the situation in the Jiangbei war zone. If it were to fall, Fengsheng, being the nearest city to the war zone, would inevitably become a primary target for the enemy. What would happen to Aunt Ling and Duo'er then? With this thought, his fists involuntarily clenched. Thankfully, he had chosen to enlist, and thankfully, he had thwarted the beast tide on the battlefield. For now, he could at least find solace in watching their carefree smiles. Time flew by amidst laughter and chatter. The night outside deepening, the stars adorning the sky. It was only when the clock's hands pointed to midnight that they realized how late it had become. On this day, for Ye Tian, it was not merely a joyous reunion after a prolonged separation, but also a tangible manifestation of responsibility and concern. He understood that the mission on his shoulders was far from complete, yet as long as those who loved him awaited his return, he would never falter. That evening, akin to Yu Jun, Ye Tian engaged in conversation with his family late into the night before finally drifting off to sleep. As he lay in bed, just before closing his eyes, the benevolent smile of Aunt Ling and the innocent visage of Duo'er danced in his mind. He was acutely aware that this warmth would sustain him as he pressed onward, no matter how treacherous the path ahead might be. Chapter 42, The Past of the Vast Sea, Part 1. While Ye Tian and Yu Jun reveled in their warm moments, an entirely different scene unfolded elsewhere. Songhai returned home, his steps weary yet resolute. Standing at the threshold, he inhaled deeply, as if to cast aside all distractions. Upon entering, he rolled up his sleeves, his gaze sweeping over every corner of the house. For the next 4 hours, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the task of cleaning. Gripping a cloth, he meticulously attended to each area, from the living room to the bedroom, from the kitchen to the bathroom, leaving no spot unattended. His movements were slow yet powerful, each wipe infused with unwavering dedication. The corners of tables and chairs, the crevices of window sills, and even those elusive spots rarely touched were rendered immaculate under his diligent care. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet he merely brushed it aside with his arm, continuing his labor with steadfast focus. Only when the entire house gleamed anew did he exhale, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Subsequently, he gingerly retrieved 3 bottles of wine from the cabinet, a complex array of emotions reflected in his eyes, reminiscence, sorrow, and a hint of a barely perceptible reverence. Clutching the bottles, he trudged toward the Martyrs' Cemetery in Wind City. The autumn wind whispered mournfully, and withered leaves danced in the air, seemingly narrating a tale of melancholy. Upon arriving at the cemetery, he settled into a quiet corner. The gentle breeze caressed his hair, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back 5 years. At that time, the beast tide surged forth, and the situation was dire. The military district suffered grievous losses under the ferocious assault of the beasts, prompting an urgent summons of all warriors to combat the threat. Songhai's parents were at home, and upon learning of the crisis, they hesitated not for a moment. As third-tier soul entrapment experts, they were distinguished figures in the realm of martial arts. With resolute eyes, the father exchanged a knowing glance with the mother, and they nodded in unison. Swiftly gathering their belongings, they resolutely joined the ranks against the beasts. Xiaohai, your parents have to step out for a moment. You've always been such a good boy, you can wash your clothes and cook. Today, just stay home and take care of yourself, alright? A woman spoke gently to Songhai. Mom, are you going to fight the beasts? The 13-year-old Songhai's voice trembled with reluctance. Yes, your father and I must confront the beasts. We need to protect you, to safeguard Wind City, so you must take good care of yourself, understand? A man's voice chimed in. Clearly, the 13-year-old Songhai was already aware of much. His parents were warriors, and the looming peril of the beast tide weighed heavily upon him. He longed for his parents to remain by his side, yet, having learned from a young age to empathize and share burdens, he gently embraced his parents before swiftly drying his tears. His movements were deft and restrained, as if to remind himself not to show weakness, nor to cause his parents worry. I understand, Mom and Dad. I will be obedient and take good care of myself. You must stay safe, he asserted, his voice clear and resolute, imbued with a maturity beyond his years. His slightly reddened eyes concealed his reluctance, yet he endeavored to muster a smile, striving to reassure his parents. Seeing their son so understanding, the woman's tears flowed unabated. She raised her hand to wipe her face, yet could not mask the ache within her heart. Xiaohai is so wonderful. your father will always trust you. You are his pride, the man said, patting his son's shoulder, his tone deep yet filled with strength. While we are away, you must eat well and take care of yourself, understand? As his parents reiterated their gentle reminders, Songhai felt an indescribable pain swell within him. He yearned to cry, yet he gritted his teeth, forcing back the moisture at the corners of his eyes. He did not wish for them to leave with unease, for he had always been accustomed to being the child who relieved his parents' worries. Washing clothes, cooking meals, tidying the house. These tasks never required his parents' concern. Sometimes, even neighbors praised the boy for being more capable than his peers. Don't worry, Dad. He lifted his gaze, meeting his father's eyes, striving to make his voice sound steady and powerful. I have grown up and will take good care of myself. After a brief pause, he quickly added, Oh, I will prepare dinner and wait for you to come home. But if you can't return tonight, I will prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner for tomorrow. As he spoke, his tone gradually trembled, yet he remained stubbornly resolute, refusing to let tears spill forth. It was as if he was rallying himself, using the last vestiges of strength to declare, I will wait for you to come home. Witnessing their son's resolve, the couple felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. However, they understood that if the beast tide remained unresolved, it would not only threaten the safety of Wind City, but also endanger their son's life. They could not selfishly focus on their own family while neglecting the entire city. All right, Xiaohai, we are leaving now. Be good, the father said, suppressing the ache in his heart, striving to maintain a calm tone. It was as if this was merely a brief parting, rather than a perilous journey with uncertain outcomes. After speaking, he gently closed the door, the sound echoing heavily in the silent room. In that moment, as the door shut, Songhai could no longer contain his emotions. Tears erupted like a dam breaking. He choked out, Mom and Dad, please return safely. I truly cannot bear to be without you. His voice trembled, laced with helplessness and profound longing. Unbeknownst to him, behind the closed door, his parents were already in tears, desperately stifling their sobs to avoid being heard by their son. The mother leaned against the door, her hands covering her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her heart felt as if it were pierced by countless needles. Memories of her son's life flashing through her mind. Xiaohai, you must eat well from now on, don't be picky. A strong body is essential for your protection. Make sure to sleep well, don't stay up late reading or playing games. Grow up healthy and happy, and become a man of great stature in the future. She silently urged in her heart, each word laden with love and expectation for her son. Meanwhile, the father stood nearby, his gaze steadfast yet tender. He patted his wife's shoulder, offering her a comforting look. Xiaohai, if your parents are not around in the future, you must remain strong. You will always be our pride, he silently vowed. No matter how perilous the road ahead, they must do everything in their power to protect this home, to safeguard Wind City, so that their son could grow up in peace. They exchanged a glance, finding determination and courage reflected in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they resolutely turned away, embarking on the path to confront the tide of beasts. Each step was taken with unwavering determination and a sense of purpose. Chapter 43, The Past of the Vast Sea, Part 2. Songhai was remarkably strong. On that day, he obediently remained at home, awaiting the return of his parents. From time to time, he glanced at the clock in the house, its ticking sound resonating with a stark clarity in the quiet room. Each tick of the hands served as a reminder of the passage of time, simultaneously urging forth the yearning within his heart. As the clock's hands approached mealtime, Songhai rose to prepare dinner. He deftly washed the rice and vegetables, his small hands tirelessly busy in the basin. He understood that his parents would surely be famished upon their return, and he wanted to have a warm meal ready for them. After cooking, he quietly sat at the dining table, his gaze fixed on the doorway, eagerly anticipating the moment when that door would swing open and his parents' familiar figures would appear before him. However, he waited until the early hours of the morning, and still, his parents had not returned. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the silence. The following morning, he rose early once more to prepare breakfast, continuing his vigil. From morning until noon, the sun gradually intensified, yet his parents remained absent. Days passed in a monotonous rhythm for Songhai, marked by breakfast, lunch, and dinner, repeating each day anew. Each meal was meticulously prepared, and every moment was spent in anticipation. He was obedient, eating well, sleeping soundly, and taking care of himself, for he had promised his parents he would be strong. 5 long days passed without any news of his parents, each day feeling as interminable as a century. His heart hung suspended in the air, unable to find solace. On the 6th day, he finally received news, but it was the devastating report of his parents' sacrifice. It turned out that, through the valiant efforts of the warriors who delayed the tide with their lives, reinforcements had finally arrived and successfully repelled the onslaught of beasts. However, this battle claimed far too many lives, including that of Songhai's parents. On that day, Songhai did not weep or wail. He simply stood there in silence, his gaze vacant. He recalled the admonitions his parents had given him before their departure. He had promised them he would be strong. Thus, he stifled his tears, silently enduring the profound sorrow. The air around him seemed to freeze, leaving only Song Hai's small figure standing alone in the stillness. Afterward, he displayed no signs of abnormality, continuing his studies and preparing meals at home as if nothing were amiss. Yet, how could he not feel anguish? Song Hai's heart ached daily, as if it were being cleaved by a knife. Nevertheless, out of respect for his promise to his parents, he persevered and reached the age of 18. Perhaps fearing to burden them with worry, he made friends, became cheerful, and even sometimes lightened the mood. Yet, no one knew of the loneliness and sorrow that gnawed at him in solitude. Thus, he endured until the college entrance examination at 18, awakening his B-class talent, enlightening. On that day, he was elated, exhilarated, and ecstatic, for he glimpsed the hope of vanquishing the monstrous beasts. His thoughts stirred from reminiscence as Song Hai approached a gravestone and came to a halt. It was a somewhat weathered gravestone, the name inscribed upon it having been eroded by the passage of time, yet Song Hai could discern each stroke clearly. For they were the most familiar characters to him, his parents' names. He slowly crouched down and placed 2 bottles of wine at the foot of the gravestone. Then, he uncorked one bottle and began to drink deeply. The sharp liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a warmth within him. "Dad, Mom, I've come to see you. Time flies. It has been 5 years since you left me." Song Hai's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a weight of unspeakable sorrow. His gaze remained fixed on his parents' names etched on the gravestone, as if he sought to pierce through the cold stone and behold their familiar visages. "I miss you so much, truly. Do you know how much I long to come find you?" With that, he took another swig of wine, and tears finally escaped his eyes, flowing freely down his cheeks. He tilted his head back to gaze at the overcast sky, attempting to will his tears back. But to no avail. Memories of warm moments spent with his parents flooded his mind, his mother tenderly mending his clothes, his father's strong hand guiding him through the bustling streets. Those cherished recollections had become the deepest source of his heartache. "But I know, if I come to see you now, you would surely scold me. So I must live on. I must slay the beasts and avenge you." Song Hai's fists clenched suddenly, his tone resolute. "Once I have slain enough of the monstrous beasts, I will come to find you, and you will surely be proud of me." He uncorked the other 2 bottles of wine, carefully pouring their contents at the grave's foot. "Dad, Mom, I want to tell you that I have enlisted in the army and participated in the battle against the tide of beasts." Song Hai's voice resonated in the stillness of the night, sounding especially low and hoarse. The moonlight fell upon his face, faintly illuminating the tear stains at the corners of his eyes. "I know that if you were still here, you would be proud of me, right?" At this juncture, Song Hai could no longer suppress his sobs. Tears streamed down his face, soaking the fabric of his knees. He lowered his head, hastily wiping his face with his sleeve. Yet he could not quell the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. No matter how powerful or strong he had become, in the presence of his parents, he would forever remain a child in need of support and solace. Time slipped by, the night breeze gently rustling, and the chirping of insects in the grass breathed a hint of life into the tranquil cemetery. Yet Song Hai continued to speak, recounting tales from the battlefield, the mundane routines in the army, and the solitude and suffering he had endured over the years. He spoke for a long time, deeply engrossed, until the early morning hours. "All right, if I keep going, you might find me bothersome." He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, raising the wine bottle to drain the last drop. The empty bottle felt heavy in his hand. He glanced down, then casually set it at his feet, redirecting his gaze to the names on the gravestone. "My dearest Mom and Dad, good night." His voice was soft as a breeze. After uttering those words, he leaned against the gravestone and sat down. He carefully adjusted his position, resting his head gently against the cool stone surface, closing his eyes. In that moment, he felt a long-lost warmth, akin to lying in his parents' embrace during his childhood, safe and secure. Chapter 44, Becoming the General's Closest Aide. The following morning, a group prepared to depart, journeying back to the military district alongside Liang Guowen. Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun stood amidst the ranks, their eyes occasionally drifting back toward their families. Despite the myriad feelings of reluctance swirling within their hearts, they could only suppress these sentiments, transforming them into a brief yet heartfelt farewell. Along the way, Song Hai's silence starkly contrasted with his usual jovial demeanor, a subtle shift that did not escape the notice of Ye Tian and Yu Ingjun. Yu Ingjun was the first to break the silence, patting Song Hai on the shoulder. With a light-hearted tone, he inquired, "What's wrong, Song Hai? Are you reluctant to leave home?" "Don't worry, when you achieve great things in the military, Uncle and Aunt will undoubtedly be proud of you." Upon hearing those words, Song Hai lifted his lowered head slightly, a trace of a smile gracing his lips as he nodded. "Indeed, it is a bit hard to part, but I shall strive diligently, endeavoring to make them proud of me." His voice paused, as if there were unspoken words lodged in his throat. In truth, he had not mentioned that his parents had long since departed from this world. He had grown accustomed to concealing his pain, unwilling to burden others with his worries. To him, some burdens were better borne in silence. The comfort of others could feel constricting, even uncomfortable. Yu Ingjun, seemingly oblivious to Song Hai's unvoiced sentiments, grinned widely and affectionately draped an arm around Song Hai's shoulders, his demeanor vibrant and exuberant. "Fear not, brother. We shall undoubtedly carve out our own legend in the future." His words resonated with a robust conviction, as though he had already glimpsed the brilliance that awaited them. This proclamation inspired smiles among their companions, infusing the atmosphere with vitality. However, amidst the laughter and mirth, Ye Tian's gaze remained fixed on Song Hai's face. He astutely discerned the flicker of unmasked sorrow deep within the other's eyes. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront it. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and Ye Tian preferred to safeguard his comrades through action rather than pry into their pasts. After returning to the military district, everyone, weary and travel-worn, retreated to their respective tents. Yet, Ye Tian did not follow suit. Instead, he was escorted by 2 solemn guards to the front of Lu Yunxing's tent. Inside, besides Lu Yunxing, stood another individual. This man had striking brows and sharp eyes. His features chiseled as if sculpted, his stature as upright as a pine tree. Appearing to be in his 40s, he bore no marks of age's passage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded a calm demeanor, akin to a tranquil lake. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary scholar. But upon closer inspection, one could sense the latent authority and strength that lay beneath. "Ye Tian, you've arrived." Lu Yunxing greeted him with a slight smile, then gestured toward the unfamiliar man. "Allow me to introduce you to General Shangwan. Although Ye Tian had anticipated that this individual was no ordinary figure, his heart still trembled involuntarily when he heard the title of general issued from Lu Yunxing's lips. This rank held immense significance throughout the Dragon Kingdom, wielding not only considerable power, but also representing the pinnacle of martial prowess that countless warriors aspired to emulate. Shangwan's gaze fell upon Ye Tian. He spoke slowly, his voice rich and resonant. "You must be Ye Tian. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Your recent slaying of the dark evil tiger has eradicated a significant threat for the Jiangbei region, marking an extraordinary achievement." Though his words were brief, they conveyed an ineffable sense of affirmation and admiration. At this, Ye Tian's chest swelled with pride, his gaze resolute as iron. "This is what I am meant to do. As a human, as a warrior, and as a soldier." His voice rang clear and strong within the quiet confines of the tent. Hearing this, Shangwan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He stepped forward, closing the distance and intensifying the gravity of the atmosphere. "All said." He paused, his tone shifting to one of solemnity. "I did not misjudge you, Ye Tian. Would you be willing to become my personal attendant?" The moment those words left his lips, the air in the tent seemed to freeze. Lu Yunxing's pupils contracted suddenly. The title of personal attendant was no trivial matter. A major general could have at most 5 such attendants. This was not merely a position but a symbol, an extension of power. Personal attendants served as the general's representatives, commanding respect even from the highest nobility. Such reverence stemmed from the authority and responsibility that the position entailed. Crucially, when the general was absent, personal attendants could command 1/5 of the general's military force. What did this imply? It meant that, barring the general's dissent, one could direct tens of thousands of troops. Imagine, on the battlefield, how a single individual's command could redirect the tide of soldiers. That was an honor and a burden of monumental proportions. Ye Tian, a recruit of just over 3 months, now stood at the precipice of commanding vast legions. Shangwan's high regard for him sparked a glint of envy in Lu Yunxing's eyes. Ye Tian, too, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this esteemed general would extend such a request personally. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised his head, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Shangwan's. "I am willing." Ye Tian's voice reverberated through the tent, filled with unwavering resolve. There was no trace of hesitation in his tone. Upon hearing this succinct yet powerful affirmation, Shangwan's admiration intensified. His penetrating gaze scrutinized the young man before him. It was noteworthy that even seasoned veterans could hardly contain their excitement at such an opportunity, often viewing it as a shortcut to success. Conversely, some might feel trepidation, fearing they might not measure up and face ridicule or punishment. Yet, in Ye Tian's expression, he saw only serenity and certainty. The depth of his eyes revealed a maturity and confidence that transcended his years. Shangwan silently nodded in approval. Ye Tian possessed not only courage but also tenacity. "Here is your personal attendant decree." Shangwan's deep voice resounded once more as he retrieved an ancient bronze token from his sleeve and extended it to Ye Tian. The token felt cool to the touch, inscribed with the powerful characters Shangwan, symbolizing the holder's unique identity and authority. Ye Tian solemnly accepted the token with both hands, feeling an inexplicable weight settle in his palm. This was not merely an object, it was a testament of trust and a mission. He lifted his gaze, his eyes clear and resolute. "Thank you, General, for your trust. I will not betray your expectations." His declaration was firm, and though his voice was not loud, it resonated with formidable conviction. Shangwan nodded, then continued, "Your slaying of the dark evil tiger is well deserved. Furthermore, with the demise of the dark evil tiger and the 4 other 5th-tier beasts, the beast horde is now leaderless, scattered like a loose flock. This presents an exceptional opportunity. Soon, all warrior squads will mobilize to accomplish the task of exterminating the beasts, cleansing this area, and expanding our defensive perimeter. Slaying beasts would accumulate military merit, which was not merely a figure, but a valuable currency for securing numerous rewards. Understood. I will not let you down. Ye Tian's voice was loud and resolute, imbued with an unshakable determination. Shangwanwen nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. He patted Ye Tian's shoulder, though the gesture was gentle. It conveyed a profound trust. Excellent, I believe in you. However, remember that every action requires careful planning. After all, while the beasts may be momentarily disordered, they still pose a threat. Ye Tian took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. We will give our all and will not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 45, Shangwanwen's warning. There is one more crucial matter. Shangwanwen inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he raised his head. His gaze was firmly fixed on Ye Tian's face, as if he sought to glean some hint from the other's expression. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Can you still employ that technique you used to slay the dark evil tiger with the strength of the Nirvana realm, despite being in the Foundation establishment stage? Or are there limitations? He hesitated for a moment, his tone growing more solemn, as if the forthcoming words bore immense significance. Rest assured, I am General Ye's man. And Yun Sheng is also my trusted confidant. We can place our complete trust in one another. As his words fell, he slowly produced an ancient, unadorned token from his bosom, presenting it with both hands before Ye Tian. The token was entirely black, yet it subtly emanated a warm, lustrous sheen. Inscribed with a robust character for Yi, exuding an indescribable aura of authority within its strokes. Ye Tian's gaze settled upon the token. He was all too familiar with it. The last vestige of doubt in his heart was dispelled entirely. He nodded, his expression calm, and replied, I cannot utilize that ability for the time being. Upon hearing this, Shangwanwen's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displaying disappointment. Yet he quickly pressed on. Why? Does it require some special conditions? Ye Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed. One must reach the soul entry stage to barely use it, and even then, the range is limited. As my cultivation progresses, the power I can summon will gradually increase. However, to replicate the combat prowess I exhibited when slaying the dark evil tiger is still beyond my reach. He paused at this juncture, adding, moreover, the precondition for activating this ability is that I must have soldiers under my command. They need to heed my orders, allowing me to draw upon their fighting spirit to bolster my own and transcend my limits. The greater the number and the stronger the fighting spirit, the more formidable my capabilities become. The ultimate limit depends on my mental fortitude. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, both men were rendered speechless. This ability was astonishingly formidable. Ye Tian could no longer be gauged by his current realm. Just how many had fallen before him in that recent battle? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? This allowed a Foundation establishment cultivator to slay foes across 4 significant realms. What if he commanded an army of 1 million or even 10 million? Would he be capable of directly challenging an emperor? It seemed bestowing the personal token upon him was indeed a prudent decision. Shangwanwen narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with a mix of satisfaction and contemplation. However, it would be wise to avoid utilizing this ability as much as possible in the future. Otherwise, the alien beasts and those from the beast god sect will relentlessly seek to assassinate you. His voice was low and grave, each word seeming to strike a chord in Ye Tian's heart. Shangwanwen paused before adding, your current situation is perilously precarious, should you frequently wield such power. Even we old-timers may struggle to protect you. Ye Tian's expression tightened, and he nodded. I understand. I will refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. His words, though calm, belied the tumult within. He comprehended deeply that, despite his formidable abilities, they were a double-edged sword. Excessive exposure would render him a target. Shangwanwen nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. I find great reassurance in your understanding. Then, Shangwanwen suddenly turned to face Ye Tian, his tone becoming markedly more serious. We have suppressed the news of your slaying of the dark evil tiger. Of course, your merits and rewards will not be diminished. However, this matter must remain confidential and must never be disclosed. Ye Tian silently agreed, recognizing this as the outcome he had anticipated. After all, the dark evil tiger was a fearsome entity among alien beasts. Should the world learn that it was a fledgling youth who brought it down, it would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes and troubles. Yet, he did not show any of this and simply replied respectfully, yes, I understand. Shangwanwen continued. As for your talent, we shall classify it as S rank. Do not seek to measure or contemplate its true level. At this, a flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes, resembling both a warning and a form of hidden protection. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian secretly chuckled, fully aware of his supreme rank. Nevertheless, he understood the gravity of the situation. At this moment, he merely lowered his head, feigning humility. His current strength was indeed too feeble, rendering him powerless against true formidable foes. He still required time to develop. I understand, he finally said. Shangwanwen regarded him for a moment, but ultimately refrained from further comment. He waved his hand, signaling that Ye Tian could take his leave. Ye Tian performed a respectful bow before exiting the tent. Once Ye Tian departed, Lu Yinsheng could not help but inquire, "General, Ye Tian's power is too terrifying. And there were many participants in that battle, including numerous alien beasts. The news will likely..." His words were cut short as Shang Wanwen waved his hand dismissively. "These are not matters for us to consider. We must simply execute the orders. Ye Tian's identity information has already been encrypted. Moreover, he is the son of that esteemed individual. Do you think he would allow harm to befall his own son?" Lu Yinsheng nodded, falling silent. Yet internally, he could not help but reflect. Truly, he is the son of that esteemed individual. A tiger's offspring is not a dog. What concerns me now is the alien beasts. I will remain here for some time to prevent them from sending 7th-tier creatures our way. Shang Wanwen's voice was filled with worry. Upon returning to the tent, he found his comrades eagerly awaiting him. The tent was brightly lit, casting a glow that illuminated the curiosity and anticipation etched upon every face. After all, Ye Tian had been summoned, and they were keen to know what transpired. However, there was no cause for concern. Ye Tian was undoubtedly a great contributor, and being called would surely be a good thing. In the previous battle, he had single-handedly turned the tide. Such a heroic figure being summoned must be for commendation. "Brother Tian, what was the matter for which you were summoned?" Yu Yingjun could no longer contain his curiosity and was the first to speak. His voice laced with urgency and excitement, as if awaiting explosive news. Others turned their inquisitive gazes toward him, and the atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly fervent due to this inquiry. Ye Tian surveyed the familiar faces around him, a slow smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. "General Shangwan came to see me, and I was subsequently appointed as his personal attendant." As soon as the words left his lips, the tent erupted into chaos. "No way," someone exclaimed in disbelief, their expression one of utter astonishment. "Are you kidding me?" Another teammate stared wide-eyed, mouth agape as though a chicken egg could fit inside. "You can't be serious?" came a half-doubtful inquiry, as if fearing they had misheard. The group was thrown into a frenzy, voices overlapping as they chattered excitedly. To have an audience with the general was already a tremendous honor, let alone being appointed as a personal attendant. This was no ordinary position. It was one of significant power, closely tied to the core. Once one became a personal attendant, it signified a bright future ahead. Ye Tian had long anticipated their reactions. He gently raised his hand to signal for quiet, urging everyone to settle down. "This must be kept confidential for now. We should remain low-key." Yu Yingjun thumped his chest in assurance, declaring loudly, "Rest assured, we will keep it a secret." Others echoed their agreement, pledging their discretion. "Prepare for tomorrow. We will set out the day after to hunt alien beasts, gaining both experience and military merit." Ye Tian's tone remained calm, yet his words fell like a heavy bombshell, stirring immense waves within each heart. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a chorus of suppressed whispers. "The time has come to leave the city. At last, an opportunity to showcase our prowess has arrived." The images of fierce battles against those colossal and ferocious beasts swirl vividly in my mind. Anticipation gleams on every face around me. Chapter 46, The Growth of the God-Slaying Team. "Songhai, step outside for a moment." Ye Tian's voice resonated with calm authority, piercing through the clamor of the bustling camp. Upon calling Songhai out, puzzled expressions spread among the others, their eyes exchanging glances filled with curiosity and confusion. Only Wang Nuawei, with her keen sensibility, noticed something amiss. Yet she merely pressed her lips together, ultimately opting for silence. "Captain, is there something you need?" Songhai stepped out of the tent, greeted by the cool breeze, his tone laced with inquiry. Ye Tian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke slowly, "Though you have concealed it well, I can perceive the sorrow and profound hatred for the beasts lurking in your eyes." Songhai's body stiffened momentarily, his gaze dropping as he sought to evade Ye Tian's penetrating stare. It felt as though the surrounding air had solidified, with only the rustling leaves whispering in the silence. Ye Tian continued, "Songhai, regardless of what has transpired in your past, I am your captain now, and more importantly, your brother. Should you ever wish to share your story, I shall listen. If not, I shall not press you. I merely wish for you to remember that you are not alone." Startled by Ye Tian's words, Songhai felt a warmth swell within him, his eyes misting with emotion. The pain, hatred, and loneliness he had kept buried deep within were laid bare by Ye Tian's forthrightness, catching him off guard. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his emotions before replying, "Understood. Captain, thank you." Seeing that Songhai had no further words, Ye Tian refrained from probing further, giving him another gentle pat on the shoulder before turning back to the tent. Songhai remained rooted in place, watching Ye Tian's retreating figure, a tide of warmth flooding his heart. He raised a hand to brush away the mist in his eyes, then followed closely behind, his steps now imbued with newfound determination. The surroundings elongated their shadows under the moonlight, as if bearing witness to the camaraderie and warmth bestowed upon him by his comrade. 2 months later, the sky was a crystalline blue, sunlight pouring onto the earth, unveiling a scene brimming with vitality. Yet, in this seemingly tranquil land, danger lurked ominously. A girl, equipped with a miniature earpiece and adorned with a pair of majestic eagle wings, soared high above. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, surveying the sprawling jungle below. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek, lifting stray strands of hair, yet it did not deter her unwavering focus. Attention, for second-tier striped leopards are approaching from ahead. With a group of first-tier pine-pattern rats to the left, Qin Tong's voice crackled through the earpieces, clear and resolute. As the sole member of the team with the ability to fly, she undertook the vital role of reconnaissance. Upon receiving the information, Ye Tian, stationed at the forefront of the group, swiftly devised a plan. Ye Tian, He Feiyun, Wang No Wei, you three handle the pine-pattern rats. The rest of us will confront the striped leopards. His tone was steady and decisive, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. Understood. The group responded in unison, promptly dispersing to execute their assigned tasks. After 2 months of life and death training, their synergy had reached an unparalleled level. Except for Ye Tian and He Feiyun, the rest had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, their powers advancing exponentially. Although Ye Tian and He Feiyun lagged slightly behind, they too had ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, mere steps away from a breakthrough. Of course, all of this paled in comparison to Ye Tian, who had now attained the 9th level of Foundation establishment, a feat he had deliberately suppressed. Were it not for his unique ability, the infinite battle body, which allowed him to absorb a portion of the power from each beast he slayed and convert it into his own cultivation, he might have already stepped into the soul realm. Thus, facing these ordinary second-tier beasts, Ye Tian chose to forego personal involvement, allowing his comrades the opportunity to hone their skills. As the team split to carry out their tasks, Qin Tong descended gracefully from the sky, approaching Ye Tian with a hushed tone. The number of striped leopards is slightly higher than anticipated. Do you require my assistance in restraining them? Concern mingled with a hint of excitement danced in her eyes. Ye Tian shook his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. No need, let them handle it. Your task is to continue monitoring the surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks from other foes. Nodding, Qin Tong took to the skies once more. Meanwhile, the 4 agile striped leopards had burst into view, their black stripes glinting like razor-sharp gashes, exuding an aura of danger. Their muscular limbs pounded the earth, each stride sending tremors through the ground. Prepare for battle. The team instantly fell into a state of readiness. Hua Jieyun's swordlight sliced through the night like a bolt of lightning, while Song Hai summoned a thunderous storm. The striped leopards scarcely had time to react before they were swiftly dispatched, their cries of anguish stifled before they could escape their throats. The others stood by, hardly needing to intervene, silently observing the display of power from Hua Jieyun and Song Hai, their respect for their strength deepening. However, the situation was starkly different when confronting the first-tier pine-pattern rats. He Feiyun and the others found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against the nimble creatures. The pine-pattern rats darted swiftly through the trees, skillfully utilizing their surroundings to evade and counterattack. After a grueling battle, they finally managed to slay the troublesome rats. Each member was left panting, yet their faces radiated the glow of victory. Throughout the past 2 months, they had endured countless such encounters, accumulating a wealth of military merits. They exchanged these merits for new techniques and martial arts, each reward igniting their spirits with joy. Today, their prowess had transformed dramatically compared to before. Each move had become sharper and more precise, and their coordination was more seamless than ever. At this moment, the group eagerly stored the carcasses of the beasts into their spatial rings. As they gazed at the increasingly filled storage space, their eyes sparkled with satisfaction and anticipation. Attention! A third-tier earth rhino has appeared at 9 o'clock. Qin Tong's voice pierced through the earpieces, urgency and vigilance evident in her tone. The group froze momentarily. A third-tier beast had emerged. The earth rhino loomed large, resembling a moving hillock, its thick skin glistening darkly in the sunlight, seemingly impervious to weapons. Its sturdy legs trampled the ground, each step sending tremors through the earth, raising clouds of dust. It may have already noticed us. Everyone, remain vigilant. Her words quickened, reflecting the escalating urgency of the situation. Chapter 47, Annihilating the Third-Tier Beast. Everyone recalled the time when the beast tide had surged forth. The roars of third-tier beasts echoed like the wrath of hell. In the face of such terrifying entities, they had all felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Only Ye Tian stepped forward, using his formidable strength to barely withstand the assault of the third-tier beast. At this moment, Wanling appeared in Ye Tian's grasp. It radiated a soft yet heart-pounding glow, seemingly imbued with inexhaustible power. Each subtle tremor rendered the surrounding air dense. Ye Tian tightened his grip on Wanling, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the crowd. You all step back. This formidable creature is mine to handle. His voice was deep yet resolute, devoid of any hesitation. As they beheld the approaching giant figure, the expressions of all present were remarkably unified. There was no fear, only exhilaration. They understood that as long as Ye Tian remained, nothing could shatter their spirits. This trust was not blind. It was a conviction forged through countless trials of life and death. They held their breath, watching Ye Tian stride towards the massive silhouette of the earth rhinoceros. His steps were steady, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. This earth rhinoceros still appeared to be a high-ranking third-tier beast, piercing wind, breaking clouds. This was a martial technique Ye Tian had exchanged for, having already mastered it to perfection under the formidable insight of the Lord of all weapons. Ye Tian suddenly launched his attack, thrusting at the earth rhinoceros. The power of the technique, combined with the enhancement of triple spear intent, rendered this strike utterly terrifying. Renowned for its defensive capabilities, the earth rhinoceros boasted thick skin akin to natural armor. Even the sharpest of weapons struggled to leave a mark upon it. Yet, upon encountering Ye Tian's assault, its head was pierced with ease. Ye Tian's form flickered, the spear in his hand slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance. Its speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. His movements were devoid of any hesitation, executed with precision and decisiveness, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. When the spear tip accurately penetrated the head of the earth rhinoceros, it produced no dull thud. Rather, it was as if he had pierced through a soft tofu. Blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Yet this seemed to have no effect on Ye Tian whatsoever. He stood there, his garments fluttering in the wind, his gaze tranquil, as if he had merely accomplished an ordinary task. As the earth rhinoceros collapsed, the admiration for Ye Tian's strength among the onlookers surged, while pride swelled within many. A thought inevitably crossed their minds. Could the strength of the god-slaying team truly keep pace with Ye Tian? They recognized that Ye Tian's rate of growth far exceeded ordinary expectations. Each battle rendered him even more formidable. This growth stemmed not solely from talent, but was also a product of his relentless pursuit of power and unwavering dedication. It was clear that Ye Tian would continue to outpace them in his development, leaving his companions feeling somewhat left behind. This notion pricked at the hearts of each individual like a delicate needle, evoking a complex array of emotions. Perhaps, this is the very essence of a genius's existence. He is not merely a benchmark, but a mirror reflecting the inadequacies of the ordinary, simultaneously inspiring everyone to strive ever forward. Let us return and report. Our storage rings are nearly full. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. The god-slaying team's inability to keep up with Ye Tian's pace was something he was already aware of, yet there was a solution. Once he awakened the ability to command generals, he could recruit them as leaders under his banner. It is worth noting that even the lowest-ranked commanders among the 36 celestial and 72 terrestrial generals could gradually transform their innate abilities into S rank. However, the awakening of this formidable power remained uncertain. Upon returning to the battle zone, the cacophony of voices surged like a tidal wave. Wow, look, the god-slaying team is back. They must have had another bountiful harvest. A soldier stood amidst the crowd, pointing at the approaching team with an unmistakable tone of envy and anticipation. Of course, that's a given. Someone beside him chimed in, their tone as assured as if stating an undeniable fact. As the god-slaying team released numerous beast carcasses from their storage rings into the sight of the crowd, a momentary hush enveloped the scene, swiftly followed by a chorus of low gasps. Especially striking was the colossal figure of the third-tier earth rhinoceros, seemingly proclaiming its exceptional and terrifying nature. Eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. Good heavens, they have only been here for 2 months and are already capable of hunting third-tier beasts? At this rate, will they not be able to hunt fourth-tier beasts within a year? A commander clad in a gray cloak remarked, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Despite these discussions, the members of the god-slaying team maintained a serene demeanor, as if all of this were merely a routine task. Their strides were steady and powerful, the scratches on their armor signifying the fierce battles just endured, yet not a single one exhibited signs of fatigue or complacency. Ye Tian led the way, his silhouette standing tall like a sword. Please proceed with the military merit calculations. Ye Tian spoke indifferently. The girl at the calculation station, who had been surreptitiously observing the legendary team, suddenly snapped back to attention. Huh, oh, just a moment, I will calculate it for you immediately. She hurriedly lowered her head to operate the system, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard, with a blush betraying her nervousness. Before long, she lifted her gaze, striving to muster a professional smile. A total of 273 first-tier beasts, 37 second-tier beasts, and 1 third-tier beast, amounting to 16, for 130 military merits, which have been credited to your account. Ye Tian nodded, offering a brief expression of gratitude before turning to lead the team away. His movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary delay. Brothers, as per our usual custom, let us first enjoy a good meal, then evenly distribute all points. Ye Tian's voice rang out again, this time imbued with a sense of ease and joy, sharply contrasting with his earlier severity. Long live the captain. The crowd cheered in unison, each face alight with satisfaction. Some could not help but pump their fists in excitement. Initially, not everyone was inclined to accept this distribution method. as Ye Tian's contributions accounted for over 80 of the team's military merits. Whether in the speed of slaying beasts or in demonstrating composure and decisiveness against formidable foes, he was undeniably the core figure. However, regardless of how his teammates protested, Ye Tian remained steadfast in his decision, believing that the team's success hinged on the efforts of each individual. Over time, everyone grew accustomed to this arrangement, ceasing disputes and instead investing themselves wholeheartedly in every mission. For Ye Tian, military merit was not the most crucial element, while he required it to exchange for martial techniques. Far more important was the enhancement of his abilities through practical combat. Only by personally slaying those powerful beasts could he truly feel the growth of his inner strength. Moreover, the 10,000 weapons secret served as the foundation of his cultivation and encompassed numerous accompanying martial techniques. Yet, at present, due to his low level of power, he could not yet execute many advanced moves, and his potential remained largely untapped. Each time he reflected upon this, Ye Tian would quietly sigh, igniting an even stronger resolve within. Chapter 48. News of the fourth-tier beasts. In the military district's cafeteria, the meals prepared by the chefs rivaled those of five-star restaurants. Within the spacious and bright dining hall, rows of long tables were neatly arranged, and the air was fragrant with rich aromas. The unique aroma wafting from the sautéed and stewed exotic beast meat filled the air. Each dish was meticulously prepared, achieving perfection in both cooking time and seasoning, making it utterly tantalizing. This exotic meat not only boasted a delectable taste, but was also rich in energy and nutrients, capable of swiftly replenishing stamina and enhancing physical prowess, allowing warriors to recover rapidly after intense training. The flesh of high-tier exotic beasts rivaled that of spiritual elixirs, rendering it exceedingly expensive. Long-term consumption could elevate a cultivator's realm. Yet such delicacies were naturally beyond the financial reach of ordinary individuals. They could only be acquired with military merit points. For purchasing them with money would amount to a staggering sum. Military merit points constituted a unique currency system within the military district, obtainable only through the completion of arduous tasks or exceptional performance. Today, Ye Tian led the Godslayer squad to a chosen spot to indulge in a feast. They gathered around a round table, laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. A steaming broth, golden and crispy roasted meat, and delicate side dishes painted a picture of abundance. Each team member possessed a considerable amount of military merit points, truly wealthy. This fortune was a result of their recent execution of a series of high-risk missions, during which they had hunted countless exotic beasts, returning each time with honors and rewards. As they savored the second-tier exotic meat, complemented by a touch of wine, the weariness of the day seemed to dissipate. Ye Tian raised his glass, taking a gentle sip. The spicy sensation spread from his tongue to his throat, allowing him to relax completely. He glanced around, witnessing the content expressions on his teammates' faces, and a warm feeling surged within him. Particularly, Yu Ingjun, the rotund member, exhibited an insatiable appetite. "Hey, slow down, fatty. Eating so much, no wonder you're so plump." Qin Tong's voice, filled with disdain, rang out as she frowned at the mountain of bones piled before Yu Ingjun, unable to resist the urge to comment. With his cheeks stuffed full of meat, he looked up, mumbling, "Xiao Tong Tong, I can't help it. I have a larger stomach, you know. Don't worry, I ordered plenty, there's definitely enough to eat." After flashing a sincere smile at everyone, he resumed his hearty consumption. The others merely smiled, enjoying the camaraderie within the team. Wang Nuowei and Hu Jieyun, the two girls, also wore amused expressions, their eyes glimmering with playful teasing. Hu Jieyun elegantly picked up a piece of tender exotic meat, savoring it thoughtfully before nodding in approval. Wang Nuowei mischievously poked Yu Ingjuan's arm, teasing, "At this rate, you're really going to turn into a ball." The cafeteria buzzed with liveliness, laughter and joviality echoing, as if all weariness had been banished by this moment of warmth. 2 months of collaboration had forged deep bonds among the team members. From initially being strangers, they had now reached a point where they could entrust each other with their backs, without reservation. With each mission, their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. A glance or a gesture was enough to convey their intentions. They had long regarded their companions as family, their bond as resilient as steel. As for Zhang Hai, the smile on his face was more genuine and radiant than ever before. Once a lone warrior with a singular goal of exterminating the beasts threatening humanity, he now found that his heart had quietly transformed. Beyond slaying beasts, he now harbored a new aspiration: to protect these comrades who fought alongside him. In the past, he would recklessly charge at formidable beasts, even willing to sacrifice his life. Yet now, he felt an unprecedented yearning to survive. He wished to live, to stay by the side of these partners, facing the challenges of the future together. Have you heard? Recently, a squad encountered a fourth-tier beast, and they were completely annihilated. As the group reveled in the joyous atmosphere, a low murmur from a nearby table disrupted the tranquility. Zhang Hai and his teammates turned to look, noticing the speaker wore a grave expression, tinged with fear. Another person chimed in, speaking in hushed tones, yet still clearly audible. "Yes, indeed. Several squads have faced the same fate. Many fourth-tier beasts have escaped. They are cunning and powerful, and encountering them in the wild is nearly inevitable. Ye Tian's demeanor grew serious as he addressed the team, his brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping over each member's face. Everyone must exercise caution when venturing out. Qin Tong, you'll need to be particularly observant and prioritize your safety. Understood, Captain, Qin Tong replied earnestly, her eyes radiating determination. Ye Tian then took a bottle of wine and approached the adjacent table. Hello, friend, could you share some insights about the fourth-tier beasts? Upon hearing Ye Tian's voice, the initially disinterested individual slouched against his chair with an air of impatience, suddenly transformed as he lifted his gaze to meet Ye Tian's face. The annoyance vanished, replaced by an expression of excessive flattery. It was no wonder. Ye Tian's reputation in this region was legendary. Not only was he the undefeated captain of the Godslayer squad, but he had also single-handedly slain the dark evil tiger over 2 months ago. Such prowess commanded respect. Furthermore, news of the recent successful hunt of a third-tier beast by the Godslayer squad had further elevated his stature in the eyes of others. Of course. It is my honor, the man exclaimed, hastily adjusting his collar as if to present himself more favorably. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice but brimming with enthusiasm, sharing all the information he knew. Ye Tian listened attentively, maintaining a gentle smile on his face, his eyes focused and profound, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Once the man finished speaking, Ye Tian expressed his gratitude with a smile and deftly poured drinks for them. He raised his glass, toasting with everyone. As the wine flowed, the group was taken aback, exchanging incredulous and excited glances. To drink with Ye Tian was an occasion to boast about for a lifetime. Wherever they went, they could proudly recount their experience of sharing a drink with the illustrious Ye Tian, a moment of unparalleled glory. Chapter 49, Exiting the City Again. The deceased amethyst two-headed lion. Having gathered the details, it became clear that the incidents occurred in the northwest direction. That area seemed to frequently host fourth-tier beasts, and one squad had even encountered 2 of them. Ye Tian spoke gravely to the group, his brow furrowed as he scanned the faces of each team member. But Captain, the exotic beasts in the other directions have been largely cleared out. Most are only first-tier now. Why don't we just hunt some first-tier beasts instead? I fear encountering high-tier beasts would make me a liability, Miao Tian interjected, his tone tinged with reluctance. Miao Tian was currently stuck at the 9th level of body refinement, on the verge of a breakthrough to foundational establishment. While encountering some first-tier exotic beasts may allow for self-preservation, facing second-tier creatures without comrades would undoubtedly lead to a multitude of untimely demises. If one were to encounter a fourth-tier beast, they are acutely aware that they would become a burden to their companions. Ye Feiyun shared this sentiment upon hearing such words. In response, Ye Tian promptly delivered a swift slap to his forehead, executing the action with crisp precision. What are you saying? We are a team, brothers, he asserted, his voice resolute as his gaze swept across each individual present, as if imprinting this declaration into their minds. No one perceives you as a burden. Each person possesses their own capabilities. Should I hear such words again, I will not hesitate to strike you. His tone, though not loud, emanated an undeniable authority. Miao Tian paused, his eyes slightly misty as warmth surged within him. He lowered his head, yet an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Deeply moved by Ye Tian's words, while their interactions were often filled with laughter, such support and trust at critical moments imbued a profound sense of reassurance. You're not scared, are you? Afraid to slay exotic beasts? Surely not. No one is going to back down, right? Yu Ingjun interjected, a teasing grin adorning his face as he spoke in a playful tone. His bright eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, clearly devoid of malice, merely seeking to lighten the atmosphere. You're the coward, you fatso, Miao Tian swiftly retorted, feigning anger as he shot Yu Ingjun an indignant glare, only to succumb to laughter moments later. Their banter was filled with familiarity and understanding, eliciting chuckles from everyone present. Oh, you're quite the bold one. Come on. Let us go practice. Yu Ingjun laughed heartily, rising to his feet and swiftly wrapping his arm around Miao Tian's neck, yanking him from his chair like an eagle seizing a chick. Miao Tian struggled momentarily, yet proved no match for Yu Ingjun, and could only allow himself to be dragged outside. Their playful exchanges of "let me go," and "off you go," resonated with laughter as the group watched their departing figures. Amusement filling the air. As everyone began to tidy up their utensils in preparation to leave, an underlying alarm echoed within their minds. Ye Tian's earlier words served as a stark reminder that one must never underestimate the dangers lurking in the wilderness. Each excursion could potentially unveil unforeseen perils. 3 days later, both Miao Tian and Ye Feiyun, having successfully exchanged their military merits for training resources and elixirs, ascended to a new level of prowess. As the final traces of spiritual energy were absorbed into their bodies, they simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes radiating an unprecedented sharpness and confidence. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, their spirits soared, and they immediately clamored to venture forth and slay exotic beasts. No longer will we be the ones holding everyone back, Miao Tian exclaimed, clenching his fists in exhilaration. Indeed, we can now stand on our own. Ye Tian echoed, a beaming smile illuminating his face. After 3 days of recuperation, everyone had regained their vigor, and they were all eager to head out in search of exotic beasts to hunt. Ye Tian stood at the forefront, surveying the group, each individual's expression brimming with eagerness for battle. He nodded, his tone steady yet tinged with satisfaction. In that case, let us proceed. However, remember, while these beasts are our quarry, they are equally fraught with danger. We must remain vigilant. He turned to Qin Tong, his voice gentle yet underscored by an undeniable seriousness. Qin Tong, as always, observe carefully while also ensuring your own safety, especially being cautious of flying beasts, as we may be unable to assist you in the air. Qin Tong smiled slightly at Ye Tian's words, replying, "Understood, Captain." Ye Tian shook his head with an amused smile before raising his hand in a gesture. "Brothers, let us set forth." This time, as in previous outings, they encountered primarily first and second-tier exotic beasts. These creatures varied in appearance. Some resembled vastly enlarged wolves, their bodies cloaked in gray-brown fur, with fangs gleaming ominously. Others appeared as colossal beetles, their hardened shells reflecting a metallic sheen, producing a low crunching sound as they moved. Despite their ferocity, to Ye Tian, they were mere trifles. He refrained from engaging with the lower-tier beasts, instead standing at the rear of the group, calmly observing the unfolding events, allowing everyone the opportunity to practice. He understood that only through real combat could these individuals truly grow. However, while he chose to remain a bystander, his vigilance was far from relaxed. His gaze remained fixed on the combatants, every movement and clash falling within his keen sight. Should anyone find themselves in peril or unable to cope, he would not hesitate to intervene, ensuring the safety of all. Concurrently, a portion of his attention remained attuned to the surroundings, ever wary of any shifts in the environment. After all, this region was not devoid of danger. A moment's inattention might invite an ambush from third-tier or even fourth-tier beasts. At last, as the final exotic beast succumbed, the battlefield settled into a fleeting quietude. Song Hai wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he approached the corpse of one of the second-tier beasts for a closer inspection. This creature was notably smaller than the typical second-tier variety, its body enveloped in a layer of pale purple fur that shimmered with an otherworldly glow under the sunlight. "This beast is rather peculiar, so diminutive yet possessing second-tier strength," he muttered, frowning in bewilderment. Upon hearing this, the others, who had been busy tidying up the battlefield, halted their actions, curiosity piqued as they gathered around. They peered down at the creature, expressions ranging from inquisitive to apprehensive. Ye Tian, too, noted the unusual characteristics of this beast. His gaze sharpened, memories of related entries from the exotic beasts compendium flashing through his mind. In an instant, he recognized its identity, the amethyst double-headed lion. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable certainty, prompting all to turn their attention toward him. The amethyst double-headed lion. Song Hai blinked in surprise before inquiring, "What is that?" Ye Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked slowly to the corpse, crouching down to gently part the fur at its neck, revealing a small protrusion hidden beneath. It was the undeveloped form of a second head. This is a high-tier beast, and if it matures successfully, it could potentially reach the pinnacle of the 7th tier. He raised his head, surveying the surrounding faces as he continued. "However, this one is clearly a cub, which explains its diminutive size." As these words left his lips, a collective gasp echoed among the group. What did it mean to confront a 7th-tier beast? Such creatures possess the capability to effortlessly annihilate a city. Even this yet-to-mature amethyst double-headed lion exhibited power far surpassing that of its peers. An air of palpable tension enveloped them. Glances exchanged as they pondered the pressing question. Why had such a formidable beast appeared here, and as a cub no less? Ye Tian rose, brushing off the dust from his hands, his expression growing grave. He understood that this matter was far from simple. Perhaps greater troubles were silently encroaching. Chapter 50. Confronting the 4th-tier exotic beast. By heavens, that must be a significant find. Surely it will earn us a considerable amount of military merit points, exclaimed Ye Tian, his voice brimming with excitement. At that moment, however, Wang Wei, known for her cautious and meticulous nature, furrowed her brows slightly. Turning to Ye Tian, she said, "Captain, if the offspring of a high-tier beast is here, we are in grave danger if its parents are nearby." Her voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of anxiety that sent a shiver through everyone present. Upon hearing her words, Ye Tian swiftly scanned their surroundings, his mind racing to assess the current situation. He fully comprehended the gravity of the matter. High-tier beasts not only possessed terrifying strength, but they were also fiercely protective of their young. Should they sense a threat to their progeny, they would pursue their adversaries relentlessly, sparing no effort. Qin Tong, maintain heightened vigilance. Everyone else, gather your belongings and prepare for a swift retreat. Ye Tian ordered decisively. Yet, just as the team began to move hurriedly, Qin Tong had already taken to the skies, unfurling her ethereal wings of spiritual energy to scout from above. Suddenly, Her body trembled violently, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. "Captain, a golden lion has appeared ahead. And it is of the 4th tier," she reported, her voice trembling with fear. Upon hearing this, the entire team froze in their tracks. A 4th-tier beast was akin to a formidable practitioner at the level of the Myriad laws. For this group, whose average cultivation level barely reached the 2nd tier, there was no hope of escape. Faced with such a colossal creature, even with every ounce of strength, they risked utter annihilation. Despite the overwhelming fear coursing through them, they did not flee in panic, but instead instinctively formed a defensive formation. Ye Tian's expression grew solemn, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the distant horizon. There, a glimmer of gold was slowly advancing, accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar that reverberated through the earth. Simultaneously, a violent wind erupted, swirling dust and debris into the air, filling it with an oppressive atmosphere. Qing continue to monitor from above for any additional beasts and seek opportunities to provide aerial support, he instructed. Qing nodded, her wings spreading wide as she soared higher into the sky. Songhai, employ your lightning attacks to attempt to incapacitate the golden lion. Do not rush. Wait for the opportune moment to strike. Songhai clenched his fists, a low growl escaping his lips as the air crackled with the sound of electricity. Ye Tian, He Feiyun, keep your distance in melee, harass it with your techniques. Ye Tian continued, adding, do not linger in battle, prioritize your own survival. The two exchanged a knowing glance before channeling their techniques, their auras surging with renewed vigor. Manhwaedit, utilize your wood-based techniques to attempt control, while also providing healing to the injured. Manhwaedit gently nodded, green lights swirling around her hands. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the life force surrounding her, prepared to assist anyone who might be hurt. Yu Ingjun, focus on defense, Ye Tian said, patting the broad-shouldered man beside him with gravity. Protect everyone, especially our ranged attackers. Yu Ingjun broke into a hearty smile, raising his massive shield before him like an unyielding fortress. Rest assured, Brother Tian, he replied in a deep voice. Huijian, let us seek out its weaknesses and vulnerabilities, then strike. With this final command, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Everyone took their positions, ready for imminent combat. Ye Tian had laid out a strategy, and each member began to fulfill their roles. Yet, they all understood that this was the gravest crisis their team had ever faced. In the distance, the golden lion moved with breathtaking speed, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Its massive form resembled a moving mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its golden fur glimmered dazzlingly under the sun, while the crystalline horn upon its forehead emitted an aura of dread that sent chills down their spines. Upon sensing the complete absence of the purple crystal lion's presence and spotting the group of humans, it immediately grasped the situation. Its offspring, a rare bloodline transformed into a purple crystal two-headed lion, held immense potential for ascension to the 7th tier. However, its child's playful venture had led to its untimely demise at the hands of these insignificant humans, extinguishing the hopes of its kind and igniting a furious wrath within. The intelligence of a 4th-tier beast rivaled that of humans. They were capable of thought and harboring hatred. At this moment, the golden lion's crimson gaze locked onto the humans before it, a low growl emanating from its throat, as if pronouncing their death sentence. Its chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a turbulent wave of energy that distorted the air around them. Ye Tian and his companions could acutely feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the golden lion, as if they were standing at the eye of a storm. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, they remained keenly observant of the beast's every move, awaiting the perfect moment to counterattack. Finally, the golden lion could no longer contain itself. It threw back its head and roared, the sound thunderous and ear-splitting, akin to a clap of thunder. With a fierce charge, it barreled towards them, its golden eyes filled with malice and fury. Under Ye Tian's command, everyone began their assault. In an instant, a dazzling array of techniques illuminated the air, colliding in a cacophony of power. While these strikes would not deliver significant harm to the golden lion, they swarmed around it like a host of irritating insects. This only served to heighten the beast's agitation. Its roars shook the nearby trees, which trembled in response as it rampaged wildly. The team moved with the grace of swallows, deftly shifting positions in this perilous battlefield. Their techniques remained uninterrupted, beams of light shooting forth towards the golden lion. Just as it collided with a robust tree, its massive frame swaying from the impact, Ye Tian seized the moment. Now, he shouted, his voice imbued with determination and resolve. Piercing wind, shattering clouds. The spear in Ye Tian's grasp erupted with blinding light, as if capable of piercing the heavens themselves. Ice blade, Huijie encountered, her sword coalescing with an icy chill that threatened to freeze the very air around them. Together, they unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The essence of their weapons surged forth, a torrent of power directed at the golden lion, crashing down like an unstoppable flood. With a sickening sound, a deep gash marred the golden lion's hide, alongside a gaping wound that spurted blood. It was evident that their strikes had found their mark. However, they were far from fatal. Infuriated by the pain, the golden lion turned its intelligent gaze toward the two who had inflicted harm upon it, Ye Tian and Huojian, with a low growl. It appeared to deliberate a choice before swiftly deciding to target Huojian, whom it perceived as the weaker of the two. The golden lion, a fourth-tier powerhouse, may have found Huojian swift, but she was no match for its lightning-like speed. I will intercept this blow. You all continue your assault. We shall wear it down. Yu Ingjun unhesitatingly positioned himself in front of Huojian, his face devoid of fear, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. He had summoned his most formidable defensive technique, enveloping his entire being in a soft yellow glow that resembled a robust shield, bracing for the ferocious onslaught of the golden lion. Chapter 51, Slaying the Golden Lion and Breaking Through to the Soul Realm. Huojian understood his intent, swiftly maneuvering to the side, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Ye Tian launched a surprise assault from behind, his form as agile as a leopard, each leap imbued with a fierce momentum aimed directly at the lion's back. Yet, no matter how vehemently he struck, the golden lion remained undeterred. Not even a flicker of acknowledgement in its gait. The golden lion disregarded Ye Tian's relentless onslaught, allowing him to inflict numerous wounds. Blood seeping from gaping holes that exposed bone, staining its golden fur with a horrid crimson that dripped to the ground, creating a stark contrast of dark red. Astonishingly, these injuries seemed to have no bearing on its mobility. Instead, they incited a more savage and ferocious demeanor. Although each blow could inflict pain, its speed remained unhampered. Huojian furrowed her brow, yet dared not dwell on her concerns, channeling all her focus to confront any potential eventuality. Meanwhile, Songhai and others were employing all their might in a futile attempt to slow its pace. They unleashed a variety of unique techniques, but alas, their efforts were akin to casting a cow into the sea, proving ineffective. Crack! A sharp sound sliced through the chaos of battle, crisp and jarring, reminiscent of ice shattering abruptly. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. The golden lion had collided with Yu Ingjuan's shield, and the martial technique-infused barrier instantly fissured with countless cracks. The tremendous force caused Yu Ingjuan to stumble, his legs sinking deep into the earth, the soles of his shoes screeching against the ground. Despite his utmost effort to maintain his stance, he was unable to withstand the overwhelming strength. Consequently, he expelled a mouthful of blood. His 200-plus-pound frame sent hurtling several meters away. His body arced through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, his complexion was as pale as parchment, crimson blood seeping continuously from the corners of his mouth, indicating grave injury. Yet, the golden lion's movements also momentarily faltered. Its massive form hesitated, as if time itself had elongated in that instant. Seizing the opportunity, the others unleashed their full assault, their eyes filled with resolve and determination, acutely aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ye Tian struck with every shot, each imbued with intent, relentlessly targeting the lion's neck and head. The essence of his strikes seemed to harbor an invisible force, each impact against the golden lion resonating with a dull thud, sending tufts of golden fur swirling. Huojian executed precise thrusts aimed at vital points, her form as graceful as a swallow, darting across the battlefield with ease. The long sword in her hand glimmered with a chilling radiance, slicing through the air with a hissing sound wherever it pointed. Each of her strikes was akin to a cunning serpent lunging forward, targeting the lion's eyes and throat with lethal precision. Wang Nuowei swiftly arrived at Yu Ingjuan's side to administer healing. Her face was etched with urgency, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She gently placed her hands upon Yu Ingjuan's wounds, a soothing light emanating from her palms, gradually merging with his body. Yu Ingjuan's previously ashen complexion began to regain some color, his breathing stabilizing significantly. The others bore many wounds, their bodies smeared with blood, yet they dared not relent. Their garments were drenched in crimson, some wounds continuing to ooze, yet their resolve only intensified. They understood that to halt now would mean death. Only by persevering could they grasp the hope of survival. Through their united efforts, the golden lion accumulated more and more injuries, now drenched in blood. The myriad wounds crisscrossed its once majestic body, its golden fur tainted a dark red. The earth beneath them was soaked in blood, the crimson liquid trickling slowly, forming small streams. The air thick with the stench of iron. At this moment, its breath began to weaken, the loss of blood rendering its vision blurry. Its colossal head swayed feebly, eyes filled with resentment and fury. After repeated assaults from the group, the golden lion finally succumbed, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud that made the earth tremble. Although the golden lion had fallen, the group remained vigilant, their weapons still tightly gripped, prepared for any unforeseen shifts. There had been instances of higher-tier beasts feigning death only to retaliate against humans. Ye Tian launched a piercing thrust toward its throat and head, and after a series of relentless attacks, he finally penetrated its skull. Only then did the group allow their hearts to settle. Surely, this time there would be no surprises. Exhaustion soon enveloped them, and they all collapsed, gasping for breath, the battle finally at an end. Lying on the ground, they erupted in laughter. Ha ha, we won. They cheered. They had slain a fourth-tier beast, a staggering feat that felt almost surreal. Though they had fought as a united front, it was essential to remember that they were merely at the foundational stage. 8 individuals had banded together to vanquish a formidable beast equivalent to a realm of myriad laws. In that moment, pride swelled within them. Their faces radiated excitement and pride, sweat cascading down their cheeks, forgotten in their jubilation. Each one gasped for air. Their garments thoroughly soaked with sweat, tattered and torn, yet in that moment, their fatigue and disheveled appearance felt like badges of victory. Ye Tian, too, was utterly spent. His limbs heavy as if laden with lead, his muscles aching. He lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, striving to regain his strength. Fluffy white clouds drifted across the azure sky, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon him. Suddenly, it felt as if a shackle within him had shattered, an exhilarating sensation akin to an invisible barrier dissolving in an instant. Simultaneously, his mind cleared. The fog of battle lifting, his thoughts sharpening with newfound clarity, as if his mental prowess had multiplied exponentially. Surrounding scenery became vividly distinct. Even the feathers of a distant bird perched on a branch were discernible with striking clarity. The exhaustion brought on by the battle vanished without a trace. As though it had never existed, his body brimmed with vigor, every cell seemingly rejoicing in jubilation. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Ye Tian, akin to a tempest suddenly arising, sweeping through the surroundings. Dust was sent swirling into the air, causing his companions to instinctively take a few steps back. Astonished expressions gracing their faces. Everyone sensed that Ye Tian, in that moment, emanated an extraordinary strength. An overwhelming presence rivaling that of the ferocious golden lion they had just vanquished. Ye Tian opened his eyes and gradually rose to his feet. His gaze was resolute and profound, sweeping over his surroundings. In that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of well-being. The sensation of power surging within him compelled him to clench his fists, a wave of lofty ambition swelling in his heart. He had entered the soul realm, at last. Chapter 52. The disheveled god-slaying squad. Everyone noticed the transformation in Ye Tian. The faint aura of pressure he emanated instinctively inspired reverence. His demeanor seemed to deepen, resembling an unfathomable abyss, leaving everyone with a sense of speculation that was tempered by uncertainty. After all, such occurrences were simply too astonishing. In a mere 6 months since Ye Tian's awakening, he had already ascended to the soul realm. This velocity was nothing short of miraculous, especially for Miao Tian and He Feiyun, who had toiled tirelessly to barely enter the foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, Ye Tian had far outstripped them, reaching a pinnacle that left them in awe. This immense disparity stirred a medley of emotions within the crowd: admiration, resentment, and an ineffable sense of defeat. Captain, have you broken through to the soul realm? Wang Nuowei could not contain her curiosity, her voice laced with unmasked delight and excitement. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, fixated on Ye Tian, eagerly awaiting his response. Indeed, I have entered the soul realm. Ye Tian replied with a slight smile, his tone calm, yet imbued with formidable confidence. If I were to face the golden lion again, it would undoubtedly be far less arduous. His words, though casually spoken, struck the hearts of those present like a resounding hammer. As they recalled the perilous encounter with the golden lion and contrasted it with Ye Tian's current composure, a wave of shock washed over them. Ye Tian himself acutely felt the transformation within his body. Having stepped into the soul realm, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The significant enhancement of his soul power allowed him to control his physique with unparalleled precision. Every move flowed seamlessly, unimpeded. He could even keenly perceive the subtle shifts in the air around him. Regrettably, despite the rapid growth in his strength, he had not awakened any new abilities, a fact that left Ye Tian somewhat disheartened. He had already awakened a significant portion of the 9 innate talents, which included 1. Mastery of weapons, the ability to intuitively wield any weapon and attain mastery without a teacher. 2. Battlefield Monarch, the capacity to inspire soldiers, boosting their combat prowess by over 50%, while also enhancing his own strength through their fervor. 3. Ultimate Control, the automatic mastery of all concepts, enabling rapid progress in martial arts comprehension. 4. Infinite Combat Body, the ability to slay beasts to enhance cultivation and restore stamina. 5. Immunity, the capability to resist all forms of abnormal status attacks. 6. Heavenly Prodigy, accelerated cultivation without bottlenecks. Though he had not yet fully mastered these talents, their preliminary awakening promised to grow stronger with his cultivation, awaiting the day he possessed sufficient power to command them. However, the last 3 abilities were undeniably formidable. Ye Tian sensed that they would likely awaken only when he reached a considerably high level of cultivation. Otherwise, the talent of the general could elevate him without any effort on his part. Contemplating this, Ye Tian could not help but smile wryly. At this moment, the pressing concern was returning to the battlefield. The atmosphere around him was thick with tension and fatigue, a stark reminder of the urgency of their current situation. The squad's physical stamina had nearly been depleted, and even walking had become a challenge. Jun, having sustained severe injuries while blocking an attack from the Golden Lion, was still in pain from his wounds. His once mighty physique now appeared feeble, the remnants of his former glory all but vanished. With his bulk exceeding 200 pounds, lifting him was a daunting task, leaving them no choice but to rest and recuperate in place. Gathered around Jun, some offered water, while others produced healing herbs, meticulously tending to his wounds. If only the storage rings could accommodate living beings, it would be so much easier to stow this hefty fellow away, Songhai remarked, weariness and jest mingling in his voice. Hearing this, Jun erupted in anger. You, Songhai? I was injured for the sake of the squad, bleeding for you all. And you dare utter such cold words? His eyes widened in fury, his face flushing red with indignation as he struggled to rise, only to be thwarted by pain. Helplessly waving his arms. The banter between the two elicited smiles from the others, the earlier tension beginning to dissipate. Laughter echoed through the once silent space, lifting the somber cloud that had loomed over them and easing their taut nerves. Thanks to his breakthrough, Ye Tian had regained considerable stamina and willingly took on the role of lookout. He stood upon a towering rock, his gaze keenly scanning the surrounding environment. Once the squad members regained a modicum of strength, they would commence their return. He glanced down at his weary yet gradually reviving companions, a slight smile gracing his lips. Despite the arduous battle, their collective effort had yielded victory, a source of solace for him. The points amassed from the Golden Lion and the crystal two-headed lion cub must surely exceed 100,000. As this realization dawned upon him, Ye Tian inhaled deeply. Such rewards far surpassed his expectations. Not only did they provide a substantial bounty for their endeavor, but they also eliminated a potential colossal threat to humanity. The crystal two-headed lion, upon reaching maturity, would be a 7th-tier demon, a force comparable to a general among humans. Allowing it to survive would surely lead to future calamities for humankind. After more than 2 hours of rest, the squad began to recover gradually. Jun, who had been lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, was now able to stand and move with some effort. This was all thanks to Wang Nuawe's diligent efforts. Her precise and effective wood-based healing techniques had proven invaluable in this moment. During their respite, several 1st- and 2nd-tier demon beasts had appeared, but they were swiftly dispatched by Ye Tian, leaving the group free from concern for their safety. This realization instilled a sense of confidence in everyone. As long as Ye Tian was present, they feared nothing. Upon returning to the battlefield, the sight of the weary and battered god-slaying squad prompted speculation among onlookers about what had transpired. With curiosity piqued, they followed the squad into the hall. The hall remained brightly lit, the illumination casting the god-slaying squad in an even more disheveled light. The same receptionist who had welcomed them stood in the center, her professional smile in place. Yet, upon seeing the disarray of the group, a flicker of astonishment crossed her clear eyes. In previous encounters, the god-slaying squad had never appeared so ragged. They typically returned with an air of triumph, striding in confidently, even if bearing some injuries. Had they encountered a horde of 3rd-tier demon beasts? Before she could inquire, Ye Tian raised his hand dismissively. Suddenly, the corpses of various exotic beasts were flung onto the floor of the hall. Accompanied by the dull thud of impact, these lifeless forms scattered across the ground. Chapter 53, the shock brought by the 2 exotic beasts. Gazing upon the mountain of exotic beast carcasses, the crowd exhaled their usual awe at the prowess of the Godslayer team. Yet, this familiar scene did not fully assuage their apprehensions. Rather, it sparked a tinge of confusion. Despite the considerable number of exotic beasts, it seemed implausible that the Godslayer team would find themselves in such a dire predicament. A low voice emerged from the throng, laced with hesitation and incredulity. Others nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying an unmistakable curiosity. Logically speaking, given the might of the Godslayer team, they should have dealt effortlessly with these beasts. So, why this time were they so beleaguered? In an instant, various speculations began to take root. Yet no one could provide a definitive answer. As if to address the crowd's queries, Ye Tian slowly advanced to a spacious area at the center of the venue. With a deliberate gesture, he summoned 2 exceptionally striking corpses. One was a colossal creature, resplendent in golden hues, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The other was a translucent, exquisite 2-headed lion cub, resembling a work of art. Their emergence instantly captivated the attention of all present. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breaths rising and falling in unison. A 4th-tier exotic beast, the Golden Lion. Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with disbelief. The Golden Lion, as a premier entity among 4th-tier beasts, not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited exceptional intelligence, rendering it virtually invincible within its tier. Even the most seasoned hunting teams would typically opt for retreat when faced with such an adversary. Yet now, this legendary beast lay lifeless before them. Is this real? Did they truly slay a 4th-tier beast? Another young man gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. He instinctively rubbed his eyes to confirm the scene before him. only to find that the corpse of the golden lion was indeed genuine. Overwhelmed by shock, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they monsters?" The murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd, each individual profoundly shaken by this revelation. However, many remained fixated not solely on the golden lion, but also on the corpse of the crystalline two-headed lion cub. Initially, they regarded the cub as merely unusual, but soon, some of the more seasoned hunters began to realize its true significance. Their faces turned pale, lips parted as if to speak, yet words failed them. The crystalline two-headed lion cub had the potential to evolve into a 7th-tier beast, with even a slim chance of reaching the 8th tier. At last, someone broke the silence with a hoarse voice. This declaration detonated like a bombshell, creating a stir within the crowd. A 7th-tier beast represented the pinnacle of power on Blue Star, while an 8th-tier beast was an exceedingly rare phenomenon, comparable to the most formidable among humanity. Should this cub mature successfully, it was destined to become a dominant force. Yet now, it had perished at the hands of the Godslayer team. The gazes directed at Ye Tian and his companions were filled with reverence. Sensing the weight of the crowd's attention, every member of the Godslayer team straightened their backs, a swell of indescribable pride filling their hearts. Even Huojiayun, typically serene and composed, now radiated an undeniable glow of pride in her clear eyes. The receptionist lifted her head, an apologetic expression gracing her features as she addressed the Godslayer team. "Greetings, your military merits amount to 132,000. However, since the crystalline two-headed lion is a cub, yet its power far exceeds the 2nd tier, we are uncertain how to evaluate its military contribution. This has been reported to our superiors, but we have yet to receive a response. Please hold on for a moment." Her voice was gentle, yet tinged with nervousness. Hearing her somewhat apologetic tone, Ye Tian, standing at the forefront of the group, offered a gentle smile, warm as a spring breeze, effortlessly putting everyone at ease. "It's all right, we're in no rush." The receptionist couldn't help but glance at him again, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. No girl could resist such charm. A powerful, handsome man with a gentle demeanor, he seemed like a perfect figure that had stepped out of a dream. She lowered her gaze, feigning concentration on her work, though her ears betrayed her with a hint of crimson. Time passed slowly in the quiet anticipation, and within 10 minutes, the receptionist's communication device vibrated. She swiftly opened the message, her eyes brightening as she raised her head to address Ye Tian respectfully. "The assessment for the crystalline two-headed lion cub has been set at 50,000 points. I will immediately process the transfer for you." Upon hearing this, not only did the receptionist appear surprised, but the other members of the Godslayer team were also momentarily taken aback. 50,000 military merits far surpassed the typical rewards for 3rd-tier beasts, underscoring the value and rarity of the crystalline two-headed lion. Ye Tian nodded appreciatively. He turned to his teammates and smiled. "Let us head back to freshen up and then treat ourselves at the cafeteria. Everyone has worked hard today." The group responded in unison, their smiles growing even more radiant. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Shangwan was anything but tranquil. Sitting at the head of the table, he arched an eyebrow, his gaze piercingly fixed on Lin Su, his tone revealing a blend of astonishment and intrigue. "You say they killed a 4th-tier beast and also dispatched a juvenile crystalline two-headed lion?" He slowly set down his teacup, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word carried weight. "An adult crystalline two-headed lion is a 7th-tier beast. Even one that has not fully matured is far from an ordinary 2nd-tier beast." Lin Su stood by respectfully yet composed, slightly bowing his head, hands at his sides as he replied, "Indeed, the information has been confirmed. Ye Tian's team has successfully slain that 4th-tier beast and fortuitously eliminated the juvenile crystalline two-headed lion." "Interesting," Shangwan mused quietly before raising his gaze to Lin Su. Continuing, "Ye Tian's cultivation level seems to have reached the soul entry stage." Lin Su added, "The soul entry stage? No wonder he is capable of such feats." Shangwan murmured, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. He understood that the soul entry stage represented a significant threshold for any cultivator. Ye Tian's achievement at such a young age spoke volumes about his exceptional talent and potential. "It seems he qualifies to participate in the elite competition within the military," Shangwan remarked. At this, everyone grasped the implications. Indeed, Ye Tian had reached the soul entry stage, fully capable of competing in the military's elite tournament. The so-called elite tournament of the military comprises all prodigies under 21 years of age from across the nation. Not only does it provide an opportunity to confront other talented individuals, but the military tournament also guarantees encounters with exotic beasts, offering invaluable experience. The rewards for the top 10 are exceedingly generous. Should one emerge victorious, not only would they receive abundant resources, but they might also attract the attention of brigadier generals or even major generals, becoming their protégés. Chapter 54, The Military Elite Tournament. Regrettably, Ye Tian is still too young. If only he were 2 years older, Lin Su lamented. In comparison to others, Ye Tian has had far too little time to grow. While his peers have reached the age of 21, he is merely 18. For a genius, 3 years can create a significant disparity. Nevertheless, even at this tender age. Ye Tian has already stepped into the soul realm. With his prodigious talent, he would likely have already entered the void realm by the age of 21. Even so, Ye Tian's prowess ranks among the finest within the youthful ranks of the military. Moreover, with 2 months remaining, there is a possibility he may advance even further. Liang Guan added. The competition for young prodigies allows those who attain the soul realm before the age of 21 to participate. The number of contenders could easily reach tens of thousands. Very well, I shall discuss this matter with him. I have been here for over 2 months now, and it seems the 7th-tier beasts have temporarily ceased their advances. This time, I will take Ye Tian to the Imperial Capital's battle zone. I leave this area in your capable hands, Yunsheng. The voice of Shang Wanwen was steady and powerful, his gaze fixed on Lu Yunsheng. Upon hearing Shang Wanwen's words, Lu Yunsheng immediately straightened his back, raising his right hand in a precise military salute. His voice rang out clearly, yes. His eyes reflected unwavering determination. No matter the challenges that lay ahead, he would safeguard this territory. Very well, you may all depart. Shang Wanwen waved his hand dismissively. The gesture casual, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Once everyone had exited, the room fell into a profound silence. Shang Wanwen retrieved his phone from his pocket, skillfully swiping across the screen to dial a familiar number. Brother Tian, I never anticipated we would actually slay a 4th-tier beast. It feels like a dream. Yu Ingjun exclaimed excitedly on the way back, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. The faces of all present glowed with exhilaration, embodying the satisfaction of immense success following life and death struggles. Their eyes sparkled with ambition, as their minds began to calculate the multitude of military merits they could exchange for resources. How many resources can we acquire with such military achievements? He Feiyan could not help but voice his awe. At this rate, if our strength continues to grow, we might even become centurions. With this statement, the excitement among the group surged even higher. This is merely the beginning. In the future, we shall hunt divine beasts. Ye Tian proclaimed boldly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell in the air. It was as if he could already envision everyone rejoicing beside the corpses of the divine beasts. Hearing this, smiles broke out on all their faces, especially Tsang Hai, who was so moved he nearly shed tears. All right, we have achieved substantial gains this time. Tomorrow, we will assess the resources each person requires, followed by a period of rest before continuing our hunt for beasts. Ye Tian clapped his hands, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the present. As the next day dawned, the group had just finished exchanging their required supplies. They were preparing to take a brief respite when they suddenly received a summons from a messenger, instructing them to proceed immediately to General Shang Wanwen's tent. The general summons? A wave of anxiety washed over the group. After all, in the military, those who are personally summoned by a general are few and far between, and the fact that he specifically requested to see this group of young individuals was indeed perplexing. As they approached, the soldiers stationed outside the tent stood with solemn expressions, their postures as straight as pines, as if the very air had thickened with their presence. Just as the group held their breath in anticipation, the sound of steady, authoritative footsteps echoed from within the depths of the tent. Shortly thereafter, a tall, imposing middle-aged man emerged, his countenance exuding gravitas. Clad in silver armor and draped in a crimson cloak, his gaze was penetrating, akin to a finely honed sword that has endured countless trials, its brilliance both radiant and restrained. It was none other than General Shang Wanwen. Upon seeing this legendary general, everyone instinctively straightened their spines, their hands falling respectfully to their sides, their expressions solemn and reverent. No one dared utter a word, even their breaths were measured, fearful of appearing disrespectful. Indeed, you all are commendable, a truly exceptional group of young individuals. Shang Wanwen surveyed them with a slight upward curve of his lips, revealing a hint of approval. Upon hearing such praise, an indescribable wave of elation surged within the group. To be personally commended by a general of such stature was undoubtedly a tremendous honor. Under ordinary circumstances, someone might have succumbed to glee, allowing themselves to bask in the moment. Yet, at this instant, they suppressed their emotions, striving to maintain an exterior of calm and humility. After all, before such a figure, any sign of impatience would be a mark of disrespect. Following a brief silence, Ye Tian took the initiative to break the stalemate. He stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, and spoke clearly. General, may I inquire if you have summoned us for a specific purpose? Upon hearing Ye Tian's inquiry, Shang Wanwen turned his gaze toward him, a glimmer of profound significance flickering in his eyes. Indeed, there is a matter at hand, he replied slowly, his tone unwavering yet imbued with an undeniable authority. It pertains to your recent advancement into the soul realm, which is why I sought you out. Me? Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in evident confusion. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again to meet the general's gaze, tentatively asking, what instructions does the general have? Shang Wanwen then elaborated on the military district's grand competition for prodigies, and all present felt a surge of joy for Ye Tian. To have their captain, at the age of 18, compete against those in their 20s was a testament to his extraordinary talent, a rarity in history. The military district competition? Ye Tian clenched his fists, eyes ablaze with fervent determination. The prospect of competing against the elite of the Dragon Nation's army filled him with exhilaration, and he began to look forward to it. However, a moment later, he remembered his obligations to the God-slaying squad. It seemed Shangwan sensed his concerns. I understand your apprehensions, which is precisely why I called you all here. Would you be willing to train with the Dragon Tooth squad? There. Everyone will receive the finest training and opportunities for growth. When you emerge, you will undoubtedly experience a remarkable transformation. Upon hearing Shangwan's words, the astonishment on everyone's faces could no longer be contained. Each pair of eyes sparkled with disbelief, as some wondered if they had misheard. The Dragon Tooth squad? Are we truly eligible to join? Yu Ingjuan's voice quivered slightly, as if afraid to shatter the beauty of this momentary illusion. That squad is the strongest in the nation. Every warrior emerging from Dragon Tooth is destined to become a formidable force. Whether on the battlefield or in other realms, their names will be forever etched in memory. Yet, for those of modest talent who could only look up to the geniuses in the past, joining Dragon Tooth felt like an unattainable dream. Yet now, this dream seemed within reach. Chapter 55. Each Path Ahead. Shangwan's gaze swept over the faces filled with yearning and reverence, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his voice was steady and resolute. An exceptional warrior relies not solely on talent. In my view, some qualities surpass talent in importance: perseverance, determination, and team spirit. You all exhibit these qualities, and I can see your potential. He paused for a moment, his tone growing more solemn. If you manage to enter Longya, I am confident that you will achieve tremendous advancement there. I will personally recommend you for admission. However, remember, this is merely the beginning. The true challenges lie ahead. You must exert yourselves diligently, or you will be unable to keep pace with Ye Tian. These words struck each individual like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. In their minds, Ye Tian represented an unparalleled talent and strength. He was the captain of the entire team and the benchmark in everyone's hearts. Indeed, Ye Tian was extraordinarily powerful, but what of themselves? If they could not even muster the effort, how could they be worthy of standing beside him? Not to mention, on some future day, if the God-slaying squad were to rely solely on Ye Tian, while they lagged behind, what a disgrace that would be. Thank you, General Jiang. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Gratitude and determination were etched upon each face. Yu Ingjun, Hu Jiayun, Qin Tong, Song Hai, Wang Nowei, Miao Tian, and He Feiyun exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a tacit understanding that needed no words. They knew this was not merely an opportunity, but a profound responsibility. To honor Shangwan's trust, and to keep pace with Ye Tian, they must give their utmost effort. You may return to rest for 3 days and bid your farewells properly. Though the military district competition is still over 2 months away, I plan to take Ye Tian to the imperial capital first. As for the rest of you, someone will escort you directly to the Longya squad. Ye Tian, please stay behind. His words were steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing Shangwan's request, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated such a swift separation from Ye Tian. After a brief silence, they exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, reluctance, confusion, and a hint of underlying anxiety. However, they dared not challenge Shangwan's words and could only comply obediently. Soon, the hall emptied as individuals departed, their footsteps fading into the distance. When they were gone, only Shangwan and Ye Tian remained, and the vast space felt exceptionally quiet. Is there something you wish to discuss, General? Ye Tian inquired, unable to restrain himself from breaking the silence as he noticed Shangwan's contemplative gaze. Shangwan lifted his head, his eyes penetrating as he seemed to seek something within Ye Tian's expression. Do you know why I have kept you here? Ye Tian furrowed his brow slightly, his mind racing through possible reasons. It must be related to your intention to take me to the imperial capital, right? He ventured cautiously. Shangwan nodded, his expression still inscrutable. Indeed, that is correct. He continued, General Yi wishes to meet you, and then we will proceed to the Imperial Capital University, where an inter-academic competition is currently underway. The top 5 from each grade are granted entry into the university's secret realm. Our military has 5 slots available, and with your talent, you are eligible to enter. Ye Tian absorbed Shangwan's words, the implications of this statement weighing heavily upon him. General Ye Tian needed no further thought to know whom Shangwan referred to. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated meeting him so soon. As a child, he had been unwilling to forgive him. Yet with maturity and his induction into the military, he had come to understand the constraints his father faced as a soldier. However, after all these years, he was uncertain how to initiate that conversation. Furthermore, there was the matter of attending Imperial Capital University. If he recalled correctly, Tang Ruxue was likely there. Would this not provide an opportunity to meet the one he had longed for? The thought quickened his heartbeat. Memories of her exquisite face and their shared moments flooded his mind, intensifying his longing. From their initial shyness to countless joyful moments spent side by side, each memory played back like a film in his mind. There were so many cherished recollections, each one a pearl shimmering in the river of time. At this moment, he yearned to soar to Tang Rushue's side. Finally, there was the inter-academic competition in the secret realm. The competition itself held little significance for him. What mattered were those 5 slots. With 5 students from each grade at the university, a total of 20 would compete, together with the military's 5 slots. That made 25 in total. While that number seemed ample, the reality was that very few could truly stand out among them, especially concerning the military's 5 slots, which were daunting in their competitiveness. He inhaled deeply. The competition was far more brutal than it appeared. The military would undoubtedly dispatch individuals of exceptional strength and talent. Considering this, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze betraying a hint of gravity. Those prodigies from the military had all undergone rigorous training and possessed extraordinary abilities. They were likely accustomed to the trials of life and death. His talent was beyond question. He had never doubted that. However, due to his age, there were certainly many who surpassed him in strength. Ye Tian felt an insistent pressure. After all, in a selection process teeming with formidable contenders, experience often outweighed talent. And he clearly still lacked a measure of refinement. It seemed that securing this slot would entail numerous challenges. General, will this slot require competition against the other prodigies from the military district? Ye Tian understood the truth behind the notion that there is no free lunch. Shang Wanwen smiled faintly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. You are quite astute. Indeed, competition will be necessary, though it will be against those from the academy. Ye Tian was taken aback by this revelation. He had anticipated facing off against the fierce prodigies from the military district, only to discover that his opponents would be from the academy. The 25 slots from the academy would soon be divided into 5, and it was clear that those from the academy would not take kindly to losing their spots. Prepare yourself for the challenge, Shang Wanwen said, his tone calm, but underscored by an undeniable authority. Ye Tian stood frozen, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. He then asked, but didn't the military only have 5 slots? Don't the military personnel compete? A note of confusion colored his voice. Shang Wanwen laughed heartily, patting Ye Tian on the shoulder. It is quite simple. Your talent is outstanding. Those of your age in the same grade are older than you, while those of the same age will likely be swiftly outmatched by you. Realization dawned upon Ye Tian. It was indeed his exceptional talent that had granted him admission into the secret realm. A surge of ambition welled within him. He merely needed to best those dissatisfied students. Not only would he have the chance to compete against the academy's prodigies, but he would also see Tang Rushue. At that moment, his anticipation grew. As though the road ahead was strewn with stars, he took a deep breath, striving to quell his excitement, yet the brilliance in his eyes remained unmistakable. Thank you for clarifying, General. Ye Tian lifted his gaze, his eyes earnest and resolute as they met Shang Wanwen's, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Since the general's arrival, he had consistently looked after him, instilling within Ye Tian a profound sense of appreciation. Shang Wanwen nodded slightly, his expression revealing a measure of approval. This young man was neither arrogant nor impetuous. His keen intellect and meticulous nature marked him as a top-tier individual in every regard. 3 days later, I shall escort you to the imperial capital, where your companions will be taken to the Dragon Tooth Squad for training. Upon finishing his statement, he waved his hand, signaling Ye Tian to take his leave. Ye Tian bowed respectfully before turning away. Chapter 56. Farewell. In the ensuing 3 days, the Godslayer squad refrained from embarking on any hunts for exotic beasts. All members meandered within the war zone, engaging in casual conversations, their steps languid, their tones imbued with a consciously feigned ease. Each individual was acutely aware that the day of parting was swiftly approaching, and the lingering sentiment of reluctance enveloped their hearts like a delicate mist. Some kicked at the rubble beneath their feet, while others leaned against crumbling walls, gazing skyward in search of topics to bridge the silence. Ye Tian seized the opportunity to patiently instruct Huojiayun on the finer points of controlling her sword intent. Standing behind her, he gently supported her wrists, meticulously explaining the nuances of force application and the flow of energy. Remember, sword intent is not merely a matter of brute strength. It is an extension of one's state of mind. His soothing voice resonated throughout the training ground, causing Huojiayun to blush slightly, yet she became even more focused. Over time, the camaraderie among the team had blossomed into familial bonds. Whether it was their seamless coordination in the face of life-threatening perils or the shared stories around the campfire at night, they had forged an indelible connection. However, as the saying goes, no banquet lasts forever. A brief separation serves to pave the way for a more splendid reunion. Everyone understood this truth. Yet when the moment of farewell arrived, the bittersweet ache in their hearts remained uncontainable. Though reluctant, they acknowledged that Ye Tian's prowess had transcended their own, his rate of growth astonishing, reaching an almost unfathomable zenith. Remaining together would only serve to widen the chasm between them. They needed to undergo more rigorous training in Dragon Tooth to catch up in the future. With this thought in mind, the group felt both the weight of pressure and a surge of motivation. On the final night, a roaring bonfire ignited at the center of the camp, illuminating the surroundings with a warm glow. Ye Tian raised a cup of wine, standing up as his gaze swept across the familiar faces before him. A faint smile gracing his lips. "My comrades," he began, his voice steady yet imbued with warmth. "I hope that the next time we meet, we shall all stand as formidable warriors in our own right." With that, he drained his cup in one swift motion and raised it high, as if toasting to everyone present. The others followed suit, lifting their cups in response, the flickering flames reflecting vividly upon their faces. Some eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet more wore expressions of resolute determination. They understood that this man before them, their captain, was destined to forge ahead with great vigor. He might venture farther than any of them, but the silhouette he left behind would serve as an enduring source of inspiration for their onward journey. The night breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing chill, yet it could not extinguish the fervor and conviction that burned within their hearts. In this moment, no one uttered any sentimental words. They merely clinked their cups in silence, drinking deeply, allowing their emotions to flow unspoken. On the day of parting, Ye Tian gazed at the departing squad led by Wang Hu, his heart brimming with sentiment. "Are you reluctant to see them go? Their journey to Dragon Tooth is the best choice. Trust in them. When we reunite, your comrades will surely astonish you," Shang Wanwen remarked, looking at Ye Tian. Ye Tian shook his head. "I have never doubted their dedication. They are destined to stand by my side in the future. Let us proceed to the military district of the imperial capital." Shang Wanwen guided Ye Tian aboard the military aircraft. The Jiangbei district belongs to the 15th province, situated in the eastern part of the Dragon Nation, while the imperial capital is the heart of the 1st province, located in the northern region of the Dragon Nation. The two were separated by tens of thousands of miles, and even at the speed of a military aircraft, it would take several days to reach their destination. Throughout the journey, the clouds churned, and air currents intertwined, as if narrating the vastness and complexity of this land. The Dragon Nation sprawls across an extensive territory, divided into 69 provinces. Each province is meticulously segmented into 4 war zones, each sheltering various cities, resembling stars scattered across the night sky. However, not all regions prosper equally. The Jiangbei district is relatively weak, governing only 4 cities. In terms of resources and population, it pales in comparison to the might of the more powerful war zones, such as the southeastern coastal areas or the central heartland, which boast numerous thriving cities, vibrant economies, and substantial military strength, holding significant positions within the national landscape. In contrast, the imperial capital undoubtedly shines the brightest. As the strongest province in the Dragon Nation, it serves not only as the political epicenter, but also as a gathering place for military might. There are dozens of generals, including formidable lieutenant generals and legendary figures like Yi Wujin, the youngest general in the Dragon Nation's history, who, despite his youth, is steady and composed. Through exceptional military prowess and calm, decisive judgment, he has become an idol in the hearts of countless soldiers and a source of dread for their foes. His command has elevated the security of the imperial capital to the highest level in the nation, rendering this steel fortress impervious to any disturbance. Consequently, many prominent families have chosen to relocate to the imperial capital, hoping to leverage its formidable protection to sustain their familial legacies. The influx of these families has further stimulated the capital's development, transforming it into a stage brimming with opportunity and competition. Simultaneously, with the concentration of resources and talents, the imperial capital has become a cradle for prodigies. Each year, countless gifted youths emerge from this hub, rapidly making their mark in academia and beyond. The Jing University stands at the core of nurturing these talents, as the most prestigious institution in the Dragon Nation, producing batches of remarkable scholars annually. These individuals possess not only extraordinary intellect, but also indomitable willpower. They are regarded as the pillars of the future human race, entrusted with the crucial responsibilities of safeguarding the nation and leading the era. Ye Tian's opponent this time is a genius from the Jing University in the imperial capital. Seated on the aircraft, Ye Tian gazed through the window, observing the endless expanse of wilderness below, teeming with exotic beasts of all shapes and sizes. Some resembled ancient behemoths, their colossal forms akin to moving mountains, while others were lithe and agile, their scales glinting with a cold, menacing sheen under the sunlight, like predators lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on their prey. On this blue planet, most regions are dominated by exotic beasts, forcing humanity to huddle within their provinces, barely maintaining their living space behind high walls and advanced technology. However, in recent years, human territory has been steadily shrinking. Many small cities have long since vanished into the annals of history, leaving behind only crumbling ruins and hazy memories for posterity to reminisce about their former glory. Reflecting on this, a wave of melancholy surged within Ye Tian. The aircraft experienced a slight jolt, pulling him back from his reverie. Chapter 57. No longer confused, what are you pondering? Shang Wanwen inquired, noticing Ye Tian's distant gaze, his tone gentle yet tinged with concern. Ye Tian, jolted back to reality by this unexpected voice, slowly lifted his head, redirecting his gaze from the window. The sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating his face. yet it could not conceal the profound anxiety that lay buried within. He hesitated to respond immediately, first casting a glance at Shangwan before shifting his gaze to the overcast sky outside the window. In the distance, one could faintly discern a few alien beasts circling the horizon. Do we, as humanity, truly possess a future? Ye Tian finally spoke, his tone heavy as though burdened by a colossal stone. Over the years, human cities had fallen one after another, with even provinces breached by the onslaught of alien creatures. Vast swathes of the world had succumbed to their dominion. Can we truly emerge victorious? His words were imbued with a sense of helplessness and confusion, as images from countless documentaries flashed through his mind: burning ruins, shattered homes, countless fallen compatriots, and those roaring beasts charging forth. Each replay of these images inflicted upon his heart a pain akin to being cut by a blade. Upon hearing Ye Tian's pessimistic words, Shangwan fell silent for a moment, then reached out and firmly patted his shoulder. This gesture, though not gentle, seemed infused with a certain strength, as if to awaken Ye Tian from his despair. Of course there is hope. We can undoubtedly prevail. Shangwan's voice rang resolute and resounding, each word falling like thunder. In the past, our ancestors fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives to safeguard this land. Now, it is your generation that must rise to the challenge. If one generation falters, another will step up. As long as there are those willing to stand and fight, we shall never be defeated. He paused, his gaze ablaze with fervor, piercing through to Ye Tian. We firmly believe that one day, a peerless champion will emerge among our kind, leading us to victory. And you, Ye Tian, have the potential to become such a figure. Shall we surrender to despair now? If everyone thought this way, our race would have been extinguished long ago. Shangwan's words struck Ye Tian like a clap of thunder, echoing in his mind. He froze, his expression growing increasingly complex. Indeed, had he not always dreamed of becoming a formidable warrior to combat the alien beasts? In his youth, he had often envisioned himself at the forefront of battle, wielding a blade to slay the beasts and reclaim humanity's rightful territory. Yet, as the harsh realities repeatedly confronted him, his convictions began to waver. Ye Tian shook his head with a bitter smile, muttering self-deprecatingly, "If the former me were to see who I am now, he would probably want to slap me." After a moment, he lifted his head, refocusing his gaze, now imbued with a long-lost determination. Yes, while the future remains uncertain, no matter how dire the circumstances, one must never surrender. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he resolved to persevere. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented sense of release. "Thank you, General. I shall not be lost anymore." Ye Tian turned, his gaze steadfast. His voice resonated powerfully, as though each word had been forged through trials by fire. Hearing Ye Tian's unwavering declaration, Shangwan nodded in satisfaction. It was only natural for the youth to feel lost at times, but the resolve that follows such uncertainty would hasten his growth. In the Imperial capital's battle zone, within the general's office, the spacious yet solemn room was adorned with military maps and honor medals. "Father, Xiao Tian has already boarded the flight to the capital." A stunning young woman stated before a middle-aged man. With her crimson lips and pearly white teeth, clad in military attire, her allure was accentuated, the insignia on her shoulders signifying her extraordinary status. This woman was none other than Ye Tian's sister, Ying. The middle-aged man before her was none other than the youngest general of the Dragon Nation, Ye Wuji. Upon hearing Ye Ying's words, a flicker of anxiety crossed the face of Ye Wuji, the youngest general of humankind. Those once calm eyes, unfazed even in the face of monumental crises, now bore a hint of unease and complexity. Even when confronting ninth-tier alien beasts, he had never betrayed a flicker of emotion. In those days, he was viewed as a war god, a paragon of strength standing at the pinnacle. Yet now, a subtle tension marred his typically stoic visage. His throat bobbed slightly as if he wished to speak, but ultimately, he remained silent. Had he been absent for too long, leaving his son to harbor resentment? That thought pricked at his heart like a fine needle. As a father, he knew he had missed too many crucial moments. Those days when he should have been by his child's side were sacrificed for duty and responsibility, fighting for all of humanity. Yet now that he finally stood before his son, he found himself hesitating. What should he say? How should he express his concern? These questions swirled in his mind, filling him with an unprecedented apprehension. In that moment, he was not the general of humanity nor a paragon of strength, but merely a father who felt he had failed his son. Ying, observing her father's expression, offered comfort. "It's all right, father. My brother has grown up. He will surely understand." She added, "As a military family, this is a burden he must bear. Having enlisted, he will certainly comprehend your position." As the daughter who often provided solace, Ying seemed adept at sensing her father's emotional shifts. Upon hearing his daughter's reassurances, Ye Wuji managed a wry smile. He sighed softly, turning to his daughter standing beside him, his voice low and tinged with concern. "How long until we arrive?" Ying set aside her documents. "About 3 days, I suppose. General Shangwan is accompanying him. There should be no unexpected incidents on the road." Over the years, Ye Ying's exceptional talent and remarkable leadership had caused many to overlook the fact that the youngest general of humanity had a son. Indeed, there is no need to overtly publicize Xiao Tian's identity, nor should we conceal it. Let it flow naturally, Ye Wuji replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. If they were to boast excessively, those who sought to curry favor would undoubtedly swarm in, eager to ingratiate themselves. While it might appear glamorous on the surface, such attention would ultimately hinder Ye Tian's growth. Excessive adulation and scrutiny would only lead him to lose his sense of self, potentially inviting unnecessary troubles and hostility. After all, Ye Wuji understood the adage of the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind better than anyone. However, what if they chose to completely conceal Ye Tian's true identity? The repercussions would equally be worrisome. If outsiders mistakenly believed that this young prodigy lacked any connections, those with malicious intent would surely be tempted to undermine him. Given Ye Tian's stubborn and proud nature, he would never tolerate being belittled. In such a case, the entire situation could spiral out of control due to a moment of impulsiveness. Contemplating this, a faint smile appeared on Ye Wuji's lips, yet it was tinged with complex emotions. His voice was deep yet resolute. As the son of Ye Wuji, no one shall bully him. Chapter 58, Sister Ye Ying. These so-called families, their eyes filled with greed, each one believing themselves superior. When gathered together, they often engage in grandiloquent discussions, their words rife with disdain for the common folk and boasts of their own status. Yet, when faced with the threat of alien beasts, they cower in the back. Their cowardice and hypocrisy repugnant to behold. Over the years, he has discerned the true nature of these families. Ostentatiously arrogant in their daily lives, they exhibit a complete lack of responsibility in crucial moments. These individuals not only tarnish the dignity of humanity, but also resemble insidious tumors lurking within, eroding the very strength of the entire race. Should they provoke his son, he would not hesitate to purge some of these malignancies for the sake of mankind. After several days of flight, Ye Tian and Shang Wanwen finally descended at the heart of the imperial capital. The cabin door opened slowly, and a refreshing breeze, tinged with a hint of humidity, enveloped them, starkly contrasting with the arid air that had circulated within the aircraft for so long. Ye Tian squinted slightly, acclimatizing to the bright light outside, his gaze sweeping over the tarmac. There stood a row of impeccably uniformed officers, each awaiting their arrival, their faces etched with solemnity and respect. The moment they landed, several officers greeted them, creating quite a spectacle. However, given that Shang Wanwen was a general, such an entourage seemed entirely reasonable. As Shang Wanwen stepped out of the cabin with firm strides, the glint of his epaulets caught the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Ye Tian and Shang Wanwen promptly took their seats in the military vehicle below. Inside, Ye Tian settled into the spacious back seat, looking through the window at the vibrant city before him, a sense of wonder washing over him. Indeed, Wind City could not compare. This was the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. He murmured softly, his tone a blend of admiration and a tinge of complexity. Is this your first visit to the imperial capital? Shang Wanwen's voice interrupted his reverie. He smiled, responding, sort of, I've only seen it on the news before. I never anticipated that the reality would be even more breathtaking. Towering technological edifices loomed before him, each reaching hundreds of meters into the sky, resembling colossal steel beasts standing sentinel between earth and heaven. Their exteriors were adorned with intricate patterns and twinkling lights, as if the very buildings were alive, breathing and pulsating with energy. Each wall was embedded with the most advanced smart sensing systems, capable of detecting any threat in an instant. The defensive weapons interspersed throughout were nothing short of astonishing, from invisible laser nets to automated tracking missiles. Each technological marvel was a testament to the intertwining of human ingenuity and the primal instinct for survival. Even in the event of an incursion by aberrant beasts, these formidable structures would not merely serve as decor. They stood as vigilant guardians, poised to awaken at the hint of danger and retaliate with ferocity. Ye Tian stood before the car window, his gaze sweeping over the majestic skyscrapers, a wave of inexplicable awe surging within him. He envisioned a future where these edifices might be encircled by rampaging beasts, yet even so, he was certain that the city's defenses would not falter easily. What brought him solace was the transparent energy shield enveloping them, acting as an invisible barrier that kept external dangers at bay. Sunlight filtered through this thin protective membrane, casting a serene glow upon the bustling streets, adding a sense of tranquility to the vibrant metropolis. In such a technologically advanced city, it was indeed fitting that it served as the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's foremost province. Ye Tian could not suppress a quiet exclamation, his voice laced with admiration and reverence. Shang Wanwen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, though a complex expression crossed his features. Indeed, he began slowly. But whether in the Dragon Kingdom or among the entire human race, where there is prosperity, there are also areas of desolation. Unfortunately, those impoverished regions often lack any means of resistance against aberrant beasts. Once breached, they are left to their fate. His voice was low and gravelly, seemingly suppressing a torrent of emotions. Ye Tian felt a jolt at his words, images flooding his mind, desolate landscapes, dilapidated villages, desperate people fleeing in terror, only to be mercilessly consumed by the beasts. He understood that these were not mere tales of fiction, but rather tragic realities that had unfolded. Behind the facade of thriving cities lay the concentration of resources, a stark reflection of a harsh truth. Over time, the strong grew ever stronger while the weak dwindled, with those unable to fend for themselves gradually vanishing from the annals of history, their names forgotten. If only our strength were greater, perhaps such tragedies could be averted. Ye Tian murmured, his fists unconsciously clenching. The animosity towards the aberrant beasts intensified within him. The vehicle continued its journey, the scenery outside shifting continuously. The towering buildings began to thin out, giving way to an expansive plaza. After a prolonged journey, the vehicle finally came to a halt before a magnificent structure. This edifice surpassed any they had seen along the way in grandeur, its main body shimmering in silver gray, with smooth lines exuding a sense of futurism. A colossal flag adorned the entrance, emblazoned with a golden emblem, symbolizing honor and duty. As Ye Tian alighted from the vehicle and gazed up at the building, his heart raced. He realized he was on the cusp of meeting that person, the youngest general of humanity, who also happened to be his biological father. Shortly thereafter, a striking woman appeared before him. Clad in military attire, she exuded an aura of vigor and determination. The insignia on her shoulder glinted faintly in the sunlight. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing a countenance that bore both resoluteness and an undeniable softness. Upon spotting Ye Tian, a captivating smile illuminated her face, akin to the warm sun of winter, instantly dispelling the chill in the air. Her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, as if they contained the vastness of the cosmos. And in that fleeting moment, all emotions crystallized into an unmistakable joy. Ye Tian beheld this woman, his own expression mirroring his astonishment. The tension that had gripped him melted away. His lips parted slightly, as if to speak, yet he found himself momentarily speechless in the throes of excitement. His gaze lingered on her figure, from the familiar military garb to her unchanged, delicate features. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, making him nearly forget the passage of time. "Xiao Tian," the woman called out, her voice clear and powerful. She then rushed towards Ye Tian, her steps firm and hurried, each stride infused with uncontainable emotion. With arms outstretched, she embraced him tightly as she drew near. This hug was laden with affection, a blend of joy at their reunion and the long-suppressed yearning and concern. At that moment, Ye Tian was equally moved. He felt the warmth of his sister's embrace, his hands gradually rising to reciprocate the hug. His eyes misted slightly, and after a moment of swallowing hard, he finally regained his voice. "Sister," Ye Tian exclaimed, addressing Ying. Chapter 59, A Reunion of Father and Son. He recalled his childhood vividly. No matter the circumstance, his sister always stood protectively in front of him. Whether facing the bullying from peers, with their malicious pushes and jeers, or the stifling atmosphere of their parents' stern reprimands, she never hesitated to shield him. Though her stature was not imposing, to young Ye Tian, she appeared as an unassailable fortress. In his early years, Ye Tian was particularly attached to Ying. Whenever their parents were away, the vast house felt empty, and she became his entire world. Ying would take his hand to the market, clumsily attempting to cook in the kitchen. Despite the occasional mediocrity of the dishes served at the table, Ye Tian savored every bite with unparalleled delight. For each morsel was imbued with his sister's affection. During power outages, she would light candles and regale him with heartwarming tales, her gentle voice dispelling the darkness and its accompanying fears. In those days, Ye Tian never felt a lack of anything. The presence of his sister illuminated each day with sunshine. However, fate seemed fond of casting stones upon the tranquil surface of his life, stirring up ripples. It was only after that incident that Ying chose to enlist, leading Ye Tian to the home of Ling Rongqi. Years had passed, yet his sister remained unchanged in his memory, save for the newfound resolve etched upon her features and the distinctive aura of a soldier that enveloped her. After years apart, she was still as stunning as ever. Surely, the gallant men in the military must be utterly captivated by her charm? A mischievous smile curved Ye Tian's lips as his gaze lingered on Yi Ying's radiant face, laced with teasing intent. As soon as he spoke, he noticed a faint blush tinting her cheeks, as if he had unwittingly pricked a tender secret. Upon hearing her brother's playful banter, Ying let out a light huff, playfully tapping his shoulder. "You cheeky rascal, how dare you mock me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." Though her words were stern, a glimmer of affection and exasperation danced in her eyes. After a brief pause, a spark of inspiration struck her. "And what about you? With such good looks and sweet words, how many young ladies have you deceived? Come now, confess, have you secretly pledged your heart to someone?" At her inquiry, Ye Tian's previously carefree demeanor faltered, a subtle flush creeping onto his ears. The image of Tang Rushua instantaneously materialized in his mind, the girl who always stood quietly on the periphery yet gazed at him with gentle eyes. Over the years, their shared memories unfurled like a tapestry in his heart. Each glance and every greeting felt profoundly precious. This thought caused him to press his lips together, his eyes softening with warmth and anticipation. Noticing her brother's expression, Ying immediately grasped the underlying truth. She stifled a giggle, exclaiming, "Oh, so there is someone. It seems my little brother has grown up. Quickly, tell me, which young lady has captured your heart? I shall ensure she's worthy of you, haha." Her tone was filled with jest, yet it was tinged with a sense of gratification. After all, in her eyes, Ye Tian would always be the younger brother in need of her protection, now that he seemed to have found someone worth cherishing. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within her. Ahem, shall we not meet General Yi? Just as the two were engrossed in their playful exchange, the ever-observant Shangwan finally interjected. It was then that they noticed his presence. An air of awkwardness enveloped the room. "My apologies, General Shangwan. I did not realize you were still here." Ying quickly apologized, bowing slightly in deference, attempting to rectify her earlier lapse in decorum. Ye Tian joined her, offering an awkward smile, scratching the back of his head. "I sincerely apologize. I was so engrossed in our conversation that I overlooked your presence." Shangwan waved his hand dismissively, letting out a resigned sigh. A faint smile graced his lips as he said, all right, let us not be so formal. We should hasten to meet General Yi. He has been waiting for some time." The trio continued down the corridor. After a brief walk of around 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a formidable wooden door. As the door swung open, a commanding presence washed over them. Inside the office stood a tall, middle-aged man, facing the window with his back to them. His posture was as straight as a pine, broad shoulders exuding an unspoken authority that inspired respect. As he turned to face them upon hearing the door, his gaze swept over the three before settling on Ye Tian. His expression transitioned from stern to gentle, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Within that smile lay a complex tapestry of emotions, nostalgia, pride, and even a hint of apprehension. "Xiao Tian, it is finally a pleasure to see you," he said, his voice deep and resonant, yet tinged with a slight tremor. Each word seemed to emerge from the depths of his heart. "How have you fared these years?" Ye Tian, looking at the man before him, found an overwhelming rush of memories flooding his mind. In his youth, his father always donned a crisp military uniform, standing tall and earning the respect of all who crossed his path. Back then, he would gaze up at his father's towering figure, filled with admiration and longing. Ye Tian had once vowed to become a man like his father, a guardian of the nation, a revered general. Yet, the whims of fate had kept them apart for many years, and now, standing face to face, he found himself at a loss for words. "Aunt Ling has taken great care of me, and I have elders in the army watching over me, as well as trusted comrades. I am doing quite well, father." Ye Tian's voice was steady and warm. The moment he addressed the man as father, Ye Wuxia felt as if a stone had been cast into still waters, sending ripples through his heart. He paused momentarily, then allowed a barely perceptible smile to surface. The naturalness of that title felt both familiar and foreign to him. Since the war years ago, an insurmountable chasm had separated them. Now, it seemed that Fisher might finally be showing signs of healing. Lowering his gaze to conceal the tumult of emotions within, Ye Wuxia remarked, "It appears you have indeed matured. I trust your time in the military has not been without its hardships?" Ye Tian shook his head, a faint smile illuminating his face. "At first, I found it somewhat challenging, but I gradually adapted. Life in the barracks, though arduous, has taught me invaluable lessons. More importantly, I have forged bonds with some trustworthy individuals." At that moment, Ye Wuxia yearned to hear every detail of Ye Tian's experiences over the years. However, he understood that there were more pressing matters at hand. In 3 days, the grand competition at Jing University will take place. You may observe and witness the brilliance of the Academy's talents. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, as if laden with significance. Ye Tian nodded, responding calmly, understood, though his tone was nonchalant. A flicker of curiosity and anticipation danced in his eyes. Most of the prodigies at the Academy hailed from illustrious families, known for their obstinacy and the arrogance of their influential lineages. Should anyone harbor ill intentions toward you, or if their families cause you trouble, do not hesitate, deal with them decisively. The air seemed to freeze at his words. Shangwan furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his astonishment and concern as he glanced at Ye Wuxia. He opened his mouth, as if to voice a protest, but ultimately fell silent. After all, which family could thrive in the imperial capital without deep-rooted heritage and immense power? A single misstep could lead to an unmanageable situation. Ye Tian, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated his father would utter such audacious words. He hesitated for a moment, then softly inquired, "Why do they harbor murderous intent towards me?" Though his voice was calm, a flicker of confusion and vigilance crossed his eyes. Ye Wuxia replied in a low tone, "The military has taken several slots from the Academy, leaving them powerless against the high-ranking officials. However, they will undoubtedly hold a grudge against those who occupied those slots, and challenges are imminent. They may seek opportunities to trouble you." Ye Tian nodded, his principle being that if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall repay them tenfold. "Aren't you afraid of causing trouble?" Upon hearing this, Ye Wuxia burst into hearty laughter. "I fear you won't cause trouble. If soldiers were afraid, how would they slay the beasts? He continued, it is precisely time for me to rectify these so-called families. These families, cloaked in piety and the guise of bloodlines and legacies, have monopolized vast resources without ever genuinely contributing to humanity. While the beasts wreak havoc, the people at the borders suffer immensely. What do these families do? They engage in internal strife, compete with one another, and even bully their fellow humans, all while exuding an air of superiority as if they are divinely ordained. I have long been displeased with them. Moreover, as my son, even if you commit the gravest of errors or stir up the greatest troubles, what of it? No one can bully my son, Ye Wujia's son. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his tone exuded an undeniable dominance. Such words, uttered by Ye Wujia, carried an innate authority and protective instinct, rendering any rebuttal futile. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian felt a warmth blossom within him, as if enveloped by a long-forgotten strength. The sensation of being steadfastly protected by his father was one he had not experienced in a long time. He raised his gaze, and his look towards Ye Wujia softened, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right, I shall heed your words. If anyone dares to provoke me, I shall take action. You cannot say you were unprepared then, Ye Tian said half-jokingly, though a hint of seriousness lay beneath. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Ye Wujia was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter once more. Ha ha ha, splendid. Even if you slay the son of a saint, I will stand by you. He pounded his chest, each word resounding with conviction. Laughter echoed throughout the room, vibrating the walls and imparting a sense of profound exhilaration. In truth, Ye Wujia understood that Ye Tian's seemingly playful remarks were an expression of trust and support towards him. This not only indicated Ye Tian's approval of his decisions, but also signified that he had laid to rest the misunderstandings and grievances of the past years. For Ye Wujia, this was the most significant breakthrough. Once, he believed their father-son bond irreparable. Now, he had finally reclaimed the son that belonged to him. Listening to the exchange between father and son, Shang Wanwen's face bore a trace of helplessness. He silently mourned for those families, who, in their relentless pursuit of power and profit, resorted to any means necessary, yet ultimately could not escape the fate of decline. Xiaoying, you shall take Xiaotian to Beijing University in 3 days, Ye Wujia said, gazing affectionately at Ying. His voice was gentle yet resolute, his eyes brimming with love. He understood that the siblings had not seen each other for a long time and would have much to discuss, providing them an opportunity to explore the imperial capital. Good father, Yi Ying exclaimed with delight, her face radiant with uncontainable excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy, having just reunited with her brother. She had countless words and questions to share with Ye Tian. She wholeheartedly supported Ye Wujia's suggestion. After discussing various matters, they allowed Shang Wanwen and Yi Ying to exit, leaving only the father and son within the room. Ye Tian glanced at Ye Wujia's eyes, seemingly reluctant to meet his gaze, and turned his attention to the wall, where a photograph hung. It depicted a family of 6, with a middle-aged couple at the center. One held a 5 or 6-year-old girl in their arms, while the other cradled an infant. Behind them stood a young couple. The man exuded vigor, standing tall like a pine tree, one arm securely around his wife, his demeanor radiating a deep and unwavering affection honed by the passage of time. The wife, slightly turned, gazed toward the 2 children held by the middle-aged couple. The scene was so idyllic that it felt surreal, like a painting frozen in time, each detail exuding an aura of happiness. Ye Tian gazed intently at the middle-aged couple in the photograph. An overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within him. His eyes misted over, tears silently cascading down his cheeks, leaving a cool trail on his face. Memories flooded his mind like a tide. That day, the sky suddenly darkened, heavy clouds enveloping the entire city like a vast curtain. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the air, as if even breathing had become an arduous task. Just as people pondered this unforeseen phenomenon, the earth trembled violently. In the next moment, a multitude of beasts descended from the sky, appearing in the city without warning. These creatures varied in form. Some were cloaked in scales as dark as ink, glimmering with a chilling sheen, while others bore fearsome tusks, exhaling searing flames. Some possessed enormous leathery wings, stirring up howling gales. Their eyes radiated brutality and the thirst for blood, and wherever they tread, buildings crumbled, streets were destroyed, and screams echoed incessantly. In the face of this sudden calamity, all were powerless to resist, falling victim to merciless slaughter. Leading the charge was a beast that had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, immense like a small mountain, emanating a terrifying aura. Each step it took caused the ground to sink deeply, leaving behind massive craters. Its fur exhibited an eerie dark golden hue, glimmering with a chilling light under the faint illumination. Its abyss-like eyes coldly surveyed its surroundings, as if looking down upon mere ants. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a deafening roar that resonated with boundless authority and murderous intent, as if it sought to devour the entire world. Chapter 61. The Hero of Humanity. Ye Xiong, Part 1. It led a frenzied slaughter against humanity, the number of beasts overwhelming, akin to a swarm of locusts sweeping through They filled every corner of the city, whether between towering skyscrapers or in narrow alleys. Their rampaging figures everywhere. Some beasts effortlessly tore through the walls of buildings with their sharp claws, dragging terrified individuals out into the open. Others spewed forth scorching flames or corrosive venom, reducing everything they touched to ash or decay. The city plunged into a chaos of fire and destruction, littered with shattered bricks, burning wreckage, and desperate cries. In the face of this cataclysm, warriors rose to resist. They brandished their weapons, unleashing their formidable martial skills in a desperate attempt to halt the advance of the beasts. Yet, their resistance felt as futile as an ant shaking a tree in the face of such powerful foes. One warrior, with a furious roar, leapt into the air, his sword shimmering with radiant light as he thrust it towards a beast. However, that otherworldly beast merely flicked its claw, sending both him and his sword flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, rendering him unable to rise again. The other warriors met with the same fate. Before those monstrous creatures, they appeared as insignificant and fragile as ants, utterly incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage. The sudden emergence of such a multitude of high-ranking beasts left everyone utterly unprepared. An overwhelming sense of oppression filled the air, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Under normal circumstances, this city, this battleground, and indeed the entire province would face annihilation. The civilians, gripped by panic, fled in all directions, their cries and screams creating a cacophony that spread chaos like a plague. Yet, at this very moment, the human general Ye Tian was on leave, enjoying precious time at home with his family. Seated in the courtyard, he cradled a cup of steaming tea, listening to the joyful laughter of his children, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. However, the distant tremors and uproar soon shattered this peace. He set down his cup, rising with a furrowed brow to gaze into the distance. There, billowing black smoke obscured the sky, and flickers of flame could be seen reaching toward the heavens. Years of combat experience instantly alerted him to the dire situation. Upon witnessing several beasts soar through the air, the truth dawned upon him. This was no ordinary assault, but a cataclysm. Seeing such a formidable horde of beasts descend, he wasted no time in preparing to fight for the sake of the populace's retreat. He turned and hastened back into the house, swiftly donning his battle armor, a resplendent silver suit that had shone brightly through countless battlefields. His movements were steady and resolute, each step radiating a reassuring strength. His wife, Lu Ying, sensed his unease and hurried after him, asking, "Where are you going?" Her voice bore a hint of anxiety, yet was suffused with trust and support. "Xiao Tian, Ying, you two stay at home and behave. Grandpa will be back soon. Ying, take good care of them," Ye Tian said, crouching down to gently ruffle the hair of his two children, his gaze tender yet unwavering. He understood that this departure might herald peril, but he had no other choice. He was the guardian of this land, the last hope for countless citizens. With that, he resolutely stepped out of the door. "Grandpa, don't go. With so many beasts, you'll be in danger." 13-year-old Ye Tian shouted at Ye Tian's retreating figure. Ye Tian paused momentarily, but did not turn back. As a soldier, when faced with danger, he must stand before the people, especially since he was a general of the human race. He bore the duty and responsibility to confront the beasts. The streets were already in disarray, with people surging like a tide, desperately trying to escape the impending doom of the city. Ye Tian moved against the current, his spear shimmering faintly, a symbol of the years of cultivation he had amassed. His gaze swept across the surroundings, cognizant that the battles ahead would be incredibly arduous, yet he felt no fear, for in his heart, there resided but one belief. Even at the cost of his own life, he must strive to secure a glimmer of hope for the people. A young woman gently embraced Ye Tian, her voice soft yet resolute. "Xiao Tian, it's all right. Your sister is here. I'll stay with you until Grandpa returns." Her tone exuded a warmth that seemed to dispel the unease within him. Lu Ying stood aside, watching the scene unfold, and felt compelled to step forward, enveloping the sibling pair in her embrace. As the wife of the human general Ye Tian, she understood the weight of her responsibilities and the significance of family. Throughout the years, she had devoted herself silently, never uttering a word of complaint. Whether wading through her husband's lengthy absences in war or managing the mundane tasks of daily life, she bore it all with unwavering resilience. At this moment, she patted Ye Tian's frail shoulder and gently stroked Ye Ying's soft hair, her eyes filled with love and determination. "It's all right. Your grandpa is a human general." At the pinnacle of the sacred realm, Lu Ying said with a smile, pride and trust woven into her voice, "Let us wait at home for him to return. I believe he will be back safely soon." Hearing Lu Ying's words, Ye Tian's previously tense expression softened slightly. He looked up at Lu Ying, his clear eyes still reflecting a hint of panic, but filled more with trust in his elder. He said nothing further, simply turning to run towards his room. Lu Ying watched Ye Tian's departing figure, letting out a soft sigh. She assumed the child sought to retreat to his room to cry in secret, and turned her attention back to comforting the young Ye Ying in her arms. She knew that Ye Ying was also terrified, yet she chose to bear the weight of the world on her young shoulders. never revealing weakness before her brother. Inger, don't worry, everything will be all right, Lu Ying whispered, gently combing Yi Ying's hair with her fingers. Yet, when Yi Ying lifted her gaze to Lu Ying, her bright eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, I know, Yi Ying nodded, forcing a smile. I will take care of Ye Tian, just as Grandpa taught us. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying felt a complex surge of emotions. Though their home felt somewhat cold due to Yi Xiong's prolonged absences, it was nonetheless filled with love and hope. She took a deep breath, her eyes turning towards the horizon. There lay an unknown battlefield, the deepest concern in the hearts of them all. Despite the thorny path that lay ahead, as long as the family depended on each other, no challenge would be insurmountable. With this thought, Lu Ying clenched her fist, silently vowing, regardless of what transpired, she would continue to protect this home until Yi Xiong returned victorious. Chapter 62, The Hero of Humanity, Yi Xiong, Part 2. Ye Tian returned to his room, trembling fingers dialing the number of his father, Yi Wujing. Outside, the sky was ominously dark, clouds swirling as if heralding an impending catastrophe. Once the call connected, Ye Tian did not hesitate. He spoke urgently. Dad, please come back. The beasts have suddenly appeared in the city, and there are 9th-tier beasts. I'm afraid Grandpa can't handle them alone. Please come back. There are so many beasts here, and many people have died outside. His voice trembled with evident anxiety and unease, even a hint of choking emotion. Though he endeavored to remain calm, his hand shook slightly as he held the phone. Hearing this, Yi Wujing's figure trembled. He stood amidst a desolate valley, surrounded by the remnants of battles fought during his mission. The wind rustled his clothing, disrupting his thoughts. He fell silent for a moment, his heart heavy as if struck by a hammer. His son's voice echoed through the phone, tender yet frantic, causing a sharp pain in his chest. Yet, bound by duty, he could not withdraw. I'm sorry, Ye Tian. Dad is also on a mission. One that concerns the safety of the entire province. I cannot leave. Trust your grandpa. Yi Wujing's voice was low and hoarse, each word seemingly forced out through clenched teeth. Filled with guilt and helplessness, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, hoping that this would quell the turmoil within. However, the thought that his son might be in danger made him clench his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. No one was more anxious than he was. Yet he found himself powerless. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders, and the task he was executing at that moment was crucial to the safety of the entire province. On one side lay his family, and on the other, the safety of the entire region. As a soldier, he could only endure the pain of compliance. Why? Is your mission truly more important than ours? Grandpa is battling a 9th-tier beast, and there are many high-tier beasts. Why not come to help him? Ye Tian nearly roared. At merely 13 years old, Ye Tian could not comprehend such complexities. He only understood that when his family was in peril, his father was absent. Hearing Ye Tian's outcry, Lu Ying and Yi Ying entered the room, with Lu Ying picking up the phone. Wu Ji, continue your mission. It's all right, I am here at home. Lu Ying's voice resonated through the phone line, imbued with an undeniable resolve. As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly hung up, offering Yi Wuji no time for a response. Ye Tian stood by, observing his grandmother's silent profile after she set down the phone, filled with confusion. At 13, he could not fully grasp what his father had been doing all these years. Yet Lu Ying was different. As the wife of a general and the mother of a marshal, she had long since grown accustomed to this rhythm of life. She bore the weight of the entire family with a lonely pride. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have often been at odds. Her husband and son had always been her pride. Little Tian, it's not that your father isn't coming. What he is doing can save countless families. We must understand him. Lu Ying gently crouched down and embraced Ye Tian. Her palms softly patted her grandson's back, as if attempting to impart her strength to him. You are still young. You may not fully understand these matters yet. But remember, some shoulders bear not just our family, but many others that require protection. Ye Tian wriggled free, lifting his head to gaze at Lu Ying, his youthful face etched with confusion. Grandma, I don't understand. Why doesn't Dad come? Is his mission truly more important than us? This question made Lu Ying's heart quiver slightly. She enveloped Ye Tian in her arms, pulling Yi Ying close as well. Indeed, the soldier's duty is to obey orders, and their mission is to protect all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. When you both grow up, you will understand. If you join the military, you will come to comprehend your father's responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Yi Ying pondered for a moment, then raised her head with determination. All right, I will enlist after graduation. Her voice was bright and powerful, as if she had already made a solemn resolution. Ye Tian, not to be outdone, straightened his posture and declared stubbornly, I want to go too. I want to know what kind of responsibility could be more important than family. His tone carried hints of dissatisfaction and confusion, but more so, a curiosity and tenacity towards the unknown truth. Lu Ying gazed at the two children, her heart a tumult of emotions. Their youthful faces bore seriousness, which filled her with both pride and an undercurrent of worry. Ultimately, she sighed, saying nothing further. She was uncertain whether sharing these thoughts with them was right or wrong. Perhaps, time would reveal the answer. As time passed, the external situation grew increasingly tense. The Ye family had reinforced their residence with sturdy titanium alloy. This rare and expensive material made the entire structure as formidable as a fortress. Consequently, many beasts chose to circumvent this place, instead seeking prey in the more vulnerable, densely populated areas. The streets were filled with piercing screams and heavy footsteps, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and fear. Ye Tian sat on the cold ground, the duration of his waiting a blur. Each minute felt like a century. His mind was filled with the gentle smile of his grandfather and the warm, calloused hands that had caressed him. Yet now, that familiar figure had not returned. The room was eerily silent, only the distant sounds of battle breaking the stillness. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Ye Tian jolted back to reality, quickly scrambling to the door. Upon opening it, several fully armed individuals stood before him. The leader, his expression grave, commanded, "Quickly. We must evacuate. This place is no longer safe." Ye Tian froze, his mouth opening to ask questions, but the man's authoritative demeanor interrupted him. "There is no time. We must leave immediately." Luing arrived at the sound, hastily pulling Ying along. Ye Tian was shoved forward, but could not help glancing back toward the door. He understood that he might never see his grandfather again. Tears blurred his vision, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to let them fall. Although Ye Xiong was a general of the human race, the ninth-tier beast he faced was evidently far more powerful. It was shrouded in thick, inky mist, emanating a suffocating pressure, hinting at the potential to break through the ninth-tier constraints, as if it could rend the heavens at any moment. Ye Xiong stood at the center of the battlefield, his spear marred with cracks from the ferocity of the combat. Blood seeped from his arms and chest, staining the ground beneath him. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. "I must hold it back," Ye Xiong gritted his teeth, silently urging himself to endure just a moment longer to buy more time for his comrades to retreat. In the distance, the setting sun bled red, casting shadows of countless citizens and soldiers in hurried flight. Among them were the elderly, children, and wounded warriors, each face etched with terror and fatigue, yet tinged with a glimmer of hope. They knew that someone was risking their life to safeguard their future. To cover the human retreat, Ye Xiong had already battled this ninth-tier beast for 3 days and nights. Throughout this time, the sky had never cleared, the thunderclouds roiling endlessly, illuminating the two figures locked in a deadly dance. Each swing of Ye Xiong's spear was executed with all his might, his strikes sharp and decisive. Yet the beast's speed and strength were beyond comprehension, each collision delivering a tremendous impact to his body. His armor was in tatters, revealing skin scorched and torn beneath. But he remained steadfast, refusing to fall. Even as his breaths grew labored and his vision began to blur, he fixated on the enemy before him, searching for a final opportunity. At last, just before the dawn of the 4th day, Ye Xiong seized a fleeting opening. He bellowed, channeling every ounce of his strength to hurl his spear towards the beast's chest. Simultaneously, he launched himself at it, using his own flesh and blood to restrain its movements. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the beast crashed to the ground, and Ye Xiong, having expended all his strength, collapsed, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He gazed at the rising sun, murmuring, "I did it. Ing, I'm sorry I couldn't grow old with you. Wuji, I'm sorry. I can't witness you becoming a general. Ing, little Tian, I'm sorry, Grandpa cannot see you grow up. I yearn to share another meal with you all." Subsequently, this esteemed general of the human race gently closed his eyes, sacrificing himself for his country. Though his figure has vanished, the spirit of valor and sacrifice remains eternally etched upon this land. Chapter 63, The Human Hero Ye Xiong, Part 2. That monumental battle nearly obliterated the entire city, leaving behind a landscape of shattered walls and ruins. The once thriving streets now lay in tatters, the edifices appearing as though ravaged by a colossal beast. They stood askew or had been reduced to mere rubble. Fortunately, the populace had evacuated in advance. Otherwise, the death toll would have numbered in the millions. Yet, the human general Ye Xiong, who shielded 1,000,000 citizens during their retreat, left behind no remains, only his steadfast spear. The spear stood forlornly amid the debris, its blade glinting with a chilling aura, seemingly infused with the fierce spirit of the battlefield. Bathed in the dying rays of the setting sun, it radiated a somber brilliance. This sight filled all observers with profound melancholy, as if the clouds above had coalesced into a heavy shroud of sorrow, suffocating all who beheld it. How can one not feel heartache for a hero who dedicated his life to the people, leaving no trace behind in death? His silhouette lingered in the mind's eye, directing the populace in an orderly evacuation. He faced the enemy's relentless assault without flinching, using his own flesh and blood to construct an indomitable line of defense. Ye Wujia, having fulfilled his mission, hurried back only to witness the devastated city. The acrid scent of gunpowder hung in the air, mingling with the countless corpses strewn throughout the city, some already mutilated, their blood staining the earth. Upon learning from others that his father had perished in battle, leaving no body behind, his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, freezing in an instant. His mind blanked, a buzzing sound filled his ears, as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. A man may shed tears, yet not until sorrow strikes deep. To witness the father who had nurtured, educated, and guided him fall, even as he held the esteemed rank of Major General, as a man of iron and resolve. He could no longer contain his tears. They flowed silently down his cheeks, each drop a vessel of boundless longing and admiration for his father. His body trembled slightly. Fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms without his notice. He gazed vacantly into the distance, as if trying to penetrate the layers of rubble to glimpse his father's final battle. He approached his family with a leaden step, each footfall heavy with the weight of despair. Thankfully, his other family members remained, yet the familiar warmth seemed to have receded far from him. The air around him felt as though it had solidified, oppressive enough to stifle breath. He cautiously drew nearer, filled with guilt and unease, each step taken with utmost care. Just as he was about to reach his family, Ye Tian suddenly rushed forward, grasping his clothing tightly. "You've come back, have you? Look, grandfather is dead. Not even a body left behind. Are you satisfied now? What purpose does your return serve?" Ye Tian nearly roared these words, each syllable squeezed out through clenched teeth, laden with immeasurable grief and fury. His lips quivered, as if countless words sought to pour forth, yet were choked back in his throat. As a general, Ye Xiong was strict with his subordinates. As a soldier, he was merciless to the alien beasts, and as a father, he was even more severe. However, as a grandfather, he was boundlessly tender. Ye Tian had a penchant for carving. He could slay high-ranking alien beasts and transform their bones into exquisite sculptures, gifting them to Ye Tian. Ye Tian adored weaponry. Thus, Ye Xiong personally crafted his favorite toy weapons, each a miniature yet meticulously detailed replica. Sometimes, Ye Tian would awaken from nightmares, haunted by visions of being pursued by enormous beasts. Whenever this occurred, Ye Xiong would immediately sense his grandson's distress, gently patting Ye Tian's back, softly inquiring, "Toner, what did the beast in your dream look like? Tell grandfather, and I shall vanquish it for you." Ye Xiong always kept his promise. The following dawn, he would embark alone on a hunting expedition, seeking the beast that most resembled the one from Ye Tian's dream, and would strike it down with ferocity. He would then present its carcass to Ye Tian, saying, "This is the creature you saw in your dream last night. It can harm you no more." Ye Xiong's affection for Ye Tian knew no bounds. No matter how outlandish Ye Tian's requests, Ye Xiong would go to great lengths to fulfill them. He could not bear the thought of his beloved grandfather departing from him, and in that moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Thus, he directed his ire towards his father, who had not returned in time. "Why weren't you here? Why at this moment?" Ye Tian questioned hoarsely, his voice laced with uncontainable anger and sorrow. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, as he resembled a wounded creature, defensive yet utterly fragile. Ye Wujie bore his son's accusations in silence, for he had no retort. He allowed Ye Tian's gaze to pierce him like a blade. Lu Ying attempted to reach out to Ye Tian, only to have him recoil from her grasp. Her hand hung suspended in the air, her face etched with pain and helplessness. "Xiao Tian," she called softly, her voice choked with emotion. Yet, this gentle entreaty did not calm Ye Tian. It ignited the last flicker of reason within him. "Don't touch me. I hate you all. I hate you." Ye Tian nearly screamed, tears cascading down his cheeks, splattering onto the cold ground. After uttering this, he turned and ran away, leaving only the sound of his hurried footsteps fading into the distance. From that moment onward, Ye Tian ceased to acknowledge Ye Wujie, even when he later rose to the rank of general. He did not participate in celebrations, nor did he spare a word for Lu Ying, his grandmother. The boy who once relied on her so dearly had transformed into a silent and withdrawn figure, as if he had erected an invisible barrier overnight, isolating everyone from his world. When Ye Tian's mother, Ling Mingyao, returned and discovered him sitting alone in a corner of the room, tears fell silently down her face. The once bright eyes now seemed devoid of all light, hollow and dim. Her heart clenched painfully, and she longed to comfort him, yet she found herself utterly unable to reach the depths of his heart, no matter how hard she tried. This feeling of helplessness engulfed her like a tidal wave. Subsequently, Ye Ying chose to enlist in the military, hoping to find answers through this path. Meanwhile, Ye Wujie and Ling Mingyao, as pivotal figures of the human race, bore greater responsibilities and missions, unable to devote their full attention to caring for Ye Tian. Consequently, Ling Mingyao was left with no choice but to entrust her son to her close friend, Ling Rongqi. At their parting, Ling Mingyao's gaze was filled with reluctance and guilt, yet she understood this was the best decision under the circumstances. Upon arriving at his new home, Ye Tian initially appeared particularly taciturn, remaining vigilant and distant from everything around him. However, Ling Rongqi gradually melted Ye Tian's frozen heart with her patience and kindness. Each morning, she would gently awaken Ye Tian, preparing steaming breakfast for him. As night falls, she stays by his side, recounting warm tales until he drifts peacefully into slumber. Gradually, Ye Tian begins to find his voice, learning to respond to the care of others. Meanwhile, Ling Rongqi's daughter, Ling Duoer, radiates vivacity and charm. illuminating Ye Tian's life like the sun. Whenever Ye Tian furrows his brow in silence, Ling Duoer invariably devises amusing antics to coax a smile from him. Sometimes it is a crooked paper crane, other times a comical dance. Through these simple yet sincere interactions, Ye Tian gradually rediscovers his long-lost smile and regains his cheerful disposition. As time flows on, he matures slowly in this loving new home. He transforms from a sensitive, withdrawn child into a considerate, resilient youth. Throughout this journey, he comes to understand many profound truths about responsibility, about love, and about confronting the trials and tribulations of life. He realizes that although the scars of the past may never completely heal, as long as hope resides in his heart, he will surely find his own path. When Ye Tian stands at the crossroads of life, he resolutely chooses to follow in his sister Yi Ying's footsteps, embarking on a path toward military service. Chapter 64, Arrival at Jingda. Are you still angry with me? Yi Wuji's voice is low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of trepidation and caution. He stands there, tall as a pine tree, yet unable to conceal the fatigue and worry etched across his brow. His gaze is firmly fixed upon Ye Tian's face, as if he fears missing even the slightest change in expression. Ye Tian's thoughts are abruptly yanked back to reality by this call. He raises his head and sees his father's familiar yet foreign visage. A jolt runs through Ye Tian, and a torrent of complex emotions surges within him. His childhood recklessness not only harmed himself, but also deeply wounded those closest to him. His parents and grandmother lost their father and husband. How could their sorrow be any less than his own? Yet at that time, he was ensconced in his own world, blind to their suffering, repeatedly pushing them away with his indifference. I'm sorry, Dad. Ye Tian finally speaks. I was so thoughtless when I was younger, and I truly regret causing you, Mom, and Grandma so much pain. Upon finishing, he lowers his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. Upon hearing these words, Ye Wuji's body visibly trembles. He pauses for a moment, then strides forward and envelopes Ye Tian in a tight embrace. His arms are strong, as if attempting to compensate for every missed hug over the years. Good, good. Ye Wuji's voice quivers with emotion. My son has forgiven me. Rest assured, Dad. I couldn't save Grandpa back then, but this time, I vow to protect my family from harm. Feeling the warmth and strength of his father's embrace, Ye Tian's eyes become misty. He closes his eyes, inhaling the unique scent that clings to his father, a weighty and reliable presence, tempered by life's trials. In this moment, he truly comprehends that no matter how much time has passed, and regardless of the barriers that once existed between them, the bond of blood remains unaltered. Simultaneously, he experiences a long-lost sense of security. This feeling is wondrous, akin to a solitary boat that has finally discovered a harbor to dock in after years of drifting. The sensation of having his father's support is indescribably comforting. Ye Tian silently muses, a faint smile unwittingly curling at the corners of his mouth. Ye Tian and Ye Wuji share numerous conversations about the life Ye Tian has lived over the years. From the moment he entered Aunt Ling's home to his high school graduation, every detail unfolds. The naivete and stubbornness of his youth are gradually pieced together in memory. Ye Tian recounts his initial awkwardness upon arriving at Aunt Ling's house, and how he gradually integrated into the family through her patient guidance. The laughter and tears of those ordinary days are now recounted with heartfelt nostalgia. Ye Wuji cannot help but feel grateful towards Ling Rongqi. Without her, he wonders what Ye Tian would have become. It is her gentleness and patience that have transformed Ye Tian. Ye Wuji's gaze deepens and softens. He silently thanks fate for bringing Ling Rongqi into their lives at the moment when his son needed love the most. When he learns that Ye Tian has a girlfriend, Ye Wuji bursts into hearty laughter, exclaiming, just like his father. This leaves Ye Tian speechless, rolling his eyes in exasperation, though a smile betrays his amusement. Ye Tian also listens intently as his father shares many stories, including updates on his grandmother and mother. He is eager to see them, his heart longing to embrace his family once more. Time slips away unnoticed as father and son reluctantly part ways. Just before leaving, Ye Wuji envelopes his son in a warm embrace, his strong arms encircling Ye Tian, conveying a profound paternal love. It feels as though he is pouring all the years of longing and care into that single embrace. After Ye Tian departs, Ye Wuji leans back in his chair, a sudden thought crossing his mind. A mischievous smile tugs at his lips as the situation appears to grow increasingly intriguing. If memory serves, that boy from the Qin family seems to be pursuing that young lady with fervor, he muses, his voice low and deliberate, as if weighing some unspoken consideration. Moments later, he squints, recalling whispers he has recently heard. It seems the Chun family is seeking a union with the Tang family. He chuckles softly, a hint of amusement and coldness lacing his tone. The Chun family's ambitions are indeed bold. Rising to his feet, he paces the room, each step exuding a sense of purpose and strength. Yet beneath his serious demeanor lies a glimmer of cunning. This is turning entertaining. That brat will surely give that Chun boy a run for his money, he murmurs, bursting into hearty laughter. His laughter is loud and confident, I suppose I should start preparing the betrothal gifts. Considering the girl he fancies belongs to the Tang family, the dowry must be substantial. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Ye Tian walks home, blissfully unaware of his father's scheming thoughts. To him, the relationship between himself and Tang Rushua seems simple and pure. He does not realize that their lives have quietly intertwined within the vortex of familial rivalry. The next day, at Ye Tian's insistence, Ying drives him to Jingda. Initially, she had planned to spend the day exploring the capital with Ye Tian. However, upon his mention of visiting Jingda, she instantly comprehends her brother's intent to meet his future sister-in-law. This thought ignites her curiosity, invigorating her spirit. A knowing smile graces Yi Ying's lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Don't worry, sister will ensure you arrive safely. As soon as she finishes speaking, she slams her foot on the accelerator. The sports car roars to life, surging ahead like an arrow loosed from its bow. Throughout the journey, she pays no heed to the astonished stares of other drivers at traffic lights, her focus solely on the steering wheel, as if executing a critical mission. The wind rushes through the half-open window, tousling her hair, but she remains undeterred, her excitement mounting with every mile. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, seated in the passenger seat, wears an expression of resignation. Sis, slow down. He attempted to dissuade her, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the engine. Gazing at his sister's eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, he reluctantly surrendered to fate, silently praying that the journey would be devoid of mishaps. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt at the gates of Peking University. The imposing entrance stood majestically, flanked by lush trees that imparted an air of solemnity yet vibrancy. Ying turned off the engine and alighted from the car, clapping her hands with an air of triumph. We've arrived. She turned to Ye Tian, her tone laced with mischief. Aren't you especially grateful to me? Ye Tian managed a wry smile. Thank you, sis. But could you possibly be a tad gentler next time? Oh, stop complaining and let us go. Ying waved her hand dismissively, pulling him towards the campus. On the spacious walkway, clusters of students hurried past, some clutching books, others engrossed in their phones, and a few laughing in pairs. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance of osmanthus, lending a refreshing quality to the atmosphere. Following closely behind Ying, Ye Tian observed her exuberance and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, regardless of age, indulging in gossip remained a universal human pastime. As for himself, he was poised to play a significant role in the unfolding spectacle. This thought stirred a complex mix of anticipation and subtle anxiety within him. Chapter 65, The Confession to Tang Rushua. Today, the siblings adorned themselves in splendid attire, a selection made by Yi Ying, whose discerning eye for fashion had always been exceptional. The outfits she meticulously chose for them were not only elegant in style, but also perfectly accentuated their respective temperaments. At that moment, Ye Tian resembled a privileged young gentleman from a noble family, even earning the title of campus heartthrob at Peking University. Sunlight cascaded over his shoulders, casting a gentle halo around him, enhancing his already striking presence. Passers-by, particularly female students, couldn't resist stealing glances, whispering about his charm and grace. Ying, too, was attired in a resplendent long dress, reminiscent of a neighborly sister. Her gown, a soft lavender adorned with star-like floral patterns, swayed gracefully with her movements, akin to ripples across a lake. As they appeared, onlookers were captivated, exclaiming at the sight of such a radiant pair. Some even discreetly captured their silhouettes, wishing to immortalize the moment. Having previously researched Tang Rushua, Ying was well aware of her class. She was meticulous in her approach, never engaging in unprepared endeavors. Along their way, she frequently glanced at her brother, noting the mixture of tension and excitement etched on his face, and she couldn't help but smile, silently cheering him on. Traversing the pathways and buildings, Ye Tian's heart raced with unease, his mind flooded with images of Tang Rushua, her clear eyes, her serene smile, and the occasional hint of playfulness. The thought of finally meeting the girl he adored quickened his pace. Eventually, they arrived at a vast open space, and Ye Tian paused in astonishment. The area was a riot of color, adorned with blooming flowers. Red roses, white lilies, and pink carnations intertwined to create a magnificent floral sea. A young man, kneeling on one knee, held a grand bouquet of roses aloft in a declaration of love. Dressed sharply in a tailored suit, his earnest expression radiated devotion. While the ambience was thick with romance, the object of his affection was none other than Tang Rushua. She stood there like a fairy from a painting, ethereal and exquisite. Yet, at that moment, she was seething with anger. A few classmates, with whom she usually got along well, had promised her a surprise, blindfolding her and bringing her here. Throughout the journey, her mind had been filled with curiosity, wondering if it would be an amusing gathering or a small gift. However, when the blindfold was removed, the scene that met her eyes left her frozen in disbelief. Chen Tian knelt before her, holding a vibrant bouquet of red roses, surrounded by tastefully arranged fairy lights and balloons, enveloping the place in a romantic aura. This unexpected tableau rendered Tang Rushua's mind blank. She opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. The whispers from the gathered crowd reached her ears. Wow, how romantic. If someone confessed like that to me, I'd surely say yes on the spot. Such remarks pricked her ears like needles, intensifying her agitation. She was furious. She had made her relationship status clear countless times. Yet, Ye Tian persisted like an unwelcome adhesive, impossible to shake off. As this thought coursed through her mind, her expression darkened, casting a cold glare at Ye Tian. She also directed her gaze at the so-called friends who stood by, reveling in the spectacle. She struggled to suppress her inner fury, her fists clenching involuntarily. These individuals, fully aware of her existing relationship, still chose to partake in this farce, utterly incomprehensible. Even more infuriating was that they had brought her here, igniting further ire within her. Memories of shared meals, laughter, and shopping with those girls flashed through her mind, and what she once perceived as genuine friendship now appeared utterly hypocritical. Perhaps they believed they were acting in her best interest or merely wanted to stir up excitement. Regardless, their actions had irrevocably crossed her boundaries. Enough already. Tang Rushua murmured under her breath, her tone soft yet laden with unmistakable disappointment and coldness. She silently vowed to sever ties with those individuals moving forward. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm herself, but the tumultuous emotions within her refused to subside. Swear I like you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one I wished to protect for the rest of my life. Will you grant me the opportunity to care for you forever? Ye Tian raised his head, his gaze fervent and sincere, as if she were the sole inhabitant of his universe. His words were gentle yet resolute, each syllable resonating within Tang Rushua's heart, but not sweetly. Rather, they filled her with annoyance. Listening to Ye Tian's heartfelt confession, many female classmates envied Tang Rushua. Some covered their mouths, stifling giggles, others whispered excitedly, while some discreetly recorded the moment on their phones, eager to capture this poignant scene. Yet, all Tang Rushua felt was suffocation. Ye Tian belonged to the direct lineage of the Qin family, young, wealthy, and gifted, with an A-grade fire affinity. He had been raised with high expectations, excelling among his peers. Yet in Tang Rushua's eyes, he was worth less than a single strand of Ye Tian's hair. A throng of Ye Tian's supporters began to chant. Say yes, say yes, say yes. Their voices echoed through the air like a raucous celebration. Among them, those girls who had brought her here were the most fervent in their encouragement. Witnessing this, Ying furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze shifting to the side where Ye Tian stood, a peculiar expression in her eyes. Have you been robbed? Hearing his sister's odd yet teasing tone, Ye Tian could only shake his head in resignation. He understood Tang Rushua's character well, the outwardly composed girl who concealed a hint of pride within. Once provoked, she would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation, employing methods that often defied expectation. In an instant, the flowers in the vicinity would be encased in frost, transforming into shards of ice. The boy who had confessed to her would likely be rendered into an ice sculpture, while those girls who had accompanied her would probably find themselves on the receiving end of her wrath. Ye Tian spoke in a flat tone, as if merely recounting an everyday occurrence, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation. It seemed he could already envision the scene that was about to unfold. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, it was now Yi Ying's turn to be astonished. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her brother. You can even predict her actions? Her voice was tinged with profound skepticism and curiosity. Ye Tian shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, suggesting that one only needed to observe. Chapter 66, Resolute Tang Rushua. Having spent so many years with Tang Rushua, he was intimately familiar with her character, despite her gentle demeanor and empathetic nature towards him. Such considerate displays had never been extended to other boys. To those who dared to approach her, Tang Rushua resembled an insurmountable iceberg, stern and utterly unattainable. Sometimes, even a casual exchange felt superfluous. Thus, when he witnessed the unfolding situation, he was able to analyze how it had come to be and foresee its progression, including the fates of those involved. Indeed, it seemed to respond to Ye Tian's unvoiced judgments. Tang Rushua's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of impatient coldness flickering in her eyes. The next moment, a shocking spectacle transpired. An intense chill surged around Tang Rushua, seemingly born from the void, rapidly enveloping the entire space in a bone-chilling frost. The temperature plummeted sharply, rendering everyone motionless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the scene. The flowers had been instantaneously frozen into crystalline ice sculptures. Then, with a soft huff, Tang Rushua caused all the frozen blossoms to shatter into fragments, the tiny ice crystals glistening under the sunlight, mirroring her current frigid state of mind. I believe I have mentioned several times that I have a boyfriend whom I love dearly. Kindly refrain from bothering me. Her voice was calm, yet resolute, each word forced out with undeniable finality. No sooner had she spoken than Ye Tian before her was transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, his expression frozen in a moment of shock and resentment, as if time itself had been halted by the sudden onslaught of cold. Ye Tian had painstakingly endeavored to win over her friends, meticulously orchestrating this confession, believing it to be foolproof. only to unwittingly cross the line with Tang Rushue. The betrayal stung like a sharp dagger, piercing her heart, especially as it came from those she had thought trustworthy. She had clearly informed them of her devoted relationship, seeking to avoid any unnecessary emotional entanglements. Yet, they had chosen to align with Ye Tian's scheme, willingly becoming pawns in his game. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of dangerous coldness ignited in Tang Rushue's eyes. Her anger and disappointment gradually morphed into a murderous intent. Her affection for Ye Tian was pure and fervent. Akin to a flame burning in the depths of winter, no one could approach it, nor could they dare to covet what belonged to him. She could not tolerate anyone eyeing Ye Tian's place, nor could she accept her life being disrupted by such trivial individuals. What if Ye Tian learned of this? Would he think less of her feelings for him? This notion solidified Tang Rushue's resolve to thoroughly address the issue, ensuring that all understood the boundaries that must never be crossed. She cast a glance at the ice-encased Ye Tian, sighed softly, and then turned towards the two girls. Her skirt billowed slightly as she moved, her steps radiating an aura of coldness and detachment. The air around her seemed to grow increasingly frigid as she approached. Even the fallen leaves beneath her feet were cloaked in a fine layer of ice crystals. Upon reaching the two girls, she halted, lifting her gaze to coldly scrutinize them. I believe I have reiterated this numerous times. Her voice was deep yet clear, each word meticulously enunciated. I have a boyfriend. What does your presence here signify? As her words lingered in the air, her slender fingers slowly rose, gathering a sphere of ethereal blue ice energy in her palm. The icy mist swirled like smoke, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers through the atmosphere. The temperature in the space plummeted sharply. The two girls felt their breath catch, their bodies involuntarily stiffening. One attempted to retreat, only to discover that the ground beneath her had turned as slick as glass, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Swear I'm sorry. One girl stammered in a panic, her voice trembling almost beyond recognition. We truly only wanted what was best for you. Chen Xiao is exceptionally talented, comes from a powerful family, and is quite handsome. He likes you so much, we simply thought he might be a better match for you. The other girl quickly chimed in. Indeed, Shuer, did you not notice? He deliberately arranged this place to surprise you. He truly cares for you. However, their explanations did little to thaw the icy demeanor on Tang Rushue's face. Crack, crack. Two sharp slaps echoed, and soon both girls found themselves sprawled on the ground. Their faces marked with crimson handprints, blood seeping from their lips, a woeful sight. I do not know what led you to misunderstand previously, but I shall reiterate before everyone here. Tang Rushue's voice was like a cold wind slicing through the ears of all present. Her gaze was steadfast and frigid, seemingly capable of penetrating souls. I, Tang Rushue, have a boyfriend. I shall forever love him alone. He will be my husband, and I belong solely to him. Each word resonated with undeniable conviction, past, present, and future. As her declaration echoed, silence enveloped the surroundings, a chill permeating the air, emanating from Tang Rushue's unwavering resolve and frosty demeanor. All were taken aback by this scene. No one had anticipated that the usually serene Tang Rushue would transform into someone exuding such an intimidating aura. Ye Tian, the scion of the Chen family, had been encased in ice, and even those once friendly to him had been harmed. Yet, amidst the astonishment and trepidation, a hint of envy quietly blossomed. The crowd's gaze towards Tang Rushue grew increasingly complex, as they began to envy the unseen boyfriend. To be chosen by such a beautiful, exceptionally gifted girl with unwavering devotion, what a stroke of fortune that must be. Merely imagining it invoked a profound sense of beauty. Standing among the crowd, Ying could not help but steal another glance at this extraordinarily captivating girl. Initially, she regarded Tang Rushue with mere admiration. Yet that recent declaration struck her heart like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within her. The unwavering loyalty and affection displayed had completely captivated her. A hint of softness and acceptance flickered in Yi Ying's gaze, as she wholeheartedly embraced her younger sister-in-law. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked to Ye Tian, "You are indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful girlfriend. Cherish her well. She is a remarkable girl, and I approve." Chapter 67, Reunion. Upon hearing his sister's words, Ye Tian's lips curved into a gentle smile. Undoubtedly, Shuer is the finest girlfriend in the world, he replied to Yi Ying with unwavering conviction, his tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. He had never doubted Tang Rushue's love for him. Over the years, her affection had been nothing short of selfless. It was as if she lived solely for him, never denying any of his requests, and always silently standing by his side. To Ye Tian, Tang Rushue was the epitome of a perfect girlfriend. Reflecting on this, his gaze softened further, and a warm sensation surged within him. Thus, when he witnessed the earlier scene, he harbored no doubts about Tang Rushue's sincerity. To him, she was indeed a flawless existence. Listening to her brother's heartfelt words, Yi Ying couldn't help but cover her forehead with her hand, her face betraying a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Ah, it seems this lad has truly fallen in love," she murmured softly, shaking her head, yet a twinge of envy and sentiment welled up within her. How utterly sentimental. Ye Tian was gradually thawed by several younger companions utilizing fire abilities, for prolonged freezing could inflict harm on the body. Meanwhile, Tang Rushua chose to disregard the crowd and prepared to leave. At that moment, an unexpected and somewhat frivolous voice rang out from a distance, abruptly shattering the tense atmosphere. Girls who are too aggressive might be frowned upon, you know. The voice carried a playful tone, drawing everyone's attention to its source. A young man stood with his hands in his pockets, a faint smile playing on his lips as he leisurely continued. Boys generally prefer gentle and kind-hearted girls. I wonder if this beautiful lady would grace me with her company for a date, perhaps a meal, a movie, and a chat about life? Upon this declaration, the previously quiet crowd erupted in astonished chatter. Initially stunned, their expressions soon morphed into one of schadenfreude. No one expected that amidst such circumstances, someone would dare to provoke Tang Rushua. They had just witnessed Ye Tian's unfortunate fate of being frozen into an ice sculpture. And now this audacious individual not only challenged her, but did so with such flippancy. He was clearly courting disaster. Ying, overhearing the exchange, couldn't help but facepalm. Sighing in resignation, let him have his moment. Just as everyone anticipated Tang Rushua would respond with her usual merciless reprimand, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. She had already taken a step forward, but upon hearing that voice, her movement abruptly halted. Slowly, she turned her head, her gaze traversing the crowd until it landed on the speaker. As she recognized his face, her pupils dilated in shock, and she trembled slightly, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. The sunlight illuminated the familiar contours of his face. He maintained a nonchalant demeanor, yet an undeniable aura surrounded him, rendering him impossible to overlook. Tang Rushua's heart raced, a flood of fragmented memories crashing over her, leaving her breathless for a moment. All right, this is it. I can already envision the fate awaiting this young man, a spectator murmured under their breath, a mix of amusement and resignation coloring their tone, seemingly foreseeing the inevitable grim conclusion. Such bravery. After witnessing Chen Xiao's fate, he dares to act so recklessly. Does he seek death? Another chimed in, a cold smirk gracing their lips, their gaze fixated on the young man at the center. I would call him a warrior of love, even in death. He shall have his honor. A third voice arose, laced with a blend of mockery and admiration. This young man is truly risking it all for love, alas. I suppose we should summon a wood element healer for him, given my benevolent nature. The final remark carried a sigh of disbelief regarding Ye Tian's actions. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their expressions a tapestry of mockery, sympathy, and pure curiosity. Regardless of their stances, they all anticipated the young man's outcome. Just when everyone thought Ye Tian would soon become an ice sculpture, an unexpected twist occurred. Tang Rushua dashed toward Ye Tian, her movements swift and resolute, akin to a moth drawn to flame, devoid of hesitation. She leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her head in his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. Her fingers trembled slightly, clutching his clothing as if terrified he might vanish in the next moment. Ye Tian reciprocated her embrace, encircling her delicate shoulders with his arms, gently patting her back as he whispered, "Schwer, I've come to find you." His voice was deep and tender, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Tang Rushua remained silent, content to hold him close. At that instant, her mind was a blank slate. The only reality she grasped was the undeniable presence of this man. All present were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they beheld the affectionate scene. Some instinctively opened their mouths, yet no sound escaped. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, convinced they must be mistaken, yet no matter how they blinked, the tableau remained unchanged. The illustrious Tang Rushua, hailed as the campus goddess, known for her icy demeanor toward all men, was unabashedly embracing a man. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, initially subdued but soon swelling into a torrent of speculation. Who is he, to elicit such a reaction from Tang Rushua? Questions surged, intermingled with surprise, confusion, and barely concealed jealousy. The atmosphere was thick with the echoes of shattered hearts, as those who once idolized Tang Rushua felt their worlds crumble. Ying observed the scene with increasing satisfaction. What a display of love and passion. This girl, who refused all others for Ye Tian, possessed remarkable talents and virtues. She was exemplary in every regard. Standing to the side, she watched the pair with a gentle gaze, a smile of contentment playing on her lips. Well now, there are so many eyes upon you. Do you not feel shy? Ye Tian's warm voice echoed, tinged with affection and a hint of exasperation. Yet, Tang Rushua seemed oblivious, remaining nestled in his embrace, her arms encircling his waist, head buried against his chest. After a moment, she slowly lifted her head, her voice soft yet imbued with deep emotion. I've missed you so much, Ye Tian. With a boldness that surprised even herself, she lifted her head and pressed her lips against Ye Tian's in front of all onlookers. The male spectators felt a pang of anguish, more intense than any physical blow. Ye Tian, taken aback by Tang Rushua's audacity, understood that as a man, he must seize the initiative. He reciprocated her kiss with fervor, asserting his role. Chapter 68. The Crumbling Ye Tian. Ye was momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom that her younger brother and sister-in-law would be so audacious as to engage in a passionate kiss in front of such a large crowd. Surely there were hundreds present. Yet, she refrained from intervening, instead retrieving her phone and discreetly capturing a series of shots before slipping it back into her pocket. Tang Rushua, usually aloof with others, reserved a special warmth for Ye Tian. In the eyes of the crowd, their kiss was fervent and profound, as if the world around them had faded away. When their lips parted, Tang Rushua seemed to finally register the presence of those around them, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. Her gaze darted about in mild panic, her usually icy eyes now shimmering with bashfulness, reminiscent of rippling spring waters. This endearing side of Tang Rushua momentarily left Ye Tian entranced. As he observed her slightly reddened cheeks, a wave of warmth surged within him. Tang Rushua smiled gently, about to take Ye Tian's hand and lead him away. When she noticed Ying standing a short distance behind them, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by composure. She subtly tugged at Ye Tian's sleeve, prompting him to glance toward Ying. Turning to face her, Ye Tian saw Ying wearing an expression that was both amused and exasperated. He introduced, Rushua. This is my sister, Ying. Ying approached them with grace, her demeanor a delightful blend of maturity and playfulness. She appraised Tang Rushua with a knowing smile. You two are quite bold, aren't you? Engaging in such displays in front of so many. But I like it, haha. Her light-hearted tone only intensified Tang Rushua's embarrassment. She extended her right hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Ying, Ye Tian's sister, by blood, so no misunderstandings. This seemingly casual remark deepened Tang Rushua's blush. As she hadn't anticipated meeting Ye Tian's sister, the memory of her daring kiss with Ye Tian flooded her mind, and her heart raced at the thought of being caught by his sister. Despite her overwhelming shyness, Tang Rushua summoned her courage and offered her slender hand. Hello, I'm Tang Rushua, she replied softly, her voice tinged with bashfulness. Upon hearing Tang Rushua's timid tone, Yi Ying's smile widened. She found the girl not only charming in appearance but also endearing in character, and it was no surprise that her brother was fond of her. To ease Tang Rushua's nervousness, Yi Ying deftly changed the subject. All right, I won't intrude any longer. You two enjoy your time together. I have matters to discuss with the principal. With that, Yi Ying turned and walked away, her steps light and confident. She had come with a purpose, needing to coordinate the list of participants for entering the secret realm. Originally, she had hoped to spend more time with Ye Tian, but upon witnessing the intimacy between him and Tang Rushua, she realized her presence might disrupt their budding romance. As she watched Tang Rushua's retreating silhouette disappear, Ye Tian snapped back to reality. Tang Rushua playfully tapped his chest, a hint of reproach in her tone. This is all your fault. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Now your sister saw everything. I'm mortified. Ye Tian, equally bemused, thought, did you even give me a chance to speak? You kissed me without hesitation. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, he gently wrapped his arm around Tang Rushua's slender waist, his touch tender and affectionate. Come on, let us have a proper conversation. I've missed you, Rushua. Tang Rushua was momentarily taken aback, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. She gazed up at Ye Tian, her eyes sparkling with warmth, a soft smile gracing her lips as she nodded in response. They prepared to depart. But then a voice broke through the air, brimming with anger. Stop right there. Who do you think you are? Don't you know Tang Rushua is the woman I'm pursuing? And you, Rushua, how can you like another man after all I've done for you? Don't you feel any loyalty to me? Ye Tian's voice resounded like a broken gong, each syllable laced with fury and disbelief. The sight of the couple entwined together pierced his heart like a sharp blade, igniting his wrath. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and furious, his face contorted by rage. Fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, as if ready to strike. Upon hearing his words, Tang Rushua's previously serene countenance turned frosty, her eyes igniting with a murderous intent that could slice through the air. She had finally reunited with the boy she cherished, eager to relish their time together, only to have the insufferable Ye Tian intrude like a persistent fly. Ye Tian, hearing Ye Tian's unreasonable outburst, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. A sardonic smile curled his lips, his gaze filled with disdain. He had never encountered anyone so shameless. In Ye Tian's perspective, pursuit should be a mutual affair. How could one impose such demands? Moreover, it was evident from Tang Rushua's demeanor that she held no affection for Ye Tian. Recalling Yi Wuji's words that he could act without reservation if trouble arose, Ye Tian felt invigorated by the thought of having someone to back him up. He contemplated, since the opportunity presents itself, why not embrace the style of those from illustrious families? As he observed Tang Rushua's rising anger, he gently raised his hand and softly patted her shoulder, a gesture imbued with reassurance. His gaze was steady and warm, conveying to Tang Rushua that he would handle the situation. Tang Rushua had never defied Ye Tian, and thus she obediently stood by his side, like a small bird nestled next to a majestic eagle, trusting and at ease. Rushua made herself quite clear just now. She has a boyfriend, and that person is me. Why do you have to bark like a dog here? Ye Tian's voice cut through the air like a chilling winter breeze, laced with a biting coldness. Can't you see that Rushua despises you? Just because you like her doesn't mean she has to reciprocate. Who do you think you are? With that, Ye Tian possessively pulled Tang Rushua into his embrace, his actions decisive and firm, exuding an undeniable aura of ownership. Chapter 69. The Ineffectual Ye Tian. Tang Rushua would never resist. In fact, she found great pleasure in Ye Tian's actions. She had long fantasized about being held in his embrace countless times. Hearing Ye Tian's words and witnessing the look of ecstasy on Tang Rushua's face, how could Ye Tian, the scion of the Qin family, possibly restrain himself? Throughout his life, everything he desired had always been within his grasp, and every woman had patiently awaited his favor. Tang Rushua's rejection and Ye Tian's humiliation pushed this pampered young master over the edge. You scoundrel, today I will see you dead. And you, Tang Rushua, you wretched harlot. Wait for me. I shall ruin you, and then have dozens of others take their turn. With that, Ye Tian swung his fist towards Ye Tian with ferocious intent. A strike imbued with an unstoppable force. Initially, Ye Tian merely intended to teach Ye Tian a lesson, but upon hearing his words, his expression turned icy. A chilling murderous intent erupted from his gaze. He could dismiss the words of others with a smile, choosing to be magnanimous, yet when anyone insulted those he cherished, it crossed a line he could not tolerate. Moreover, Ye Tian's attack was laced with lethal intent, which liberated Ye Tian from any sense of restraint. Since his opponent had chosen such a ruthless and hostile approach, he felt no obligation to show mercy. As Ye Tian's fist lunged at him like a ravenous tiger, Ye Tian's demeanor remained remarkably calm, devoid of any evasive action. His focus was unwavering, locked onto Ye Tian's every movement. Just as Ye Tian's fist was about to connect with his face, Ye Tian abruptly raised his hand, the motion so swift it was nearly imperceptible. With pinpoint precision, he grasped Ye Tian's wrist, applying just enough pressure to immobilize him while instilling a profound sense of oppression. Ye Tian felt as though his wrist were caught in a vice, a searing pain coursing through his entire body. With a sharp crack, accompanied by Ye Tian's anguished scream, Ye Tian did not relent. Instead, he twisted his grip, unleashing a force that contorted Ye Tian's arm into an unnatural angle. Ye Tian's cries grew louder, and onlookers gaped in horror, their pupils dilating as they fixated on Ye Tian, as if witnessing a being returned from the depths of hell. How dare you? Ye Tian lay on the ground, trembling with disbelief and terror. The Qin family will not let this go. You will be ground to dust. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the desperation of impending death, yet he still attempted to invoke his family's name as a threat. However, Ye Tian merely cast a cold glance downward, his eyes piercing through Ye Tian's very soul, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. The Qin family. Ye Tian laughed softly, his voice resonating like thunder. What do I have to fear? Believe me, if I kill you, the Qin family cannot touch me. With the sickening sound of bones shattering, Ye Tian's other arm crumpled under the force. Immediately following, his knees were stomped down upon with a resounding crack that made the onlookers wince. His screams resonated, distorted and primal, resembling a skinned beast writhing on the cold ground. Yet, Ye Tian showed no signs of stopping. His gaze hardened. Memories of Ye Tian's earlier vile insults flooding his mind. Those humiliating words struck like venomous barbs into his heart, igniting a fury that morphed into a palpable intent to kill. In an instant, he lifted his foot and brought it down with merciless force, rendering Ye Tian's fifth limb utterly useless. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the square, echoing between the towering buildings. At this moment, Ye Tian was beyond recognition, his eyes vacant, consciousness fading, while only pain continued to surge through his nerves. The spectators gasped in horror, having never witnessed such ruthless decisiveness. The two female classmates who had accompanied Tang Rushua earlier were now paralyzed with fear. Their faces pale as paper, lips trembling, tears welling uncontrollably in their eyes, as if they were on the verge of breaking down. They had just facilitated Ye Tian's confession to Tang Rushua. If this man bore a grudge against them, they were surely doomed. Ye Tian, a cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, had proven utterly defenseless against Ye Tian. Yet, in stark contrast, Tang Rushua remained composed, observing Ye Tian's brutality towards Ye Tian without a hint of distaste. In fact, she found Ye Tian incredibly attractive in this moment of dominance. In her heart, Ye Tian was everything to her. No matter his actions, she would support him in silence. Moreover, she understood that Ye Tian's ruthlessness stemmed from Ye Tian's earlier insults, and he was simply avenging her. Stop! What are you doing? Just then, an authoritative and urgent voice thundered like a storm, shattering the tense atmosphere. From the direction of the voice, a figure soared towards them with remarkable speed. Dressed in flowing robes, he appeared to glide as if propelled by an unseen force, resembling an arrow loosed from a bow. The velocity was such that his movements were almost imperceptible before one could blink. He had landed firmly in the center of the scene. Upon witnessing this, Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, inwardly marveling, a master of the void-walking realm. It seemed this individual was likely a teacher from the prestigious capital university. As the newcomer touched down, his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, finally settling on the barely conscious Ye Tian. Upon recognizing his identity, his expression darkened, a flicker of coldness and complexity flashing in his eyes. Ye Tian was a young master of the Qin family, a status of immense privilege. To see him so grievously harmed here would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Qin family, potentially embroiling the entire academy in turmoil. A frown creased his brow as he weighed the gravity of the situation. He approached Ye Tian's side, crouching down to assess the injuries, discovering the situation to be even more dire than anticipated. "Who are you, and why have you dealt such brutal blows to Ye Tian?" he questioned Ye Tian, his voice laced with suppressed fury and confusion. In response to the inquiry, Ye Tian remained steadfast, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed to an almost incredulous degree. He did not even wrinkle his brow. A hint of coldness played at the corners of his mouth, as if the man's anger held no power over him. He met the teacher's gaze directly. After a moment, Ye Tian finally spoke, his tone indifferent, yet every word resonating clearly. "He insulted me and my woman, and even initiated an attack against me." He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Moreover, he harbored murderous intent towards me. Since he lacked the strength to defend himself and was taught a lesson, is there an issue with that?" Ye Tian's words sent a chill through the air, each syllable striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present, steady and forceful. The teacher's voice was deep and measured. "You have done this to him. Are you not afraid of the repercussions? Not only you, but also your family will face the wrath of the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian smiled. A smile that was both pure and untainted by fear, radiating a confidence that was hard to ignore. Images of his family flashed through his mind. His father, the youngest and most formidable general of the human race, held a pivotal position both on the battlefield and in the political arena. His sister, not only a noblewoman of significant standing, but also a direct subordinate of a general, commanded an elite force of hundreds of thousands, capable of instilling terror in their enemies with a mere gesture. His mother, the chief strategist for weapon research at the National Research Institute, was the mastermind behind every cutting-edge technology. As for his grandmother, she was the wife of a national hero, under the highest level of protection from the authorities. To lay a finger on her would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire nation. Reflecting on these thoughts, a subtle curve appeared at the corners of Ye Tian's mouth. He simply could not fathom what audacity the so-called Qin family possessed to dare threaten his family. "Very well. I shall see what the Qin family can do. If they have the audacity, let them try to lay a finger on them." Ye Tian's voice was low and frigid, infused with a deadly intent that brooked no challenge. With that, Ye Tian summoned the myriad spirits, launching a lethal attack towards Ye Tian. As he moved, the surrounding atmosphere thickened with tension, and a surge of immense spiritual power erupted from him, fracturing the ground into a web-like pattern. Ye Tian had faced otherworldly beasts on the battlefield. Had he hesitated, he would have long been devoured. Thus, he deemed it necessary to eliminate any potential threats when confronting someone who had previously displayed a murderous intent towards him. He would grant no respite to his enemies, nor would he allow any future troubles to arise. "Do you dare?" The teacher charged at Ye Tian, unwilling to stand idly by as a student was slaughtered before him, especially one who was a scion of the Qin family. His figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, a fierce flame coalescing in his palm, accompanied by the howling of the wind as he struck at Ye Tian. Ye Tian sensed the impending attack and did not flinch. He suddenly raised his spear, his movements flowing with an elegance that resembled the seamless flow of water. He executed the wind-piercing, cloud-breaking thrust, amplifying it with 3 layers of spear intent to counter the assault head-on. In an instant, a sharp beam of light cut through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as if it were tearing the very heavens apart. The combined spear intents coalesced into a dazzling pillar of light, colliding violently with the searing flame. The moment of impact unleashed a blinding brilliance and a thunderous roar. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ye Tian was forced back, stumbling several steps, his hand gripping the myriad spirits trembling slightly. He inwardly sighed, acknowledging the might of a void-transcending expert. The disparity of 2 major realms was indeed monumental. Drawing a deep breath, he sought to steady his tumultuous spirit, and yet, his eyes ignited with an even fiercer battle intent. The teacher, too, was in a precarious position. He had anticipated that this strike would decisively subdue the young man, or at the very least, leave him in a state of disarray. However, the outcome was far from his expectations. Not only had he failed to gain the upper hand, but he also found himself forced to retreat several steps due to the recoil of his own attack. Once he regained his footing, he regarded Ye Tian with a complex expression, his heart stirred by a tumult of emotions. He could clearly sense that Ye Tian's current cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the soul-entering realm, a full 2 major realms below his own void-transcending realm. Logically, such a gap should be insurmountable, yet this young man had defied all expectations. Not only had he blocked the teacher's attack, but he had also, in an astonishing manner, dissipated a significant portion of its power, causing the residual force to rebound and compel the teacher to retreat. What was even more alarming was Ye Tian's mastery of spear techniques and his profound understanding of martial arts, which evidently reached an exceptionally advanced level. The seamlessness and integration of his movements were such that even many seasoned experts from the older generation would find it daunting to match. How had such a young individual cultivated to this extraordinary realm? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the teacher's expression grew increasingly grave, tinged with a hint of trepidation. He finally realized that Ye Tian was no ordinary talent, but rather an individual with terrifying potential and a formidable background. It appears he is not merely a pawn of the Qin family, he muttered softly, his tone laced with speculation, suggesting that his connections might even surpass those of the Qin family. This realization prompted him to hesitate. Was it truly wise to oppose such a formidable young man for the sake of a discarded scion of the Qin family? His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with conflict and indecision. However, as a teacher, he could not stand by and watch a student be killed before him. This predicament left him in a quandary. After all, this was an academy. Perhaps it would be prudent to show some leniency and refrain from killing within its walls. His voice carried a plea. Observing the teacher's capitulation, Ye Tian sheathed the myriad spirits with a decisive grace, though his gaze remained sharp as a blade. The implications were clear. This was an academy, and murder here would bring complications for the institution. Outside, however, it would be a different matter. A slight smile graced Ye Tian's lips, a knowing expression that hinted at deeper contemplation. He realized that he still needed to enter the academy's secret realms. And if he were to act excessively, it might jeopardize his chances of doing so. After all, Qin Tian was already rendered incapacitated, and the Chun family had already incurred his enmity. Whether Qin Tian lived or died seemed inconsequential. He could always settle the score once he left the academy, as the Chun family would inevitably seek vengeance. His father would certainly confront them. With this in mind, Ye Tian nodded. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. I am, after all, quite reasonable, he declared, his tone casual and carefree, as though the earlier confrontation had been nothing more than a trivial interlude. With that, he turned and gently guided Tang Ruxue away. The teacher stood rooted in place, watching their retreating figures, the corners of his mouth twitching in disbelief. Quite reasonable. He nearly took someone's life, yet can feign such magnanimity. It is truly both amusing and exasperating. Nevertheless, he did not take a step to obstruct Ye Tian's departure. Chapter 71. The impending challenge. At this moment, Qin Tian lay half-conscious, in dire need of urgent medical attention. Otherwise, his condition would undoubtedly worsen. Simultaneously, he needed to report the incident to the academy, not only to clarify responsibility, but to convey the gravity of the situation. After all, a student being beaten to near death within the academy's premises would undoubtedly tarnish its reputation. The higher-ups would certainly require an explanation. With a resigned sigh, he lamented his misfortune, wondering why he was embroiled in such troublesome affairs as an ordinary teacher. Shaking his head, he cast aside his distractions. The most pressing matter was to save the injured. He hastened to the infirmary with Qin Tian in tow. The onlookers remained, their curiosity piqued regarding Ye Tian's identity. The earlier skirmish, though brief, had been permeated with an overwhelming sense of pressure. What manner of being is this? Possessing such formidable strength that even teachers are compelled to concede? One cannot help but marvel. Indeed, he is worthy of the admiration of Tang Ruxue. Ye Tian and Tang Ruxue strolled hand in hand through the halls of Jing University, engaging in animated conversation about their respective lives over the recent period. It seemed as though they had an inexhaustible array of topics to discuss, ranging from mundane matters to profound insights on cultivation. Upon hearing about Ye Tian's recent experiences, Tang Ruxue couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. His journey could be described as perilous, fraught with encounters against otherworldly beasts at regular intervals. She mused that it would be wonderful if she could accompany him through such trials. Ye Tian, what brings you to the imperial capital so suddenly? Tang Ruxue inquired. Ye Tian gazed at her and replied, I have come to participate in the military district's elite competition in a little over 2 months. In the meantime, I thought I might take the opportunity to explore the secret realms of your academy. Upon hearing his response, Tang Ruxue nodded thoughtfully. I wonder how many spots you've secured. The seniors in their 3rd and 4th years seem quite displeased and are likely to issue challenges to you. She remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm. By the way, Snow, what is the strength of the 3rd and 4th year students? Ye Tian asked. Tang Ruxue furrowed her brows slightly, as if contemplating her answer. Most of the seniors in those years are at the soul entry stage, with a few exceptional talents having reached the 10,000 methods stage. Her expression grew more serious, and she continued, however, those at the 10,000 method stage are rare, and their spots will likely remain secure. Thus, you will be facing primarily 3rd and 4th year students at the soul entry stage, though some are at the advanced soul entry stage and quite formidable. Tang Ruxue regarded Ye Tian with a grave expression. It seemed somewhat unfair for him, given that he was of the same age as the 1st year students while his opponents were 2 to 3 years older. Yet, upon hearing her words, Ye Tian merely smiled with a calm demeanor. It matters not. As long as they are not at the 10,000 method stage, I harbor no fear. Even if they were, what of it? All I seek is a battle. Should I lose, I shall accept my defeat with grace. His voice resonated with unwavering determination, as if every word carried an indomitable resolve. Witnessing Ye Tian's mindset, Tang Rushue's gaze grew even more enamored. From the very beginning, Ye Tian seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated her. His composure and fearless spirit in the face of challenges shone like a beacon in the dark, exuding a unique brilliance. As her understanding of him deepened, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Yet, there was one crucial detail that Tang Rushue remained unaware of. The military district's elite competition was open to all elites under the age of 21, most of whom had endured countless life and death battles, honing their wills and strengths into something as sharp as a blade through real combat. In contrast to the disciplined, orderly growth of the academy's students, these soldiers, seasoned in combat against otherworldly beasts, were undoubtedly far more terrifying. Their techniques might lack flamboyance, but each movement exuded a lethal threat. If even the so-called genius of the academy, Ye Tian, could not prevail, how could he hope to shine in the forthcoming, far more brutal military competition? This was truly a contest of the fiercest warriors. By the way, there is something else. Tang Rushue spoke, her tone laced with concern. That Chen Tian, while not particularly strong himself, hails from the illustrious Chen family, a prominent clan within the imperial capital. The Chen family has deep roots and extensive connections. She paused, lowering her voice further. After you defeated him today, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Given the Chen family's typical approach, they certainly won't let this matter rest easily. They may resort to various means to trouble you. However, Ye Tian maintained his composed demeanor, listening to Tang Rushue's worries. He offered a slight smile, one that radiated assurance and tranquility, as if the present predicament were merely a trifling storm. He reached out, gently caressing her hair, a gesture tender and natural. Do not fret, a mere Chen family cannot do anything to me. I have my own protection, he replied, his voice low yet imbued with strength, each word akin to a reassuring balm. Yet, his statement struck Tang Rushue like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring ripples within her heart. She found herself widening her eyes in surprise and curiosity. Ye Tian possessed such a significant background? This exceeded her previous understanding entirely. She had always believed him to be a child of ordinary circumstances. Though exceptional, he lacked any notable lineage or special status. She loved him and had never sought to pry into his past, nor had she considered acquiring information about him through others. She believed that love should remain pure, untainted by external influences. Yet, at this moment, Ye Tian's words made her realize that her boyfriend might be quite extraordinary after all. If Ye Tian possessed a substantial background, did that imply that their relationship would encounter no obstacles? The stubborn elders of the Tang family had previously sought to arrange a marriage for her. Such an affront was utterly insulting. Were it not for her current weakness, she would have long since dealt with them. The faces of those self-righteous elders, cold and haughty, flashed through her mind, igniting an uncontrollable fury within her. Why should her fate be dictated by such individuals? They claimed to act in the interest of the family. Yet who truly cared for her feelings? She felt no sense of belonging to that so-called family. From a young age, she understood that she was merely a pawn on a chessboard, expendable at any moment for the sake of a transaction. This realization stirred both anger and sorrow within her. Yet it also forged her into a more tenacious and independent spirit. She refused to yield to anyone's designs and would not allow others to dictate the course of her life. Thinking of Ye Tian's background, she prepared to voice her thoughts candidly. Chapter 72. Ye Wujing is my father. Ye Tian, is your background substantial? How does it compare to the Tang family? Those stubborn elders in my family sought to arrange a marriage for me not long ago. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes. His brow furrowed, as if a tempest were brewing within him. What do you mean? The Tang family dares to pressure Tang Rushue into an arranged marriage? This is utterly absurd. If such a thing were to transpire, Ye Tian would undoubtedly storm in to rescue her. However, he quickly regained his composure, understanding Tang Rushue's character. She would never acquiesce to such demands. Moreover, it seemed she harbored no fondness for the Tang family. Taking a deep breath, Ye Tian endeavored to calm his emotions. He recognized that Tang Rushue was a strong-willed and independent young woman who would not easily succumb to familial pressure. Rest assured, Rushue, even if the Chun and Tang families united, what of it? No one can coerce you into doing what you dislike. Tang Rushue gazed at the formidable Ye Tian. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of his background that bestowed him such confidence. She couldn't help but steal glances at her boyfriend, noticing the undeniable self-assurance emanating from him, as though he had the world firmly within his grasp. Noticing Tang Rushue's curiosity, Ye Tian slightly curled his lips, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. He continued, "Are you familiar with the general who guards the imperial capital?" His voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, each word striking Tang Rushua's heart like a hammer. Upon hearing this, Tang Rushua snapped back to reality, a flicker of reverence crossing her gaze. Almost instinctively, she exclaimed, "Of course I know. General Ye Tian, the youngest general in the history of humanity. He is also the most formidable general of the Dragon Kingdom. With him around, the imperial capital is often described as an impregnable fortress." Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of admiration, memories of this legendary figure flooding her mind. At that moment, however, Tang Rushua suddenly froze, a jolt of realization coursing through her, an ineffable intuition rising within her. Ye Tian's surname is Ye, and Ye Tian also shares that surname. Could it be mere coincidence? She stared at Ye Tian, her lips parting slightly, yet she found herself momentarily speechless. "Indeed. Ye Tian is my father," Ye Tian replied, his tone calm and unassuming, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Yet, this revelation struck Tang Rushua like a thunderclap, echoing through her mind. She covered her mouth, her gaze reflecting disbelief, her entire being frozen in place. After a moment, she slowly lowered her hand, stammering, "Why, you mean to say that the legendary Ye Tian is your father?" Despite the clarity of the answer, she could not help but seek confirmation, for the enormity of it all was simply overwhelming. Ye Tian nodded, his gaze steady upon her. His demeanor bore no trace of arrogance. He simply stated, "Yes, that's correct." Tang Rushua felt her mind buzzing, her emotions tumultuous. She could hardly fathom that her boyfriend's father was the very legendary General Ye Tian. This thought sent her into a daze. If that were true, what significance did the Tang and Qin families hold? Even if there were 10 Tang and Qin families, they would be utterly inconsequential. The level of power and influence he wielded transcended what any single family could contend with. No wonder, Tang Rushua murmured to herself, finally grasping why Ye Tian always appeared so composed, effortlessly navigating any situation. It was because he stood behind the most prominent figure in the entire Dragon Kingdom. "And what about my uncle concerning our situation?" Tang Rushua's voice trembled slightly, tinged with unease. She cast her eyes downward, her long lashes fluttering gently, betraying her inner turmoil. Ye Tian seemed to sense her apprehension and, without hesitation, reached for her slightly cold hand, enveloping it warmly within his own. His palm radiated a comforting warmth, imparting an indescribable sense of security. "Rest assured," he said, his voice low yet resolute. "He is aware, and this is a matter between us. He will not interfere. Even if he wished to, I would not listen." The last statement carried a youthful defiance and rebellion, as though proclaiming to the world, "This is our choice, and no one can intervene." Hearing these protective words, the weight on Tang Rushua's heart finally lifted. She raised her gaze, her eyes softening as they met Ye Tian's. A joy she could not conceal illuminating her features. Without hesitation, Tang Rushua leaped into Ye Tian's embrace, burying her face in his chest, absorbing the warmth emanating from him. A profound sense of security washing over her. All her worries were cast aside in that moment. Reflecting on it now, the true concern should be the Qin family, shouldn't it? That once overbearing clan had now offended the son of a general. Should they dare to cause trouble again, they would likely find themselves in dire straits. Time always slips away quietly when one is immersed in joy. The two remained entwined, entirely oblivious to the world around them, even the encroaching darkness of night. The distant sky was ablaze with vibrant oranges and reds from the sunset, casting a warm glow upon them, enhancing the scene's tenderness and romance. It was not until Ying found them, preparing to return with Ye Tian, that they realized night had fallen. Observing their reluctant demeanor, Ying sighed. "Oh, it's not like you want to see each other again. In a few days, the grand competition at the academy will take place. Our military will send people as well. You'll meet again then." She rolled her eyes at their sentimentality. "You two are acting as if you were parting for eternity." Hearing her words, both of their faces flushed. "Then, see you in 2 days, Rushua," Ye Tian said. "Yes, see you in 2 days," she replied, not forgetting to share a warm embrace. Afterward, Ye Tian affectionately placed a kiss on Tang Rushua's forehead, and they reluctantly parted ways. Ying felt as if she had been inundated with an abundance of romantic gestures. She couldn't help but scoff inwardly, silently critiquing, "These young people today, are they even aware of others around them?" On the way back, Ying suddenly inquired, "Did you incapacitate that fellow named Qin Tian?" Her tone held a hint of incredulity, as if she were still trying to ascertain the truth of the matter. At the mention of Ying's words, Ye Tian snapped back to reality, having been lost in the sweetness of his date with Tang Rushua. He had completely forgotten about the earlier incident with Qin Tian. "I had almost forgotten about it. What? Is the Qin family seeking the academy?" Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, his tone suggesting that it was a trivial matter. Upon hearing Ye Tian's response, Ying was momentarily speechless. She turned to scrutinize Ye Tian's face, incredulity evident in her expression. "Are you even aware of what you're saying? You've left him crippled, and you just casually brush it off? Of course. That's a direct descendant of the Qin family. After such a beating, they will surely come looking for you," she continued, shaking her head in disbelief. "Wow. You really did quite a number on him. I just stepped away, and you managed to do this. Ying remarked. People from the Qin family are used to being arrogant. They've finally hit a brick wall this time. However, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. I must admit, you did well. Let us not forget he initiated the confrontation. My father has been contemplating taking action against these families. And the Chun family stepped out first, so they became the target. Ye Tian nodded, unperturbed by the incident. After all, it was merely the Qin family. Before long, the two entered Ye Wujia's room, where he was seated at his desk, perusing a document. Hearing their footsteps, he looked up, his gaze sweeping over them before he set the paper down and smiled faintly. Let us hear about today's events. His voice was low and gentle, imbued with a reassuring strength. Clearly, with his intelligence network, he was already aware of Ye Tian's activities at the academy today. After listening to Ye Tian's account, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Just as I expected, you are truly my child. Your temperament mirrors my own. That young lady seems quite remarkable. I am very pleased. As for the Qin family, he paid it no mind. After all, Ye Tian and his sister would always have protection in the shadows wherever they went. There was no possibility of danger in the imperial capital, and he even hoped Ye Tian would stir up more trouble. The capital had been too tranquil for too long, and it was time for a change. Well then, you two should get some rest. Remember to head to the academy's secret realm in 2 days. Ye Wujie gestured, signaling for them to take their leave. 2 days later, Yi Ying and Sheng Wan, accompanied by Ye Tian and 4 others, arrived at Jing University. The 4 individuals were also exceptionally gifted in the military, their eyes continuously scanning their surroundings, brimming with curiosity and excitement. Initially, they regarded Ye Tian with a hint of disdain due to his youth, pondering what capabilities such a young individual could possibly possess. However, upon learning that Ye Tian was Yi Ying's brother, their demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Yi Ying was known in the military as the Iron-Blooded Rose, renowned not only for her formidable combat prowess, but also for her unparalleled beauty, making her the object of admiration among the younger generation in the military. Furthermore, being the daughter of a general added an air of mystery and nobility to her status. Consequently, Ye Tian, as her brother, was, in essence, the son of a general. The realization struck those who had previously underestimated him like a tidal wave of astonishment. How foolish it would be to neglect such a connection. Akin to walking past gold on the ground without picking it up. Young Master Yi, I am Zhang Poin. At merely 18 years old, you have already attained the soul-entering realm. Truly remarkable. Zhang Poin exclaimed, his face adorned with a wide grin, admiration evident in his gaze. He slightly bowed, his hands nervously rubbing the edges of his clothing, as if fearful that his posture was not sufficiently humble. Indeed, young Master Yi. We must ensure we look after you in the future. I am Tu Xing. Do not hesitate to command us for anything you require. Tu Xing chimed in, his tone excessively flattering, his eyes fixed on Ye Tian as he subtly inched forward, attempting to close the distance. Young Master Yi, I am Yang Feng. May I inquire what type of man Ying admires? Does she have a partner? Yang Feng asked cautiously, his voice laced with a hint of trepidation, his gaze shifting between Ye Tian and Yi Ying, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips. In the face of their overt flattery, Ye Tian could only shake his head in resignation, a weary expression settling on his features. He sighed softly, inwardly chuckling. I preferred your initial proud and unyielding demeanor. Might you revert to that? His gaze swept over the group before him, who had once exuded arrogance, now reduced to this subservient state, clinging to connections, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Observing the harmonious interactions among them, Yi Ying stood at a distance, a faint smile gracing her lips, her expression reflecting satisfaction. Meanwhile, Shang Wan stood with arms crossed, nodding slightly, his demeanor calm but his gaze sharp. He understood well that although these individuals appeared amicable now, without sufficient deterrence, they would likely turn on each other. Yet, they seemed oblivious to Ye Tian's established identity. At merely 18 years old, having reached the soul-entering realm, his talent was sufficient to intimidate the entire circle. Who would be foolish enough to offend such a figure of boundless potential? Before long, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline appeared before them. He bore a slight paunch and wore thin-framed glasses, exuding an air of elegance. Standing tall, he appeared composed even as the gentle breeze tousled his attire. His gaze, magnified through the lenses, surveyed the crowd with the wisdom of a seasoned observer. Adopting a transcendent perspective on the world, those who recognized his identity did not dare underestimate him. This man was Yu Zhenhai, the principal of Jing University, a true powerhouse of the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm is a height that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime. The phrase beneath the Saint Realm, all are, but ants is not mere hyperbole. When a saint is enraged, the consequences can be catastrophic, capable of contending against ninth-tier anomalous beasts. What, then, are ninth-tier anomalous beasts? These are the apex predators birthed by nature, wielding the power to devastate the world. And Yu Zhenhai stands as an equal to such monstrosities. Merely envisioning it sends shivers down one's spine. Yet at this moment, he bore no trace of bloodlust, instead wearing a gentle smile, seemingly in high spirits. Despite the military district occupying several spots, for Yu Jinhai, such trivial matters were inconsequential. To him, those spots were merely superficial benefits, fleeting in the eyes of a saint. What truly mattered were long-term strategies and potential returns. By facilitating this arrangement, he could secure a small favor from the military district, potentially reaping greater rewards in the future. Thus, his mood was exceptionally good. Observing Ye Tian and his companions akin to his own descendants, his gaze fell upon Ye Tian, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. Though these young individuals had yet to mature into self-sufficient warriors, their potential was limitless. Perhaps one day, they too would ascend to the saint realm, becoming the pillars of a new era. These must be the prodigies of the military district. Indeed, they are impressive, far superior to the rascals at my academy. Yu Jinhai remarked with a benevolent gaze, full of admiration. Principal, you are too modest. Your esteemed institution has its fair share of prodigies. Yi Ying replied with a gentle smile, her tone warm yet respectful. What followed was a string of pleasantries and mutual accolades. Meanwhile, Ye Tian and his four companions appeared somewhat awkward, striving to maintain an air of respect, yet their eyes gradually lost focus. One individual discreetly stifled a yawn, hastily covering his mouth with his hand, fearful of being perceived as disrespectful. Another exchanged a resigned glance, seemingly communicating in silence. When will this end? Chapter 74, The Great Competition of the Academy. Just as the crowd was on the verge of losing patience, Yu Jinhai finally brought the conversation to a close. Clapping his hands, he declared, "All right, let us not waste any more time. Let us proceed to the arena." Following his lead, the group swiftly arrived at the center of a spacious square where a massive arena loomed before them. Sunlight glinted off the surface of the arena, imparting a sense of majesty. The audience was already filled to capacity, the air alive with the sounds of excitement. Ye Tian stood at the edge of the arena, gazing down at the smooth ground below, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. Everything here reminded him of the scene during the rookie competition. Passion, tension, and excitement intertwined, with each battle representing honor and growth. The long-forgotten battle spirit stirred within him. He wondered how far the members of the god-slaying squad had progressed since they last met. Ye Tian murmured to himself, familiar faces flashing through his mind. Memories of fighting side by side flooded back, each shared experience of life and death indelibly etched into his memory. The matches below were unfolding with fervor, every duel in the arena steeped in a tense atmosphere. The students attending Jing University were all exceptionally talented, possessing remarkable abilities. Despite their youth, they had already mastered astonishing techniques and powers. Although these young combatants lacked the ruthless decisiveness of true battlefield experience, their moves were exquisite, showcasing a unique blend of intelligence and potential. For someone like Ye Tian, who had witnessed the world, such competitions, while incomparable to life and death struggles, still held significant value as a learning experience. However, not everyone shared Ye Tian's enthusiasm. The individuals seated nearby exhibited a certain nonchalance. One might even say a complete lack of enthusiasm. Some reclined lazily against their chairs, arms crossed over their chests, while others gazed aimlessly about, their attention evidently drifting far from the present. They had experienced true combat, where their adversaries were often not mere humans, but rather ferocious and brutal beasts. In such a context, every skirmish was a matter of life and death. A moment's negligence could lead to the forfeiture of one's life. Thus, in their eyes, the current contest among the students appeared as childish and absurd as a game of make-believe. Is this truly what one calls a battle? Yang Feng could not suppress a derisive snort, his tone laced with disdain, as if even the essence of genuine conflict was absent. Zhang Poyan curled his lips into a sardonic smile, remarking, "What more do you expect from them? After all, this is merely a school, not a battlefield." Indeed, the disparity between this academic sparring and real combat was vast, failing to resonate with the depths of their experiences. At this moment, their sole desire was for the match to conclude swiftly, so they could proceed as planned into the secret realm, the true objective of their expedition. This realm, fraught with peril yet brimming with opportunity, was far more enticing than the tepid exhibition currently unfolding. It was rumored that within this secret domain lay numerous fortunes that could elevate them further before the military district's grand competition. The secret realm was a self-contained microcosm, potentially harboring spiritual herbs and divine artifacts, and even whispers of legacies left by formidable beings. Not only did it promise unparalleled techniques, but it might also conceal crucial secrets for transcending one's limits. The allure was undeniably immense. Securing such treasures could propel them to unfathomable heights, perhaps even enhancing their innate talents. With further advancement, the prospect of one day becoming a general was not entirely out of reach. However, it must be noted that while the Academy's students may lack practical combat experience, their innate talents were indeed remarkable. Several boasted A-level gifts, with a few even attaining S-level. As for them, they were predominantly B or C level. It was only natural. Had their talents been more illustrious, they might have chosen the Academy as well. Though their gifts were not exceptional, Even bordering on mediocrity among their peers, their cultivation levels rivaled those esteemed as geniuses. This was no mere coincidence, but rather the culmination of countless trials and tribulations. Such was the pace of advancement brought forth by the crucible of battle. Devoid of a comfortable learning environment or the steady growth afforded by senior guidance, replaced instead by the relentless forging of blood and fire. Confronted with beasts, the sensation of life hanging by a thread could drive one to the brink of despair. Yet, it was precisely under this extreme pressure that the latent potential within their bodies and minds was fully awakened. The intersection of life and death presented great opportunities, a notion they had all come to accept. The struggle against the beasts was not merely a contest of strength. It was a comprehensive test of intellect, courage, and willpower. When the fierce claws grazed their cheeks, the terror of impending death spurred them to transcend their limitations and reach new heights. Yet, such a path of cultivation was invariably accompanied by immense costs. The mortality rate was shockingly high. Many fell before they could truly harness their powers, their remains scarcely recoverable. Meanwhile, Ye Tian had been closely observing Tang Rushue from the outset. On the arena, she shone like a brilliant star, radiating an unmistakable brilliance. Every movement she executed was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Throughout her freshman year, she had consistently triumphed through sheer dominance. Standing at the center of the arena, her opponents appeared as fragile as paper, easily vanquished by her prowess. The audience erupted in admiration and applause, yet she remained oblivious, wholly focused on the challenge before her. For she was acutely aware that Ye Tian was watching. When a girl is noticed by the boy she likes, she often feels compelled to excel. A subtle smile graced Tang Rushue's lips, a blend of youthful shyness and an earnest yearning for victory. She clenched her fists, silently vowing to perform her utmost in this competition, determined to enhance her image in his eyes. Before long, in the freshman competition, Tang Rushue claimed first place with absolute superiority. Even those with S-level talents found themselves overwhelmed by her might. The once celebrated competitors had no choice but to concede defeat before her. This prompted Yu Zhenhai to nod in approval, secretly contemplating the prospect of taking her as a disciple. In the sophomore and junior competitions, Ye Tian displayed little interest. To put it charitably, each employed their own tactics. To put it bluntly, it was merely a contest of fledgling opponents. Only in the senior competition did Ye Tian and his peers exhibit a modicum of seriousness. The seniors had largely ascended to the high tiers of the soul realm, with several even attaining the unparalleled realm of myriad laws. This level was not easily reached, particularly at such a young age. Those who broke into the myriad laws realm at this stage held limitless potential for the future. Individuals who achieved this milestone were destined to eventually step into the nirvana realm, with a slender chance of reaching the true self realm, a state revered as the realm of kings. They were akin to generals, wielding power that could intimidate the four corners of the world. In worldly terms, such figures could be said to stand guard over a city single-handedly. Their mere existence served as a deterrent, embodying the aspirations of countless cultivators. From these individuals, Ye Tian could faintly sense an intangible pressure. Yet, rather than deterring him, this pressure ignited the flames of battle within him. Truly, he yearned for the opportunity to engage them in combat. Chapter 75, Military District Prodigies versus Academy Prodigies. After enduring a lengthy series of matches, the list of the Academy's outstanding participants was finally unveiled. However, they understood that this was not the end of the matter. The tension in the air had not dissipated with the announcement. Rather, it had intensified. Indeed, in the next moment, a senior who had not qualified for entry into the secret realm boldly declared, "Dean, I have long admired the prodigies of the military district. May I challenge them to a duel? I wish to witness their prowess and hope to learn from them." Positioned slightly apart from the crowd, his voice resonated clearly throughout the arena. His tone was humble and respectful, even tinged with a genuine desire for growth. However, to Ye Tian and his companions, these words bore a different meaning. Though ostensibly requesting a spar, it was evident to the discerning that he likely sought to teach them a lesson. Such a seemingly earnest request for guidance was merely a facade, concealing a palpable animosity. Yu Zhenhai turned to glance at Yi Ying, his eyes questioning. Naturally, Yi Ying had no reason to decline, and she nodded in agreement. After all, her people had occupied their spots, and it was only natural for them to issue a challenge. Very well, whom do you wish to challenge? After receiving Yi Ying's consent, Yu Zhenhai turned to the eager student and inquired. Hearing this, the student inhaled deeply, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward with determination, his voice resonating with clarity. "Anyone is welcome. I yearn for a challenge against the elite of the military district. I wonder who among you would be so kind as to offer me guidance." His tone brimmed with confidence and eagerness, observing the student's upright posture and unabashed battle intent. The others, except for Ye Tian who remained silent, were almost beside themselves with anticipation. They were well aware that such an event would unfold today. The prodigies within the academy boasted talents that eclipsed their own, and they were eager to test their battlefield-honed skills against these gifted individuals. After a brief silence, a deep, commanding voice shattered the stillness. "I'll take the lead." Following the sound, Yang Feng strode forward with purpose, gripping a hefty broadsword in his hand. Sunlight glinted off his weapon, casting a sharp metallic sheen. As a B-grade warrior of the gold element, he felt a surge of battle spirit upon facing an A-grade opponent. Taking a deep breath, the student steadied his gaze, exuding an air of calm confidence. He proclaimed, "Fourth year, Zhuasun, A-grade gold element, soul entry level 6, I humbly seek your guidance." His voice rang out, powerful and resonant, reverberating through the air like a sword poised to unsheath. Yang Feng responded with a slight smile, equally unyielding. "Yang Feng, B-grade gold element, soul entry level 5, I look forward to your instruction." His tone was composed, yet the resolve and confidence in his words were undeniable. As his statement hung in the air, he subtly flexed his wrist, the sound of cracking bones echoing softly, his entire being coiled like a bowstring, ready to unleash. The two immediately assumed their stances, and the surrounding atmosphere fell into a hush, broken only by the gentle whisper of the breeze through the grass. Sunlight bathed them, adding a solemn grandeur to the impending duel. The onlooking students held their breath, their eyes fixed on every movement, fearful of missing any detail. Suddenly, Zhuasun launched the first assault. He stamped his foot down, causing the ground to tremble with the force of his power. A brilliant golden radiance enveloped his longsword, resembling a bolt of lightning as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yang Feng's face. The speed was breathtaking, the fierce sword energy sending ripples through the surrounding air. However, just as the longsword was about to reach Yang Feng, a cold smile crept across his lips. Unfazed, he swiftly raised his broadsword, which erupted in a fierce golden light. With a sharp metallic clash, the broadsword met the longsword head-on, diverting it with a calculated angle and force, sending Zhuasun staggering backward. The impact not only averted the crisis, but also generated a powerful recoil, forcing Zhuasun to retreat several steps. Staggering back, his sword arm trembled involuntarily, pain shooting through his grip. His complexion paled, and turmoil surged within him like a tempest. Why, despite his superior talent and higher realm, did he find himself so utterly at a loss in this moment? He struggled to regain his footing, steadying his breath in an attempt to suppress the shock within. Yet, the overwhelming sense of disparity loomed over him like a shadow, casting doubt upon his own strength for the first time. Meanwhile, Yang Feng remained steadfast, his demeanor tranquil, as though the preceding exchange had been mere child's play. His performance only heightened the awe and discourse among the spectators, making this contest all the more captivating. "I received your strike. Now, allow me to return the favor," he declared, his eyes narrowing as his aura surged. He lifted his broadsword, stepping forward with a firm, assured gait, like a tiger poised to pounce. He bore down on Zhuasun with a chilling intent. The keen edge of his broadsword shimmered ominously in the sunlight, and as Yang Feng swung it, a visible arc of blade energy tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Zhuasun felt as if the very air before him had been cleaved apart, an overwhelming sense of pressure rushing towards him. His pupils constricted in alarm. He instantly recognized that he could not withstand this blow head-on. Yet, his pride prevented him from retreating easily. Having witnessed Yang Feng withstand his previous ferocious strike, to avoid this attack now would paint him as cowardly and weak. What would become of his reputation if word spread? Resolute, a flicker of determination ignited in Zhuasun's eyes, and he resolved to face this blow head-on. Observing Zhuasun's decision to confront his powerful strike, Yang Feng could not help but admire his courage. "Very well, you have spirit," he exclaimed, his voice laced with approval. He accelerated his downward swing, the brilliance of the blade intensifying. A thunderous clash erupted as blade met sword, sending a piercing hum through the air. The surrounding crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the epic confrontation, fearful of missing even a single moment. Zhuasun felt his hands go numb. Yang Feng's force surged upon him like a torrential storm, almost overwhelming him. In the next instant, a tremendous force propelled him backward, nearly dislodging the longsword from his grip. Gritting his teeth, Zhuasun managed to stagger back dozens of steps, finally bracing himself against the ground to regain his balance. Chapter 76, Chun Xian's Challenge. Zhuasun felt as though every bone in his body was shattering. The pain seeped deep into his marrow, threatening to topple him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dampening his hair. His body trembled slightly, as if each muscle and bone was voicing its silent protest. "Impressive, you actually managed to withstand that," Yang Feng remarked, a hint of surprise and genuine admiration in his tone. He had unleashed all his power in that strike, which not only embodied his strength, but also reflected the fierce momentum cultivated through years of battling fierce beasts. "Is this what it means to be one of the military's elites?" Zhuasun pondered, glancing at Yang Feng with a complex gaze. Despite his own superior talent and cultivation, he found himself utterly powerless in combat. Replaying the intensity of the encounter in his mind, he was left in awe of the sheer ferocity of Yang Feng's offensive. Truly, he was a prodigy forged in the crucible of combat against formidable foes. Taking a deep breath, Zhuasun endeavored to calm his tumultuous spirit. slowly lifting his head to meet Yang Feng's scrutinizing gaze with a steady resolve. I concede. You are formidable, and I wholeheartedly acknowledge your strength. With that, he respectfully clasped his fists in salute to Yang Feng, the gesture clean and sincere. He was a man who could accept defeat, though he had lost this contest. It illuminated his shortcomings and clarified the path he needed to pursue in the future. As Zhuo Sun acknowledged his defeat, the arena fell into a brief silence, only to erupt in fervent discussions moments later. All the Academy's students were now acutely aware of the true prowess of the military's elite. Beyond the respect owed to those who defend their homeland, the sheer combat strength on display spoke volumes. The overwhelming power, the swiftness of action. Every detail exuded an ineffable sense of dominance. This is not merely the outcome of cultivation. It resembles a metamorphosis forged through relentless trials on the precipice of life and death. Yet, while one may yield in admiration, the challenge must persist. Such formidable adversaries serve as the ultimate crucible, a coveted opportunity that everyone understands is fleeting, leaving no room for regret. Even in the knowledge that defeat may leave one utterly shattered, the fervor within rises uncontrollably, an unquenchable blaze. Subsequently, several others, including Yang Feng, engaged in sparring matches with the Academy's practitioners. Each clash of fists and feet resonated with a deep, thunderous impact, sending shockwaves through the air. Every maneuver was executed with an unparalleled precision and ferocity, as if honed through countless trials. Why are you so strong? Your innate talent and cultivation seem inferior to ours. Yet your speed and combat prowess far exceed our own. An embattled student, still reeling from his recent defeat, could not suppress his burning curiosity. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily, sweat beading on his brow, his eyes betraying both resentment and profound respect. His garments were tattered, and a faint trace of blood lingered on his shoulder, a memento from their earlier confrontation. Opposite him stood Mu Feng, a man of unassuming stature, yet at this moment exuding an aura of calm that belied his formidable experience. He inclined his head, regarding the disheveled student with a steady gaze, his tone devoid of embellishment, yet heavy with meaning. We regularly contend with ferocious beasts, where a moment's inattention could seal one's fate. His words, delivered with a casual air, struck a chord of somber realization among all present. The unyielding truth was that, without sharp reflexes or sufficient strength, one could easily become a mere gravestone. Many companions who once fought alongside me now rest in the martyr's cemetery. His voice lowered, absent of sorrow or anger, yet imbued with a tenacity and remembrance that resonated deeply. Upon hearing this, the Academy's students felt their hearts tighten, a tempest of emotions surging within them. It became clear that the strength they witnessed was born of relentless battles steeped in bloodshed. Beneath these seemingly mundane words lay harrowing tales of survival, struggles against death, and a journey of growth paved with sacrifice. This revelation evoked a deep-seated respect among the students, stirring an unarticulated admiration within them. If this were the case, then their claim to enter the secret realm seemed entirely justified. It was their rightful due, and no one harbored any lingering discontent. Rather, they perceived it as a fair arrangement. As the four brothers generously imparted their knowledge, one voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, directing itself at Ye Tian. This unexpected utterance shattered the surrounding tranquility like a stone cast into a still pond, catching everyone off guard. All eyes turned in astonishment towards the speaker, for the owner of that voice had already secured his qualifications to enter the secret realm, rendering his challenge to Ye Tian seemingly superfluous. Many speculated privately about the motives behind his actions, while others, privy to deeper insights, displayed expressions of anticipation for the impending clash. The speaker was Chun Xian, brother to Chun Tian, boasting a cultivation level of the 9th tier of the Soul Realm. Yi Ying approached Ye Tian, whispering an explanation. Upon hearing her words, Ye Tian grasped the reason behind the challenge. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as it swept over Chun Xian, a decision crystallizing within him. As he is from the Chen family, would it be acceptable to incapacitate him? Ye Tian's tone was unruffled, yet it carried a chilling undertone of certainty. He turned to Yi Ying, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips, as though inquiring about a trivial matter. Yi Ying, exasperated by his demeanor, rolled her eyes in disbelief. This is Jing University, before the president. Do you really think you can incapacitate him? At her words, the smile on Ye Tian's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of regret. He shook his head gently, murmuring, "What a pity." He refrained from further comment and strode confidently towards the arena. His stature was upright and steady, each step imbued with an innate self-assurance that compelled those around him to hold their breath in rapt attention. In the arena, Chun Xian had long awaited his arrival. He stood with arms crossed, a sardonic smirk gracing his lips, his keen gaze fixated on Ye Tian's advancing figure. As he approached, memories of his brother's anguished visage reignited the flames of anger within him. Several elders from the family had stormed into the academy, vociferously demanding an explanation. Yet the academy had replied that the secret realm would soon open, advising them to defer their grievances. This left the family members seething with frustration, yet powerless to act. Jing University held an esteemed position, and President Yu Zhenhai was a formidable presence in the sacred realm. Chun Xian glared menacingly at Ye Tian from a distance, silently vowing to eliminate him in a fair confrontation right here.